Chapter 1. A Life of Fortune. In the pristine azure sky, a hawk clung fiercely to the handle of a red box as it soared swiftly towards the northwest. Suddenly, the handle of the red box snapped violently, causing the box to plummet rapidly into the river below, resulting in a resounding crash that sent waves towering over a person's height. Once the tumultuous waters calmed, the red box began to drift eastward with the current. Meanwhile, the hawk, having realized the box had fallen, had already flown nearly 20 miles away. It promptly turned back to search for the red box, but alas, it had already been swept away by the flowing water, making it nearly impossible to retrieve. 40 miles north of Yinjing City lies a mountain, believed by locals to be the dwelling of a wolf deity, hence it is known as Wolf Mountain. At the foot of Wolf Mountain flows a river, named Sang due to the multitude of mulberry trees lining its banks. As dusk approached, a wild wolf, its fur as white as snow and glimmering faintly with silver, was drinking from the banks of Sang. Suddenly, a faint wailing sound, reminiscent of woo, woo, emerged from the river nearby, startling the wolf. It immediately crouched low, its front paws pressed firmly against the ground, muscles taut, while its piercing emerald eyes fixated intently on the source of the sound. In the center of the river, a somewhat small red box was drifting towards the shore, the cries emanating from within. The wolf's gaze remained locked on the box as it floated closer, its ears perked up, listening intently. After a while, the wariness in its emerald eyes began to dissipate, and it relaxed its front legs, rising to a sitting position as it awaited the box's arrival. The undulating waters soon pushed the box to the riverbank, just a few paces from the wolf. As the wolf listened closely to the increasingly distinct cries, a hint of anxious concern flickered in its eyes. In a flurry, the wolf bounded over to the box, peering inside to discover a plump little creature lying on its back, wailing with its eyes squinted shut. The wolf felt an inexplicable pang of empathy, as if it were gazing upon its own distressed pups. Quickly, the wolf lowered its head to sniff, a familiar scent wafting through the air. It gently nudged the little creature's cheek with its nose, the cool dampness causing the tiny being to shudder, finally opening its tightly shut eyes. In a daze, the little one caught sight of a familiar hexagonal star pattern, prompting its tiny hands to reach out instinctively. Then, with a pout, it resumed its wailing, but this time the cries were markedly different where the previous wails had echoed with fear and distress. The new cries brimmed with a mix of indignation and joy. Hearing the little one's cries, the wolf's expression betrayed a palpable concern. It carefully tilted the box towards itself, lying down beside it, and delicately used its nose to nudge the little one out, cradling it against its belly with its hind legs, its eyes filled with tenderness and affection. As soon as the little one nestled against the wolf's belly, it instinctively opened its mouth and began to suckle, eagerly consuming the nourishment. Yet, after only a brief moment, the tiny creature's eyes grew heavy and, lulled by the warmth, it drifted off to sleep, nestled comfortably within the wolf's embrace. The wolf gazed fondly at the little one, remaining perfectly still as if to not disturb its peaceful slumber. As the sun's last rays faded, the twilight deepened, and a series of howls echoed from the mountains, each more urgent than the last, laden with unmistakable worry. Upon hearing these familiar howls, the wolf glanced down at the sleeping little one in its embrace, an expression of anxiety crossing its features. It had merely ventured out for a drink, yet time had slipped away, and its own pups left in the den must surely be starving. Casting a glance between the little one and the box, inspiration struck the wolf. It hastily nudged the box closer, using its nose to push the little one back inside. The tiny creature, exhausted, merely rolled back into the box without waking, sleeping soundly, its little belly rising and falling gently, perhaps even snoring softly. A warm, almost human-like smile spread across the wolf's furry face as it prepared to lift the box, but suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps halted its movements. Without a moment's hesitation, the wolf seized the box and bolted away. However, after only a few paces, the box inadvertently tipped over, causing the still sleeping little one to tumble out and roll toward the riverbank. The sudden jolt awakened the little one, who instinctively began to wail loudly. As the cries pierced the air, the previously leisurely footsteps quickened, sounding almost like a sprint. Just as the wolf turned to chase after the little one, it spotted a figure wielding a heavy bow and quiver of arrows rushing towards the child, reaching the little one in mere moments. The wolf's eyes widened in alarm. It recognized this hunter, having witnessed him slay a wild boar with a single arrow. He was a figure feared by all creatures of Wolf Mountain. The sight of him sent the wolf fleeing, abandoning the box to escape as swiftly as it could, darting to a place it deemed safe before turning to watch the hunter's next move. Unperturbed by the fleeing wolf, the hunter knelt beside the little one, exclaiming, "Oh, where did this baby come from? Looks barely born, alas, what a cruel world." With a heavy sigh, the hunter gently scooped the wailing infant into his arms, brushing off the dirt from her tiny garments, fumbling as he attempted to adjust her position. "Oh, indeed a little girl whom this fabric is quite fine," suggesting she hails from a family of means. Why then would they abandon a girl child? The hunter mused aloud, a deep sigh underscoring his words. The harsh reality of society weighed heavily upon him. While wealthier families might endure the burden of raising daughters, the impoverished often resorted to infanticide or abandonment in a bid to conserve resources for their sons. Thus, the hunter's lament echoed with a profound sense of helplessness. Cradled in the warmth of his embrace, the infant's cries gradually subsided. She opened her eyes, her round, glistening gaze fixated on the hunter as if trying to discern something about him. "Oh my, what beautiful big eyes, little one, Grandpa will take you home. From now on, I shall hunt and provide for you." The hunter felt his once stony heart soften at the sight of those starry eyes, making a spontaneous decision to care for this little creature. No sooner had he spoken than the little one offered him a toothless grin, her smile sweet enough to fill the old hunter with an overwhelming warmth, as if he had consumed a cup of honey. "Come, Grandpa will take you home," he said, turning to depart. Yet, just a few steps later, he spotted the scattered green swaddling cloth and the overturned red box nearby. Furrowing his brow in thought, he hurriedly gathered the discarded items before hastening away. Watching from the shadows, the wolf observed the hunter take the little one away. Tilting its head in contemplation, it decided to follow from a distance, trailing the hunter until he entered the solitary cottage nestled halfway up the mountain. The wolf then raised its head and howled in response to the increasingly anxious calls echoing from afar before turning and sprinting back into the depths of the mountain. As the old hunter stepped into the deepening dusk with the infant cradled in his arms, a magnificent golden-eyed eagle descended upon the riverbank. It scanned the empty waters with a look of desperation. Suddenly, the eagle took flight, skimming just above the river's surface, circling as if searching for something, yet finding nothing. As it landed once more, poised to take flight again, the eagle's gaze caught sight of a small piece of fabric not far off. It swooped down, grasping the fabric tightly, and with a powerful flap of its wings, soared away towards the northwest.
Chapter 2, The Ration Dilemma. Today, the wolves in the mountains are rather peculiar. How is it that they howl incessantly? The old hunter, cradling a small infant as he returns to his home, cannot help but voice his astonishment at the symphony of wolf howls echoing around him. It is well known that the wild wolves in these mountains seldom howl, save for the nights of the full moon when they gather atop the peaks to wail for a spell. As the old hunter mutters to himself, he pulls back the bedding on the con, gently placing the little one upon it and covering the infant's tiny belly with the quilt's edge. It is the late summer season, and even in the evening, the air is not cold enough to chill the child. Observing the infant, who makes no fuss, merely flailing tiny arms and legs with considerable vigor, the old hunter is captivated by the child's round, glistening eyes that gaze at him with an expression of joy and affection. The rosy little lips curve slightly, as if greeting him. Little does the old hunter realize that the infant is indeed greeting him. However, being but a newborn, the child can neither speak nor express much beyond the silent calls of grandfather, grandfather, echoing in her heart. What a darling little creature! It seems that even the heavens are watching over you. Having rolled around on the riverbank, not a scratch marred your delicate skin, the old hunter inspects the infant thoroughly, discovering that she is entirely unblemished, not a single mark to be found. Yet, he distinctly recalls seeing her tumble several times across the sandy gravel of the riverbank. Surely a child so tender would bear at least some trace of such a rough encounter. After a time of waving her tiny hands and kicking her little legs, the infant, seeing that the old hunter has yet to lift her, closes her eyes and purses her lips, letting out a wail that is far more powerful than before, perhaps due to having just consumed wolf's milk. Startled, the old hunter hastily wraps the child snugly in her swaddling and cradles her in his arms. Upon being held, the little one immediately ceases her cries, clutching tightly to the old hunter's clothing, unwilling to let go. Despite her small stature, the infant's grip is surprisingly strong, and when the old hunter attempts to pry her fingers away, She stubbornly hangs on, digging her tiny fingers into the coarse fabric of his garments, leaving several punctures in its wake. All right, grandfather will hold you. I shan't let you down, the old hunter concedes, resignedly cradling the infant with one arm while using the other to tend to the fire and prepare a pot of coarse rice porridge to satiate his own hunger. As long as she remains nestled in the old hunter's embrace, the infant remains calm, her large, lustrous eyes fixed intently upon his face, her gaze radiating a profound joy akin to a long-awaited reunion. Having managed to fill his own belly, the old hunter chuckles as he pats the infant's plump little belly, remarking, "My dear, you are not hungry at the moment, I need not prepare food for you." But scarcely had the words left his lips when the infant suddenly made a disgruntled noise, her small mouth pouting in discontent, though no sound emerged, her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. If the old hunter possessed the ability to read minds, he would surely hear her lament, "I may not be hungry now, but surely one cannot survive on a single meal for a lifetime. What will happen when I am famished? Grandfather, you are rather forgetful." Evidently, the old hunter pondered this dilemma as well, his brow furrowing with concern. Even without experience in raising children, he understood that such a small infant could not subsist on adult fare, she required milk. Yet, in these wolf-infested mountains, aside from himself, there were only beasts aplenty. Where could he procure milk? Was he to capture a mother goat with kids? But this is the land of wolves. The only creatures that dare tread here are those that have grown weary of life. He had hunted in these mountains for decades and had never once encountered a goat. The more he contemplated, the more anxious he became, prompting him to take the infant outside, pacing the courtyard until he came to a sudden halt. Gazing southward, 20 miles south of Wolf Mountain lies a village. Perhaps there are women there nursing their children. He wondered if he could barter some game for milk. Tomorrow, I shall hunt a few wild chickens and take the silver from today's sales. Surely, I can trade for sustenance for this little one. Resolute in his decision, the old hunter felt his anxiety ease. With a cheerful heart, he returned indoors, preparing to put the child to bed, knowing he must rise early to hunt and seek milk. He could not afford to delay, lest the little one suffer hunger. However, upon entering the house, he was met with two soft sounds, followed by a waft of sour odor filling the air. Momentarily taken aback, the old hunter chuckled and remarked, "Oh, you little rascal." He placed the infant on the Kong and swiftly removed the soiled cloth, revealing a dirty little bottom. With a resigned sigh, he set about washing the child with warm water, ensuring she was clean before tearing a piece from his finest undergarment to fashion a fresh diaper, wrapping her tenderly once more. As he watched the little one peacefully slumber, the old hunter took the soiled cloth outside to wash it. While washing, he mused to himself, "The fabric of this childless clothing is of the finest quality. Such exquisite satin could only be found in the households of nobility in the capital. And this delicate cotton, though seemingly ordinary, is remarkably soft and fine, reminiscent of the exceptional Songjiang cloth he had once escorted while on duty. It is known that fine Songjiang cloth is rare and more precious than silk, often used by the affluent to craft garments for their infants. This child, adorned in such luxury, must surely come from a wealthy family. How could they have abandoned her in this wilderness? Surely, there must be some hidden intrigue." The more the old hunter pondered, the more tightly his brow furrowed, conjuring elaborate tales of conspiracy surrounding the little one he had rescued, and his heart swelled with compassion for her. After hanging the cloth to dry, he returned indoors, finding the infant blissfully asleep, and climbed onto the Kong to embrace her in slumber. Tomorrow, he must rise early to hunt. If fortune smiles upon him, he may procure enough game to trade for the little one's sustenance. While the old hunter fretted over the infant's rations, the child herself remained blissfully unconcerned. After all, this is Wolf Mountain, where her wolf father, wolf mother, wolf uncle, and wolf aunt reside. How could they possibly allow their little princess to go hungry? Chapter 3, The Report of the Falcon. As the infant nestled in the old hunter's arms slept soundly, a golden-eyed hawk circled down from the skies, descending onto the windowsill of the general's residence in the back courtyard of Yongning Pass at the northwestern border. With its sharp beak it knocked rapidly upon the window pane. After a few knocks, candlelight flickered to life within, and the window was promptly opened from the inside. The hawk swooped in with a flourish, darting straight toward the person who had opened the window. "Xianer, what brings you here, you rascal?" a hearty voice filled with surprise and amusement echoed, startling the young servant who had been keeping watch outside. "General, is there a command?" the servant called out from the doorway, not daring to enter. "Nothing to worry about. Xianer has come. Quickly fetch it some food and water. Xianer, do not cause a ruckus." A man clad in a pale blue robe, his hair unbound, chuckled in response as he approached the table, cradling the hawk that was insisting on burrowing into his embrace, inspecting its legs while speaking fondly. Not only did the hawk lack a message tube, but it bore no leg band either, causing the man's brow to furrow slightly as he inquired gently, "Xianer, why did you not bring a message?" The golden-eyed hawk leapt onto the table, raising a claw to reveal a small, palm-sized piece of green satin fabric, one end of which was firmly snagged in its sharp talon, likely the reason it had not dropped it during its long flight. "What is this, Xianer? Has something happened at home?" The man plucked the fabric from the hawk's grasp, his expression growing serious as the smile faded from his face, his brow knitting together in concern. Xianer had been raised by him since it hatched. It could not speak, yet it was remarkably perceptive. If it had flown in such a frantic manner to Yongning Pass, it must mean that something was amiss at home. One must understand that flying at night poses significant risks to avian creatures, as their instincts typically discourage such behavior. Poor Xian'er, despite being a golden-eyed hawk, could not articulate its feelings like a human. It had an entire world of information to convey to its master but lacked the means to express it, causing it to frantically claw at the table in distress, leaving deep scratches in the wood. Do not fret, Xian'er, here, have some water and meat. The man hastily soothed the hawk, gently stroking its head with a heart full of compassion. He quickly provided it with the water and raw meat that the servant had brought. Starved and desperate, Xian'er devoured the meat with remarkable speed, finishing half the plate before greedily gulping down half a cup of water. Finally regaining its composure, General, Xian'er was not in the residence. Why has it suddenly come? Is something amiss at home? The servant, witnessing the once majestic hawk now appearing so gaunt and starved, realized it must have flown without pausing to hunt, and he could not help but voice his concern. The servant understood well that Xian'er had been left at the residence specifically for communication with the general's family. Its urgent arrival could only mean that something had transpired at home. The most pressing issue would likely concern the general's wife, who was soon to give birth. The thought sent a chill down the servant's spine. The man referred to as general by the young servant is none other than Chang Xizha, the heir of the Marquis of Northern Defense. Since the tender age of 4, he has been in the palace as a companion to the 5th prince, the Emperor Ningkong, and by the age of 14, he began accompanying his father, Chang Bohu, in defending Yongning Pass against the invading Hu tribes from the north. It has now been a full 16 years. Throughout this period, Chang Xizha has valiantly fought in numerous battles, earning commendations and rising from a mere lieutenant to the esteemed position of a third-rank marshal general, the perils of which are readily imaginable. Yet, many ministers in the court cannot bear to see the affection the Emperor Ningkong bestows upon Chang Xizha, persistently seeking faults like a hen pecking at an egg. Nevertheless, the emperor remains steadfast in his support, which only intensifies the minister's apprehension towards Chang Xizha. Consequently, Chang Xizha exercises utmost caution, ensuring that he gives no one a single opportunity to criticize him. Last spring, during a skirmish with the Hu, Chang Xizha sustained grave injuries, necessitating his return to the capital for recuperation, from which he took half a year to recover before returning to Yongning Pass. Shortly after his return, he received a letter from home revealing that his wife, Lady Ning, was expecting again, marking the arrival of their 4th child, the first 3 being sons. Both Chang Xizha and his wife yearn for a delicate and sweet daughter this time. To facilitate correspondence with his wife, Chang Xizha dispatched his beloved pet, Xian'er, back to the capital. Typically, Xian'er would make a trip to Yongning Pass every fortnight, bringing letters from his wife, but this time Xian'er had only been there 5 days prior. Unless there was an urgent matter, Xian'er would not have returned so soon. Observing Xian'er joyfully feasting, Chang Xizha picked up a palm-sized piece of green satin fabric and scrutinized it closely. The more he examined it, the more his brow furrowed in concern. On the tattered fabric, he could faintly discern the embroidered pattern of intertwined lotus flowers, a style he recognized well. His wife always favored rendering the petals exceptionally round and plump in her floral embroidery, indicating that this piece was indeed crafted by her own hands. Could this green satin be the swaddling cloth that his wife had embroidered for their unborn child? Chang Xizha recalled that his wife had once told him she had stitched 2 swaddling cloths, one red and one green, reserving the green for a daughter and the red for a son. Had something happened to her, or was the child in peril? The more he pondered, the heavier his heart became, his complexion paling. Dan Yang, you must return to the capital and check on my wife. Discreetly, do not let the old matriarch know. Chang Xizha suppressed the unbearable speculations swirling in his mind and uttered with a heavy tone. Dan Yang, being Chang Xizha's most trusted confidant, was astute and capable, not being of military rank, allowing him to move freely between the capital and Yongning Pass. Chang Xizha, bound by his military duties, could not return to the capital without an edict. Any unauthorized return would be deemed treasonous. Certain officials in the capital were already watching him closely, and he could not afford to give them reason to speak ill of him. Understood, General, I will set out at once. If there truly is an urgent matter, I shall. Dan Yang lowered his voice in inquiry. Since the passing of the late matriarch, the Marquisate had been under the control of the Marquises, and the situation within the estate was indeed difficult to articulate. Seek assistance from the Academy of National Studies, Chang Xizha replied solemnly. The academy was his wife's family, and she was greatly cherished there. Should anything untoward occur, he believed they could safeguard his wife and children. Conversely, since the death of his grandmother, there had been no one within the Marquisate to reign in his stepmother, and for the safety of his wife and children, he could no longer concern himself with matters of pride. Yes, I shall depart immediately. Dan Yang promptly acquiesced, turning to leave without even gathering his belongings, hastily retrieving some silver and his identification documents before hastening to the stables to saddle 2 fine horses for the journey. Riding without rest, he would need 3 days and nights to reach the capital. Chapter 4. A grand mix-up. Little Bai, my dear Little Bai, you must be hungry. Grandfather will take you to get something to eat. Early in the morning, the old hunter cradled the pouting infant, who seemed on the verge of tears, with a look of utter grievance, and smiled as he pointed to the wild chickens he had just caught. Awakening at dawn, the old hunter suddenly felt the urge to name the little one in his arms. Having little education, he could not devise a name rich in meaning, but upon seeing the child, who was as white as snow and resembled a jade doll, he decided to name her Xiao Bai. Calling her name a few times, it rolled off the tongue easily, and thus he resolved to name her Jiang Xiao Bai. Taking his surname, upon returning from the hunt, the old hunter noticed the baby had awakened, lying on the bed without crying, merely displaying a slight expression of grievance. Upon seeing him, his heart melted, and he hurriedly lifted her, calling out Little Bai repeatedly. Hearing her name, the little one seemed overjoyed, waving her tiny hands as if to applaud. Though being only 2 days old, she was too soft and feeble to manage any actual clapping. Fearing the little one might be hungry, the old hunter paid no mind to his own meal, holding the infant in one arm while grasping the 3 bound wild chickens in the other, and set off toward the southern village to exchange for some milk for Jiang Xiaobai. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Xiaobai thought the old hunter was taking her to town to sell the game, and she was thrilled. Despite her tender age, she inherited an insatiable curiosity for lively events, a trait she had possessed since her previous life. Hurrying southward, a few sparrows flew overhead, spotting the baby in the hunter's arms and the bound wild chickens. The sparrows began chirping excitedly. Had there been anyone fluent in animal language present, they would have understood that the sparrows were vociferously condemning the hunter's shameless act of selling their kin. One of the sparrows suddenly flew above the old hunter's head, scrutinized Jiang Xiaobai closely, and then hastily flapped its wings, darting toward a cave halfway up the mountain, prompting its companions to chatter and chase after it. "Oh no, oh no. Wolf mother, that wicked man is going to sell the little one you fed milk to yesterday," the sparrow cried out in alarm as it reached the cave. Wicked man was the term used by the animals of Wolf Mountain to refer to the hunter, as capturing them to sell at the market made him the epitome of a villain in their eyes. 2 wolves, their fur completely silver, emerged from the cave upon hearing the sparrow's cries. The first, slightly smaller, was the mother wolf who had fed Jiang Xiaobai the previous evening, while the second was a massive male wolf, imposing and nearly a yard long, exuding an air of authority. "What did you say? Who was sold?" the mother wolf urgently queried. The male wolf beside her gently nudged her face with his nose, a gesture of reassurance. "It's the little one you fed yesterday. Wolf mother, hurry and save her. That wicked man is taking her to sell along with 3 wild chickens, down at the foot of the southern mountain." The sparrow squawked desperately. "Little one, no, I must go rescue her," the mother wolf exclaimed, leaping several paces forward before disappearing from sight. The wolf king watched his wife vanish, a look of profound human-like helplessness in his eyes. He howled twice toward the northwest, and moments later a silver-gray male wolf, slightly smaller than the wolf king, bounded over, followed closely by a similarly colored female wolf, slightly smaller than the male. "Big brother, what do you want?" the silver-gray male wolf asked. Somewhat irked, it was not surprising, as anyone interrupted during a rendezvous would likely feel displeased. "Watch over the pups for me," commanded the wolf king tersely. Not waiting for his brother to inquire, he immediately dashed after the direction his wife had taken. "What's up with that? You want me to watch your pups? They're your pups, not mine," the silver-gray male wolf grumbled, but just then, the female wolf beside him raised her front paw and playfully swatted him, scolding, "What's wrong with watching over the pups? You should be watching over Sister Shue's pups. Humph, you truly are a wolf without a heart." With that, the silver-gray female wolf ignored the male and strode into the cave. "No, gray sister, don't be angry. I didn't mean not to watch. I will watch, alright," the silver-gray male wolf murmured softly, trailing behind her into the cave. Of the wolf king and queen moved swiftly, and in no time, they caught up with the old hunter, flanking him on either side. Upon seeing the 2 silver wolves, the old hunter felt a pang of anxiety and instinctively stepped aside, ensuring both wolves remained within his line of sight. However, he was not overly frightened. After all, he had lived in Wolf Mountain for most of his life and knew that the silver wolves were the guardians of the mountain. Having protected it for generations, they would not harm him without cause. Apart from their normal predation. As a hunter, he had never harmed wolves and maintained a respectful distance from the wolf pack, occasionally feeding a few young pups when his hunt was bountiful. He vaguely recalled having fed these 2 wolves in the past. Wolves are creatures of clear distinction between gratitude and grievance, and given that these 2 appeared well fed, they were unlikely to attack him unless their lives were threatened. The old hunter thought to himself, clutching Jiang Xiaobai tightly, and called out, "Why do you block the road?" Upon asking, he found the question somewhat ridiculous, for wolves could not speak human language. Would they truly respond? Even if they did, he could not comprehend wolf language. To the old hunter's astonishment, the she-wolf sitting before him suddenly lifted her foreleg, pointing directly at the little girl. Jiang Xiaobai nestled in his arms. It was evident that she had comprehended the hunter's inquiry and, recognizing the futility of verbal communication, resorted to body language. "Xiaobai," the old hunter gasped, Instinctively tightening his embrace around the child, howling softly, the she-wolf maintained her pointed stance, her tone imbued with a palpable urgency and pleading that the hunter, unfortunately, could not decipher, yet the wolf king across from her understood all too well. "Return my cub to me, do not sell her." Upon hearing this, the wolf king was thrown into turmoil. When had his mate given birth to a cub? With whom had she mated? He was utterly bewildered. A low growl escaped him, clearly demanding an explanation from the she-wolf regarding the cub in question. The she-wolf, irritated, snapped at the wolf king as if to scold him for his incessant questioning. After reprimanding him, she resumed her insistence, howling at the old hunter and Jiang Xiaobai. The cries of the wolves roused Jiang Xiaobai from her slumber. Upon hearing the familiar howls, she felt an overwhelming sense of affection and immediately reached out with her tiny hands towards the she-wolf, unmistakably signaling her desire for a hug. The she-wolf, witnessing the little cub's gesture, was instantly filled with maternal tenderness. The old hunter glanced between Jiang Xiaobai and the affectionate she-wolf, utterly bewildered. What on earth was transpiring? The old hunter was at a loss for understanding. As if to further perplex the old hunter, the she-wolf slowly rose and took a few steps toward him, halting a mere 5 or 6 paces away. She lay down on her side, revealing her swollen belly, a clear indication of her fullness. Observing this, the wolf king swiftly approached, crouching protectively beside her, his piercing, emerald eyes fixated intently on the old hunter. Chapter 5. Finally, nourishment awaits. Under the intense gaze of the wolf king, the old hunter hesitantly inquired, "Do you wish to nurse Xiaobai?" Initially, he had not expected a response. After all, wolves did not comprehend human language. However, contrary to his expectations, the she-wolf humanized her response by nodding vigorously, as if once was insufficient, continuing to nod 3 times. Not only did she nod at the old hunter, but she also nudged the wolf king aside, casting him a fierce glare, as if to express her disdain for his intimidating presence. The wolf king felt a surge of indignation, reluctantly stepping back a few paces. The old hunter was utterly confounded by the she-wolf's behavior. Why was this female wolf so eager to offer nourishment to his Xiaobai? Surely she could not be attempting to deceive the child. Wolves could not possibly possess such intelligence, could they? Furthermore, neither of them seemed hungry. Jiang Xiaobai, feeling increasingly constricted in the old hunter's embrace, was growing anxious to nurse. What could the distressed infant do but cry? With narrowed eyes and a pouty mouth, she unleashed a heart-wrenching wail. Echoing her distress, upon hearing the little one's cries, the she-wolf sprang into action, leaping in front of the old hunter and standing upright, her forelegs reaching toward him in an urgent plea for the child. Startled, the old hunter instinctively recoiled, clutching the child tighter. Yet, upon seeing the she-wolf approach, Jiang Xiaobai ceased her cries, her large eyes still glistening with tears, but a smile breaking through as she reached out to grasp the she-wolf's paw. Alas, her small hands were no match for the she-wolf's larger paw, merely brushing against it. The sudden advance of the she-wolf had genuinely startled the old hunter. Had he not honed his balance over the years? He might have been toppled by her leap. Fortunately, his instincts assured him that this mother wolf bore no ill will toward him, allowing him to regain his composure. Observing the familiarity between Jiang Xiaobai and the she-wolf, the old hunter began to grasp the situation, gently patting Jiang Xiaobai. He regarded the she-wolf with a non-threatening gaze and softly asked, "Do you truly wish to nurse her?" The she-wolf gazed back earnestly, nodding once more. With a firm resolve, the old hunter declared, "Very well, you lie down, and I will place Xiaobai in your embrace." The she-wolf immediately complied, lying down and exposing her ample belly for the child. The wolf king, feeling sidelined, was taken aback and hurried to protect his mate. However, he was met with a fierce growl from the she-wolf, a clear warning that even the old hunter could interpret. Having witnessed a man intimidated by his wife, the old hunter could not suppress a smile as he gently placed Jiang Xiaobai beside the she-wolf and slowly retreated a few paces, his eyes fixed on the wolf couple, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The she-wolf, undeterred by the wolf king's presence or the old hunter's watchful gaze, tenderly cradled Jiang Xiaobai, who instinctively latched on eagerly. Gulping down the nourishing milk, perhaps having tasted wolf's milk before and well rested, Jiang Xiaobai devoured her meal with fervor, displaying an insatiable appetite that suggested she intended to consume every last drop. Noticing the old hunter's lack of movement, the wolf king relaxed, even allowing himself to approach cautiously, sniffing the little girl. His eyes brightened with delight at the enticing scent. Gently, he nudged Jiang Xiaobai's tiny hand with his nose in a friendly gesture. Caught up in her meal, Jiang Xiaobai briefly glanced up, her eyes meeting the familiar emerald gaze of the wolf king. Instantly reassured, she smiled, her round eyes squinting adorably. She reached out to touch the wolf king's nose, the soft sensation causing him to feel lighter, as though he might float away. Relishing the tender moment, he lay beside the she-wolf, allowing Jiang Xiaobai to explore his nose while she continued to nurse from her mother. The old hunter stood by, utterly astonished. Having lived a long life and traversed many places, he had never encountered such a scene. 2 wolves actively nursing a human infant. Who would believe such a tale? Jiang Xiaobai, oblivious to the old hunteress' thoughts, was solely focused on filling her belly. Her feast lasted a full quarter of an hour, during which she alternated between eating and playing as her wolf mother indulged her every whim. The Wolf King, having thoroughly sniffed Jiang Xiaobai from head to toe, began to regard her as his own cub, no, even more precious than his own offspring, as he displayed no signs of disdain toward her. It was worth noting that he often found his own wolf pups to be bothersome. After satisfying her hunger and playing with the Wolf King, Jiang Xiaobai sprawled comfortably on the soft belly of the Wolf King, drifting into a peaceful slumber. Indeed, it was not the she-wolf's belly she lay upon, but that of the Wolf King. Observing her cessation of nursing, the Wolf King gently gathered the little one into his embrace, his expression radiating the joy of a devoted father. Should the 5 wolf pups in their den catch sight of this, they would surely be incensed. The Wolf King and she-wolf were baffled by their overwhelming affection for this little creature. It was an instinctive attraction they could neither resist nor wish to resist. Jiang Xiaobai, too, was unaware of the reasons behind this bond. She simply knew that in her previous life, she had an uncanny ability to attract animals of all kinds. Regardless of the species, they would gravitate toward her. This very trait had led to her being unjustly labeled a demoness. Indeed, Jiang Xiaobai had been reborn at the moment she fell from the heavens into the Sang River. Thus, when she encountered the Wolf King, the she-wolf, and the old hunter, she felt an innate connection, for they were, in essence, her grandfather and wolf parents from her previous life. Under their care, Jiang Xiaobai experienced the happiest years of her short life. Before being recognized by her biological father, General Wu Lai, she spent 1/3 of her time learning skills from the old hunter, while the rest was spent reveling in the wild alongside her wolf parents. All creatures in the mountains adored her, indulging her every whim. Though she bore no title of princess, she was undoubtedly the little princess of Wolf Mountain, cherished by all the animals and the old hunter. Zhang Chang, she was a spirit of the mountains, raised collectively by the creatures of Wolf Mountain and the old hunter. Chapter 6, Cooperative Child Rearing. Encountering the Wolf King and his mate who insisted on nursing Jiang Xiaobai, the old hunter felt a weight lift from his heart. Observing their evident affection for the child, he no longer harbored concerns about her nourishment. He promptly presented 3 wild chickens as a token of gratitude to the wolf couple. The wolves, unceremonious, accepted the offering and allowed the old hunter to carry Jiang Xiaobai away, immediately beginning their meal. In their haste to descend the mountain to rescue their cub, the wolves were ravenous. Despite his considerable appetite, capable of consuming at least 3 wild chickens in one sitting, the Wolf King chose to eat only one before stopping. Please push the other 2 behind the wolf. His wife needs to feed the cubs and must eat more. Fearing that he might be tempted by his wife's meal, the Wolf King deliberately turned his back to her, avoiding the sight of her eating. The old hunter, observing that the Wolf King had only consumed 1 chicken while the Wolf Queen feasted heartily, soon made a decision after witnessing her devour the 2 chickens completely. From that day forth, the old hunter hunted a plethora of mountain chickens, wild rabbits, foolish deer, and wild boars daily, delivering ample provisions to the wolves at the hillside, effectively securing the family's food supply. Even upon hearing that fish soup promotes lactation at the market, the old hunter went to the Sang River to catch fish, creating a thick white fish soup for the Wolf Queen, who however showed no interest, leaving it untouched. Consequently, the old hunter ceased cooking fish soup altogether. Now the Wolf King no longer needed to venture out for hunting. Every morning, a sufficient heap of prey awaited the wolf family outside their cave. The Wolf King and Queen were solely responsible for nurturing Jiang Xiaobai and their 5 wolf cubs. However, the Wolf King felt uneasy about continually receiving food without contributing, and since he lacked the time, he urged his younger brother to assist the old hunter. After several adjustments, the collaboration between the hunter and the wolf proved fruitful, resulting in even more abundant game. In addition to ensuring enough provisions for the wolf family of 9, the old hunter managed to sell a considerable amount of game at the market daily, doubling his previous income and earning 2 to 3 taels of silver almost every day. This newfound prosperity made other hunters exceedingly envious. While every hunter had their designated hunting grounds, the old hunter's fortune tempted others to trespass into Wolf Mountain. Those who dared to encroach believed themselves no less capable than the old hunter, and being younger and stronger, they questioned why they could not achieve similar success. However, the reality was starkly different. Any hunter who entered Wolf Mountain encountered no fewer than 30 wolves. Standing atop a boulder was a massive silver wolf, its size more than double that of an ordinary wolf, with piercing aquamarine eyes fixed intently on the intruding hunters. Surrounding the silver giant were a pack of robust wolves, poised to spring into action at the Wolf King's command. Hunters who had sneaked into Wolf Mountain were uniformly paralyzed with fear. It is worth noting that while hunters may not fear tigers or leopards, they certainly dread wolf packs. The combined assault of 3 to 5 wolves could easily tear a hunter apart, let alone the 30 formidable wolves before them. At that moment, the intruding hunters abandoned all thoughts of hunting and focused solely on escaping with their lives. Experienced hunters understood that turning and fleeing would mean certain death. They dared not fixate on the Wolf King. Instead, they lowered their gazes, cautiously retreating while maintaining a low profile to avoid alarming the pack. Seeing that the Wolf King did not issue a pursuit order, the hunters cautiously increased their pace, retreating until the wolves were out of sight before sprinting away, only daring to stop after running for over 10 miles. From that point onward, it became widely acknowledged that Wolf Mountain was indeed protected by a mountain deity. And no one dared to entertain thoughts of stealthily hunting there again. They could only watch as the old hunter Jiang Chang sold his game each day, no longer daring to harbor any ulterior motives. With the other hunters driven away, a unique tranquility enveloped Wolf Mountain each day. The Wolf King and Queen diligently made their way to the foot of the mountain at regular intervals, where they would nurse Jiang Xiaobai, provide her with meat, and play with her. After spending a good half-hour entertaining the little one until she fell asleep, the wolf couple would return home to tend to their 5 cubs. Once they finished nursing, they would entrust the cubs to the Wolf King's brother's new wife, descending the mountain without a backward glance, as if Jiang Xiaobai were their own child and the 5 cubs were mere strays. To ensure the Wolf King and Queen's complete peace of mind, the old hunter never lingered at home during the day. He either hunted on the mountain or ventured to the market to buy and sell goods. Gradually accumulating clothing and toys for Jiang Xiaobai, even the wolf cubs received plenty of toys from the old hunter. On one occasion, noticing someone selling goats at the market, he purchased 2 to supplement the Wolf King's family diet. The tender, succulent goat meat delighted the 5 weaned wolf cubs, who eagerly tore into it with their small milk teeth. By the time Jiang Xiaobai turned 3 months old, the wolf cubs had ceased nursing, using their small teeth to consume prey, thus allowing the Wolf Queen to become Jiang Xiaobai's dedicated wet nurse. The Wolf King and Queen began bringing all 5 cubs down the mountain to nurse, spending entire days in the old hunter's yard, only returning to the cave at night. At last, Jiang Xiaobai was reunited with her long-missed 3 wolf brothers and 2 wolf sisters, nearly bursting with joy. She clung tightly to her eldest wolf brother's neck, refusing to let go, her little face pressed against his, drooling all over him. The affection she exhibited was almost too adorable to behold. In her previous life, during her time on Wolf Mountain, aside from learning from the old hunter, she had practically lived on the back of her eldest wolf brother, who carried her to every corner of the mountain. Just like his parents, the eldest wolf brother spoiled Jiang Xiaobai, allowing her to cling to him whenever she wished. Fearing she might tire, he instinctively learned to use his front legs to hold her, occasionally bouncing her gently, bringing her immense joy. His front legs moved with the dexterity of human arms, cradling Jiang Xiaobai securely and comfortably, evoking envy from the other wolf cubs. Particularly, the Wolf King felt a pang in his heart upon witnessing his eldest son's affection toward the little one, akin to being submerged in vinegar. Behind the scenes, he had often reprimanded his eldest son and even teamed up with his brother to discipline him, under the loving guidance of the wolf father and wolf uncle. The eldest wolf brother's strength soared, and by the time he reached maturity, he could hold his own against his father, while his uncle was already no match for him. Thus, Jiang Xiaobai lived a carefree and joyous life, surrounded by a protective pack of wolves in Wolf Mountain. However, her relatives in the capital did not enjoy such a carefree existence. Chapter 7. In secret investigation in the capital, just outside the Duke of Northern Town's residence, Duanyang arrived after a relentless 3-day and 3-night journey. He was quite clever, opting not to enter the estate directly but instead heading to a nearby alleyway where a residence belonged to his sister. Lingya, go quietly into the house and call for your mother, but do not disturb anyone else, Duanyang urged, hardly pausing to drink water. A sprightly little girl, about 5 or 6 years old, responded cheerfully, okay, uncle, just wait here. I'll go get mother. She then scampered off. This was, in fact, Duanyang's elder sister's home. His sister was currently in charge of the kitchen for the Heiress household, making her the most suitable person to inquire about the lady's condition. In less than a quarter of an hour, a capable woman in her 30s hurried back. Yangzi, why are you back? Did the heir have any instructions? This efficient woman was Duanyang's sister, originally named Luyun, one of the heir's accompanying maidservants. She had married He-Man, the estate's second steward, and was now referred to as Madam Man. Madam Man's voice roused Duanyang, who had been dozing at the table. After 3 days and nights without sleep, he was struggling to stay awake. Sister, is the lady well? Has she given birth? Startled awake, Duanyang first splashed the remnants of tea on his face to rouse himself before asking urgently, oh, you, the lady gave birth 5 days ago. Indeed, it was a girl. She has now been taken to the National Academy's residence by our old lady to rest. The 3 young masters and the young lady are all there. They are doing well, Madam Man sighed sympathetically, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe the water from her brother's face as she spoke quickly. The lady really gave birth. I thought it would be over a month more, Duanyang exclaimed in surprise. He knew his general often calculated the lady's due date, and he had memorized it through repetition. You are quite informed. Lingya, go play by the door. Call out if someone arrives. Madam Man first sent her daughter, who was standing nearby with wide eyes, away before lowering her voice once more. Brother, you are the heir's most trusted confidant. I must tell you, when you return, you must report this to the heir. The lady was harmed, causing her to give birth prematurely. Someone spilled oil on the path she usually walks, causing her to fall and lose the baby. What? Who did this? Who harmed the lady? Are both mother and daughter all right? Duanyang was alarmed, his voice trembling as he questioned. Being close to the general, he understood well how much the general valued the lady and how eagerly he anticipated the birth of his daughter. Alas, the duke's wife is in charge now. Can we still expect to uncover the truth? The young lady is fine, and though the lady faced dangers, fortunately her life was spared, and she should be out of danger now. Madame Man sighed helplessly, reflecting on the time when the old lady was still present 4 years ago. Such an incident of plotting against the heir's wife would never have occurred to her sister. Please continue. Duanyang urged anxiously, noticing his sister only shared half of the story. Madame Man took a long breath, lowering her voice. Though the lady gave birth prematurely, she safely delivered a girl. Who would have imagined that mere half an hour after the young lady's birth, the madam would suddenly suffer from a severe hemorrhage? The household had not summoned a physician, as the appointed physician had taken leave the previous day due to other matters. The lady of the house did send someone to fetch the doctor using the Lord's invitation. Yet the physician who arrived was the orthopedic specialist, Dr. Liu, while the gynecologist, Dr. Sun, had been summoned to the palace by imperial decree. That wretched old crone. Upon hearing this, Duanyang's face turned ashen with anger, and she couldn't help but gnash her teeth in resentment. Brother, do not speak such nonsense. No matter her faults, she is still the lady of the house. We must not insult our superior. Madame Man reprimanded sternly. Bah, what kind of superior is she? Our true superiors are only the grand lady, the lord, the first lady, the young master, and the madam, Duanyang retorted, her indignation palpable. Madame Man sighed deeply, lowering her voice to say, Brother, we may think such thoughts in our hearts, but we cannot voice them openly. Regardless, the lord has formally married her. Though she is the step-lady, he has granted her a title, and she is now the legitimate lady of the North Town. We must not dare to undermine her status. Humph, sister, continue. Who saved the lady, and how was she taken away by the matriarch? Duanyang inquired, her defiance still evident. As she recalled that fateful day, Madame Man couldn't help but chuckled. It was our young masters who displayed remarkable intelligence. Upon hearing that the lady was in labor, the second young master instructed the brothers A Yong and Ali to look after the third young master while he stealthily sought out the eldest young master. The eldest young master immediately took leave from his studies and rushed back to be by the lady's side. Just as he arrived at the gate, he encountered Dr. Liu, who had been summoned. It was unclear how the eldest young master knew that Dr. Liu was not proficient in gynecology. Without even a moment's hesitation, he turned and hurried to the residence of the Grand Matriarch, who promptly entered the palace to seek the Empress. The Empress then ordered Dr. Sun to hurry to our residence, thus rescuing the lady from the clutches of death. Madame Man recounted the events in a matter of moments. Yet the memory of that day still sent shivers down her spine. It had been a perilous situation indeed, had the second young master not sought out the eldest young master, and had the eldest young master not recognized the impending danger and rushed to summon the Grand Matriarch, who then decisively sought the Empress, in turn, commanding the Imperial Guard to swiftly deliver Dr. Sun. Any delay in these steps could have cost the lady her life. Now that both the lady and the young lady were at the Grand Matriarch's residence, I shall go pay my respects to the lady, Duanyang declared, preparing to rise from the bed to put on her shoes. Do not rush, I have something of great importance to discuss with you. Rest for a moment while I prepare a bowl of noodles. We can converse over the meal, Madame Man said, pushing her brother back onto the bed and casting him a disapproving glance. Duanyang's eyes were bloodshot from fatigue, his lips cracked and bleeding. Madame Man, having raised him single-handedly after their mother passed away, felt a deep pang of concern for him. Sister, Duanyang began, wanting to protest, but the innate bond of blood compelled him to relent at her fierce gaze. It was still early, the lady was in confinement and should not be disturbed. You should sleep a while longer. After you eat, it will be the perfect time to visit without waking the lady, Madame Man explained impatiently, pressing him back down onto the bed and covering him with a thin blanket. In no time, Duanyang had succumbed to sleep, his exhaustion evident. Approximately half an hour later, Madame Man returned with a bowl of light, refreshing noodles. However, Duanyang, burdened with worry, could not rest and immediately sat up upon her entrance. Rubbing his eyes, he smiled and said to sister, "The noodles you made are simply delightful." Duanyang devoured the noodles eagerly, and Madame Man quietly inquired, "Brother, on the day the lady gave birth to the young lady, the wet nurse Wang encountered an attack in the back garden, losing a significant portion of her hair and scalp, revealing her ghastly white skull. And one of her eyes was pecked out. That injury bears all the hallmarks of Heiress doing. Heiress has also gone missing. I wonder if it has flown to Yongning Pass." The lady of the house was furious, declaring her intent to kill Heiress. Indeed, Heiress departed for Yongning Pass before dawn 4 days ago. The young master ordered me to return and discover what transpired in the household. Sister, what on earth happened? Duanyang hastily finished his noodles, pushing the bowl aside as he pressed for answers. Madame Man furrowed her brow, shaking her head. I do not know precisely what transpired. When the lady gave birth, the lady of the house was stationed outside with guards, while only 2 midwives, Lu and Shan, along with Ruiyun and Ruishua, were present with Our Lady. All others were kept away by the lady of the house. Yes, at that time, the wet nurse Wang was right beside the lady of the house. She was by the lady of the house. When was she injured? Duanyang mused, frowning. Heiress is quite intelligent. Unless there is a compelling reason, it would never attack anyone unprovoked. The evidence of Wang's injuries was too conspicuous to deny Heiress' involvement, a point Duanyang could not refute. I heard that not long after the young lady was born, the lady seemed to be stable and hadn't suffered a hemorrhage yet. Madame Man reflected on the information she had gathered over the past few days. Uncertainty lacing her words. What truly happened? How did Wang end up in the back garden when the lady's courtyard is quite distant? Duanyang questioned, his brow furrowed. Indeed, it is most peculiar that after Wang was injured, the lady of the house first flew into a rage, demanding the capture of Xianer, only to suddenly issue a gag order forbidding anyone from discussing the matter. I had to exert considerable effort to uncover even this much. Madam Man replied, her own brow creased in thought. Duanyang pondered for a moment before softly saying, Sister, if you were found out by the lady of the house for secretly gathering information, you may find yourself in significant trouble. Oh, do not worry, Madam Man waved her hand dismissively, smiling, I have my father-in-law and your brother-in-law to back me. As long as she cannot pin any overt wrongdoing on me, she cannot harm me. I cannot leave. I must keep an eye on the household for the lady. If I do not, it will become increasingly difficult until she returns. He Man's father, He Goer, was a close aide to the late lord. Having once saved his life on the battlefield, he had been rendered unable to serve due to a loss of an arm to a barbarian's blade and was now supported by the house of the North Duke. He-Man had grown up within the Duke's residence, intimately familiar with its affairs. Though merely a second steward, his opinions often carried more weight than those of the chief steward appointed by the lady of the house. The lady of the house had refrained from taking action against Madam Man, partly due to her cautious approach that left no room for fault and partly due to her concern for He Goer and his son. Chapter 8, a glimpse of clarity. Upon hearing her sister's account of the household affairs, Duanyang hurriedly made his way to the residence of the Grand Scholar. On the day of the lady's childbirth, his sister had been kept outside and thus had limited knowledge of the events. He needed to inquire directly from the lady and the maids who served her that day. The Grand Scholar's residence was not far from the North Duke's. Situated in Luanfang, merely 4 streets apart. An adult could walk there in about half an hour. By carriage or horseback, it would take just a quarter of that time. Duanyang, burdened with concern, hurriedly arrived at the Grand Scholar's residence in just over 2/4 of an hour. The gatekeepers recognized him, so he did not need to wait outside but entered directly, making his way to the second gate to wait, within the unwed chamber of the young master's wife. Lady Ning, who was in confinement, tears brimmed in her eyes, her brow furrowed with distress. Her mother, the old matriarch Chui, sat beside her, offering gentle words of comfort, yet these soothing words had little effect, and Lady Ning's spirits remained low. As the old matriarch tenderly reassured her daughter, a young maid outside reported, Madam, the young master Duanyang is requesting to see you at the second gate. Upon hearing the maid's words, a flicker of hope ignited in Lady Ning's eyes. She quickly said, Mother, it must be Zishou's Duanyang returning. Please arrange for him to come in. I have matters to discuss. The Grand Scholar's wife, Lady Chui, sighed softly. Very well, my dear, I shall arrange it. However, Xianer, you must not tell Duanyang that the little girl is not your own. A flash of stubbornness and anguish crossed Lady Ning's features as she gritted her teeth, replying, Mother, they say a mother and daughter share a bond. If she truly were my daughter, how could I not acknowledge her? The old matriarch sighed in resignation, speaking softly, we must ascertain the truth before making any declarations. You gave birth but 2 hours ago. And I was by your side. The maids were all watchful, so how could it be? Alas, it remains unclear. If we were to mention this to the young master, would it not distract him? Trust me. Tell Duanyang everything is well, do not let him worry, he is a man of war and cannot be burdened with such concerns. Your father and brothers are also invested in this matter and have dispatched people to investigate. Let us await the results before speaking further, shall we? Lady Ning lowered her head, contemplating, before responding quietly, I will heed your words and remain silent for now. Only then did the old matriarch feel reassured. Instructing someone to admit Duanyang. Given that Lady Ning was in confinement, she could not meet Duanyang directly and instead asked him to communicate from outside the window. Duanyang bowed and greeted her outside. Inquiring about her husband's well-being, throughout this exchange, the old matriarch held Lady Ning's hand, preventing her from voicing her unreliable thoughts. Lady Ning was a woman of her word, having promised her mother. She refrained from mentioning anything about the little girl not being her own. Instead, she asked Duanyang why he had returned to the capital so suddenly and if the young master had any messages. Duanyang recounted the events surrounding Xianer's urgent flight to Yongning Pass, explaining that the young master was concerned about the household and had specifically sent him back to pay his respects. Lady Ning, having narrowly escaped disaster in recent days, had not given Xianer a second thought, believing it was still at the Duke's residence under dedicated care. Upon hearing that Xianer had suddenly flown to Yongning Pass, he couldn't help but be taken aback. He immediately exclaimed, Why did Xianer suddenly go to Yongning Pass? Did it take anything with it? Upon hearing this, the old lady Chui furrowed her brow in helplessness and gently called out, Xianer, do not overthink, it may harm your spirit. Upon hearing the lady's question, Duanyang recounted in detail how Xianer had flown in during the early hours 4 days prior, when Ningshi learned that Xianer had clutched a piece of green embroidered satin with entwined lotus patterns. She became instantly agitated. Mother, the swaddling I embroidered with my own hands for the little girl was green. Due to her overwhelming emotions, Ningshi struggled to catch her breath, unable to finish her sentence. Xianer, do not rush, relax, calm down. the old lady Chui urged as she gently patted her daughter's back to soothe her. Huff, huff, mother, I am fine. Ningxia forced herself to steady her emotions, speaking in fragmented sentences. The old lady Chui, with a heart full of concern, gazed at her daughter's pale face and shook her head helplessly, commanding, quickly summon the elder master. All servants in the courtyard must withdraw. Today was a day of rest. And the national scholar Ning Jingyan had gone early to meet with the abbot of Xian Temple, Master Huitong. Ningxia's elder brother, the left minister of the Ministry of Justice Ning Yuenda, was at home. That he was exceptionally skilled in reasoning and solving cases. Previously, Ningxia often claimed that the little girl was not her biological child. The old lady Chui thought she was merely lost in thought and did not take it seriously, thus she did not mention it in front of the family, merely dismissing it in front of her daughter. And now, upon hearing Duanyang's account, the old lady Chui sensed something was amiss and began to take it seriously. Before long, all the servants had exited the courtyard, and the elder master Ning Yuenda rushed over. Duanyang quickly stepped forward to pay his respects, and Ning Yuenda casually waved his hand, saying, "Rise, Duanyang, why have you returned? Is there something concerning your general?" Before Duanyang could respond, the old lady Chui's voice came from within the room. "Elder brother, do not inquire just yet. Listen to what your sister and Duanyang have to say." Ning Yuenda slightly bowed towards the room and then took a seat on the chair that the servants had arranged. "Elder brother, after I gave birth, Lady Ho instructed that the little girl be brought outside for a look. The child taken outside was indeed my little girl, but the one returned was not." Ningxia began to sob uncontrollably, and Ning Yuenda was taken aback, swiftly rising to his feet, leaning closer to the window, and asking in a deep voice, "What do you mean, Xian? What exactly happened? Were there not trustworthy individuals by your side at that time? How could the little girl be swapped? Did the little girl have any birthmarks that you could see with your own eyes?" Ningxia shook her head, tears streaming down her face as she sorrowfully replied, "Elder brother, I did not see the little girl at that time, but Rui Shui told me that the little girl was unlike ordinary infants. Her entire body was as pure and white as jade, without even a trace of a birthmark. Although the other child was also fair-skinned, she was merely of ordinary complexion." "Then how do you know the little girl was swapped?" Ning Yuenda inquired, perplexed. "If it were merely a matter of a mother-child bond, that would be too far-fetched to serve as evidence." Ningxia wept. "I had previously embroidered 2 swaddles, one red and one green, red for boys and green for girls. I gave birth to a little girl, and Rueyan personally wrapped her in the green satin swaddle. However, when Lady Ho returned after looking at the little girl, though the swaddle was also green, it was not the one I embroidered myself." Before she could finish, overwhelmed by emotion, Ningxia fainted in her mother's embrace. The old lady Chui was alarmed and repeatedly called for the physician, Rueyun, who had been attending in the room, quickly rushed out to find the steward, while Rui Shui hurriedly brought some invigorating balm to apply to Ningxia's philtrum. The cooling sensation quickly revived Ningxia. "Xian, your emotions are too heightened now. I will not inquire further for the moment. The matter regarding the little girl rests with your elder brother. Rest assured, he will investigate thoroughly." Ning Yuenda contemplated for a moment before raising his voice within the room. Ningxia tightly grasped her mother's hand, tears streaming down her cheeks as she said, "Mother, do you believe me?" The old lady Chui nodded earnestly, saying, "Xianer, I believe you. Take care of yourself and do not cry any further. Rest assured, your elder brother will certainly get to the bottom of this matter." And Ningxia weakly nodded, turning to the window and softly saying, "Duanyang, do not rush back to Yongning Pass. Wait until everything is clarified before you report back." Duanyang quickly bowed in response and then looked up at Ning Yuenda, forming a silent gesture that he still had matters to report. Ning Yuenda nodded, lowering his voice significantly. "Follow me." Duanyang bowed to the room, stating, "Madam, please rest assured and take care of your health. I will take my leave now." A soft came from within the room, and only then did Duanyang hurriedly leave with Ning Yuenda. Chapter 9, Analysis. Duanyang followed the elder master Ning Yuenda swiftly to the study in the front courtyard. Ning Yuenda instructed the servants to withdraw to the courtyard and opened all the windows of the study, ensuring no one could eavesdrop. Before speaking in a serious tone, "Duanyang, tell me everything in detail, leaving out no particulars." Duanyang bowed and replied, in response to the elder master, "I arrived in the capital this morning. I did not dare to alarm the people of the Ho residence but quietly went to my sister's home. She shared with me the information she had gathered in recent days." Ning Yuenda nodded, knowing that Duanyang's sister was Luyan. Luyan was perceptive yet faithful and honest, making her the most trusted person by his sister's side. She had stayed behind at the Ho residence to oversee the courtyard and storage. "My sister said that on the day in question, the lady was taking her usual stroll in the garden when someone had spilled oil on the path, covering it with fine sand, making it undetectable unless one looked closely. That is how the lady slipped and experienced a premature birth." She mentioned that they had not yet discovered who had committed this underhanded act. Upon hearing this, Ning Yuenda nodded, his expression cold. "It seems she has indeed suffered from foul play. It is despicable how that old hag managed to keep it concealed, with that old hag shielding them." It will be even harder to uncover the culprit. Naturally, the entire Ning family would not refrain from investigating why their lady had unexpectedly given birth prematurely. However, the people of the Jinbei-ho residence insisted that the young lady had merely slipped and fallen. Failing to mention the oil and sand on the path. Is there any further news? Ning Yuenda inquired. There is. The nurse who had been with the lady was originally in the lady's courtyard. But after the lady ordered for the young miss to be brought out for a look, the nurse was later attacked in the back garden by Shinner, suffering a head injury and losing sight in one eye. The lady was initially furious and ordered for Shinner to be killed, but then she sealed the matter, forbidding anyone from mentioning it. If it were not for the fact that the woman who carried the nurse had previously received favors from the young master, this would have been even more difficult to uncover. Duanyang replied angrily. Ning Yuenda's expression darkened upon hearing this, and he furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a moment, he asked, "Did your sister manage to find out any details about the scene of the nurse's injury?" Duanyang hesitated before saying, "My sister had an opportunity to sneak into the back garden yesterday. She said there were no unusual signs, and the ground was quite clean, except for some disturbed earth beside an old plum tree." "What?" Ning Yuenda leaped to his feet, exclaiming in shock. A terrifying thought suddenly surged in his mind. Duanyang, startled, quickly asked, "Elder Master, what is it? That cannot be." "Duanyang, you must find a way to sneak back into the Ho residence tonight and dig at the disturbed ground beside the plum tree in the back garden to see if there is anything," Ning Yuenda instructed gravely in a low voice. Duanyang paused, seemingly understanding something, and immediately gritted his teeth, responding, "There is no need to wait until nightfall. I shall go now." With that, he turned to leave. "No, do not act rashly. We cannot alert the enemy. We shall go at the third watch." Ning Yuenda firmly grasped Duanyang, speaking in a low voice, with both the Jinbei-ho and the young master absent from home. The lady of the Ho residence held absolute power. Should Duanyang go recklessly, he might be accused of theft or assassination, making it difficult for him to defend himself. Duanyang, momentarily taken aback, clenched his fists tightly. Forcing out a single word through gritted teeth, "Duanyang, have your sister discreetly inquire whether there have been any girls born within the last 10 days from the lady's family," Ning Yuenda instructed after pondering for a moment. Having been involved in many cases at the Ministry of Justice, his mind was particularly sharp, and he quickly thought of several possibilities, one being that the lady of the Ho had substituted her niece with a girl from her mother's family. As for the reason behind the child swap, Ning Yuenda could deduce it without much thought. That wretched stepmother of the Jinbei-ho had always viewed his sister and her husband as thorns in her side, thus could never tolerate their happy lives. If she could create obstacles for them, that old hag would stop at nothing. However, this was not the primary reason. The most crucial reason, Ning Yuenda sighed as he contemplated. Realizing how power and wealth could corrupt the heart, his brother-in-law was a companion to the current emperor, having grown up alongside him, and their childhood bond was extraordinary. His sister was also the closest confidant of the current empress. They had long been promised to each other since childhood, a betrothal recognized even by the emperor himself. This was common knowledge among the officials and the people of the capital. It could be said that the entire city was watching Ning Shi's pregnancy closely. As long as she gave birth to a girl, she would undoubtedly become the crown princess. However, upon giving birth to 3 sons in a row, just as families with daughters of suitable age for the crown prince were beginning to breathe a sigh of relief. Who would have thought that Ning Shi, already in her 30s, was once again with child? While the majority eagerly anticipated that this time she would bear a son, there were bound to be others harboring different intentions. As long as the Ning family produces a daughter, that daughter shall become the crown princess. If one could surreptitiously substitute their own daughter for the Ning families, then unimaginable wealth and status would surely be within reach. The more Ning Yuenda contemplated this, the more he furrowed his brow. The future crown princess could only be the daughter of his sister and brother-in-law, even if a swap were to occur. The person who initiated the exchange would neither dare nor be able to reclaim their daughter. Thus, what connection would such immense fortune have with them? Why would anyone risk the annihilation of their entire lineage for something so thankless? This simply does not add up. Duanyang, forget it. You have spent so much time on the borders and so little in the estate that asking you would yield no answers. You may retire for now. This evening I shall send someone to accompany you for a nocturnal reconnaissance of the Marquis's residence. Ning Yuenda intended to inquire further, but upon recalling Duanyang's limited time in the capital over the years, he opted to remain silent. "Young master, I take my leave," Duanyang said, bowing respectfully as he withdrew. However, instead of resting, he deftly made his way to the eastern courtyard. The eastern courtyard in the front yard of the college scholar's residence was where the young master studied. The family academy was situated within the main house of the courtyard, with 3 small study rooms on either side. Duanyang surmised that his family's 3 young masters must be present in the eastern courtyard at this hour. "Second young master, Uncle Duanyang has returned." A small servant hurriedly dashed into the first study room of the west wing, approaching a boy who was diligently practicing calligraphy, and joyously reported the news. The boy furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. He chose not to respond immediately. Instead, he finished the character he was writing, gently placed the brush on the stand, and then turned to gaze out the window. where he indeed spotted Duanyang beaming with a smile, standing by the window. This composed boy, who bore little resemblance to a child, was none other than the second son of Cheng Sai's in the Ning family. Cheng Jinju, this child was a prodigy, possessing an exceptional memory. He had begun his studies at the age of 3, and now, at not yet 7, had already mastered the 4 books and 5 classics. Cheng Jinju quickly exited the room and softly inquired, "Uncle Duanyang, did father send you back?" Duanyang smiled and bowed, replying, "Greetings to the second young master. In response to your question, it was the young master who commanded me to return." "How is the second young master, and how fares the eldest and third young master?" Cheng Jinju invited Duanyang into the room, instructing the servant to prepare tea, and, with an air of maturity beyond his years, stated, "Elder brother as well. He is currently training at the Pingnan Marquis' residence and will return this afternoon with our third uncle. Younger brother is napping, and we are all quite well." Each time Duanyang faced his second young master, he felt as though he were being scrutinized by a teacher in a classroom. Although Cheng Jinju was remarkably adorable, akin to a golden boy before the Bodhisattva Guanyin, he rarely smiled and always wore a serious expression, which made others uneasy. "Uncle Duanyang, your return is timely. Father is currently away from the capital, and mother is in confinement, so I have a matter I require your assistance to investigate." Without waiting for Duanyang to speak, Cheng Jinju solemnly began. Duanyang's expression grew serious as he promptly replied, "Please, second young master, instruct me." "Uncle Duanyang, I suspect my sister has been swapped. The girl currently in the residence is not my true sister. Please investigate," Cheng Jinju commanded, his small face stern, causing Duanyang's eyes to widen in astonishment. Indeed, there was something amiss. "Uncle Duanyang, do you know something? Also, why have you suddenly returned to the capital? Did Xian'er go to Yongning Pass?" Cheng Jinju's rapid-fire questions left Duanyang gasping in shock. How could this child, not yet 7, possess such keen insight? He had not uttered a word, yet every question struck precisely at the heart of the matter. In response to the second young master, Xian'er arrived at Yongning Pass 4 days ago. Duanyang relayed all the information he had without reservation. Chapter 10, Night Reconnaissance at the Marquis' residence at the witching hour. The crescent moon hung like a hook, and the stars dimmed beneath the night sky. Duanyang, accompanied by a guard from Ning Yuanda's side, scaled the over 1-meter-high wall of the Marquis of Jinbei's rear courtyard. Landing silently on the ground like a cat, Duanyang and the guard pressed closely against the courtyard wall, holding their breath for a moment to ascertain that no night watchmen were patrolling. Exchanging glances, they nodded in silent agreement. Duanyang took the lead, and the guard followed closely behind. The two deftly maneuvered behind the flowering trees and stealthily made their way to the old plum tree. "This is the spot." Duanyang meticulously searched beneath the old plum tree for some time before finally locating the area his sister had mentioned, where the earth appeared disturbed under the faint moonlight. The guard nodded in acknowledgement and unfastened a small leather pouch from his back, extracting 2 short rods and a small shovel. With a couple of quick clicks, a half-arm-length shovel was assembled. Observing the area of disturbed earth, which was not extensive, merely 2 feet square, Duanyang abandoned the idea of assembling another small shovel and instead whispered, "Be cautious, do not dig too deep." The guard nodded and began to dig with utmost care. Duanyang, while listening for any sounds around them, kept his eyes fixed on the ground. The previously disturbed soil had been excavated, yet nothing surfaced. Duanyang couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh of relief, exclaiming softly, "Thank goodness, nothing was found." The guard was momentarily taken aback by this statement. He had always hoped to uncover something when digging, yet Duanyang seemed to wish for the opposite. Curiosity flickered in the guard's eyes as he glanced at Duanyang. However, Duanyang had no time to explain, swiftly taking the small shovel from the guard's hand and quickly filling in the hole, even walking over it several times to compact the earth. "Brother Lu, since we have come this far, shall we not investigate further?" An idea suddenly struck Duanyang, and he whispered. The guard nodded, having been instructed before leaving that this endeavor would follow Duanyang's lead, and thus he had no objections. After some contemplation, Duanyang led the guard forward. They walked for at least a quarter of an hour until they reached the wall at the back of the eastern courtyard of the 3-entry courtyard. Throughout their journey, they had encountered no patrolling servants. Duanyang felt a mix of relief and irritation. Under the previous matriarch's management, the patrolling servants had never dared to be so negligent. It had been the late Marquis' established rule that the servants must patrol the estate every hour during the night. Now, with the new matriarch in charge, even this rule had been abolished, suggesting that the household had lost any semblance of order. "Brother Lu, that room over there, shall we climb onto the roof?" Duanyang inquired softly. Having located the room his sister had mentioned, the guard nodded, and together they leapt onto the wall and then onto the roof of the targeted building. Duanyang cautiously lifted a tile to peer inside. Fortunately, the room was not engulfed in darkness. A small flickering flame emitted a dim, yellowish light. A young maid was slouched on a footstool, dozing beside the bed, her fallen fan of banana leaves nearby. Perhaps having exhausted herself from fanning, on the bed lay a woman, her head wrapped in thick cloth, lying eerily still, her chest barely rising and falling. It was uncertain whether she was alive or dead. She was presumably the injured Wang Momo brother Lu. This wicked woman, should we not capture her and bring her back for the master to interrogate? Duanyang whispered. The guard pondered for a moment before shaking his head, saying, that may not be wise. Even if we can successfully capture her, she would not serve as evidence. Ning Yuenda's guards were somewhat rigid and overly cautious, still adhering to the procedural mindset of handling cases. Duanyang frowned and whispered, what need have we for evidence? We are seeking the truth, not adjudicating a case. The guard was momentarily taken aback by Duanyang's retort but still shook his head in disagreement. Not advisable. The master instructed us not to act rashly. Just as they were quietly debating on the rooftop, the sleepy maid suddenly slipped and fell onto the footstool. Jolting awake, she quickly straightened up, grabbing the fan and starting to wave it. After a few moments, noticing that the woman on the bed was utterly still, she recalled that she had been groaning persistently earlier in the night. The maid hurriedly approached and softly called out, Wang Momo, Wang Momo. After several calls yielded no response, the maid's body trembled with fear. She shakily reached out to check Wang Momo's breath, finding no sign of life. When she pushed Wang Momo, her touch revealed a coldness. The maid fell back in horror, letting out a piercing scream. The shriek was so chilling that it illuminated every room in the courtyard. A disheveled woman burst into Wang Momo's room from the adjacent chamber. On the rooftop, the guard pulled Duanyang to flee, but Duanyang firmly grasped him, pressing close to the roof, and whispered, we cannot run now. If we do, we risk being discovered. Let us hide until the coast is clear. After the scream echoed, an angry, sharp female voice rang out from the main house. What has transpired? Moments later, a senior maid rushed out from the main house, colliding with a woman of about 50. The collision caused the maid to stagger back several steps, rubbing her shoulder that had been hurt in the encounter, while angrily scolding, Chen Momo, are you trying to get yourself killed? Must you hurry to your demise? The angry maid berated. Oh, I beg your pardon, I beg your pardon. It is all my fault, Lady Jean Feng. Please do not be angry. It is true. Something has happened. Wang Momo has just passed away. Chen Momo spoke quickly, explaining the situation. What? You say my aunt has died? How can that be? The doctor said just yesterday that she was fine. The maid named Jean Feng was taken aback, grasping Chen Momo's arm in disbelief. Oh my dear girl, how could I dare to lie about such a matter? Truly, Wang Momo has passed. Her body is already cold, Chen Momo replied, feigning sadness while her eyes glinted with a hint of glee. A gust of wind swept past Jean Feng as she hurriedly dashed towards Wang Momo's chamber. Behind her, Chen Pozi let out a derisive snort before hastening to the main hall just as Chen Pozi was summoned into the room. Jean Feng returned in a flurry, exclaiming, Madam, Wang Momo, she has passed away. Sitting beside the intricately carved crimson bed, a stunning middle-aged woman, who was waiting for her maid to assist her with dressing, furrowed her brow upon hearing the news and inquired in a low voice. She seemed well just yesterday, how could she suddenly be gone? Chapter 11, Approaching the Truth. In the main hall, of the maids and matrons, upon learning of Wang Momo's demise, reacted with varying emotions. Some were secretly alarmed, being among the few privy to the truth, while others felt a sense of elation realizing that without Wang Momo to obstruct them, their rise to power would be considerably easier. Yet, there was not a single soul genuinely mourning Wang Momo. After all, her tendency to assert dominance over the other servants, leveraging the authority of the madam, had earned her no goodwill. A maid approached, carrying a silver-red garment, ready to assist the madam in dressing. Wang Momo was a highly capable individual. Surely the madam would want to take a final look. However, the madam of the Jinbei Marquis, Li Shi, waved her hand dismissively and replied coolly, enough, everyone disperse, send a matron to keep watch. Tomorrow morning, have Wang Dong's wife come and carry the body back. Jean Feng, you shall return home with your mother tomorrow. About Yu Lu, prepare 20 taels for burning burial silver for Jean Feng. The weather is hot. We cannot delay, the burial must take place tomorrow. Wang Dong was Jean Feng's biological father and Wang Momo's nephew. Wang Momo had been sent back to her family due to her inability to bear children, and she had devoted herself to supporting her relatives, hoping for someone to care for her in her old age. The room was filled with bows and curtsies as the maids and matrons complied and withdrew. Only Jean Feng and the maid with the garment remained. That maid swiftly placed the clothing down, opened a small box, and retrieved 2 silver ingots, cheerfully walking over to Jean Feng and kindly saying, Jean Feng, tomorrow will be busy. Here is the silver for you now. To avoid any delays, Jean Feng felt a surge of anger within but dared not show it, nearly accepting the silver and kneeling to express her gratitude. She was well aware of the household's customs. For a servant of her aunt's status who had passed, the customary burial silver was only 10 taels. Li Shi sighed softly, expressing her regret. Tomorrow, be sure to burn more paper money. Alas, your aunt was truly unfortunate. She had but a few years of good fortune before. As she spoke, Li Shi dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief, revealing a fleeting glimpse of sorrow. Jean Feng respectfully withdrew, oblivious to the flicker of relief that crossed the madam's face, which was observed by Yu Lu, who couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the deceased. Yu Lu was among the rare few who understood the circumstances. She knew all too well that Wang Momo had died for the madam, and although the lives of the servants were always at the mercy of their masters, The madam's indifferent dismissal of the situation left her with an unpleasant feeling. Recalling tales from the older servants about how the late madam had treated her subordinates, Yu Lu couldn't help but lament her own misfortune at not having encountered such a benevolent mistress. Perched on the roof, Duan Yang and the guards noted the sudden stillness in the courtyard. As the lights from various rooms extinguished one after another, the guards frowned and shook their heads. While Duan Yang let out a cold laugh, already aware that the new Madame Li Shi was a heartless individual, fixated solely on her own interests, Duan Yang and the guards soon departed from the Marquis's residence. And by the time they returned to the residence of the Grand Scholar, dawn was breaking and the household servants were already sweeping the courtyard. The masters had left for court, and those required to attend had already departed. Duan Yang and the guards returned to their quarters to rest, especially Duan Yang, who had not slept for 4 consecutive nights and was utterly exhausted. Duan Yang, wake up for lunch, a youthful voice called from outside. No response came from within, prompting the young servant to enter, carrying a food box. Inside, Duan Yang lay sprawled on the bed fast asleep. The servant chuckled and approached, nudging him awake. Duan Yang groggily sat up, squinting at the intruder, and frowned. Enax, what mischief are you up to? I'm in the midst of a delightful slumber. Enax grinned and replied, Uncle Duan Yang, it's not me causing the disturbance. It's the second young master who sent me to bring you lunch. Duan Yang exclaimed in surprise, is it already noon? How could I have slept so long? As he spoke, he sprang up, hastily dressing and preparing to rush out. Enax caught his arm, laughing. Uncle Duan Yang, don't be alarmed, the master instructed not to wake you, seeing that it was already past noon and you hadn't risen. The second young master worried you might harm your stomach from hunger. So he asked me to bring you lunch. He said you should eat before going back to sleep. Duan Yang chuckled, recognizing the second young master's intentions. He was clearly anxious, after quickly finishing his meal. Duan Yang headed to the east courtyard with Enax. Upon seeing Duan Yang, the second young master, Cheng Jinzhu, offered an apologetic smile, which softened his usually overly mature demeanor, revealing a hint of youthful innocence. Uncle Duan Yang, I'm sorry for disturbing your sweet dreams. Please accept my apologies, Cheng Jinzhu said, bowing slightly. Duan Yang swiftly stepped aside, aware that even though the second young master was still young, he was still his master. Being addressed as Uncle Duan Yang was a privilege he cherished, and he dared not accept formal apologies from the young master. You mean to say that I should have risen long ago? As he spoke, Duan Yang glanced at Enax, who appeared oblivious to the exchange. Cheng Jinzhu immediately added, Enax, the eldest brother was looking for you. You should hurry along. Enax acknowledged and dashed out. Uncle Duan Yang, have you discovered anything? Cheng Jinzhu inquired eagerly once Enax had left. Duan Yang smiled and replied, fortunately nothing has been uncovered. Cheng Jinzhu sighed in relief, his face brightening with a smile as he murmured, as long as nothing was found, that is good. Second young master Wang Momo passed away last night. Duan Yang said softly. Oh, she has died. That means we cannot obtain any testimony. Cheng Jinzhu frowned, expressing disappointment. Uncle Duan Yang, I pondered for quite some time yesterday. Do you think it's possible that Xian Er discovered Wang Momo intended to harm my little sister? It could have attacked her, rescuing my sister, and perhaps there was an accident on the way to deliver her to father. My sister might have fallen, and Xian Er could only grasp a small piece of the swaddling. Cheng Jinzhu gazed at Duan Yang, filled with hope. Duan Yang's eyes brightened upon hearing this, and he nodded. It is indeed a possibility. However, as he spoke, his expression darkened again, and Cheng Jinzhu, noticing the change, felt a tightening in his chest as his bright eyes dimmed. Both were struck by another possibility. Xian Er, being a hawk, flew high above. Could such a small infant survive a fall from such heights? Second young master, I shall set out immediately to search along the route, Duan Yang declared, preparing to leave. Cheng Jinzhu grabbed his arm and whispered, no, Uncle Duan Yang, you need to take Xian Er with you. Duan Yang nodded, very well, I will return to Yongning Pass to find Xian Er. Cheng Jinzhu shook his head again, stating firmly, father will not allow Xian Er to linger at Yongning Pass. It will return swiftly. Uncle Duan Yang, you should wait in the capital for Xian Er's return. Duan Yang considered this rationale and agreed, adding, second young master, do you think we should inform Uncle D? Cheng Jinzhu reflected for a moment before nodding. I will go speak with Uncle D. Uncle Duan Yang, you should rest well and conserve your strength. There will be much to do once Xian Er returns. Chapter 12, a dispute over name. Cize, your mother has written saying that your wife has given birth to a daughter. Has Xian Er brought the letter? In Yongning Pass, the Jinbei Marquis. Cheng Fuhu smiled at his son, Cheng Cize, while holding a letter. Cheng Cize's brow furrowed, revealing his displeasure. Even though his father had married Li Shi, he had never acknowledged her as his mother in his heart. At most, she was merely a stepmother. Xian Er came a few days ago but brought no news. Cheng Cize replied curtly, why, weren't you always hoping for a little girl, now that you have one? Why the long face? Cheng Fuhu teased, fully aware of his son's true feelings. Father, I am not unhappy, I just have not received any news. Cheng Cize retorted stiffly, since his biological mother passed away less than 3 months after her death. When his father married Li Shi, Cheng Cize had not spoken to him in a kindly manner. Cize, your mother did not wrong you. The moment you had a daughter, she was overjoyed and sent this letter. Chang Fu said, his eyes flashing with anger. He had always known that his son disapproved of his marriage to Li Shi, yet he could not remain a widower forever. Besides, Li Shi's brother Li Cheng had died on the battlefield saving him, and Li Chang's dying wish was for him to marry his sister. How could he refuse? Moreover, he had long since. Naturally, the final point was something Cheng Fu would never voice aloud. Father, my mother has long since passed away. Chang Sizhe could no longer restrain himself and coldly retorted, you ungrateful child. Cheng Fu was face flushed with indignation, but he could only curse himself inwardly. After all, he had spoken of Li Shi, not the deceased woman. In the end, there was no fault to be found in his son's words, at least on the surface. The original wife of Chang Buwa, Lady Jiang, mother of Chang Sizhe, was the eldest daughter from the esteemed residence of the late Grand Tutor. She was also Chang Buwa's mother. It was only after the venerable matriarch, Lady Su, humiliated herself and made repeated pleas that Lady Jiang, a paragon of beauty and intellect, was wed to Chang Buwa, an accomplished match worthy of a noble family, fit even for a queen had it not been for the couple's deep affection for their daughter and their unwillingness to see her suffer. Alongside Lady Su's promise that Chang Buwa would never take a concubine should the Jiang family agree to the union, the marriage would not have materialized. True to her word, even after Lady Jiang bore 3 daughters upon entering the marquisate, Lady Su firmly prohibited her son from taking a concubine. Eventually, when Lady Jiang gave birth to Chang Sizhe, and despite the toll it took on her health, preventing her from bearing more children, Lady Su still did not relent in allowing her son to take a second wife. It was only after Lady Jiang fell gravely ill and passed away that Lady Su consented to her son remarrying. However, when the chosen bride did not meet Lady Su's expectations, she refrained from reiterating her earlier prohibitions against concubinage. Originally, Lady Su had requested her son to observe a year of mourning for his wife. Yet she was unaware that he had already established a connection with Lady Li. To avoid scandal, Lady Su was compelled to permit her son to marry Lady Li merely 3 months after his wife's passing. In order to protect her grandchildren, Lady Su took it upon herself to raise all of Lady Jiang's children, 3 daughters and 1 son, while imposing a ban on Lady Li from managing household affairs before her arrival. Upon entering the marquisate, Lady Li had anticipated a life of grandeur, only to find herself deprived of any authority for a full 17 years, becoming a subject of ridicule among the elite ladies of the capital. 4 years ago, when Lady Su fell gravely ill, she transferred the management of the household to her granddaughter-in-law, Lady Ning, who proved to be an adept steward. With Lady Su's oversight, Lady Ning managed the household with remarkable efficiency. The reputable and upright reputation of the Marquis of Jinbei was well known throughout the capital. Following Lady Su's death 3 years ago, no one remained to restrain Lady Li, granting her the opportunity to assert herself in contest for control of the household. As a recipient of a noble title, Lady Li wielded the authority of a senior family member, and with the veil of filial piety cast over her, Lady Ning found herself in a precarious position. Ultimately, she had no choice but to compromise, albeit retaining authority over her own immediate family. Thus, the estate of the Marquis of Jinbei became effectively bifurcated, one half governed by the Marquis's wife, while the other remained under the stewardship of the heir's quarters. Were it not for this division, Lady Ning could not have safeguarded her 3 sons while her husband remained stationed at the border for extended periods. Had Lady Ning's health not deteriorated significantly during this time, she would not have allowed her mother-in-law to exploit her vulnerabilities to such a disadvantage. Initially, Lady Ning had delivered a healthy baby girl without complications, but upon witnessing the infant, who had been tended to by Lady Li swap swaddling cloths, her agitation led to a near-fatal hemorrhage. Father, do you have any matters to discuss? Chang Sizhe inquired coolly, noticing his father's sullen countenance. Chang Buwa, feeling increasingly vexed by the coldness of his son's question, replied curtly, I have a granddaughter now, and I have named her Qinghan. Chang Sizhe raised an eyebrow in astonishment, casting a bewildered look at his father, although he was aware of the adage that a son should not speak ill of his father. He could not fathom how his father, with his rudimentary literacy, could conjure such a delicate name as Qinghan. It was not a matter of disdain, rather, based on his father's naming capabilities, he had expected something far simpler. Perhaps something like big girl or little girl. Father, is this truly the name you chose? Chang Sizhe could not restrain his curiosity. Cheng Buwa's face flushed with embarrassment, though his dark complexion masked it well. Of course, it is my choice, he snapped. Then I appreciate your kind intentions, but I had already selected names beforehand. If it were a boy, he would be called Jinbai, and if a girl, a Jinxin. Chang Sizhe asserted resolutely. You ungrateful child, you won't even accept a name from your father? Chang Buwa shouted in frustration, unfazed by his father's outburst. Chang Sizhe calmly replied, Father, the character gene was bestowed by grandmother. My sons will carry it forward, and as for my precious daughter, she too deserves to have it. Since you insist on using familial bonds against me, I shall turn the tables and invoke grandmother's authority against you. Chang Sizhe mused internally. Chang Buwa was momentarily at a loss for words. His father had died in battle when he was merely 6 years old, leaving him to be raised by his mother alone. Chang Buwa held a deep respect and fear for his mother. Aside from defying her wishes regarding marrying Lady Li, every other matter was dictated by her. Lady Su, Cheng Buwa never dared to voice dissent. How about naming her Cheng Jinxin officially, while affectionately calling her Qing Han? Cheng Buwa suggested with a strained smile. Cheng Xija, seeing his father soften, reflected that the choice of a nickname was trivial, as the official name would still be Cheng Jinxin. He nodded in agreement. Very well, father, but let it be clear that this is merely a nickname. Cheng Buwa, relieved by his son's concession, nodded repeatedly. Agreed, it shall be just a nickname. Chapter 13, the clue severed after several days. Xian'er returned to the capital from Yongning Pass bearing a message. It first circled the Marquis of Jinbei's residence, failing to locate the lady of the house, before swiftly flying to the residence of the Grand Scholar. Upon reading the letter brought back by Xian'er, Lady Ning coldly remarked, since the old Marquis has deemed the name Qinghan fitting, let it be so, lest it tarnish the name Jinxin, which she does not deserve. Lady Ning was increasingly convinced that her biological daughter had been swapped by Lady Li. Jinxin was the name destined for her true daughter. How could it be bestowed upon an unknown child? Xian'er, did your husband mention anything? The concerned matriarch, Lady Cui, inquired, noticing her daughter's troubled expression after reading the letter. Lady Ning shook her head and replied softly, he said little, merely that the Marquis had chosen a name for her. Additionally, he urged me to focus on my recovery, assuring me that he would handle everything. Lady Cui sighed inwardly but maintained a smile, saying, your husband is correct, your foremost task now is to recuperate. For your well-being is paramount to safeguarding your children. Lady Ning nodded firmly, affirming, you are right, mother. I had been mistaken. If I were to succumb to despair, it would only bring sorrow to those who care for me. My children, Song'er, Zhu'er, Fomer, and Xian'er, are still so young, I cannot afford to falter. Hearing this, Lady Cui finally exhaled a long breath, smiling as she said, my dear child, it seems you have finally come to your senses. Lady Ning bowed her head in shame. Mother, I have caused you worry. Lady Cui gently patted her daughter's hand and reassured her, child, you speak foolishly. As a mother, you surely understand the heart of a mother. As long as the children thrive, a mother will bear any burden without complaint. Seeing her daughter nodding earnestly, Lady Cui continued, good child, now that you have grasped this, focus on your recovery and refrain from any anxious thoughts. Your father, your brothers, and your husband will handle everything. You must regain your strength to protect the assets of the Marquis for Song'er and the others. We cannot allow those with ill intentions to seize what belongs to us. Lady Ning nodded in agreement, henceforth harboring a strong will to survive. She diligently took her medicine and rested, and indeed, her health gradually improved. Lady Ning firmly believed that the infant in the side room was not her biological daughter. She never allowed the maids or wet nurses to bring the child near her, nor did she inquire about her condition. Frankly, the fact that she had not sent the unknown child away was already a testament to Lady Ning's kindness. After watching her daughter take her medicine and settle down, Lady Cui finally left the room. Standing at the door, she cast a glance towards the west wing, her brow furrowing in contemplation. She had long harbored doubts. When her daughter had given birth to 3 grandsons, she had been overjoyed, but upon seeing this particular child, Lady Cui felt an inexplicable distaste. She was not one to favor sons over daughters. On the contrary, she cherished her granddaughters dearly. It was known that Lady Ning's family had a legacy of producing sons over daughters. For 3 generations, they had only one daughter, Ning Yuanxian, when Ning Yuanxian was born. Her father celebrated for 3 days with a banquet. Lady Cui had 3 sons, yet none of them had given her a granddaughter. Upon hearing that Ning Yuanxian might bear a girl, she and her husband had been ecstatic, already envisioning how they would dote on their granddaughter. Yet, when confronted with the infant, she felt not a trace of joy, only an overwhelming aversion, even a baseless resentment. Lady Cui was perplexed by her own feelings. Unable to comprehend why she would harbor such animosity towards a newborn. In hindsight, it could very well be the force of blood ties. This child was not her granddaughter, and thus, how could she feel joy? After Xian'er returned to the capital and rested for a day at the Grand Scholar's residence, Dongyang set out with it to search for the less-than-month-old infant girl. Only a week remained until the day of the grand celebration for the granddaughter of the Marquis of Jinbei. All ministers and their wives were watching the Marquisate in the Grand Scholar's residence, wondering why no invitations had yet been sent. The day Lady Cui entered the palace seeking medical attention, she almost caused a stir by attempting to take the heiress wife back to her family for confinement, making it a widely known affair throughout the court since Lady Li had taken charge of the household. News had leaked like a sieve. With a little silver, there was virtually no information that could remain undiscovered. Consequently, it is commonly known that the heir apparent's consort of the Jinbei Marquisate has recently given birth to a daughter. The future crown princess. The celebration for the future crown princess's first month is no trivial matter. The influential figures in the capital are eagerly awaiting which household will send invitations and to which venue they shall proceed for the banquet. Particularly, those who harbor animosity towards the Jinbei Marquisate, envious of the esteemed attention bestowed upon the heir, Cheng Xija, by the emperor, have long been intent on savoring this spectacle, indulging in all manner of gossip and slander. Reporting to the matriarch and the first lady, 2 wet nurses from the Jinbei Marquisate have arrived, claiming they wish to take our young lady back home, announced a maid, her beautiful visage marred by an expression of indignation. Upon hearing the maid's report, the first lady's son, who had been discussing household matters with her mother-in-law, could not help but furrow her brows in anger, exclaiming, 2 wet nurses believe they can simply take our young lady back? Pa, heartless blind fools, dreaming absurdly. Turning to her mother-in-law, son spoke vehemently. Mother, we cannot allow my sister to return so easily. Our beloved young lady has been cherished and nurtured by our family. Why should we allow them to treat her so disdainfully? The elderly matriarch, lightly patting her eldest daughter-in-law's hand, smiled gently and replied, Do not be agitated, that Lady Li is notoriously unruly, why bother with her? She then addressed to standing wet nurse Chen, Go and speak to those 2 women. Inform them that our young lady has indeed suffered a great ordeal. The imperial physician has declared she must remain in confinement for a full 2 months before she can be moved. Chen bowed in acquiescence and retreated to exit. Mother, can we keep Xian'er here indefinitely? What if someone uses this against father? Son voiced her concerns, her brow slightly furrowed. She understood well that it was unreasonable to forcibly detain a married daughter. The matriarch, smiling softly, replied, Naturally, we will not keep Xian'er here forever. However, the Marquisate cannot simply send 2 women to take her away. Our dear girl was wronged, and this matter must not be overlooked. It is a matter of dignity for our legitimate daughter to celebrate her first month in her own family. It is not merely a matter of face. Upon hearing this, son's expression brightened. What you say is true, mother, who in the capital does not know how dearly we cherish our daughter. How could we stand by and watch Xian'er be wronged? After concluding her statement, Sun glanced at the servants standing in the room and waved them away. As the servants filed out, Sun lowered her voice to ask, Mother, there is something I do not understand. I heard from Chang'er that you, Father Xian'er, and even the 3 brothers, have not spoken a word since you saw Xiao Qinghan. The matriarch sighed softly and replied, Originally, Xian'er was our own granddaughter. How could we not adore her? Yet, upon seeing that child, I felt an inexplicable loathing, even hatred. Not just me, even your father feels the same. Songren Jur do not like her either, and Fonger cried upon seeing the child, claiming she was not his sister. Sun's eyes widened in astonishment. Having just returned from visiting her family in Zhuojuan, over 200 miles from the capital, she was unaware of many details. How could this be? Is it possible that the child was swapped? As the daughter-in-law of a prestigious family, Sun was no fool. She was simply straightforward in her demeanor. The matriarch nodded, her brow furrowed. We all harbor such suspicions, yet we lack any evidence. Your husband is currently investigating discreetly, lacking evidence. Does that mean, why should Xian'er raise a child of unknown origin? Sun exclaimed, her voice rife with indignation. Just then, footsteps were heard from outside, followed by the cheerful voice of a maid announcing, The young master has returned. Ning Yuenda entered, greeting his mother with a bow. Observing his somber countenance, the matriarch gently inquired, Yuenda, have your inquiries not gone well? Ning Yuenda replied gravely, Mother, I have discovered that Lady Li's niece gave birth to a daughter a few days ago. 10 days prior to Xian'er's child. The matriarch's heart tightened, and she leaned forward anxiously. Is that child still alive? What is the situation? The child is alive, but she bears a birthmark the size of a copper coin on her hand. Which cannot possibly be. Ning Yuenda shook his head, a bitter taste forming in his mouth. Alas, this cannot be. The matriarch sighed in disappointment, returning to her seat. Could it truly not be them? She murmured to herself. Mother, do not fret. I am still investigating, Ning Yuenda said. If only Xian'er could speak, he added, exasperation evident in his tone. Sun gasped in shock and quickly asked, What does Xian'er have to do with this? Ning Yuenda recounted the situation regarding Xian'er. After a moment's contemplation, Sun remarked, Mother, husband, do you think it possible that the wet nurse intended to harm the child, and Xian'er discovered this and took the child away? Intending to deliver her to the young master, Ning Yuenda agreed. That is our suspicion as well. Duanyang has already taken Xian'er to search. We can only hope. The thought of a newborn, one who had not yet even tasted her mother's milk, lost in the wilderness for nearly 20 days, filled them with despair. A somber expression settled upon the faces of the 3. Chapter 14, still scheming in the Jinbei Marquisate, the 2 wet nurses, having been rebuffed, knelt before Lady Ling, embellishing their tale of how the National College's matriarch had treated them unjustly, claiming they were dismissed without even being granted an audience, since becoming a 3rd-rank Marquis consort. Lady Li felt herself elevated above others. Now, witnessing the audacity of another 3rd-rank consort, the matriarch of the National College, to disregard her dignity, her face flushed with anger, her brows furrowed as she scolded. What an ungrateful wretch to dare insult a member of the Marquisate! As she prepared to unleash further wrath, a wet nurse standing nearby hastily intervened. Madam, it is imperative we retrieve the heir's wife and the young lady. The first month's celebration is but a few days away, and if, her words trailed off of the implication clear, must I, as the matriarch, personally fetch her? Lady Li retorted angrily. No maid or wet nurse dared to interject. Yet they all shared a common thought. Had it not been for Lady Li's excessive pride and her offense against the matriarch of the National College, the latter would not have been incensed enough to take the heir's wife and the 3 young masters back to her residence. Which family seeks a bone surgeon when their wife is in labor? Only a fool would commit such a blunder. It was evident that Lady Li, of a humble background, lacked the sense of propriety. Did she not realize how dearly the National College cherished the heir's wife? It was common knowledge that the request for the imperial physician had come from the lady's trusted confidant. The servants exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of the malice that lay behind Lady Li's actions. Those who had witnessed the scene knew that Lady Li had indeed wished for the heir's wife to suffer a grievous fate. Had it not been for the imperial decree in the hands of physician's son, accompanied by the imperial guard, they would not have even been allowed entry to the marquisate. Lady Li seethed in frustration, yet found herself powerless. If she dared to invoke filial piety, the National College could very well escalate the matter to the Golden Hall and seek the emperor's intervention. The capital was well aware of the National College's unwavering affection for their daughter. Furthermore, the emperor had long-standing ties with that detestable individual. Instruct the steward to send out invitations. We shall hold the first-month celebration on the 26th of July, Lady Li commanded coldly. She believed that by establishing a fait accompli, that Ning family would not dare to trample upon the honor of the marquisate and would be compelled to return obediently. Is this truly wise, madam? What if the heir's wife does not return? A wet nurse asked, her face etched with concern. If she dares not return, I shall go to the palace and report to the Empress Dowager. Let her not think she can act with impunity simply because the Empress protects her. The Empress Dowager still holds authority, Lady Li exclaimed, her voice rising with indignation. Madam, you absolutely must not. There is a saying, one flourishes, all flourish, one suffers, all suffer. If the Empress Dowager were to punish the heir's wife, it would bring disgrace upon our marquisate. Another wet nurse, aged and wrinkled, fell to her knees, urgently imploring her to reconsider. Are you suggesting that our madam should endure humiliation from her daughter-in-law? There is no world in which a daughter-in-law can humiliate her mother-in-law. Jean Feng interjected, raising an eyebrow and curling her lips in disdain. Jean Feng, cease your nonsensical prattle. Hu wet nurse shot her an admonishing glare. Madam, I act only in your best interest. Look, Hu wet nurse is scolding me. Jean Feng pouted, twisting her body in a display of feigned innocence towards Lady Li. Lady Li regarded the kneeling Hu wet nurse with an icy glare, her anger bubbling beneath the surface. Yet she recognized that Hu wet nurse had been specifically brought in by the Marquis and, despite lacking an official title, held significant influence. Lady Li understood her own humble origins. Without Hu wet nurse's assistance, she would be unable to manage the marquisate or navigate relations with other households. Thus, she could not treat her as she would a disobedient servant. What do you propose we do? Lady Li asked coldly, fixing her gaze upon the kneeling Hu wet nurse. Hu wet nurse sighed inwardly, contemplating her own retreat. It was not that she lacked dedication, it was simply that this new marquis consort was both foolish and obstinately stubborn, making her impossible to guide. After 4 years in the marquisate, Hu wet nurse felt as though she had aged 2 decades. Upon entering the household, she had but a few strands of white hair. Now she was nearly half gray. Madam, do not be angered. Why not allow this old servant to pay a visit to the heir's wife? Hu wet nurse suggested with resignation. Visit? What nonsense! Lady Li snapped back sharply. Madam, who was truly on the verge of exploding with rage, the request for a greeting was merely her euphemistic way of suggesting that she wished to offer counsel to the young masteress wife. Yet, this lady of the air, in her perpetual folly, managed to elevate her ignorance to new heights, failing even to comprehend the implied meaning behind such straightforward words. Madam, allow this old servant to first go and advise the young masteress wife. Madam, who said, her expression one of utter desolation, she silently reaffirmed her resolve. I must resign, no matter the compensation offered. I shall not continue. Very well, go quickly. Lady Li dismissed her, her agitation only intensifying. Madam, who swiftly arrived at the residence of the Minister of Rights, she clearly stated at the door that she had come to convey greetings to the young masteress wife. The attendants, unable to obstruct her entry, allowed her inside. Madam, should we permit that old woman to greet our esteemed young lady? A maid quietly inquired beside Lady Sunday. Lady Sun furrowed her brow and replied, if we deny her an audience, it would reflect poorly on our household. With a resigned sigh, she decided to pay a visit to the embroidered courtyard, where the chamber of the Lady Ning was located. That Madam who from our residence wishes to greet you. Given her esteemed position, it would be inappropriate to deny her. Do you prefer she greet you from outside, or shall we allow her to enter? Lady Sun gently squeezed her sister-in-law's hand, deliberately softening her tone. Elder sister-in-law, please let her in. Ning replied with a faint smile, though her complexion had grown even paler. Lady Sun sighed softly, warming her sister-in-law's hand in hers. Speaking tenderly, do not overthink this. Focus solely on your health. Look at your hands, they are so cold, it truly pains my heart. Before long, Madam, who was ushered in by a maid upon seeing the young masteress wife reclining against a dark green cushion adorned with pine and crane motifs. Madam, who involuntarily gasped in shock. Was this truly the young masteress wife? Her face was gaunt, devoid of flesh, reduced to mere skin stretched over bones. Those once substantial eyes now appeared unnaturally large, resembling 2 black holes, and her complexion was so pale it was nearly translucent, reminiscent of ice on a winter's day. Tears welled in Madam Hu's eyes as she knelt on the ground. Exclaiming, "This old servant has only just returned and heard. How could you, dear lady, be in such a state?" She recalled the vibrant and graceful young masteress wife of the past, and her words faltered. "Madam, will please rise and speak." Ning's voice was barely a whisper, almost imperceptible. Lady Sun cast a cool glance at the kneeling madam who and coldly commanded, "Our esteemed young lady has requested you to rise and address her." Madam, who being over 50 years old and suffering from ailments in her back and legs, complied, and stood wiping her tears as she asked, "May I inquire, esteemed lady, does our young mistress still find solace in the physician's remedies?" Lady Sun replied icily, "She is currently taking the medicine prescribed by Physician Sunday." Madam, who felt a pang of concern, contemplating silently, "This is rather troubling. Physician Sun is renowned as the finest in obstetrics, unparalleled in treating women's ailments, yet, it has been over 20 days, and why is there no sign of improvement? Observing her condition, it is clear she is unable to move about. How should I advise?" "Madam, you have conveyed your greetings to the young masteress wife, and she now requires ample rest and recuperation," Lady Sun stated with a hint of detachment. Madam, who pondered for a moment and hesitantly replied, "Indeed, esteemed lady, you speak wisely. However, our third young lady is nearing her full month. I wonder about the festivities for the month's celebration." Lady Li, having borne no sons, could only acknowledge the illegitimate child Cheng Xiu as her own, who now had 2 daughters. Thus, the third young lady born to Ning was the one in question. "Our esteemed young lady is fighting for her life. How could there be time for celebrations? Our matron has already decreed that the funds for the celebration be redirected to establish a porridge kitchen to pray for our young lady's health. Surely, your esteemed household wishes for her well-being as well?" Lady Sun's brows arched, casting a sharp glance at Madam, who, as she questioned coldly, Madam, who, knowing better than to disagree, could only nod fervently in agreement. She observed the young masteress wife, who had kept her eyes closed, understanding that her visit had been in vain, and bowed to take her leave. Once Madam who departed, Ning finally opened her eyes and looked towards her elder sister-in-law, expressing her guilt. "Elder sister-in-law, I've caused difficulties for the household." Lady Sun smiled at her words. "Silly sister, what are you saying? You are the treasure of our family. We would do anything for you. Spending a little silver on a porridge kitchen is nothing. As long as you recover swiftly, we would gladly part with any amount." Ning understood that her elder sister-in-law was fully aware of her true feelings, yet feigned misunderstanding merely to comfort her. She leaned against her sister-in-law's shoulder, whispering, "You are so kind." Lady Sun had married into the family when Ning was merely 3 years old, at a time when the old matriarch was pregnant with her third son, leaving her in a state of mental fatigue. For a time, Ning was almost raised beside her sister-in-law, and though they were related by marriage, their bond was akin to that of mother and daughter. Gently brushing Ning's hair, Lady Sun smiled, "We are both mothers now. There is no need to speak such foolishness. Sian heed your elder sister-in-law's advice. Let us not think of anything else. Just focus on your recovery. Once you regain your strength, there is nothing we cannot accomplish." During my recent visit to my family, I specifically sought a divination at the Bagua temple, and the oracle foretold that the old man lost his horse, which I believe relates directly to our little girl's fate. The master himself interpreted the oracle, so rest assured our little girl will be safe and sound. She is truly blessed. Is that so? Elder sister-in-law, did the master truly say that? You are not deceiving me, are you? Ning's eyes sparkled with joy. Do you think I could deceive you? Here, this is the oracle the master personally inscribed. Take a look for yourself." With that, Lady Sun produced a small yellow slip of paper and Ning snatched it eagerly, examining it closely before closing her eyes and murmuring, "Amitba, may the Bodhisattva protect us. Amitba, as long as my Shiner returns safely, I shall surely reconstruct the Bodhisattva's golden form in gratitude." Chapter 15, A rising storm in Yongning. Upon returning to the residence of the town North Marquis, Madam, who reported to Lady Li, not only relaying the truth but also exaggerating the severity of the young master's wife's condition. Upon hearing that the Minister of Rites had no intention of hosting a celebration for the full month, Lady Li's eyes widened in fury as she exclaimed, "Jinghan is our Marquis's legitimate granddaughter. What right does that impoverished family have to say there will be no celebration?" Madam, who felt compelled to clarify, "Madam, it is not that there will be no celebration, but rather that it has been changed to a porridge kitchen to pray for the young master's wife." She dares to think herself worthy. Lady Li scoffed, muttering something incomprehensible. "Reporting to you, Madam, the young master's wife is in a dire state. Her figure has become emaciated, and if she does not recuperate properly, I fear." Madam, whose brow furrowed as she spoke gravely. However, Lady Li simply laughed at this, derisively remarking, was it not said she was blessed? It appears her fortune is rather lacking. How could she compare to our Xianger?" Lady Li's Xianger referred to her niece, and during the initial marriage negotiations, Lady Li had wished for Chang Xijia to marry her niece. The town North Marquis was also inclined to have his son wed the daughter of his benefactor, even going so far as to report this to the old matriarch. Upon hearing this, Lady Su was incensed. Nearly fainting from rage, she unhesitatingly struck her son, berating him soundly. As previously mentioned, the town North Marquis was very much obedient to his mother, And upon witnessing her fury, he dared not insist on marrying his son to Lady Li's niece Li Lianxiang. Thus, Cheng Xizhe was left to be wed to the eldest daughter of the Minister of Rights. Ning Yuanxian, with the old matriarch overseeing the match. During the fortune-telling, the master had noted that Ning Yuanxian possessed an excellent fate, one that would benefit her husband and bear children. Since then, Lady Li had harbored resentment, leading to her bitter remarks. Though Madame, who had only been in the household for 4 years, she had often seen Li Lianxiang visiting under the pretense of seeing her aunt each time. It was remarkably timed, for whenever the young master Cheng Xizhe returned home, Li Lianxiang would invariably appear. Her demeanor and the glances she exchanged spoke volumes of her intentions. Madame, who thought to herself that there was little to discover that she did not already know. Madame, in my humble opinion, it would be wise for us to redirect the funds intended for the celebration to establish a porridge kitchen, praying for the young master's wife, Madame urged. In doing so, neither the young master nor his wife could object, and the Marquis would surely be pleased. Madame, who fearing Lady Li might act rashly, hastened to persuade her. What nonsense! With that silver, I could do anything else. It would make a better splash in the water. Lady Li could not fathom Madame Hu's intentions and retorted irritably. Madame Hu understood that Lady Li was notoriously obstinate. The more one persuaded her, the more she would resist. If she could convince Lady Li to forego the celebration, she would be satisfied. The porridge kitchen was merely a tactic to have Lady Li heed her counsel. Understanding Lady Li's avarice, Madame Hu realized that persuading her to part with silver for a porridge kitchen would be as difficult as extracting a tooth. It would be more prudent to seek a compromise. Just as Madame Hu finished her argument, the housekeeper entered to inquire whether invitations should be sent for the banquet. Upon reflecting on the letter she had received from the Marquis, which urged her not to provoke Ning, Lady Li waved her hand dismissively, exclaiming angrily, "What nonsense is this about inviting people for a banquet? Absolutely not." Madame Hu frowned, thinking to herself, "Endure, do not stoop to the level of such a coarse person. I shall write to the Marquis to resign from my post as the educator, and perhaps I might live a few more years." The long-awaited full-month celebration for the town North Marquis's legitimate granddaughter had yet to be organized. Thus, not long after, through the whispers of the curious, rumors began to spread that the town North Marquis's granddaughter was ill-fated, born to bring misfortune to her mother, and that the young master's wife was gravely ill. Bedridden, the news eventually reached the Empress and Emperor. After deliberation, the Empress ordered her most trusted female official to discreetly visit the Minister of Right's residence the following day, on her behalf, to inquire about Ning. Ning and the official engaged in a private conversation. The female official returned to the palace and conveyed the truth. Upon hearing it, the Empress immediately dismissed the notion of having the Crown Prince visit the Ning family mother and daughter, leaving everyone with the impression that she was utterly indifferent to the infant granddaughter of the Jinbei Marquis. The inaction of the Emperor and Empress reignited the ambitions of countless noble ladies and instilled in many ministers the hope of toppling Cheng Xizhe and replacing him as the favored courtier beside the Emperor. While the capital appeared tranquil on the surface, beneath it, tumultuous currents surged. Just as this undercurrent was beginning to develop, it was abruptly interrupted by a shocking piece of news. On the Shuan North Prairie beyond the Yangning Pass, the originally scattered tribes of the Naiman, Dada, and Hora united to form an alliance, gathering an army of 100,000, their sights set directly on the Yangning Pass, with only 50,000 troops stationed there. Facing the impending assault of 100,000 enemies, the Jinbei Marquis, while leading his forces to resist, sent an urgent 800-mile report to the capital requesting reinforcements for the Yangning Pass. On the road, as Duanyang led Xian'er in search of their young mistress, they encountered a young officer delivering the urgent report from Yangning Pass. Without dismounting, the officer called out from his horse, "Duanyang, the Hu people's army of 100,000 is invading. Hurry back before galloping off towards the capital." At that moment, Duanyang had already followed the Sangha River downstream and reached the outskirts of Langshan in the midstream, having received no news of the young mistress. Despair began to settle in. It had been more than a month since her birth, and how could a newborn survive alone for so long? It was feared that the young mistress had already met with misfortune. Upon hearing about the Hu people's invasion, Duanyang's anxiety surged. He knew too well the temperament of his master. Whenever the Hu people invaded, his master was always at the forefront, leading the charge. If he did not stay by his master's side, who would protect him from his reckless pursuit of battle? Duanyang immediately penned an urgent letter, sealed it in the tube strapped to Xian'er's leg, and instructed her to return to the capital with the news, while he himself spurred his horse towards the Yangning Pass. In Duanyang's heart, the well-being of his master took precedence over that of the young mistress. In the capital, Ning Yuanda intercepted the letter Xian'er brought back and did not pass it on to his sister. After reading it, he immediately dispatched 4 trusted aides, each accompanied by 6 subordinates, to secretly search for Duanyang along the way. Ning Yuanda's order was clear: whether alive or dead, they must find her. This news cannot be concealed from Xian'er for long, objected Ning Jingyan. The grand scholar, with a frown, of "Father, I will not keep it from my sister indefinitely, but she is in a delicate state and cannot handle the shock. Once she has recovered, I will naturally inform her." For now, we will only say that Duanyang is searching and that Xian'er has gone to Yongning Pass, ensuring my sister remains unaware. It is better for her to hold on to a glimmer of hope than Ning Yuenda replied softly. Ning Jingyan pondered for a moment, then nodded reluctantly, murmuring, I once believed that Xian'er would have a smooth life, never anticipating that she would face such calamity. Let us hope, as Master Lu Yuan prophesied, that little Xian'er encounters no danger and returns safely. Chapter 16, Unfortunate Retribution. While Jiang Xiaobai lived blissfully unaware of the passage of time, indulged by the old hunter and the pack of wolves, the three tribes of Shuan North convened and launched an assault on Yongning Pass. The Hu coalition attacked with great ferocity, and the father-son duo of Cheng Buwa and Cheng Xija fought valiantly but faced immense difficulty. Despite the intermarriages among the three tribes, deep-seated grudges of fratricide and enmity lingered, making their collaboration against the Great Chu seem implausible. What could have transpired among them to allow such profound animosity to be set aside? Cheng Xija pondered, muttering to himself, Father, I wish to send a team to infiltrate Shuan North and secretly investigate the circumstances surrounding this alliance, Cheng Xija suggested quietly after repelling the initial assault by the Shuan North coalition. We are surrounded like a barrel, how can we escape? Cheng Buwa replied, his brow furrowed with anger. We must find a way to test it. Only by uncovering the details of their alliance can we hope to defeat them one by one. Otherwise the Hu people were known for their brutality. Previously, with 5,000 against 30 or 40,000, victory had been hard-won. Now, facing an enemy of 100,000 with only 50,000 troops, even a fierce fight would likely not hold for long. Cheng Xija spoke with growing concern. Then let us try, but do not squander the lives of our soldiers. Cheng Buwa conceded reluctantly. Cheng Xija nodded and departed to make arrangements. Upon returning to Yongning Pass, Duanyang encountered Cheng Xija personally welcoming back the reconnaissance team. The two shared no joy in their reunion, only a heavy sense of foreboding. General, I have heard you have clashed multiple times. Are you well? Have you sustained any injuries? Duanyang exclaimed with concern upon seeing Cheng Xija's haggard visage of bloodshot eyes. Cheng Xija shook his head, responding coolly, I am unhurt. Duanyang, what is the situation at home? Xian'er left and has yet to return. Did she make it home safely? Duanyang quickly relayed the details. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xija's eyes widened with fury, his anger boiling over as he gritted his teeth and cursed. I should have killed that vile woman long ago. Duanyang hastily urged him to lower his voice. General, keep your voice down. Do not let others hear. Duanyang, you should not have returned. You should continue searching for Xian'er. She is so small. If the imposing figure of the general, with iron-like resolve, was now filled with tears, unable to continue, General, your uncle will send people to continue searching for the young mistress, with the Hu people invading. I cannot rest easy about you. Duanyang's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Alas, since you have returned, stay here. The matter of Xian'er must not be known to the marshal. Cheng Xija sighed heavily, lowering his voice to give instructions. Ever since his father hastily married the Li family, Cheng Xija had ceased to trust him as he once did. Duanyang nodded. Rest assured, General, I understand you must have gone several nights without proper rest. Let me take the night watch on the city walls so you may get a good night's sleep. Cheng Xija nodded, patting Duanyang's shoulder before turning to leave. Duanyang had often patrolled the city in the past, and Cheng Xija trusted him implicitly. The alliance of the three tribes of Shuan North, initially expecting to break through Yongning Pass in one fell swoop and seize the splendid lands of the Great Chu, found Yongning Pass as unyielding as a fortress of bronze and iron. The defenders of Yongning Pass fought with a fierceness that even surpassed that of the Hu people for an entire month. The Hu forces failed to even touch the walls of Yongning Pass. After a month, reinforcements from the court gradually arrived, transforming what was meant to be a lightning war into a protracted struggle. While the pressure on Yongning Pass was immense, the situation was even graver for the Hu coalition. Prince Bashan, it was your Naaman tribe that insisted on this alliance, claiming we could annihilate the Great Chu in one fell swoop and share its bountiful lands. Yet 3 months into this campaign, we still have not breached Yongning Pass. What hope do we have of conquering the Great Chu? A robust man over 8 feet tall and in his 20s stormed into the war tent, pointing an accusatory finger at the pallid-faced, brooding figure seated behind the command table. Prince Bashan rose calmly, walking over to the formidable man with a smile. Lord Duong, there is no need to be impatient. We have faced the Cheng family army multiple times. We know well that this bone is difficult to chew. Come sit, and have a drink to ease your temper. Bring the wine a short while later. A young girl clad in a diminutive half-sleeved garment, with a slender waist adorned with jingling silver bells, entered the tent, carrying a jug of milk wine. The sound of her jingling bells accompanied the sway of her hips. Upon seeing her, Lord Duong's narrow eyes sparkled with delight. Haha, when did Gaia arrive? Why did you not inform me? He exclaimed, his gaze fixated on her with a gluttonous fervor. Gaia was Prince Bashan's maid, renowned as one of the most beautiful women on the Shuan North Prairie, while Lord Duong of the Dada tribe was infamous for his lecherous reputation. He had previously requested Gaia from Prince Bashan multiple times, but the prince had always refused. This time, however, he had taken the initiative to have her serve wine, indicating consent. Knowing Lord Duong's notorious appetite, Prince Bashan smiled lightly and stepped out of the war tent. After standing outside for a moment, he soon heard the sounds of heavy breathing and soft moans emanating from within. With a cold smile, he quickly slipped behind the tent, entering a small enclosure. Great Priest, we are unable to breach Yongning Pass. We beseech you for guidance. In front of others, Prince Bashan exuded arrogance, yet now he prostrated himself like the most humble of servants, pressing his forehead to the ground as he softly pleaded with a figure shrouded in darkness. Fool, Yongning Pass has only 50,000 troops, yet you command 100,000 iron cavalry. After 3 months, you still cannot capture Yongning Pass. How could Changqing Tian wish to keep such a useless wretch like you? The voice from within the dark shroud was a harsh, grating roar, reminiscent of a dull blade scraping against rusty iron. Great Priest, please do not be angry. Great Priest, please do not be angry. Prince Bashan trembled. Repeatedly bowing his head in supplication, the Great Priest snorted dismissively, ignoring Prince Bashan as please to get out. If you cannot capture Yongning Pass, Changqing Tian will not protect you any longer. The Great Priestess' cold command sent Prince Bashan scurrying away with a bow. Once he was far enough, the Great Priest trembled violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He stared intently at the blood pooling on the table, his hands swiftly calculating. After a long while, he murmured in disbelief. This is impossible. It cannot be. That girl was clearly buried alive. How could she still be alive? No, this cannot be. All the items on the altar were swept to the ground, the high priest, trembling hands retrieving a subtly glowing tortoise shell from his bosom. Also produced 3 gleaming coins. With his eyes closed and hands clasped, he fervently chanted something for the duration of a stick of incense before placing the coins into the tortoise shell and shaking it vigorously. After only 2 or 3 shakes, the tortoise shell suddenly exploded, a coin shooting directly into the high priest's left eye. He let out a piercing scream and fell backward. Chapter 17, The Rise and Fall of Powers. The high priest of the Hu people tumbled to the ground with a wail. The commotion echoing loudly enough for the patrolling soldiers outside the tent to hear clearly, yet none dared to enter and inquire about the disturbance. Orders had long been issued from above that no one was to enter the tent without the high priest's summons. With the penalty for disobedience being death, after a considerable time, the high priest, enduring excruciating pain, shakily grasped the edge of the altar and managed to rise. He fumbled to pour a pill from a small gourd in his bosom into his mouth. He then commanded someone to bring gold wound ointment, sitting at the altar with one hand gripping it tightly while the other painfully gouged out his left eyeball, applying a generous layer of ointment before wrapping it with cloth and donning his black veil that covered him from head to toe. Once all was in order, the high priest called for a soldier to enter and instructed him to inform Prince Bashan to urgently search for a living tortoise over 300 years old. Insisting it must be found within a month due to pressing needs. Upon hearing this perplexing request, Prince Bashan furrowed his brow in deep concern. A living tortoise over 300 years old? It would require a journey to the sea, for the northern grasslands lacked even a pond deep enough for a person to submerge. How could there possibly be such an ancient tortoise? The Great Chu had seas, yet they were unable to capture Yongning Pass, let alone approach the distant coastline of Great Chu's southeastern territory, even if an elite team were to infiltrate Great Chu covertly. It might have been feasible during peacetime, but now, with the ongoing conflict, Yongning Pass stood as an impregnable fortress, a barrier so formidable that even the birds of the northern grasslands struggled to cross it. Much less humans. At the moment the high priest was literally gouging out his left eye in the depths of Wolf Mountain, little Jiang Xiaobai lay upon the belly of the wolf father, playing with her fingers when she suddenly burst into joyous laughter. Her laughter drew the attention of her wolf siblings, who, upon seeing the beaming Jiang Xiaobai, grew increasingly fond of her. The eldest wolf gently kissed her chubby cheek. The third wolf playfully pawed at her small hand, and the second sister used her fluffy tail to tickle Jiang Xiaobai's belly, while the fourth sister and the little brother, unable to join in, paced anxiously outside. Jiang Xiaobai laughed heartily for a while until she suddenly furrowed her little brow. The wolf mother, who had been attentively watching her, immediately approached, nudging with her head and playfully swatting with her paw, sending the other wolves aside, allowing Jiang Xiaobai to switch from the wolf king's embrace to that of the wolf mother. What's wrong, little one? Are you hungry? The wolf mother inquired. That can't be, you just ate a little while ago. And you haven't even peed. A voice suddenly echoed in Jiang Xiaobai's mind, causing her to widen her eyes in shock, staring intently at her wolf mother, bewildered by what was happening. Hey, why are you staring at me like that? Another voice resonated in her mind. Jiang Xiaobai, utterly astonished, pondered, can I really hear the wolf mother's thoughts? The wolf mother, holding Jiang Xiaobai, suddenly widened her eyes, and the two exchanged gazes for what felt like an eternity. Little one, wolf mother, the pair simultaneously thought within their minds. The wolf mother heard the tender, innocent voice of the little one, while Jiang Xiaobai perceived the loving, gentle thoughts of the wolf mother. Jiang Xiaobai reacted more swiftly, wrapping her arms around the wolf mother's neck and calling out joyfully, wolf mother. Of course, a mere infant of just over 2 months could not articulate such words, yet Jiang Xiaobai realized that the wolf mother could clearly hear her thoughts. Little one, little one, little one, you can talk to me now. How wonderful. Little one, can you speak to your wolf father too? The wolf mother joyfully embraced Jiang Xiaobai, asking eagerly if the wolf mother thought as she whimpered. And the oblivious wolf father perked up, fixating his gaze on his mate's arms, astonishment flooding his expression. Has our little one learned to speak so soon? Truly remarkable, what a treasure she is to her wolf king. The wolf father's voice, still that of a young and innocent tone, echoed in his mind, his face illuminated with shock and delight. The wolf mother, however, wore a face of surprise, as she could hear nothing. The wolf king let out a low whimper, which the wolf mother understood to mean he was asking if it was the little one calling him. The wolf mother glanced down at the little one in her arms, who smiled with her eyes nearly closed, nodding vigorously though she heard nothing. The wolf king distinctly perceived the tender voice declaring, "Yes, yes, it's me, wolf father." The wolf siblings, sitting nearby, listened in bewilderment as their parents conversed in a language they could not comprehend. Each wearing a dumbfounded expression. Jiang Xiaobai, having been reincarnated, was not a mere ignorant infant. After some contemplation she thought inwardly, eldest brother, second sister, third brother, fourth sister, little brother, I am the little one, the 5 wolf cubs. Upon hearing the sweet little voice resonating in their minds, jumped back in shock, tumbling awkwardly into a heap. The wolf mother and wolf father exchanged glances, realizing that they had heard nothing this time. Being the descendants of the guardian spirit of Wolf Mountain, both the wolf king and wolf mother were intelligent. They quickly deduced that only those with whom the little one communicated in her mind could hear her, while the other wolves remained oblivious. To confirm their hypothesis, the wolf king howled toward the northwest hillside. Moments later, a howl echoed back from the hillside. After a brief interval, the wolf king's foolish brother, accompanied by his new mate, scampered over eagerly. Little one, call your second uncle, the wolf king thought to Jiang Xiaobai upon seeing his foolish brother approaching. Jiang Xiaobai joyfully called out in her mind, second uncle, long time no see. The wolf uncle, racing at high speed, suddenly heard a voice in his mind, causing him to leap in surprise and then tumble clumsily to the ground, springing back up. The wolf uncle looked around warily, searching for the source of the voice. The wolf aunt, confused by her mate's antics, turned and barked at him in frustration. All the wolves heard her clearly. You fool! What are you up to now? Whenever the second uncle acted foolishly, the aunt would scold him, and regardless of how many times the little wolf cubs heard it, they found it endlessly amusing. With the little brother even rolling on the ground in laughter. Wolf aunt, it's me, the little one, I'm calling you. A sweet, tender voice echoed in the wolf aunt's mind, far more clever than her foolish husband. She immediately dashed over to the wolf mother, joyfully exclaiming, little one, is that you calling me? Jiang Xiaobai beamed, nodding her head with crescent-shaped eyes, her chubby hands reaching out to the wolf aunt. It's me, Auntie, I've missed you so much. The wolf aunt skillfully embraced Jiang Xiaobai, affectionately rubbing her cheek against the little one's, exclaiming in delight, little one, you can speak now. I'm not sure, it seems like when I think of someone, they can hear me. Jiang Xiaobai explained, a hint of confusion in her voice. This magical phenomenon was beyond the comprehension of both wolves and humans alike. Reflecting on her past life, Jiang Xiaobai realized she had never communicated with her wolf parents through words, only developing an understanding over time. What was different in this life? Was it a gift bestowed by the heavens? Jiang Xiaobai had no idea that her ability to converse with wolves and even any animal stemmed from the actions of the Northern High Priest. The Northern High Priest, having provoked the Celestial Order through his attempts to divine fate, had suffered a depletion of his own fortune, which, under the influence of the Celestial Order, had naturally transferred to Jiang Xiaobai, endowing her with this extraordinary ability. Chapter 18, Instability. From behind as evening fell, the old hunter Jiang Chang returned from the market after selling his game. He had grown quite familiar with the wolf pack. Cheerfully entering the yard and setting down his bamboo basket, from the basket, the old hunter produced a colorful sheepskin ball, about the size of a fist, which the little wolf brother lunged for eagerly, snatching it in his mouth and darting out of the yard, followed closely by the third wolf brother and the fourth sister. The eldest wolf and the second sister, however, remained still, nestled beside their parents, vigilantly guarding Jiang Xiaobai. The old hunter then retrieved a uniquely crafted rattle featuring a stone handle, iron core, cowhide surface, and solid copper bell, a special commission from a local craftsman, while ordinary rattles cost only a few coins. This custom-made rattle had set him back a whole silver coin, making it quite the extravagant item in town. Jiang Xiaobai, whether due to her innate strength or her diet of wolf milk, possessed astonishing power. A mere grasp would break standard wooden handles, and a single poke could puncture the drumhead, rendering it unplayable. Little one, call him, the wolf king urged Jiang Xiaobai in his mind, with a bright smile. She stretched out her arms and joyfully called, grandfather, grandfather. The old hunter Jiang Cheng displayed no particular reaction, simply chuckling as he lifted Jiang Xiaobai into his arms, playfully rubbing his beard against her delicate face and cheerfully saying, little bite, did you miss your grandfather? I've brought you a rattle that won't break easily. Seeing that her grandfather could not hear her thoughts, Jiang Xiaobai's crescent-shaped eyes gradually misted over with tears. Although the essence is that of a young girl, her body is undeniably that of an infant. She does not wish to cry, yet the instincts of her body are beyond her control. Alas, what ails my little darling? Why does she weep? What discomfort does she endure? Upon seeing his granddaughter's pitiful pout, Jiang Cheng hurriedly began to soothe her with tender words. The Wolf King and Queen exchanged a glance and swiftly approached Jiang Chang. Gently patting Jiang Xiaobai's back with their forepaws, while internally reassuring her, "Be good, little one, do not cry. When you grow up, you will be able to speak with your grandfather. There is no need to rush. Let us drink more milk and grow strong." Jiang Xiaobai, possessing a temperament that responds well to coaxing, calmed down with their tender reassurances, stifling her sobs and no longer fixating on the thought that her grandfather could not hear her heart's voice. After all, once she could articulate her words, communicating with her grandfather would pose no issue. Life in the Wolf Mountain was tranquil, yet the borders of the northern frontier were fraught with unease. Although the Cheng family army stood resolutely at Yongning Pass, the civilians who had suffered the ravages of the Hu people's pillaging remained deeply terrified. They feared that the Cheng family army would be unable to withstand the Hu people's coalition. Should Yongning Pass fall, they would face the horrific fate of being slaughtered by the Hu. On this day, after returning from a fierce defense of the city, Cheng Xija arrived at the general's residence to find a throng of civilians pushing carts, shouldering burdens, and cradling children gathered outside the gates, pleading for entry into the city to seek refuge. "General Chang, please allow us to enter. General Chang, we cannot survive. General Chang, our food supplies have run out. We beseech your mercy." The anguished cries of the populace pierced Cheng Xija's heart like daggers. Upon hearing this, Duanyang's eyes flared with anger, and he shouted, "You!" Yet before he could finish, Cheng Xija seized him and commanded, "Silence!" Cheng Xija turned to the kneeling, weeping civilians and called out, "Dear villagers, the laws of our realm are exceedingly strict. Without official documentation from the authorities, if you step even a foot outside Yongning Pass, you will be deemed refugees. Think carefully. Are you certain you wish to enter?" The household registration system of the Great Chu was notoriously stringent. Even for purchasing goods at the market, one was required to carry documentation and permits for inspection. Lacking either could lead to being treated as a refugee. Refugees possessed no personal or property security. To kill a civilian was a capital offense, but to kill a refugee carried a lesser punishment of merely 100 lashes. The property of refugees could be seized without consequence. Who would not take advantage of such a situation? The clamorous pleas from below abruptly ceased. A choice to become a refugee was one made only when utterly desperate. And it was clear they had not yet been driven to that point. Cheng Xija stood upon the steps, his hawk-like gaze sweeping over the crowd. He noticed a few young men scattered among them, whispering to one another, which incited the crowd to shout again, "General Chang, please intercede for us. Let the county magistrate grant us permits. We implore you to spare us a path to survival." Many civilians, swept up in the tumult, cried out. A cold glint flashed in Cheng Xija's eyes as he murmured a few instructions to his personal guard, who nodded and stepped back. Shortly thereafter, several soldiers disguised as common folk infiltrated the crowd. The young men, still rallying the people, were suddenly silenced as someone covered their mouths and noses, a dagger pressed to their waists. They were compelled to comply and were led away. Cheng Xija, witnessing this, raised his voice, "Do not panic. As long as the Cheng family army stands, the Hu shall not set foot within Yongning Pass. You may rest assured. Return to your homes. Preserving your livelihoods is no easy feat. Do not cast them aside lightly." Some civilians nodded, reassured by his words. The Cheng family army had defended Yongning Pass for over 20 years, and they placed their faith in them. Yet, others, seizing the moment, cried out, "General, we have no food left." Duanyang's anger flared anew. Why seek the general for provisions? Shouldn't they turn to their village leaders? When did the army become responsible for local sustenance? The voices lamenting their lack of food predominantly belonged to those residing in the city, who did not cultivate land and relied entirely on purchasing food from grain shops. Although new grain had been harvested, food was precious during wartime. After paying taxes, farmers would not sell a single grain. The grain shops barely survived on last year's reserves, causing prices to soar. Those dependent on purchasing food were indeed struggling. Cheng Xija focused all his efforts on resisting the Hu invasion, and he was unaware of the soaring grain prices in the locality. Upon hearing the civilians claim they had no food, he felt a twinge of concern but dismissed it. After all, for a successful campaign, stability at the rear was essential. Matters of grain would be discussed with the governor. For now, he urged everyone to return home and not to gather at the general's residence, trusting that the governor would provide a resolution. Cheng Xija called out, and the crowd dispersed in small groups, their faces still etched with worry. "Duanyang, you need not accompany me into battle tomorrow. Take a few men to the market for discreet inquiries. How is it that, after the new grain harvest, the people are still without food?" Duanyang acknowledged and departed, while Cheng Xija remained at the steps, gazing longingly towards the capital, murmuring softly, "Shiner, where are you? You must wait for your father. Once this battle concludes, I will come to find you." Chapter 19. A desperate attempt to decapitate the Hu coalition had besieged the city for over 3 months without making any headway. The walls of Yongning Pass, facing the northern grasslands, had transformed from a dull gray to a deep, blood-stained purple, a testament to the countless soldiers who had perished there. Unable to breach Yongning Pass, the leaders of the Dada and Hohor tribes could no longer remain placid. Unlike the Naaman tribe, these two had dispatched over 20,000 warriors, depleting their strongest men. After 3 months, the death toll among their soldiers had reached an unbearable level. Prince Duong of the Dada tribe and Prince Higu Jachin of the Hohor tribe entered the war tent, Their faces darkened with fury. Prince Bashan, we cannot continue, we must retreat, Duong bellowed angrily, furrowing his brow. Prince Bashan, realizing their intent, grew stern as he replied, Duong, at the alliance meeting we swore an oath before the high priest to the eternal heaven. Will you break that vow? Duong faltered, for the people of the northern grasslands held a profound reverence for the eternal heaven. Swearing an oath to it was the most serious commitment, one no one dared to violate. But we have fought for 3 months, our Dada tribe has lost over 9,000 valiant soldiers, our most courageous men. Duong's eyes burned with rage as he glared at Prince Bashan. Higu Jachin added. Our Hohor tribe has also suffered 9,673 casualties. Prince Bashan, if we continue, our young warriors will be extinguished. As Higu Jachin finished, a robust young commander in his 20s interjected. Your 2 tribes have lost fewer than 10,000 men, our Naaman tribe has lost 15,000. What do we say about that? Duong's face flushed with anger as he shouted, you have 60,000 troops. While we have only 40,000, we have lost half our forces. What about the 2,000 women in our tribe who are now widows? Prince Bashan responded solemnly, to seize the splendid lands of the Great Chu. One must pay the price. Once we breach Yongning Pass, all losses can be replenished threefold or fourfold. The Great Chu has no less than several 100,000 able-bodied men to spare. The men of the Great Chu are but cowards. What use is it to plunder them? Duong scoffed dismissively. Higu Jachin, however, appeared to contemplate Prince Bashan's words seriously, pointing towards Yongning Pass. Prince Bashan asked, Duong, do you dare assert that the soldiers there are cowards? Duong was rendered speechless. After 3 months of warfare, he had come to understand that the men of the Great Chu were far more formidable than he had anticipated. They were even more fierce and brutal than the warriors of the northern grasslands. Prince Bashan, if we cannot take Yongning Pass, how can we hope to seize the lands of the Great Chu? We cannot remain in this stalemate. We lack the reinforcements that the Great Chu possesses. If this continues, we will simply exhaust our forces. Higu Jachin questioned gravely. Prince Bashan nodded. Indeed, Higu Jachin speaks truth, yet there is no need for undue anxiety. I have just received word that the high priest has ordered the construction of specialized crossbows, which are being expedited to the front lines. What use is that crossbow? Can it even breach the city walls? Duong retorted irritably. He had previously witnessed the crossbows of the Chu army. While they were powerful, they offered little assistance in siege warfare. Prince Bashan, however, smirked. How can they be useless? If we can eliminate the commanders of the Cheng family army, we need not fear breaking Yongning Pass. Higu Jachin's eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed. Is it truly possible to kill the Cheng father and son? For 3 generations, the Cheng family has steadfastly guarded the Yongning Pass, and the number of who people they have slain remains unknown. The grandfather, father, 2 uncles, and an elder brother of Prince Higu Jachin all perished at the hands of the Cheng family. If one were to speak of the profound enmity towards the Cheng clan, it would undoubtedly be the Huger tribe that harbors the deepest resentment. Originally, the Huger tribe was the most powerful in the northern grasslands, having launched multiple incursions into Yongning Pass, each time resulting in the death of their commander and a hasty retreat. Consequently, the Huger tribe, once the dominant force in the northern grasslands, has now fallen to 3rd place. Such a blood feud demands the annihilation of the Cheng family, otherwise Prince Higu Jachin's heart will remain burdened with hatred. While Prince Higu Jachin directs his animosity towards the Cheng army, he fails to consider that his grandfather, father, and brother all met their demise on the battlefield while invading the Great Chu. The Cheng army has never initiated an attack against the Huger tribe. Is it not natural for a nation to retaliate when invaded? Indeed, the schematics for the siege crossbow were procured by the high priest from the celestial being, who sacrificed an eye to obtain the secret design. Prince Bashan, with hands crossed over his chest, expressed his profound gratitude with a devout bow, subtly alluding to the high priest's sacrifice. Hearing this, both Prince De Wang and Prince Higu Jachin hurriedly followed suit, bowing deeply in a display of utmost respect. To the people of the northern grasslands, the high priest is regarded as the earthly incarnation of the celestial being. Once the siege crossbow arrives, we shall once again assault Yongning Pass, Prince Higu Jachin proclaimed loudly, his voice brimming with fervent desire for vengeance. Prince Bashan nodded and whispered to Princes De Wang and Higu Jachin. At that time, we shall. After extensive deliberation, the 3 ensured that they could indeed eliminate Cheng Fuhu and Cheng Sija before dispersing. Days later, a colossal siege crossbow was indeed delivered from the Naaman tribe's royal court. Upon gazing at the nearly 10-foot-long weapon, Prince Higu Jachin's face lit up with a bloodthirsty smile. At long last, the time for revenge had come. Outside Yongning Pass, a cacophony erupted as Cheng Fuhu and Cheng Sija stood atop the city walls. Surveying the enemy, they noted that the Hu coalition did not charge the walls as in previous encounters. Instead, they remained beyond the range of the Great Chu's archers, merely hurling insults. Father, the Hu people are refraining from attacking the city today and are merely taunting us. There must be some hidden strategy at play. We must not be deceived, Cheng Sija advised calmly. Cheng Fuhu nodded in agreement, stating, my son speaks wisely. Relay the order. All generals must remain vigilant at the city walls. If the barbarians dare to assault, we shall retaliate with utmost severity. The Hu coalition spent the entire day lurking outside the range of the Chu army, taking turns to hurl insufferable insults. All the soldiers of the Great Chu atop Yongning Pass seethed with rage but were compelled to adhere to military orders, refraining from engaging in combat. As dusk fell, the Hu forces retreated to their camp, granting the weary defenders a moment of peace. Despite not having fought, the mental toll of enduring the enemy's ridicule was more exhausting than physical battle. Cheng Sijia ordered a change of guards, allowing the soldiers who had endured the day's psychological warfare to descend and rest. As midnight approached, a patrolling soldier suddenly shouted, "Look, there is unusual movement in the Hu camp," from the vantage point atop Yongning Pass. Countless cavalry emerged from the Hu encampment, the leading riders brandishing small torches that barely illuminated the path, indicating an impending night assault. Yet, cavalry were ill-suited for siege warfare. It was akin to sending horses to their deaths. Were the Hu people so overstocked with steeds that they could afford such losses? The defenders were perplexed by the Hu's intentions. While ordering a defense, they hastily dispatched someone to inform the commander. Within a short span, Cheng Fuwu and Cheng Sijia, clad in armor and helmets, galloped to the battlements. They ascended to the highest enemy tower, gazing towards the advancing cavalry. "Father, the Hu army is acting strangely. Why deploy cavalry when the two armies have not yet clashed?" Cheng Sijia observed, squinting at the distant figures. Cheng Fuwu furrowed his brow. "It is unclear. Bring forth torches." A loyal soldier dashed to retrieve two blazing torches, swiftly returning. With this, the tower occupied by Cheng Fuwu and his son became the brightest spot on the entire wall. Cheng Fuwu leaned against the battlement, straining to see, but the distance rendered clarity elusive. Just as he leaned further out, Cheng Sijia suddenly shouted, "Not good, extinguish the torches." He yanked his father back just as a glint of cold light hurtled towards them, with no time to evade. Cheng Fuwu instinctively shielded his son, pushing him backward with force. Cheng Sijia stumbled 5 or 6 steps before crashing to the ground, while Cheng Fuwu collapsed, an arrow lodged in his back. "Father! Father!" Cheng Sijia cried out in terror. Rushing to embrace his father, "Sijia, maintain your composure, the Cheng army is entrusted to you." Cheng Fuwu uttered those words, closing his eyes and falling unconscious. Cheng Sijia's eyes blazed with hatred as he gritted his teeth, commanding, "Bring the marshal to the medical quarters at once. All generals, keep away from the torches, maintain strict vigilance atop the walls." The soldiers of the Great Chu stood ready, but the Hu cavalry, upon hearing 3 resounding horn blasts, abruptly retreated to their camp, as if they had merely ventured out of boredom. At this moment, Cheng Sijia comprehended the ruse. The Hu had acquired a powerful crossbow and intended to lure them into a trap. Having struck their target, the cavalry retreated immediately. Any further advance would place them within the range of the Chu's archers, risking significant losses. With his eyes blazing with determination, Cheng Sijia summoned several loyal soldiers, instructing each to bring 100 men for a covert operation outside the city gates. They were to lay a field of caltrops 3 to 5 li away, as the Hu would surely mount a large-scale assault the following day. And this newly acquired weaponry would be of utmost utility. After ensuring the city's defenses were in order, Cheng Sijia rode swiftly to the medical quarters. Inside, 2 physicians were deliberating how to extract the arrow and treat the marshal's wounds. "He, medical officer, how is the marshal's condition? Has he regained consciousness?" Cheng Sijia inquired urgently as he entered the room. Reporting to the general, "The marshal's injuries are grave. The arrow entered his back and exited from his right chest. And the tip is poisoned. I fear." A gaunt middle-aged man lamented, shaking his head. "Poisoned? What kind of poison is it? Is there an antidote?" Cheng Sijia's expression hardened as he pressed on. "I am incompetent. I have been unable to identify the poison." Another equally haggard physician muttered, lowering his gaze. Without hesitation, Cheng Sijia reached into his collar, retrieving a length of green silk cord from which hung a small jade gourd, about the size of a severed finger. He uncorked the gourd and poured out a red pill, roughly the size of a lotus seed. With a sense of urgency, Cheng Sijia pried open his father's mouth and placed the pill inside. The pill dissolved instantly without requiring swallowing, and within a few breaths, the dark aura on Cheng Fuhu's face began to dissipate. After 10 breaths, his complexion returned to a waxy yellow, an astonishing transformation. "General, is this the antidote passed down from your ancestors?" Both physicians exclaimed in surprise. There existed a legend within the army that the late Marquis had once saved the family of a reclusive great physician during a tumultuous period. In gratitude, the physician had gifted him 3 legendary antidotes, purported to neutralize all poisons in existence. The late Marquis had used one to evade death at the hands of Yama, yet he could not escape the fate of dying in battle before the age of 30. It was said he had used another in his youth, and now, this remaining antidote was believed to be the last of its kind in the world. "Indeed, this is the final antidote," Cheng Sijia affirmed. "Now that the poison is neutralized, you must spare no effort to preserve the marshal's life." The physicians, invigorated by the news of the antidote's success, sprang into action. They were military doctors, skilled in treating injuries, and they promptly set about removing the arrow, applying medicine, and bandaging the wound. This was a task they had performed countless times before, and within a short while Cheng Fuhu was securely bandaged. "When will the marshal awaken?" Cheng Sijia gazed at his father, whose pale face and tightly shut eyes weighed heavily on his heart. Had it not been for his father's timely intervention, he could very well be the one lying there now. General, given the marshal's condition and the nature of the wound, it is unlikely he will awaken soon. Even if he does, he may not withstand the harshness of the northern climate. The two physicians exchanged glances before speaking solemnly. Cheng Xizhe remained silent, merely nodding before instructing, "Take great care of the marshal, inform me immediately when he regains consciousness." He then exited hastily. "Why has the general left?" one young medical assistant murmured, only to receive a fierce glare from the medical officer. Silencing the rest of his comment, as Cheng Xizhe hurried back to the command post, a whirlwind of emotions surged within him. He had always believed his father solely cherished his stepmotherly, and had no regard for him as a son. Yet, in that fleeting moment atop the enemy tower, his father had instinctively shielded him with his life. Overwhelmed by such intense emotions, Cheng Xizhe found it somewhat unbearable ever since his stepmother, Lady Li, entered their home. Cheng Xizhe had refrained from voicing his grievances, yet he had long harbored resentment towards his father in his heart. Entering the study, he sat in contemplation for a considerable time before finally seizing a blank memorial from the side and began to write fervently. He implored the emperor to grant his father permission to retire and return to the capital to enjoy his twilight years, free from the torment of the northern winds and snows. As for the defense of Yangning Pass, he would take it upon himself to lead the troops. Chapter 21, a plea to return to the capital. Having completed the memorial, Cheng Xizhe dispatched it post-haste to the capital. He needed to muster his spirits to prepare for the imminent assault by the Hu people at dawn. As he had anticipated, the Hu forces launched a large-scale attack early the next morning. This time, they employed siege engines that had arrived along with their crossbows. These siege engines were exceedingly cumbersome, capable of concealing 30 men within their carriages, while another 30 were required to push them forward. Behind the siege engines loomed the dense ranks of Hu infantry. 6 siege engines were aligned in formation, pushed to within 5 miles of Yangning Pass. The heavy vehicles crushed the ground beneath them. And suddenly, a series of thunderous explosions erupted as the 6 cumbersome siege engines were simultaneously blasted into the air, accompanied by a chorus of anguished screams. Observing from the rear were the Hu commanders, including Prince Bashan, Prince De Wang, and Prince He Gujiaqin, who were rendered speechless by the scene before them. In this era of cold weaponry, the sudden emergence of explosive devices akin to landmines constituted an unendurable degradation of their expectations. After a long silence, one commander tremulously exclaimed, "Heavenly Father, what is that? A demon, a demon. It is the fiery wrath of evil." "Nonsense. That is merely a black fire bomb from the Chu people. The Grand Priest has declared it nothing of consequence." Prince Bashan retorted sharply, though his tone betrayed a hint of undeniable trepidation. Uncertain of how many black firebombs were buried beyond the walls of Yangning Pass, Prince Bashan dared not gamble. Having already sacrificed over 40,000 lives, with their army of 100,000 now reduced to fewer than 60,000, he could not afford further losses. Immediately Prince Bashan ordered the retreat, and what had once seemed a certain victory dissipated into nothingness. On the way back to camp, Prince De Wang and Prince He Gujiaqin intentionally lagged behind to engage in hushed discussions. In the capital, the emperor received Cheng Xizhe's urgent memorial and promptly issued a decree summoning the Northern Defense Marquis back to the capital. Accompanying the messenger was the esteemed physician Lu, renowned for his surgical prowess. His appointment was indeed fortuitous, as Lu had a background in military medicine and was adept at treating wounds from blades and arrows. The news of the emperor's decree quickly reached the ears of Ning Jingyan, the grand scholar. Upon receiving this information, his brows furrowed in concern. "Father, are you troubled about the Northern Defense Marquis returning for recuperation?" Noticing his father's furrowed brows, Ning Yuanda approached and inquired softly. Ning Jingyan nodded gravely, stating, "Our family must not remain uninvolved in the well-being of our son-in-law. Moreover, the Marquis sustained this injury in the act of saving your sister's husband." After submitting the memorial to the emperor, Cheng Xizhe took it upon himself to pen a letter to his wife, thus revealing to the Ning family the reason behind the Marquis's injury. The Ning family had already begun to gather their belongings, preparing to return to the Northern Defense Marquis's residence. "Father, I know you and mother cannot bear to part with my sister, but if she does not return, her future will become even more arduous. That old shrew is unreasonable, and if she gains the upper hand..." Suppressing his own sorrow, Ning Yuanda felt compelled to voice these concerns. Ning Jingyan nodded in understanding, sorrowfully affirming, "Indeed, alas, until your sister returns, her heart will remain burdened. Watching her feigned happiness daily weighs heavily on your mother and me." Ning Yuanda clenched his fists in frustration, gritting his teeth. "Father, I swear I will scour every inch from the capital to Yangning Pass to find Xiao Xin'er." As father and son conversed, a young man in his 20s rushed in, exclaiming urgently, "Father, elder brother, Yuan Xiang, you have returned." Both Ning Jingyan and Ning Yuanda exclaimed in unison. The newcomer was the third son of the Ning family, who had just returned from his studies in the southeast. "Yuan Xiang has returned. Splendid, splendid." Ning Jingyan felt a surge of joy upon seeing his spirited younger son. "Father, I shall go see my sister and my little niece first, and will return to speak with you shortly," Ning Yuanxiang cheerfully announced before making his way out. "Yuan Xiang, wait." Ning Yuanda grasped his younger brother, causing him to stumble. "Elder brother, can't this wait a moment?" Ning Yuanxiang asked in confusion. Yuanxiang, sit down and listen to your elder brother's words, Ning Jingyan commanded in a stern tone, prompting Yuanxiang to obediently take a seat. After Ning Yuande elaborated, Yuanxiang sprang to his feet, exclaiming, I will go capture that old witch. I refuse to believe we cannot extract the whereabouts of Xiao Xin'er from her. Yuanxiang, do not act recklessly. We lack any evidence. How can we confront a lady of the third rank? The consequences would be dire, Ning Yuande retorted through gritted teeth. Were it not for his position as Deputy Minister of Justice, and were Ning Jingyan not the Grand Scholar, he would have found it intolerable to restrain himself. Must we simply endure this? Yuanxiang shouted in anger at Yuanxiang. I have taught you to plan before acting. Ning Jingyan's grave voice finally restored a semblance of reason to Yuanxiang. Father, elder brother, I have no official position. I could travel under the guise of continuing my studies while actually searching for my niece. I will lead a party from the capital searching village by village. We are bound to find her. After a moment's contemplation, Yuanxiang proposed to his father and brother. Ning Jingyan nodded. That is acceptable. After all, she is your beloved niece. Perhaps you will feel a connection upon seeing her. Yuanxiang, let us proceed with this plan. It is already late. Let us rest for the night and set forth at dawn. That evening, after the family had enjoyed a reunion dinner, Ning Shi expressed her intention to return to the Northern Defense Marquis's residence. Xin'er, you cannot return alone. It is not appropriate, the matriarch old lady Cui lamented. In Ningshi forced to smile. Mother, there is no cause for concern. I have fully recovered, and it would be improper to remain away from my husband's family any longer. Furthermore, my father-in-law is gravely injured while saving my husband. As a dutiful daughter-in-law, I must fulfill my obligations. You speak wisely, Xin'er. Do not fear. The two households are not far apart. Should anything arise, send word immediately. Our family will always be there to support you. Do not hesitate to endure the trials imposed by that woman, Ning Jingyan advised earnestly. Your daughter understands. It is my own unfilial behavior that has caused you both worry. Ning Yuanxian's eyes turned red as she spoke, feeling incredibly grateful for her parents in a society that favored sons over daughters. Being mothers, it is foolish to speak such words. Do not let Songer and the others mock you. Old Lady Cui chuckled through her tears, playfully gesturing towards Cheng Jin Song, Cheng Jin Zhu, and Cheng Jin Feng. The three Chang brothers gathered around Old Lady Cui, with the youngest, Cheng Jin Feng, who was not yet 4 years old, burying himself in her embrace, adorably proclaiming, Grandmother, Fenger is good. Fenger will not laugh at mother. This elicited peals of laughter from everyone present. Cheng Jin Song clenched his small fist, earnestly declaring, Grandmother, I will protect mother well. His younger brother Cheng Jinzhu nodded vigorously in agreement. Old Lady Cui embraced her eldest grandson, admiring his flushed cheeks as she smiled. My Songer has truly grown. You are now a capable protector. Last time you bravely rode to the Ning residence to seek help for your mother, allowing me to summon the physician just in time to bring her back from the brink of death. Chapter 22, Ningxia returns to the residence. My lady, the young lady has returned. Just after finishing breakfast, Lady Li, the wife of the Northern Defense Marquis, was preparing to leave for shopping when she heard the maid's announcement. Lady Li's expression darkened, and she snapped coldly, What are you shouting about? She has returned. So what? Does this lady need to personally welcome her? Does she deserve such honor? The maid hastily knelt and replied. My lady, it was the matriarch and the family patriarch who personally escorted the young lady back. Upon hearing this, Lady Li's anger intensified, having forbidden old Lady Cui from taking Ningxia away. She had ignited the elder woman's fury, which had led to a confrontation. Knowing her own guilt, Lady Li had no choice but to relent, for someone who had not been humiliated in 4 years. This was a profound disgrace. The mere thought of old Lady Cui filled her with seething resentment. Let them come or not, ignore them. Quickly prepare the carriage to head to Juke Street. Deep down, Lady Li felt intimidated by old Lady Cui, who hailed from a noble lineage and was a genuine noblewoman, whereas she herself was merely a pretender to the title, after marrying into the Marquis's household. Lady Li had only learned the superficialities of noble etiquette. She was far from being a proper example. The noble women of the capital often mocked Lady Li behind her back. Almost all invitations to the Northern Defense Marquis's residence had previously been extended to Lady Su. And after her passing, the only guest invited had been Lady Ning. Lady Li was infuriated but also recognized her own limitations. She was aware that if she ventured out, she would make a fool of herself. Thus she grew increasingly reluctant to engage with noble women and instead resorted to spending her time shopping for clothes and accessories. It is precisely because Lady Li refrains from communicating with the other noble women that she remains oblivious to the news of her husband's grave injury. Furthermore, she is unaware that the emperor has issued a decree summoning the Marquis of Jinbei back to the capital, and thus she cannot possibly know that her husband is about to return to the city to reside there permanently. Without the need to return to Yongning Pass, upon returning to her courtyard, Lady Ning was greeted with immense joy by Mama Man and the servants who tended to the premises, observing the tidy courtyard and the energetic demeanor of the servants. Lady Ning smiled and nodded. It seemed that her household had not suffered any misfortunes during her absence. Mama Man had taken excellent care of the entire Kawaiyuan. Old Madame Cui, upon seeing Mama Man, smiled warmly and clasped her hand, showering her with praise that even the usually composed Mama Man could not help but blush. "Mother, I shall accompany you to Quexianju. You should hasten home," Lady Ning gently suggested. Supporting her mother's arm, she was well aware that her stepmother was unreasonable and did not wish for her mother to endure any indignities. Hearing the name Quexianju, old Madame Chui could not suppress a disdainful shake of her head. What sort of elder would name their residence with such a frivolous and alluring title? More than 20 years ago, the play The Coward and the Weaver Girl had gained immense popularity. But how could a woman like Lady Li, who could barely recognize a few characters, possibly comprehend the significance of The Coward and the Weaver Girl or the notions of Golden Wind and Jade Dew? Lady Ning quickly sent someone to Quexianju to inform them, and the messenger soon returned, relaying that the Duchess had just left for a stroll. Both Lady Ning and old Madame Chui were at a loss for words. Wondering if this was an admission of defeat. "Very well, if she wishes to avoid me, let her be. Sienna, I shall return home now. If there are matters to attend to, swiftly send word home. I, along with your sisters-in-law, shall come at once," old Madame Chui instructed before releasing her daughter's hand and boarding the carriage. Lady Li, too, could not linger indefinitely in the marketplace, after dining at the renowned Zuasian Lu in the capital. She returned to the Marquis's residence with her newly purchased garments and jewelry. Upon learning that old Madame Chui had already returned home, she could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. She harbored no desire to see old Madame Chui. Every encounter with the dignified and elegant matriarch filled her with a sense of discomfort, reminiscent of her days as a mere rustic girl. "Come here, summon Lady Ning. Instruct her to bring Qinghan to me," Lady Li commanded. Upon hearing that old Madame Chui had left, she felt an inexplicable surge of confidence. Before long, Lady Ning entered with her 3 sons. The wet nurse cradling Qinghan, moving at a leisurely pace. Lady Li noted that Lady Ning appeared significantly thinner than before, her complexion pale, lacking vitality, which secretly pleased her. She relished in the thought that as long as Lady Ning was not thriving, she herself would be. "Daughter-in-law, please greet your mother." Lady Ning curtsied, and without waiting for Lady Li to call her up, stood upright. She understood all too well that Lady Li would never initiate such a gesture. Seeing Lady Ning rise unbidden, Lady Li let out a cold snort, though she refrained from uttering any harsh words. The incident that had unfolded upon Lady Ning's arrival years prior had led to Lady Li facing severe repercussions from her mother-in-law, Madame Su, a punishment that had left a lasting impression on her. Thus, even 4 years after the matriarch's passing, Lady Li dared not use the customary greeting to subjugate her daughter-in-law, ignoring Lady Ning. Lady Li beckoned the wet nurse, saying, "Come here, let me see little Qinghan." The wet nurse glanced nervously at Lady Ning, who displayed no discernible emotion, merely nodding slightly. Only then did the wet nurse approach with the child in her arms. As Lady Li accepted the baby, her face lit up with affection. She even kissed the infant's cheek, clearly enamored. "Lady Ning, I find myself utterly fond of this child at first sight, given your current frail condition. It would be best to raise her at Quexianju," Lady Li stated with an authoritative tone that brooked no dissent. At this moment, a torrent of resentment surged within Lady Ning. However, she managed to suppress any outward expression. Yet, despite her efforts, her face grew cold as she replied, "Mother's good intentions should not be refused, but I fear there may not be ample time for you to care for the child later." "What do you mean by that? As a grandmother, you intend to raise your granddaughter away from her mother, and this is the upbringing from the residence of the national scholar?" Lady Li retorted. Her anger flaring at the insinuation, Lady Ning disregarded her stepmother's ire, coolly responding, "Surely mother is unaware. Father is returning to the capital soon." "What? He is still engaged in battle. Why would he return now?" Lady Li exclaimed in disbelief. She had not received any inkling of such news. Lady Ning internally scoffed, fully aware that Lady Li, despite her lofty status as the Marquis's wife, was essentially deaf and blind to the surrounding events. It was reported that her father had sustained serious injuries and was returning to the capital to recuperate. The emperor had already dispatched imperial physician Lu to Yongning Pass to escort him back. Lady Ning deliberately emphasized the name Lu Tai, discreetly observing Lady Li's expression, which momentarily flickered with guilt. "What? You say the Marquis has been grievously injured? What is Cheng Xizhi doing, that he cannot even protect his own father?" Lady Li cried out in distress. Lady Ning, however, chose not to argue this time, recognizing that her husband had written to her detailing the circumstances, and she felt immense gratitude toward her father-in-law for saving her husband. Yet, that gratitude was exclusively for her father-in-law and had no bearing on Lady Li, her stepmother. Previously, she could regard Lady Li as an inconsequential stranger. Now she viewed her solely as the rival who had unjustly seized her daughter. Chapter 23, Sibling Bonds. The news of her husband's grave injury and subsequent return to the capital left Lady Li thoroughly shaken. Having once resided at Yongning Pass, she had witnessed firsthand the brutal carnage of war. She understood the severity of the injuries a commander must sustain to be granted leave to recuperate at home. Overwhelmed by this realization, Lady Li burst into tears, her anguish echoing through the room. Her cry startled the infant in her arms, prompting him to wail in response. The wet nurse hastily stepped forward to reclaim the child and retreated to soothe him quietly, having cared for the baby since birth. The wet nurse's gentle lullabies quickly calmed him as he nestled into her embrace. Realizing the infant was hungry, the wet nurse hurried away to find a suitable place to feed him. Meanwhile, Lady Lee sobbed uncontrollably, her words punctuated by tears. Your father suffered what injury? Lady Ning shook her head gently, speaking softly. I am not fully aware of the specifics, only that the emperor has dispatched Liu Tai to Yongning Pass to escort my father-in-law back. Half a month. Yes, it will take half a month. The Marquis has been severely injured. The journey will be slow, Lady Lee murmured in a daze. Observing Lady Leah's frantic and helpless demeanor, Lady Ning felt a complex mix of emotions. She was profoundly grateful to her father-in-law for saving her husband, yet she harbored intense resentment toward Lady Lee for having swapped her one and only daughter, that tiny infant, now lost to her. Left her heart heavy with despair. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, the slight softness in her heart hardened once more. She could no longer concern herself with others. Her sole focus was to reclaim her own flesh and blood. Lady Lee, with her face buried in her hands, wept bitterly. Lady Ning remained seated quietly, refraining from offering comfort. Her two elder sons stood protectively at her sides, while her youngest, just over 3, nestled in her lap. All silent and solemn, after Lady Lee finally exhausted herself and ceased crying, Lady Ning spoke calmly. Father's return necessitates that the household begin preparations, were it not for her father-in-law's act of saving her husband. Lady Ning would not have deigned to remind her stepmother. She was acutely aware of Lady Leah's utter lack of managerial skills. Without her guidance, Lady Lee would be at a loss regarding what preparations to make. Do not trouble yourself, I am well aware, Lady Lee retorted sharply, her voice hoarse from crying. Lady Ning appeared unfazed by the rebuke. She merely stood and said with composure, if that is the case, I shall take my leave. I bid you farewell. With that, she turned with her 3 children and departed. While recuperating at her maternal home, Lady Ning had come to a resolute understanding. She would no longer allow her stepmother to wield her status as a means to belittle her. No longer willing to maintain even a veneer of politeness, she resolved that if Lady Lee dared to extend her claws toward her or her children again, she would not hesitate to sever ties and confront her openly. The wet nurse, having fed the infant and too timid to re-enter the room, noticed the Marchioness leaving and hurriedly followed, cradling the child securely. The past few months had been fraught with uncertainty for the wet nurse. As Lady Ning's apparent indifference toward her daughter had left her anxious, unbeknownst to her, the wet nurse assumed Lady Ning shared the same preference for sons over daughters, which is why she had never called for her. However, she never anticipated that after 4 months of nurturing, she had never once been summoned. She had often mused to herself about Lady Ning's apparent coldness and harshness, thinking that even if she disliked her daughter, she would at least inquire after her well-being. Upon returning to Kawaiyuan, Ruyue and Ruyan had just finished assisting Lady Ning in changing into her everyday attire when they heard the cries of the third young master. What has happened to Fenger? Ning let out a startled cry, suddenly springing to her feet and striding towards the door. Frightened, Ruishua swiftly snatched the pine-flower satin-gray squirrel fur cloak hanging on the rack and hurriedly chased after her, calling out, Madam, slow down, put on the cloak, be mindful of the wind. Wrapping herself haphazardly in the cloak, Ning followed the sound of crying, only to see her youngest son, with his short little legs, running towards the main room, pursued by a gaggle of serving maids and nannies, who were calling out, Young master, don't run, be careful not to fall. Cheng Jinfeng was sobbing as he ran, his cries punctuated with desperate calls for his mother. Mother, save my sister, 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 don't cry, Fenger, mother will hold you. What is wrong? Ning hurried forward, squatting down to embrace her little son, soothing him with gentle words. Mother, sister, sister feels so unwell. Cheng Jinfeng clung to his mother's neck, weeping inconsolably, and Ning's heart sank, disregarding her own frailty as she hoisted her 3-year-old chubby boy into her arms, hastening towards the main room while anxiously pressing him for answers. Good Fenger, quickly tell mother. What happened to your sister? She is burning up crying. It hurts so much. The little chubby Cheng Jinfeng wiped his tears, sobbing. The young lady isn't feverish, exclaimed the wet nurse, startled, as she pressed her forehead against the child's. Checking for warmth, Ning cast a cold glance at the wet nurse holding the child and struggled to carry her son into the main room, just as Cheng Jinfeng cried out about his sister's distress. At the foot of Wolf Mountain, a mere 50 or 60 miles from the capital, the old hunter Jiang Cheng's home was in turmoil. Jiang Xiaobai, who had been sleeping on the kong, suddenly waved her small hands and began to cry at the old hunter, who was preparing dinner, was startled beyond measure. He had raised Jiang Xiaobai for almost 5 months and had scarcely heard her cry more than a few times. Whether she was hungry, sleepy, or needed a change, she only made soft noises, never crying. Only in the initial days of her arrival had she cried a few times, since the she-wolf had taken over the nursing duties. The little one had been either cooing or laughing, charming everyone. This was the first time she had cried so heart-wrenchingly. Xiaobai, dear, don't cry, don't cry. The old hunter quickly cradled Jiang Xiaobai in his arms, anxiously rocking her to soothe her. Usually a few gentle words would calm her, but this time no amount of coaxing seemed to work. She squirmed uncomfortably, continuing to weep. As he held Jiang Xiaobai, the old hunter felt a marked difference It was as if he were holding a bundle of fire. He quickly touched her forehead, which was so hot it made him gasp, exclaiming, "Xiaobai, why do you have a fever?" With that, the old hunter placed Jiang Xiaobai back on the con, wrapping her snugly in a rabbit fur blanket. He then retrieved a small box from under the con, emptied its contents of silver coins into a leather pouch, tossed the box aside, and hurriedly set off towards the nearest town in the western part of the capital. Chapter 24, Jiang Xiaobai's teething. The journey that usually took more than an hour was completed by the old hunter in just half an hour, despite the biting chill of early winter. He ran with beads of sweat forming on his brow, soaking through several layers of clothing. "Dr. Sun, please open the door. I need a consultation." The old hunter pounded on the door of a shop adorned with the emblem of Tai Su Tang. Coming, who is it? Can't you keep quiet at this hour?" A drowsy voice came from within. As the young attendant opened the door, yawning, he initially displayed impatience upon seeing the old hunter, but quickly masked it with a forced smile. Asking old Master Jiang, "What brings you here? Is the child unwell?" The old hunter nodded urgently. Yes, my granddaughter is ill. Dr. Sun awake. It's you, Jiang Laoj. He is awake. Please come in, it's cold outside." A booming voice called out from behind. The attendant, who instinctively turned to look at the shopkeeper, hurried out, half dressed. "Oh dear, let me see what is wrong with our little girl." Dr. Sun took Jiang Xiaobai from the old hunter, checking her forehead and examining her eyes before beginning to feel her pulse. Perhaps the faint scent of herbs on Dr. Sun had a calming effect, for Jiang Xiaobai, cradled in his arms, seemed more at ease than when held by the old hunter, only making soft whimpers. After taking her pulse, Dr. Sun smiled and said, "From the pulse, it appears there is no major concern, just some licorice. And prepare another lamp." The attendant hurriedly brought over a lamp, and under its light, Dr. Sun gently pressed Jiang Xiaobai's chin, revealing her tender gums, where two small white spots had appeared. Dr. Sun nodded, his expression visibly relaxing. "It's nothing serious. The little girl is teething. It's common for infants to feel discomfort and run a fever when they start teething, but she will be fine in a couple of days." "Teething causes a fever. My granddaughter is burning up," the old hunter said, his face filled with concern. "You've never raised a child, so you wouldn't know. When infants are teething, they can get a fever. And even when they begin to develop their intellect, they may also run a fever. In any case, it's nothing serious. You can rest easy," Dr. Sun reassured him. "You've raised her quite well. How do you manage it?" "From her pulse, she seems to be less than 5 months old, yet her little body is so strong, stronger than many 1-year-olds. No wonder she started teething early." Dr. Sun, cradling Jiang Xiaobai, smiled at the old hunter. The old hunter puffed out his chest with pride, thinking to himself, "Of course, just look at the milk Xiaobai drinks every day. It's the milk of the mountain goddess of Wolf Mountain, far superior to that of ordinary children. I just make do with it. I've never raised a child before, so I'm just muddling through," he said with a seemingly humble yet truly proud smile. "It's normal for teething to cause a fever. But you must also be vigilant. Don't let her fever get too high or last too long, as prolonged fever can harm her intellect." I'll gather a few herbs. If the fever hasn't subsided by dawn, I'll brew some for her to drink. "Shin, can please heat some water. You can also use warm water to sponge her down. That can help reduce the fever." Dr. Sun looked at the well-behaved Jiang Xiaobai in his arms. He felt an overwhelming joy, holding her tightly as if unwilling to return her to the old hunter. "All right, I've noted that down, Dr. Sun. Is that all for the consultation?" the old hunter asked with a smile, though his tone betrayed a hint of dissatisfaction. Yes, that's all," Dr. Sun casually replied, still teasing Jiang Xiaobai. Suddenly, the old hunter snatched his granddaughter back, holding her tightly against his chest, as if to declare ownership, saying, "This is my granddaughter. You old bachelor without a son or daughter, and yet you claim a granddaughter." Dr. Sun shot the old hunter an annoyed glare, retorting, having known each other for decades, they were well acquainted. Allowing for such banter. "Oh, I do have a granddaughter. You have a son. Do you have any grandchildren?" The old hunter quicked back, landing a verbal jab that darkened Dr. Sun's expression. Dr. Sun had only one son, who had been spoiled rotten since childhood. He couldn't fathom why his son was so intent on becoming a monk, refusing to marry, and howling for a shaven head, nearly driving Dr. Sun to his wits' end. Children are debts. Dr. Sun sighed in resignation, his thoughts drifting to his rebellious son, robbing him of any desire to continue sparring verbally with the old hunter. "Brother Sun." The old hunter, noticing Dr. Sun's visibly low spirits, called out apologetically, "It's not your fault, Brother Jiang. It's my rebellious son who is disappointing." Dr. Sun responded with a forced smile. "By the way, Brother Jiang, where did this child come from?" the old hunter sighed. "I found her by the banks of the Sang River." "Tell me, how could anyone abandon such a lovely child?" "People are foolish, thinking only boys are valuable, unaware that daughters are equally important. If they only raise boys and neglect girls, how will the boys find wives in the future?" Dr. Sun lamented, shaking his head. "Indeed, that's the truth," the old hunter echoed with a sigh. Just then, Shin arrived with the heated water, and Dr. Sun assisted the old hunter in giving Jiang Xiaobai a sponge bath with warm water. As the old hunter unbuttoned Jiang Xiaobai's small coat, he suddenly gasped, murmuring, "What's this? A birthmark has appeared." At the intersection of Jiang Xiaobai's collarbone, a strikingly vivid red flame-shaped pattern had emerged. The old hunter, having bathed Jiang Xiaobai countless times, had never noticed this birthmark before. Hearing the commotion, Dr. Sun quickly inquired, "Brother Jiang, has this birthmark always been absent from the child?" The old hunter nodded, affirming, "No, it has never been there." "That is quite strange. Brother Jiang, don't dwell on it. Hurry and finish bathing the child. We mustn't let her catch a chill," Dr. Sun urged, noticing the old hunter lost in thought. Right, the old hunter replied, snapping back to reality as he hastily wrung out a cloth to wipe Jiang Xiaobai down. Under Dr. Sun's guidance, the old hunter meticulously wiped Jiang Xiaobai's armpits, the creases of her legs, and her palms and soles. After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Jiang Xiaobai's body had cooled from its earlier heat, while dressing his little granddaughter. The old hunter noticed that the once vibrant red flame pattern had gradually faded. What had been a bright red pattern reminiscent of a flickering flame had transformed into a soft pink. Dr. Sun, observing the fading pattern, couldn't help but furrow his brow, expressing his concern. "Brother Jiang, your granddaughter may not be an ordinary child." Unbeknownst to him, the old hunter carefully dressed his granddaughter, enveloping her tightly in his arms, and resolutely declared, "What does it matter if she is remarkable or not? She is my granddaughter, and no one shall take her away." Upon hearing these words, although Dr. Sun did not retort, he gently shook his head. Chapter 25, The Wolf King Seeks His Cub. The old hunter hastily took his granddaughter to the town for medical attention that very night, too anxious to even notify the Wolf King and his mate. At the break of dawn, the Wolf King and his family of 7 descended the mountain as usual, ready to nurse and play with Jiang Xiaobai. However, upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they were met with the sight of the old hunter's home, its doors wide open, and a profound silence enveloping the courtyard and interior. Devoid of any sound, the wolf matriarch dashed into the house and leapt onto the kong, where there was usually a little infant, but the warm bed was now empty. She jumped down and began to sniff around, but could find no trace of her beloved cub. A mournful howl escaped her lips, prompting the Wolf King and their 5 wolf pups to rush into the room, their voices rising in a chorus of wails. If Jiang Xiaobai were present, she would understand what her wolf family was lamenting. The cub was lost. This was the sorrowful voice of the wolf matriarch. "Impossible, Schwerer, do not panic. The cub was here just yesterday afternoon. Perhaps the old man took her out." The Wolf King reassured his wife. "We must go search for our sister," chimed in the 5 wolf pups in unison. The Wolf King, being a descendant of the snow wolf mountain god, possessed a level of intelligence far beyond that of ordinary wolves. He howled at the 5 pups, who immediately scampered outside, racing off in every direction across the mountain. Where could the cub possibly be? She is yet to nurse. It has been an entire night, and she must be starving, the wolf matriarch fretted. The Wolf King pondered for a moment before leaping onto the kong to rummage through the bedding. Not finding the cub's dedicated rabbit fur blanket, he leapt down and began to dig in the kang's hollow. He knew that every time the old hunter returned from a hunt, he would hide his earnings in this or that small wooden box. The hollow was bare, devoid of anything. Retrieving his forelegs, the Wolf King scanned the room with his piercing eyes. Suddenly, he noticed a wooden box tucked beneath his mate's tail. He swiftly unearthed the box, only to find it ajar and completely empty. Not even a speck of silver within. A sense of realization dawned upon the Wolf King. "Our cub may be ill, and the old man has taken her to seek treatment. Look, the money is all gone," he stated with uncertainty. "She is sick. Where is she? I must see my cub." Upon hearing that her precious little one was unwell, the wolf matriarch began to frantically leap upon the kong, insisting that they go find their cub. The Wolf King, equally anxious and worried, gently nudged his wife with his nose, summoning the courage to make a decision. "Very well, we shall go find our cub," fearing he might forget the old hunter's scent. The Wolf King retrieved the old man's fur coat and inhaled deeply alongside the wolf matriarch. As for Jiang Xiaobai, there was no need. Her scent was already etched into the hearts of the Wolf King and his mate. It mattered not if they had been apart for a night or even years. The couple could never forget the scent of their cub, following the scents of the old hunter in Jiang Xiaobai. The Wolf King and his mate sprinted southeast, stopping intermittently to confirm the trail before continuing their pursuit. In less than 2/4 of an hour, they arrived at a hillside just outside Jingxi town. Standing atop the slope, gazing at the bustling crowd below, both wolves felt a twinge of apprehension. Despite their intelligence, they were still merely wolves. It is said that while humans fear wolves, wolves also harbor a fear of humans, particularly of crowds. Is our cub down there? The wolf matriarch looked towards Jingxi town, her voice laced with uncertainty. The Wolf King nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, the scent of our cub and the old man is strong. This is the largest town. If our cub is truly ill, the old man would certainly bring her here for treatment. Then, we shall enter," the wolf matriarch declared, mustering her courage. The Wolf King observed their snow-white fur, shimmering like silver, and then glanced down at himself, equally as white. If they were to barge into the town in such a manner, they would likely become prey before they could even locate their cub. While the Wolf King was preoccupied with thoughts of human hunters, he failed to realize that the sight of such a colossal wolf would terrify the townsfolk, sending them scurrying to lock their doors and hide away in fear. Perhaps we should call out a few times. If the old man hears us, he might come out with our cub, but if he does not, we can quietly slip inside, the Wolf King mused, devising a clever plan. Agreed, the wolf matriarch responded promptly. The two wolves stood atop the slope, facing the town, and began to howl for their cub. In the midst of the night, Zhang Xiaobai, who was enveloped in a bitter herbal concoction, was sound asleep when she suddenly heard faint calls of cub, cub, wolf father, wolf mother. Zhang Xiaobai cried out in her heart. Alas, she was still too young and the distance to the slope too great. While she could hear the urgent calls of the Wolf King and his mate, they could not hear her. Zhang Xiaobai woke with a start, waving her tiny hands and calling out, "Ah!" Unfortunately, the old hunter who was vigilantly guarding her did not comprehend her babble and was too preoccupied to heed the howls from outside. Frustrated, Zhang Xiaobai suddenly spotted the large yellow cat kept by Dr. Sunday. A thought struck her, and she began to call out in her heart, little kitty, little kitty." Zhang Xiaobai called incessantly. The large yellow cat, which had been dozing beside her pillow, suddenly sat upright, its eyes wide with astonishment as it turned to search for the source of the sound. "Little kitty, it's me calling you. Do not be afraid, I shall not harm you. I am the little child beside you," Zhang Xiaobai thought rapidly. The large yellow cat hesitated before approaching Zhang Xiaobai, leaning in to gently sniff her face. Indeed, the allure this little girl held for animals was unparalleled. The large yellow cat's initially wide eyes soon relaxed into a contented squint. "Little one, did you call for me?" the large yellow cat tentatively mewed, gently patting Zhang Xiaobai's small hand with its paw. Yes, it's me, little kitty. May I ask you for a favor?" Zhang Xiaobai eagerly implored. Alright, how may I assist you?" The usually aloof and indifferent large yellow cat was now meowing incessantly beside Zhang Xiaobai, leaving Dr. Sun and Xian utterly astonished. It was well known that this cat typically behaved like a living deity, rarely deigning to acknowledge their presence. My wolf father and mother are looking for me. Please go tell them I am safe and that my grandfather will take me home." Zhang Xiaobai hurriedly instructed the large yellow cat. "What, wolf? No. The large yellow cat immediately shook its head vigorously, as if rejecting the very notion. Why would it willingly approach a wolf? Did it find mice unappetizing or jerky lacking in sweetness? It certainly wasn't inclined to become a wolf snack. "Please, little kitty. My wolf father and mother are wonderful. They would never harm you. If you help me deliver this message, I will reward you with 4 large fish, the kind that could last you 3 days." Zhang Xiaobai pleaded with a sweet, coaxing tone. They really won't eat me?" The large yellow cat hesitated to ask. "Absolutely, I promise they won't. My wolf father and mother are very kind," Zhang Xiaobai replied with immense pride. "Will you truly give me 4 large fish?" the yellow cat weakly confirmed. "Yes, indeed. My wolf father is incredibly skilled. He can catch a large fish with a single swipe of his paw." The more Zhang Xiaobai spoke of her father's prowess, the prouder she became. "Very well then," the large yellow cat reluctantly agreed. The primary reason was that this little girl was simply too endearing, and the promise of 4 large fish was irresistible. Little did the large yellow cat know, by delivering a message for Zhang Xiaobai, it would soon embark on a life filled with enviable abundance, enjoying fish and meat daily, leading a blissful existence. Chapter 27, Xiao Xianer is still alive. Meanwhile, in the upper chamber of the Qiwaiyuan at the Ho residence in the northern part of Jingxi town, Ningxi cradled her young son, soothing him gently. "Fenger, be good, do not cry. How do you know your sister is in distress?" "Mother, my sister feels so hot. I remember when I had a fever as a child, I felt the same way." Cheng Jinfeng sobbed. It was quite a humorous scene to hear a 3-year-old recount memories of his own childhood. However, Ningxi lacked the heart to laugh. Her mind raced with concern, and she quickly glanced around to ensure that only her trusted confidants were present before letting out a sigh of relief and continuing her inquiry. "Fenger, can you sense your sister?" Ningxi watched her son with hopeful anticipation, her question urgent. "Not always. I can only feel it when she is unwell," Cheng Jinfeng replied, a frown creasing his small brow, his expression one of distress. "Please, my son, reassure your mother." Before Cheng Jinfeng could finish, the second son, Cheng Jinju, entered the room. He first bowed from a distance before warming himself by the incense burner, then quickly approached his mother and younger brother. "Second brother, I felt my sister again." Cheng Jinfeng looked up at his older brother, speaking in a soft, gentle voice. "Again, Fenger, when did you sense your sister?" Ningxi's heart raced, her anxiety rising. Cheng Jinfeng's face contorted with a mix of emotions. He had promised his older brother not to speak about sensing his sister, and now he was at a loss for words. After the initial panic subsided, the young boy's mind began to clear, and he realized that his words held no weight. "Mother, I know about this matter. Let me speak." Cheng Jinju, observing her younger brother's troubled expression, offered him a comforting smile before turning to their mother with utmost respect. "Please go ahead." Ning's anxiety was palpable, and it was exasperating that her second son remained so unfazed. "Mother, after you gave birth to my sister, about 4 hours later, my brother suddenly clutched his chest and cried. claiming that our sister was in distress, though he could not articulate what was troubling her. However, moments later he ceased his tears, stating that she was no longer suffering. Chung Jinju pondered for a moment, opting to relay only the simplest details, withholding certain aspects to spare their mother further anguish. Therefore, the child in the western chamber is truly not your sister is still alive? Ning queried, her voice trembling. To reassure her, Chung Jinju nodded firmly, stating emphatically, "Mother, my sister is certainly safe and sound. She is waiting for us to bring her home. The child is not our sister. She is a villain." Cheng Jinfeng suddenly interjected. "A villain?" Ning exclaimed in surprise. Although she harbored intense hatred for Li's act of substituting her true daughter, she found it hard to deem an infant, who could barely speak and spent her days sleeping and eating, as a villain. "She is a villain, without a doubt," Chung Jinfeng pouted, stomping his feet in frustration. Ning cast a questioning glance at her second son. Since her pregnancy, the dutiful Chang Jinfeng had taken on the responsibility of caring for his younger brother. Of course, Chung Jinju did not need to tend to him directly. 2 nannies and 2 maids were always at Chung Jinfeng's side, along with 2 guards and 4 boys to ensure their safety. Chung Jinju merely needed to manage these 10 individuals and remain attuned to his brother's emotions. Chung Jinfeng was a resilient child, seldom crying, and even less frequently did he sob, yet on the day of Ning's delivery, he had cried so hard he nearly lost his breath. Chung Jinju had to soothe him for quite a while, which contributed to his silent conviction that the infant beside their mother was not his true sister. "Mother, perhaps it is simply a matter of natural incompatibility. My brother has an intense aversion to that child. She cannot possibly be our biological sister." Chung Jinju suppressed his swirling suspicions and articulated the most profound reasoning he could muster. Ning nodded slightly, finding this explanation somewhat plausible. "Mother, why did my brother cry earlier?" Chung Jinju had been in the study with the guards who remained at the estate, which accounted for his delayed arrival at his brother's side. Ning briefly recounted the events, and Chang Jinju exclaimed in delight, "So my sister is truly alive." Realizing he had spoken too freely, Chung Jinju abruptly sealed his lips, and in that moment, his countenance betrayed the innocent expression of a child. Ning sighed, enveloping her 2 sons in her embrace as she whispered, "Yes, your sister is undoubtedly alive. She is waiting for us to bring her home. Now, we must share this news with your father, as well as your grandparents." Chung Jinju promptly suggested, "Mother, let Xian'er deliver a letter to father. Tomorrow, I shall go to grandfather's house to study and inform him and uncle in person. As long as my sister is alive, we will surely find her." Ning nodded in agreement, gazing at her 2 sons as she inquired, "What is the eldest son doing at this moment?" Ruiyan cheerfully replied, in response to the lady's inquiry. The eldest son mentioned that he has not yet completed today's assignments and has gone to the training grounds to practice. Ning smiled with satisfaction. "This child is genuinely earnest. I had originally permitted him a day of rest, yet he is eager to apply himself. Send someone to keep an eye on him. Once he is done, he should hurry back for dinner." Her eldest son was naturally gifted in martial arts and understood the value of diligence, while her second son possessed an extraordinary memory and was equally hardworking. With such exceptional sons, Ning could not help but feel envy from countless mothers, upon hearing they could once again dine with their mother. Chang Jinju and Chang Jinfeng exchanged delighted smiles. They had previously been permitted to dine with her until Ning's health deteriorated following her blood loss, which rendered her unable to withstand the wind, causing her spirit to wane significantly. And now, the prospect of reuniting for family meals signified that their mother was recovering, alleviating their fears. During dinner, the 4 of them enjoyed a delightful meal together. Ning watched as her 3 sons ate heartily, her thoughts drifting to her little daughter, who was still alive. This brought her considerable relief, prompting her to consume a little more than usual, much to the delight of the maids and nannies who quietly expressed gratitude. After dinner, once the children had departed, Ning immediately penned a lengthy letter for Xian'er to deliver to Yongning Pass. She was acutely aware that her husband, stationed far at the border, shared her worries and self-reproach over their missing daughter. At Yongning Pass, Chang Xizhe, fully engrossed in the struggle against the Hu people, could not escape the constant pangs of longing and concern for his missing daughter. The weight of anxiety bore heavily on him, causing him to lose considerable weight. After bidding farewell to his injured father, Chang Xizhe finally received the letter from Xian'er. Upon reading the correspondence, tears streamed down his face. He clutched his wife's letter tightly to his chest, murmuring through his tears, "Thank you, heaven. Thank you, heaven. My little Xian'er is still alive. She is alive and well. As long as you live, father shall one day find you. Little Xian'er, promise father you will take care of yourself and live well. Once father has dealt with the Tartars, I will come find you." Chapter 26. Bringing the little one home. After negotiating the terms, the big yellow cat stretched its limbs, letting out a grand yawn before gracefully leaping off the bed and darting outside. Shin, startled by the yellow blur zipping past him, could not help but scold with a chuckle. "Oh dear, you gave me quite a fright. How could this lazy creature bring itself to run off?" Jiang Xiaobai felt reassured once the big yellow cat had dashed out and ceased her own whimpering. With her silence, the old hunter found his heart at ease and finally noticed the distant howls of wolves echoing outside. Oh no, how could I have forgotten about them? He slapped his forehead in realization, disregarding any explanation to Dr. Sun, and swiftly followed the big yellow cat outside, moving like the wind. Dr. Sun and Shin exchanged puzzled glances. Uncertain of the motives behind this peculiar duo, could it be related to the wolf howls resonating from outside? The big yellow cat sped past the town, while the old hunter, though not as swift, hurried after it. Along the way, he observed the anxious expressions of passers-by, all hastening homeward, their faces etched with concern. Before he could exit the town, the marketplace lay deserted. The big yellow cat reached the hillside where the wolf king and his mate resided. Meowing from a distance, its small voice trembled, revealing its own fear. Look, is that a cat calling for us? The wolf king pointed towards the big yellow cat and asked his mate. The she-wolf followed his gaze. And upon seeing the big yellow cat for the first time under the scrutiny of two wolves, it trembled all over and stammered, "Are you Zhang Xiaobai's wolf parents?" The two wolves, having frequently heard the old hunter refer to their precious little one as Xiaobai, were not unfamiliar with the name. The wolf king and his mate nodded proudly, affirming, "Yes, we are Xiaobai's wolf parents." The big yellow cat hurriedly explained, "Your Zhang Xiaobai is unwell. Last night, the old man brought her to our home for treatment. Xiaobai asked you not to worry. Her grandfather will take her back home. Oh dear, how could our little one fall ill? I must go and see her." The she-wolf cried out in alarm upon hearing of her beloved's ailment. Just as the two wolves and the cat conversed, the old hunter arrived in haste. Spotting the wolf couple, he called out, "Do not worry, Xiaobai was unwell last night, and I took her to town for a checkup. She is fine now, and I shall bring her home shortly, so rest assured." The wolf couple, reassured by the old hunter's heartfelt concern for their dear child, nodded in understanding. The wolf king proudly inclined his head. Leaning affectionately against the she-wolf, both wolves sat down, their backs turned towards the town, patiently awaiting their granddaughter's return. Realizing the wolves' intentions, the old hunter understood that they would not return to their mountain until they had seen their granddaughter. The big yellow cat glanced at the old hunter, its eyes twinkling with mischief. Suddenly, it launched itself into the old hunter's arms, relishing the lingering scent of Zhang Xiaobai. Finding a comfortable position, the big yellow cat meowed in discontent when the old hunter did not move. As if to urge, "Why are you still here?" The old hunter, both amused and exasperated, chuckled, "What a lazy creature you are." He waved goodbye to the wolf couple, smiling, "I will go and bring Xiaobai home." Upon seeing the old hunter return with his extraordinarily lazy cat, Dr. Sun could not help but laugh. "Brother, are you off to find Ali?" "There's no need, Ali is too lazy to wander off." The old hunter could guess that his granddaughter had sent the big yellow cat to inform the wolf couple, but lacking concrete evidence, he held his tongue. Who would believe such a tale? Even if Dr. Sun could accept it, he would not reveal his granddaughter's peculiarities, as that would only invite trouble for little Xiaobai. "You said this little one is incredibly lazy. When it encounters me, it refuses to get up and insists on being carried back." The old hunter smiled in response, refraining from divulging his recent endeavors. Dr. Sun did not pursue further inquiries but instead conducted another physical examination on Zhang Xiaobai. It is evident that Zhang Xiaobai has been nourished by wolf's milk. Her constitution is exceptionally robust. After consuming a potion, her fever subsided entirely, and she appeared remarkably spirited. Dr. Sun took her pulse once more to ensure her complete recovery. The old hunter promptly lifted Zhang Xiaobai into his arms and hurried outside. The wolf king and queen were waiting on the hillside outside the town, with the bustling activity in town. Should anyone catch sight of the wolf king and queen, it could lead to a commotion. Thus, it was prudent to return to Wolf Mountain swiftly. Upon spotting the old hunter, the wolf couple dashed forward. Hearing the commotion, Zhang Xiaobai immediately called out in her heart, "Wolf father, wolf mother." The two wolves rushed to the old hunter's side, and the wolf mother stood up to nuzzle her child in his embrace. The old hunter quickly advised, "The cold wind is fierce today. We cannot let Xiaobai nurse outside. If she drinks in this chill, she may fall ill." Upon hearing his words, the wolf mother halted her actions, gently kissed Zhang Xiaobai's face, and uttered a few affectionate howls, indicating, "Be good, little one, we shall return home to nurse." The two humans and two wolves sped forward. Naturally, the 2 legs of a human cannot compare to the 4 legs of a wolf. After a brief sprint, the wolf king turned back to find the old hunter lagging behind and quickly pivoted to search for him. The old hunter was straining to keep pace, yet he could not catch up to the wolf couple. The wolf king returned, slightly displeased, and lowered himself before the old hunter. The old hunter was taken aback and exclaimed, "You wish to carry me?" The wolf king impatiently nodded, but as it gazed at Zhang Xiaobai in the old hunter's arms, its eyes shimmered with tender affection. The old hunter understood. Zhang Xiaobai was too small to ride independently on a wolf, and he merely served the role of a wolf saddle, for the first time in his life. The old hunter mounted the back of a wolf, feeling the biting northern wind howl against his face like a knife. He quickly nestled Zhang Xiaobai, along with her rabbit fur blanket, into his embrace. Using his own coat to shield her from the frigid gusts, the wolf king and queen galloped furiously, swiftly returning to the foot of Wolf Mountain. The old hunter gazed at his yard in astonishment. His eyes wide, the wooden gate stood ajar, revealing a courtyard densely populated with wolves, among which was one he recognized particularly well, his finest hunting companion, likely the Wolf King's brother. He had once witnessed the Wolf King reprimanding this wolf as if it were a grandson. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai's return, the wolf pack erupted in joyous howls. The sudden cacophony overwhelmed Jiang Xiaobai, and she felt compelled to greet each wolf individually: Uncle Wolf, Aunt Wolf, Big Brother, Second Sister, Third Brother, Fourth Sister, Fifth Brother, Second Aunt, Fourth Aunt. She mentally called out to each one, growing weary from the effort. Her small body was indeed still quite fragile. The Wolf King let out a commanding howl, causing the pack to gradually disperse. However, Uncle Wolf, Aunt Wolf, and the 5 wolf siblings remained, patiently waiting for Jiang Xiaobai to finish nursing before joining her for play. After a moment of panic, Jiang Xiaobai seemed to grow even more rapidly. She incessantly uttered sounds, signaling her eagerness to speak. Chapter 28. The Northern Marquis returns to the capital. On a day when snow fell heavily, the Northern Marquis, Cheng Fuhu, returned to the capital. Due to sustaining serious injuries, the emperor had granted him a special edict allowing him to forego the customary audience and return directly to his residence to recuperate, since Dr. Liu had sent word ahead to the capital. Heiress.li arrived early, accompanied by others, to welcome him at the city gate. Mrs. Ning, wishing to avoid gossip about her children, decided to accompany Heiress.li without prior notice. As Heiress.li boarded the carriage, she noticed several other carriages trailing behind and furrowed her brow. Inquiring, whose carriages are those? In truth, Mrs. Li was feigning ignorance, as the carriages were regulated within the household. The 4-horse carriage adorned with vermilion lacquer and gold accents was reserved solely for her and Mrs. Ning. Return to Madam. It is the carriage of the heir's wife. She instructed early this morning to bring the 3 young masters to welcome the Marquis, replied the chief steward's wife with a forced smile. Secretly lamenting her predicament, the 2 ladies had been at odds over household matters, and it was the servants who bore the brunt of their conflicts. How cunning of her, Mrs. Li scoffed, stepping heavily onto the carriage. The convoy soon left the city, waiting at the Jilio Pavilion, located 5 miles outside. The weather was too frigid, and no one dared to disembark, remaining inside the carriages, after waiting for nearly half an hour. The sound of galloping hooves echoed in the distance. The Marquis has arrived, a young maid exclaimed cheerfully. Mrs. Li, disregarding her hat, leaped from the carriage and rushed forward to greet him. Mrs. Ning, properly adorned with her hat, adjusted her children's clothing before slowly descending, instructing her 3 children, "We shall go to welcome your grandfather. Fenger, do not run about, let the nurse carry you." Having given her directives, Mrs. Ning proceeded to join the welcome. Heiress.li hastily reached the Marquis's carriage, calling out in tears, "Marquis." As she attempted to climb aboard, startled, the guards quickly lowered the footstool, averting their gaze as they dared not look upon Heiress.li without her hat. To directly gaze upon the Marquis's wife was a transgression. Heiress.li swiftly ascended, finding the Marquis's face pallid and his eyes half closed. She burst into tears, exclaiming, "Oh!" The Northern Marquis, who had been resting, slowly opened his eyes upon hearing her cries and, with a faint smile, reassured her. "Fenger, do not weep, I am fine." Mrs. Li's given name was Li Feng, and Fenger was the Marquis's affectionate nickname for her, having never seen her husband in such a weakened state. Heiress.li could not stop her tears. The Marquis gave a helpless smile, gently patting her hand with an expression of deep affection. Outside, Mrs. Ning and the others, hearing the commotion within the carriage, each harbored their own thoughts, though their expressions remained respectful as they bowed in unison, greeting their father, grandfather, Marquis. Upon his return to the capital, hearing the voices of his daughter-in-law and 3 grandsons, the Marquis's smile widened, though he struggled to maintain his composure as he exclaimed, "Good, good, all good children. It is cold outside. Sire, you should return to the carriage and have Songer and the others join me." Yet, even this brief sentence left him breathless. His face flushed and his chest heaving. In the Cheng family, there were only 2 sons, 1 legitimate and 1 illegitimate, and among the grandchildren, only the 3 brothers, Cheng Jinsong, and his siblings, remained, with the rest being girls. Thus, the Northern Marquis cherished these 3 grandsons immensely. Even with Heiress.li present, Mrs. Ning felt no concern regarding her son's treatment. Once the 3 boys boarded the carriage, Mrs. Ning returned to her own. The wind and snow outside were relentless. It was truly frigid. "Grandfather is so pitiful." Seeing her grandfather's emaciated and frail figure, Cheng Jinfeng burst into tears. Cheng Jinju quickly supported his younger brother's shoulder, softly saying, "Do not cry, brother. Grandfather is a great hero and will soon recover. We must not disturb him." Meanwhile, Mrs. Li, clutching her husband's hand and sobbing uncontrollably, suddenly paused. Was that remark directed at her? Cheng Jinsong had only cried a few times, yet she was the one who had been weeping for much longer. The Northern Marquis surveyed his 3 grandsons, who stood in a neat row from tallest to shortest, even the 3-year-old standing straight. He felt immense satisfaction. This was the spirit expected from a military family. "Good children, grandfather is fine. Once I recover, I shall carry Fenger to see the lanterns." He reminisced about last year's Lantern Festival when he had returned to the capital on imperial command and in a moment of enthusiasm, had carried his little grandson to see the lanterns, which had filled the child with excitement. Not going to see the lanterns, grandfather is tired, Chung Jinfeng obediently replied, bringing a smile to the Northern Marquis's face. Easing the pain of his injuries, of the three children knelt and kowtowed, and just as MRS.Li was about to shoo them away, the Northern Marquis interjected, inviting them to sit beside him and converse. MRS.Li was irked, twisting her handkerchief. She had much to say, but with those three bothersome children present, how could she voice it? The convoy soon returned to the Northern Marquis's residence, where MRS.Li ordered the servants to carry the Marquis back to Quexianju. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Ning could not help but shake her head gently. Although Quexianju was indeed a beautiful abode, complete with rockeries, flowing water, a pond of koi, and pairs of cranes, it was a bustling place where Mrs. Li had managed affairs, making it unsuitable for recuperation. The Northern Marquis had spent little time in the estate, most of his days devoted to guarding Yongning past. He was a man of simple tastes and cared little for his living arrangements. After all, it was certainly better than the conditions at the frontier. Accompanied by her three sons, Mrs. Ning, along with her stepmother-in-law, escorted her father-in-law into Quexianju. She initially intended to withdraw immediately, but her stepmother-in-law suddenly addressed her father-in-law, saying, "Ningshi, your father-in-law needs to recuperate, and I must attend to him. I have no time to manage the household. You will take over for a while." Upon hearing this, not only was Mrs. Ning stunned, but even Cheng Fuhu widened his eyes in astonishment. It was well known that previously, Mrs. Li had engaged in numerous conflicts over the management of the Northern Marquis' estate. Otherwise, he would not have defied his mother's dying wish to transfer control of the household from his daughter-in-law to Mrs. Li. After her passing, now only 4 years had passed, and MRS.Li had become somewhat more adept in her role, so why was she suddenly seeking to relinquish power? Cheng Fuhu was perplexed, while Mrs. Ning sensed the underlying meaning and slightly bowed, replying calmly, "I understand my mother-in-law's intentions, but at present I cannot accept the management. I kindly ask my mother-in-law to first organize the storerooms and accounts before handing over the responsibilities, so that I may accept them and temporarily oversee the household affairs." Li's expression turned icy as she exclaimed in anger, "Your father is gravely injured. How could I possibly concern myself with any accounts? Just take it as you will. Do you think I would embezzle from my own household?" Ning, secretly reflecting, thought to herself, "You have unwittingly confessed, and what more do I need to say?" She remained silent, merely casting a glance at her father-in-law, her eyes betraying a hint of grievance. Chang Buwa, a man of coarse demeanor yet a seasoned marshal who had commanded the Cheng family army for decades, understood the importance of logistics within military affairs. Though not an expert in its intricacies, he was well aware of the general workings. Upon noticing the look of distress in his daughter-in-law's eyes and the somewhat evasive gaze of Li, he began to piece together the situation. "Daughter-in-law, endure a little longer and manage the household on behalf of your mother," he said gently, favoring his daughter-in-law. Ning furrowed her brow. While she could disregard her mother-in-law's words, she could not ignore her father-in-law's, especially when he had been injured in the effort to save her husband. She felt a twinge of guilt at the thought of refusing him. However, if she accepted the task, would it not mean using her own private funds from Kawaiyuan to cover Li's losses? Observing the unwillingness on his daughter-in-law's face, Chang Buwa sighed deeply and said, "Just return for now. I am aware of the situation." With that, Ning had no choice but to acquiesce, instructing someone to collect the account book, yet she did not depart, instead quietly gazing at Li. After a moment's contemplation, Chang Buwa added, "Quickly hand over the keys to the storeroom to your daughter-in-law." Li shot an annoyed glance at Ning before reluctantly relinquishing the keys. Ning said nothing further, simply bowing in farewell with her three children as she withdrew. Chapter 29. Indeed, a deficit upon returning to Kawaiyuan. A cloud of melancholy still hung over Ning's countenance. Just as Chang Jinju was about to speak, she interrupted him, saying, "Songer, go practice. Jura, head to the study." As for Fenger, before she could finish arranging for her youngest son, Cheng Jinfeng raised his hand, exclaiming, "Mother, I want to follow second brother." Ning gazed at her adorable little son, a smile finally breaking through her somber demeanor. "You mustn't disturb your second brother while he studies," she replied with a smile. Cheng Jinfeng promptly covered his mouth with both hands, pledging in a muffled voice, "Fenger promises not to disturb second brother." Cheng Jinju, filled with concern, looked at his mother, wishing to voice something, but Ning gently caressed his head, speaking softly yet firmly, "Jura, everyone has their own responsibilities, and so does mother. Do not worry. I can manage, just focus on your own tasks." Cheng Jinfeng eagerly interjected, I know. Eldest brother must practice diligently, second brother must study hard, and Fenger just wants to play." "Mother, once eldest brother and second brother finish their tasks, can they join me for a snowball fight?" Hearing Cheng Jinfeng's innocent words, everyone burst into laughter, and Ning recognized that her three sons were healthy and could indulge in a snowball fight without harm, so she nodded in agreement. Gleefully, Cheng Jinfeng urged his elder brothers to hasten their chores so they could play together. Once the children had exited, Ning pondered for a while before summoning maid man to lead two maidservants, Xuanfeng and Xiyu, along with several sturdy housekeepers, to take the account books and keys to the storeroom and immediately begin an inventory check. After maid man left, Ning felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over her, prompting her to recline on the guefe couch to rest. Before long, she succumbed to slumber, sleeping soundly for over an hour had it not been for a maid entering to deliver a message. She might have continued sleeping. "Madam, wake up. The Marquis has sent for Granny Jiang to relay a message." Ruishua gently roused her and Ning, still drowsy, furrowed her brow and asked, "Isn't Granny Jiang resting at home? Why has she come here?" Ruishua shook her head, her own face reflecting confusion as she softly replied, "I do not know. Granny Jiang said nothing. I had someone take her to the corridor to rest." "Very well, let her come in," Ning instructed as she sat up. Ruishua approached to assist her with grooming, while Ruishua stepped to the door to convey the message to the young maidservant. Soon a silver-haired elderly woman clad in a coarse satin gown entered briskly. Despite her age, she carried herself with impressive poise and vitality. "Granny has arrived. Please take a seat." Ruishua, serve tea. Ning addressed the elderly woman, who had once been the most capable maid of the late matriarch and had also nursed the Marquis. "Thank you, madam, for your kindness," Granny Jiang said as she settled herself on a small stool, nodding gratefully to Ruishua as she placed a thick bundle of silver notes before Ning. Ning's heart raced with speculation. Yet she feigned ignorance and asked, "What is the meaning of this?" Granny Jiang, known for her forthright temperament, replied candidly, "This is from the Marquis. He knows you have suffered injustice. Here are 100,000 taels in silver notes. Please count them." Ning offered an awkward smile, realizing this presented her with a dilemma. She understood that Li must have incurred a significant deficit, otherwise she would not have voluntarily relinquished control of the household. It was uncertain whether this 100,000 taels would suffice to cover the shortfall. Moreover, this money would need to be accounted for, and once recorded, it could not be used to offset the deficit. Noticing the distressed expression on the young lady's face, Granny Jiang directly stated, "The Marquis has said that this 100,000 taels need not be entered into the accounts, should it prove insufficient. He will provide more." Lowering her voice slightly, she added, "Madam, just accept it. In any case, this Marquis' residence will ultimately belong to the young lord. If the new madam fails to make a mark, there is no need for you to fret." Having personally cared for the young Lord Cheng Xixia since his infancy, Granny Jiang's loyalty naturally leaned toward him, and thus her words were inclined to favor them. "I have taken note of your words." Granny Ning replied with a nod, her grievances towards her father-in-law for imposing the burden upon her dissipating considerably. "Though I may no longer be in charge, should you require anything, do not hesitate to send someone to summon me," Granny Jiang said, her voice resolute. When the late matriarch passed, she had entrusted her treasured purple sandalwood cane to Granny Jiang, permitting her to wield it should the need arise to intimidate Li. "Thank you, Granny. In the future, I may find myself in need of your assistance," Ning sincerely expressed, recalling the complexities that would arise when welcoming her youngest daughter back to the household. Granny Jiang stood and bowed, saying, "Just command me as you wish." Aware of Granny Jiang's age and her lessened agility, Ning instructed someone to escort her home. After Granny Jiang departed, Ruishua cheerfully remarked, "This is splendid. I thought the Marquis would only protect the new madam." Ning shot her a reproachful glance and chided, "Do not speak foolishly, hurry and secure the silver notes." Ruishua, responding with a grin, counted the notes meticulously, her eagerness to see money evident in her expression, making it almost difficult for others to watch. As dusk settled, maid man returned to Kiwayuan, having dispelled the chill from her body before entering to report, "Madam, the items in the storeroom do not match the accounts. Nearly 80,000 taels of silver are missing, along with 10 or so pieces of gold and silver artifacts, and the jewelry is also unaccounted for. I roughly calculated it, and there is at least a deficit of 15 to 16,000 taels. Nuan Yu is currently reconciling the accounts, and it is likely to be completed by tomorrow," maid man reported indignantly. Ning was taken aback. She knew that Li typically charged purchases to an account. Settling with merchants at the end of each month, this meant that each coin Li spent had a clear record. Her individual expenditures alone amounted to at least 20 to 30,000 taels annually. Sufficient for a middle-ranking official's household in the capital for an entire year. However, the Cheng family was well off and could afford it, leaving Ning, as a daughter-in-law, with little ground to complain. Yet, she never anticipated that Li, after 4 years of managing the household, would leave behind a deficit of 15 to 16,000 taels without any trace. What had she possibly done to misappropriate such a significant sum? As this realization dawned on her, Ning's brow furrowed tightly. Chapter 30. The burden of gratitude. Nuan Yu had toiled through the night to finalize the accounts. As Ning scrutinized the ledger in her hands, her brow knitted tightly, resembling a tangle of knots. The current deficit stood at 79,300 taels, with various gold and silver items and jewelry unaccounted for, totaling an estimated value of 82,400 taels. Additionally, 2 shop leases and a property deed were missing, collectively valued at no less than 20,000 taels. In just 4 years, Li had managed the affairs of the household, resulting in a loss of 181,700 taels, nearly 1/3 of the family's assets. Ning had initially thought that if the shortfall were around 12 to 13,000 taels, the 100,000 taels sent by her father-in-law, combined with her own contribution of 2 to 3,000 taels, would suffice to avoid alarming the Marquis. Considering it an act of filial piety towards her husband, however, it now appeared that even with the 100,000 taels, there remained an outstanding deficit of 81,700 taels. Though she could provide it, it would undoubtedly strain her resources. With 3 sons and a daughter, the future marriage expenses would not be trivial. Ning could not possibly cover this shortfall alone and must inform her father-in-law of the truth. Yet given her father-in-law's grave injury, she hesitated to bring it up. Feeling caught in a dilemma, the young lady had dispatched someone to investigate the storeroom. Aside from the staff managing the accounts, no one else was aware of the situation. Those account staff had already been placed under the watchful eyes of Ning's guards, ensuring that the matter would not leak out quickly. However, wealth can indeed work wonders. Moreover, under the stewardship of the Li family for 4 years, the loyalty of the guards in the manor has waned considerably. Early the next morning, the granddaughter of the imprisoned stewardess stealthily made her way to Xianju to report the news. Upon hearing this, Li was filled with a mix of rage, annoyance, and urgency, and she violently smashed a teacup, screaming in fury, "Wretched woman, how dare you scrutinize my accounts? Why don't you just die?" The sound of the shattered teacup in the west side room of the upper chamber was heard by Cheng Fuhu, who lay in the east room. He immediately summoned someone to inquire about the commotion. A maid hurried to the door of the west side room and waved for another young maid to come down quietly. In a hushed voice, she relayed, "Someone just reported that the young lady of the air has sent people to inspect the storeroom," and Madame Ho was so furious that she smashed a teacup. The young maid wrinkled her nose as she spoke. Being a houseborn servant, she had been taught decorum since she learned to speak, and thus looked down upon Li's coarse demeanor. Honestly, making such a ruckus. "Doesn't she know the Lord needs peace to recuperate?" she mumbled under her breath, not daring to say more. After returning to the east room to relay the message, Cheng Fuhu's expression darkened, and he let out a long sigh. Deep down, he had a vague understanding of where the financial discrepancies orchestrated by Li had gone. Orphaned at a young age, Li had relied on her elder brother, Li Cheng. 14 years her senior, Li Cheng married at 17, and his wife treated Li as her own daughter. Even after having 2 sons and a daughter, the couple continued to dote on Li as they always had. Li shared a profound bond with her brother and sister-in-law, especially after her brother perished in battle, securing for her a marriage into the Ho family, allowing her to enter the manor with dignity rather than as a clandestine concubine. Her sister-in-law even provided her with a dowry from her brother's pension, ensuring she would not marry into poverty. Grateful for the deep affection of her brother and sister-in-law, Li had always supported them. Following Li Chang's death, even though the Ho family had provided for Li's family, they were inept at managing their newfound wealth, and with the flourishing of their descendants, life was inevitably less affluent. Thus, Li had to offer them considerable assistance. Remembering how Li Chong had once saved her, Cheng Fuhu sighed deeply, feeling much of his anger towards Li dissipate, and quietly instructed, "Summon Granny Jiang." Not long after the young maid left, she returned, supporting Granny Jiang as she entered. Seeing the lord gravely injured and unable to rest properly, Granny Jiang felt an ache in her heart for the child she had personally nurtured. "My lord, how can you not find solace even in your convalescence? Alas, what a predicament! The late matriarch must be grieving as well." Granny Jiang lamented softly. "Granny, I am fine, you know I have always been resilient. No matter how severe the injury, a little more time will mend it," Cheng Fuhu replied with a forced smile. Without a mother, he felt a sense of closeness to Granny Jiang akin to reuniting with his own mother, and thus spoke more casually. "Alas, I know you seek me for a reason. I just inquired with the young lady of the air. We are still short over 80,000 taels. My lord, it would be prudent to allow the young lady of the air to manage the household. Otherwise, your grandchildren may go hungry," Granny Jiang added, recalling the news she had just heard in Kiwayuan, her voice tinged with indignation. Such sentiments, in truth, could only be voiced by Granny Jiang within the entire Ho household. "Very well, I understand. Send the remaining 100,000 taels as well. These past years have not been easy for my daughter-in-law. I was in the wrong that day." Cheng Fuhu nodded, acquiescing to Granny Jiang's request and instructing her to send another 100,000 taels to Kiwayuan. Granny Jiang frowned and sighed. "If you send it all, you will have no private savings left." Cheng Fuhu chuckled. "It matters not. Once I recover, I shall return to Yangning Pass and will be able to save again in a few years. It is well known that generals earn wealth on the battlefield, profiting from the dead. This is common knowledge, though seldom spoken of openly." Granny Jiang looked at Cheng Fuhu, whose hair was already graying, wanting to say something but holding back, merely letting out a long sigh. The child she had raised was now over 50. All she wished was for him to remain safe, not desiring to see him back on the battlefield, especially given that the young master was not in a position to bear such burdens. Noticing Granny Jiang's sigh directed at him, Cheng Fuhu managed a strained smile and changed the subject. "Granny, have Zhuangzi discreetly inquire about how the Li family is faring these days." Zhuangzi was Granny Jiang's youngest grandson, in his 20s, clever and resourceful. Currently not working in the manor, he was managing the horse gear shop of the Ho family. He rarely visited the manor, making it easier for him to gather information as the Li family did not recognize him. No need to send Zhuangzi. I have heard quite a bit about the Li family already. Granny Jiang said irritably. Oh, pray tell, Chung Fuhu urged eagerly. My lord need not worry about the Li family any longer, they are living quite well now, having purchased a grand house and established a farm. The servants in their household are clad in silk garments, and the ladies often mingle with families of similar status, appearing more affluent than even the daughters of the Li family themselves. Granny Jiang recounted indignantly, the Li family has become exceedingly arrogant. Just last month, they sent people to smash the home of their son-in-law, all because their daughter had been married for 10 years without bearing children. The son-in-law's family wished to take a concubine to bear a child, raising it alongside the legitimate wife, merely seeking to carry on the family line. Granny Jiang fumed. Is it Xiang'er's husband? Chung Fuhu pondered, recalling that the only daughter from the Li family who had not given birth was Li Lianxiang. He had nearly consented to her marrying his son, but fortunately his mother had intervened. Otherwise, he would not have 3 precious grandsons. Indeed, it is she, Granny Jiang replied tersely. Li Lianxiang's mother-in-law was a good friend of Granny Jiang's. Recently, she had visited her old friend, who had grasped her hand and wept pitifully. Upon hearing this, Granny Jiang was incensed. She understood that the Li family relied heavily on the protection of the Jinbei Ho, and if the Lord were to turn his back on them, they would not be able to stir up much trouble. Yet the Lord was always mindful of the debt of gratitude owed, and thus showed the Li family too much leniency. Very well. I understand. It would be prudent to send Zhuangzi to inquire further. Chung Fuhu mused deep in thought. Chapter 31. The promotion of Duke Ning looked at the 100,000 taels of silver notes that Granny Jiang had sent again. Unsure of what to say, she could not refuse the money, but accepting it left her feeling uneasy. She knew this was all from her father-in-law's private savings, and withdrawing 200,000 taels at once might just deplete those reserves. Granny Jiang, noticing Ning's inner turmoil, smiled reassuringly. The young lady of the air need not hesitate. The Lord will eventually repay you, for he cannot rely on the second master. The whole household can only depend on the young master. Moreover, this is to cover the discrepancies in the accounts. The Lord is sentimental, and it is inevitable that both the young master and you have suffered grievances. He does indeed care for the young master. Ning sighed softly, nodding in agreement, and quietly replied, the young master has never truly resented the Lord. It is just, alas, I only hope for peace and tranquility at home so my father can focus on his recovery. He has fought for half his life, bearing numerous injuries. This is a perfect opportunity for him to recuperate. Granny Jiang had experienced firsthand the headaches caused by Li's incessant meddling, given her status. No one in the household could truly restrain Li besides the Lord. Although she wielded the matriarch's staff, it could not always be used to keep Li in check. Good steel must be reserved for the blade. Madam need not worry overly much. The Lord will be recuperating in the capital for at least a year or so. Granny Jiang consoled. At this moment, she was unaware that the young master, Cheng Xizha, had already submitted a secret memorial to the emperor requesting permission for his father to return to the capital for recuperation while he independently defended Yongning Pass in the palace, within the Wanchen Hall. The Emperor of Dechu Ning Kong was listening to Lu Taisher's report regarding the injuries sustained by the Jinbei Ho. Your Majesty, Ho Chang has sustained grave injuries. An arrow has pierced his lung, severely wounding his heart and lung meridians. Although he received timely treatment to detoxify and staunch the bleeding, given his age and the severity of the wound, it is feared he may never fully recover, and he shall no longer be able to endure the hardships of the wind and frost. Should he remain in the capital for careful recuperation, he might live an additional 10 or 8 years. However, if he were to don armor and return to battle, he may not last even a year, Lu Taisher said, kneeling on the ground, unable to suppress his lament. Such severe injuries, the Jinbei Ho has defended our northern frontier for 3 decades. Ensuring that the Hu people dared not step a foot into our territory. The old Ho truly has been the pillar of our Dechu, even if he can no longer guard the northern border. I shall not let his heart grow cold. Summon the scribes, draft an edict to promote Jinbei Ho Chung Fuhu to the highest rank of Duke Ning, grant him the privilege of sword and boots to enter the court, and allow him to receive the edict while lying in bed. The position of commander of the Jinbei army will be passed to his son, General Wu Lai. Cheng Xizha, hearing the emperor's words, the eunuchs and Lu Taisher present were shocked, gasping in astonishment. The emperor held the Cheng family in high regard, with the old Ho being promoted to duke and the young master succeeding as commander. This truly exemplified the continuity of the Jinbei army. The eunuchs hastily penned the edict for the emperor's review, and upon confirming its accuracy, Ning Kong personally sealed it, instructing the head eunuch of the Office of Ceremonial Affairs to convey the edict to the Jinbei Ho's residence. Just as the head eunuch was about to leave, he was called back by Ning Kong, who added verbally that the Jinbei Ho was permitted to receive the edict while reclining in bed. Ning was in the small flower hall of Kiwayuan, listening to the reports from the various stewardesses of the manor, when suddenly a young maid rushed in, exclaiming, "Young lady of the air, it's not good. Someone from the palace has come to deliver an edict." Ning nodded and calmly replied, "Go outside and inform He-Man to prepare tea for the officials delivering the edict." A maid rushed off in response. Ning cast a fleeting glance at the young maid and said with a slight air of indifference, "Take her to learn the proper etiquette. Until she has mastered it, she should refrain from serving." The young maid shivered at her words, about to protest, but was swiftly silenced and pulled away by an elder matron. Observing this, Ning could not help but let out a quiet sigh. The maid, despite her tender age, had likely only begun her service in the past 2 years. It was truly disheartening to witness the incompetence of her stepmother in managing affairs, given that the male head of the household still lay bedridden, and that the imperial edict was being delivered by a eunuch from the palace. Ning felt no need to exercise caution and simply led her company to the side hall in the front courtyard. "We have had the honor of meeting the marshal's lady. May I inquire about her well-being?" Upon seeing Ning enter, the chief eunuch, Lu Gonggang, immediately rose with a smile, approaching her with warm greetings. In the past, when Lu was but a junior eunuch, he had become embroiled in a scandal and nearly suffered the fate of a scapegoat, only to be saved by the diligent investigation of Ning Yuenda, the Vice Minister of Justice. Consequently, this chief eunuch held a deep-seated affection for the only sister of Ning Yuenda. "Lady, please, no need for such formalities. It has been quite some time. How have you been?" "Esteemed eunuch," and Ning replied hastily, performing a courteous bow, though she was puzzled as to why he referred to her as the marshal's lady. Although Lu held only the 4th rank, he wielded substantial power, and such individuals must never be offended. "Thanks to the marshal's lady, I am faring quite well," Lu said cheerfully. "Are you referring to my husband?" Ning inquired with a hint of confusion. "Indeed, it brings me joy to inform you that His Majesty has decreed your esteemed husband, the Marquis, to be elevated to the rank of the extraordinary Duke of Ningwa, while your son will succeed him as the Marshal of the Northern Army. Thus, you are indeed the marshal's lady, and we extend our heartfelt congratulations." Upon hearing this, Ning smiled and said, "I see now. Thank you, esteemed eunuch. Please do enjoy some tea while we prepare the incense table, and then escort the Marquis to receive the edict." Lu chuckled. "There is no need to set up an incense table. His Majesty has graciously permitted the old Marquis to remain in bed while receiving the decree. The mention of the Emperor's command." Ning and her companions immediately knelt, rising only after Lu had finished speaking. Ning understood this was the Emperor's way of showing compassion for his senior ministers, yet the servants remained unaware, some even harboring a sense of pride over their Marquis's esteemed favor from the sovereign. Ning promptly dispatched someone to deliver the news to Kasian residence while she accompanied Lu at a leisurely pace. The reputation of the new lady of the Northern Marquis in the circles of the capital was quite poor, a fact Lu was certainly aware of. Those who served in the palace were all astute individuals, and thus Lu refrained from mentioning the new lady, instead inquiring about the 3 young masters and engaging in light conversation. Inside Kasian residence, upon learning that her husband had been bestowed the title of the extraordinary Duke of Ningwa, Li's face lit up with joy, leaving her at a loss for words. The young messenger, being perceptive, tactfully omitted any mention of the heir's succession to the position of marshal. Consequently, Chang Buwa was also elated. To be granted the title of duke was the emperor's highest commendation for his 3 decades of service at the northern frontier. Shortly thereafter, Lu arrived at Kasian residence. Although he had previously sent word, Chang Buwa still instructed his attendants to assist him in donning his official robes and took his seat in the main hall. "Oh, why has the old Marquis risen? Please, do sit. The Emperor has granted you permission to remain seated while receiving the decree," Lu exclaimed, rushing forward to support Chang Buwa, who was attempting to rise. Li had already adorned herself in her ceremonial attire, and upon seeing Lu ready to announce the edict, she hastily knelt. Ning, with her younger son beside her, knelt behind Li, while the second master Chang Siyu and his family respectfully awaited the proclamation. After Chang Buwa received the edict, he took it with both hands and ordered Li to promptly place it in the ancestral hall for veneration. In accordance with tradition, Ning also presented Lu with a red envelope. Lu accepted it with a smile, bowing to Chang Buwa as he congratulated him. "Congratulations to the Duke. May you enjoy great health, and we shall certainly come to celebrate with a cup of wine." Chang Buwa forced a smile, replying, "Thank you, Lu Gonggang. I would certainly be honored to treat you to a drink." Noticing that the newly appointed duke's smile concealed a hint of reluctance, Lu understood that Chang Buwa was loath to part with the position of marshal, as there were indeed precedents of dukes commanding armies in this dynasty. However, observing the duke's pallid complexion and recalling the words of physician Lu could not help but sigh inwardly, fearing that the duke's aspirations of returning to the battlefield might remain nothing more than a distant dream. Chapter 32. A heart burdened with grievances. After bidding farewell to Lu, Li disregarded the presence of her daughter-in-law and affectionately grasped her husband's hand, pouting, "Duke, you must write a petition for my elevation. From now on, I shall be the youngest duchess in the capital." The imperial edict, however, did not include an elevation for Li. If she wished to be called the duchess, it required a personal petition from Duke Ning. This had occurred previously, albeit for a request to elevate a lady to the rank of marquise. Chang Buwa, already straining to rise and receive the decree, found the pressure of Li's tugging exacerbating his pain, causing his complexion to pale further, rendering him momentarily speechless. "Grandmother, please let go of grandfather, your shaking is causing him distress," a youthful voice suddenly piped up, revealing the third master pointing at his step-grandmother. Indignant, the onlookers were taken aback by the Duke's expression, and Li herself was startled, quickly releasing her grip and casting a fierce glare at Chung Jinfeng, muttering under her breath, "What a meddlesome child." Truly lacking in decorum, Li understood that her husband was very fond of this grandson and thus refrained from scolding him too harshly in his presence. Ning, incensed, felt her face flush with anger. Who truly lacked decorum here, to act so childishly before the younger generation and the servants? Did Li believe herself still the charming beauty of her youth, yet unable to openly confront her mother-in-law? Ning pulled her son behind her, casting a frosty glance at her stepmother. Though she said nothing, her disdainful gaze left Li feeling particularly unsettled. With a scornful look directed at Li, Ning ignored her and firmly instructed, "Do assist the Duke back to his quarters for rest, and summon the household physician to attend to him." The servants swiftly mobilized, and Chung Buhua was soon settled onto the sickbed in the eastern chamber. The household physician arrived to check his pulse. After a thorough examination, the physician discreetly breathed a sigh of relief, smiling as he reported, "The Duke's wound has been aggravated by movement, but otherwise he is well. There are no major concerns. If the pain becomes unbearable, he may take some pain-relieving decoction." Cheng Buwan, impatient, retorted, "I do not require pain medication. Just tell me, when will this injury heal?" The physician chuckled awkwardly. "If the Duke can rest peacefully, it will likely take until next spring." Cheng Buwa shot the physician a glare and snapped leave. The physician quickly took his leave, understanding that the Duke was preoccupied with thoughts of returning to the battlefield. Though Cheng Buwa was a patient, he bore no ill will towards the physician for being reprimanded. Upon exiting the eastern chamber, the physician turned to Li, saying, "Madam, the Duke requires peace and quiet. You must not disturb him." Li raised an eyebrow at this and coldly replied, "Are you implying that I am disturbing the Duke?" The physician quickly bowed and insisted, "I meant no such thing," seeing that Li was intent on arguing with the physician. Ning calmly intervened, "Mr. Zhang, the Duke's medicine requires your careful preparation. Please attend to it." The physician complied and took his leave. Li glared at Ning, seething, "So now you are in charge in my own house? Are you? When did you ever have the right to speak here in Kasian residence?" Ning chose not to engage with her stepmother, merely responding with composure, "There are many affairs to attend to. I shall not trouble mother with idle conversation." With that, she performed a slight bow and turned to leave, saying nothing more. Li's face flushed with anger, yet she heeded the physician's advice, refraining from further argument. Feeling wronged, she entered the eastern chamber, sitting on a stool by the bed and gazing at her husband, who was resting with his eyes closed. As she began to weep softly, Chung Buwa, who had not been sleeping, immediately opened his eyes upon hearing her sobs and, seeing her tear-streaked face, gently said, "Afanger, do not cry. I am not refusing to petition for your elevation. It is just that I cannot write a petition at the moment." Cheng Buwa was gravely injured. Even now, he could exert no strength in his right hand. A man who was once capable of wielding an 80-pound spear in battle now found himself unable to grasp even a small brush. Admitting such a painful truth filled Cheng Buwa's heart with bitterness and sorrow. Duke, Li had never anticipated the extent of her husband's injuries, and she collapsed onto the bed, weeping uncontrollably. Her cries startled the servants, who rushed into the eastern chamber. Jin Feng and Yulu hurried forward to console her, but their attempts to comfort only intensified her weeping. "Madam, what is the matter? Please speak to us. Our Duke is here. He will surely support you," Jin Feng exclaimed, unaware of the situation. Yulu, overhearing Jin Feng's words, silently scoffed at her foolishness. She knelt beside Li, gently wiping her tears and advising her to refrain from excessive weeping that might harm her health. Her words far more eloquent than those of Jin Feng. "What is all this commotion in broad daylight? Must we not allow the Duke to recuperate in peace?" a powerful voice rebuked, reaching the ears of all present in the eastern chamber. Immediately, Li ceased her crying and straightened her posture. The speaker was none other than Zhang Momo, who had hurried over upon hearing the news of the Marquis being conferred the title of Duke. She usually did not take on duties and spent her days in retirement, which explained her delayed arrival. "Zhang Momo," the crowd called out in unison. Granny Jiang nodded in acknowledgement, disregarding the presence of Li, who resembled a wronged young bride sulking in the corner. She hastened to the bedside, smiling as she spoke. "I have just received news that you have conferred a title of Duke. I have come to extend my heartfelt congratulations." Cheng Buhui nodded, responding with a smile. "Once again, I have troubled you with errands, Granny. Please sit down and speak. In times of illness, one cannot help but feel vulnerable." Upon seeing Granny Jiang, Cheng Buhui immediately felt a warm sense of security enveloping him. At that moment, it was not Li nor his grandson whom he longed to see most, but rather his beloved Granny Jiang. Granny Jiang took a seat on the chair brought in by the maidservants, furrowing her brow as she regarded Li. After a moment's hesitation, she refrained from uttering any words that might embarrass Li, instead stating solemnly, "The Duke is currently unwell. It is imperative that the madam takes good care of herself in order to properly tend to the Duke." Whenever Li faced Granny Jiang, she felt an overwhelming sense of oppression and trepidation, akin to that of confronting a mother-in-law, even though her mother-in-law had passed away 4 years ago, and she had been managing the household for the same duration. She could not shake off that feeling. Li, with a sullen expression, exited the room. Cheng Buhui then dismissed all the attendants, turning to Granny Jiang with a sorrowful expression. Granny, my heart is heavy. Granny Jiang gently patted Cheng Buhui's hand. Speaking softly, I understand. You were once an eagle soaring in the skies, yet now your wings are bound, leaving your heart in discontent. Cheng Buhui nodded, knowing that Granny Jiang truly comprehended his feelings. That the late general had perished on the battlefield at the age of 40. And the former marquis had left them both before he even turned 30. Every time the duke went to war, the dowager lady would spend sleepless nights and worried. On that day, the dowager lady harbored constant concern for you. Her passing was fraught with unease, Granny Jiang said, her eyes reddening. But I am not. Moreover, my mother is no longer with us, Cheng Buhui replied mournfully. Granny Jiang shook her head, fully understanding the duke's sentiment. He felt there was no one left in the world who truly cared for him. This could not be allowed. What if he were to entertain thoughts of the afterlife? How could he ever recover? My duke, you are now in your 50s, it is time for you to return and rest. Do you intend to meet the same fate as your grandfather and father, perishing at Yongning Pass? Your son is safeguarding the border in your stead, and he has been nurtured by your own hand. What difference is there between him and you in protecting the frontier? Besides, the three young masters are still quite young. Their father is absent, and as their grandfather, you must shoulder the responsibility of their upbringing. Our eldest master possesses martial talents that rival your own in your youth. With your guidance over the next few years, surely you can cultivate another marshal for our northern expedition army. Granny Jiang, who had raised him, knew every little thought of Cheng Buhui, and she spoke candidly, striking at the very core of his heart. Is Song really that talented? Cheng Buhui asked in surprise. Having spent years at Yongning Pass, though he cherished his grandson, his understanding of them was quite limited, with Li often claiming that all three grandsons were dim-witted. It had gradually led Cheng Buhui to believe her words. Once you have recovered, you can personally assess him, Granny Jiang replied, well aware that Li had undoubtedly spoken ill of the three young masters behind their backs. Thus she chose to let the duke discover their true nature for himself. She firmly believed that the eldest master's talent and diligence would undoubtedly help the duke regain a sense of purpose in life. Chapter 33. Further schemes. Under Granny Jiang's comforting words, Cheng Buhui finally unraveled his emotional knots and began to focus on his recovery. During his convalescence, Ning would bring the three sons to visit him daily for morning and evening greetings. This period marked the most time he had spent with his grandsons since their birth. Observing the three lively and spirited grandsons, Cheng Buhui felt a deep-seated fondness within him. But if one were to ask who his favorite grandson was, it would undoubtedly be the eldest, Cheng Jinsong, who displayed remarkable martial talent. Ever since he had watched Cheng Jinsong practice a set of spear techniques in the courtyard, Cheng Buhui's face had lost its gloom. Good lad, old Master Luo actually agreed to teach you the Luo family spear, Cheng Buhui exclaimed, pride swelling within him. Cheng Jinsong, blushing with embarrassment, replied, Grandpa Luo said I was suited for spear practice and had Uncle Luo personally teach me. I am rather dull, it took me 3 months to grasp it. What, you learned the Luo family spear in just 3 months? Did Uncle Luo also teach you the deadly 3 spears? Cheng Buhui was utterly astonished. The Luo family's spear techniques, renowned alongside the Cheng families, were considered the pinnacle of martial arts. Mastering either style required at least a year or more of dedicated practice, yet he had just witnessed his eldest grandson making tangible progress with the Luo family's techniques. Not yet, Grandpa Luo said, my physique isn't solid enough yet, so I can't practice the deadly 3 spears. Once I turn 12, he will personally instruct me, Cheng Jinsong respectfully replied, lacking the ease he exhibited in front of old Master Luo. That old madman is quite something. Which of his grandsons is the most skilled? Have him come visit our home, and I shall teach him the Cheng family spear. Cheng Buhui could hardly believe that the man he had contended with throughout his life, old madman Luo, would hold his grandson in such high regard. Cheng Buhui would not be the petty sort to harbor envy. The old madman referred to as Luo Feng, the Marquis of Pingnan, who, once on the battlefield, became a whirlwind of chaos, earning the moniker of a madman. Of course, only someone like Cheng Buhui would dare to call him that. No one else would possess the audacity to do so. Grandpa, ever since winter, Grandpa Luo has been ill. He has been coughing severely and is unable to visit you. He asked me to convey his wishes for you to take good care of yourself, and he hopes to drink and spar with you come spring, Cheng Jinsong recounted, recalling his master's words, a smile breaking across his face. Old madman Luo can express such sentiments. Jinsong, you needn't cover for him. I know all too well what that old rascal is like. You are a good lad, study well and practice hard, and when I recover, I will teach you personally. As he gazed at his spirited grandson, the last vestige of Cheng Buhui's reluctance dissipated. As long as the Northern Expedition Army remained in the hands of the Cheng family, who held the title of commander, mattered little. Li, witnessing how her husband's affections gravitated towards the 3 grandsons of the elder branch, felt a deep-seated resentment brewing within her. Ever since the day she married into the Northern Expedition Marquis, she had harbored an intense dislike for Cheng Xijia. Over 2 decades, the desire for the entire Cheng Xijia family to meet their demise had been etched into her very bones. Look at you, what use are you? You cannot succeed in martial arts, nor can you excel in literature. Your elder brother is already the marshal of the Northern Expedition Army, and yet you are not worth a fig. Li scolded fiercely, poking the forehead of her foster son, Chung Siyu, with palpable anger. Mother, please calm down. Though I may not measure up to my brother in many respects, I possess one advantage, your love, Chung Siyu. Ever sweet-tongued and eager to please, had always been obedient to Li's wishes. Even in marriage, he had dutifully wed Li's niece Li Meixiang. Humph, that is your only redeeming quality, Li snorted disdainfully, moving to sit down nearby. Cheng Siyu quickly approached to offer her tea. Mother, my sister-in-law has been acting strangely. She has but one daughter and seems entirely unconcerned, leaving her to be raised by the wet nurse. I heard that the wet nurse is not attentive either. Far less than how our own Bao Bao and Bei Bei are cared for, Cheng Siyu whispered, leaning closer to Li. What did you say? That wretched woman dares to neglect my granddaughter. Li's fury erupted, her words escaping her lips in a rush. But midway through, she abruptly changed her tone. Cheng Siyu, surprised by his mother's outburst, pondered how she could speak of his brother's daughter with such affection given her long-standing animosity towards the elder branch. Where did you hear this news? Li inquired, her expression stern. Cheng Siyu hastily replied, it was merely that your daughter-in-law wanted to save face, so she took Bao Bao and Bei Bei to Kuaiyuan to check on that girl. The wet nurse of that girl and Bao Bao's wet nurse used to work together, and they are quite close, which is why she mentioned it. Li shot her son a glare, retorting crossly, what girl? That child is called Qinghan. Do not speak carelessly. Cheng Siyu paused, then smiled as he responded, yes, little Qinghan. I heard from your daughter-in-law that she is quite beautiful, with large eyes, a high nose, and double eyelids. Fair-skinned and particularly charming. I do not understand why my sister-in-law is so distant from little Qinghan. I heard that since her birth, she has never even held her once. Li's face turned pale with anger. As she continued to curse, wretched woman, Ning, you venomous wretch. Seeing his mother vehemently condemning his sister-in-law, Cheng Siyu couldn't help but feel a flicker of delight in his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, he added fuel to the fire. Mother, since my sister-in-law is so indifferent to little Qinghan, why not take her in and raise her, if she becomes close to you? Cheng Siyu grinned craftily. Li had indeed entertained that thought, and now, with her son's suggestion, it rekindled her resolve. However, since her husband had returned home, she found herself less at ease than before. If she did not first consult the Duke, it would likely be challenging to bring the child over. With this in mind, Li hastily set off towards Quexianju. Cheng Siyu watched his mother depart, muttering to himself, how intriguing, this matter is certainly captivating, there will be plenty of excitement to observe in the residence. Sister-in-law, let us see how you will handle this. Upon returning to Quexianju, Li first diligently attended to her husband, ensuring he took his medicine before sitting down to converse with him. My Duke, I am aware that I have erred in my actions previously. I hope you, in your magnanimity, will not hold it against me. I understand your kindness towards me. Li spoke in a demure tone, resembling a shy young bride. Chung Fuhu, upon beholding his wife, as lovely as she was in days of yore, could not help but smile. His affection for Li Shi was evident, otherwise, he would not have been compelled to defy his mother's wishes for the first time in his life by marrying her as his concubine. Fonger, let us put the past behind us and not dwell on it any longer. From now on, I shall remain at home to accompany you and live life joyfully together, Chung Fuhu said, smiling as he gently patted his wife's hand. Li Shi nodded, replying softly, I shall heed your wishes, my lord. Chung Fuhu beamed with delight, repeatedly expressing his approval. The tranquility of his wife brought him an undeniable sense of contentment. My lord, I have relinquished my authority over the household. With more time at hand, you must rest, and I cannot always disturb you, Li Shi continued. I have been considering that our eldest daughter-in-law is quite occupied managing the household and looking after our 3 grandsons. She is truly overwhelmed. I fear she may not have the time to attend to our little granddaughter. Look, she has not even brought the child to see you yet, having learned from past misfortunes. Li Shi had finally become adept at subtle manipulation. Chapter 34. Li Shi's triumph. It dawned on Chung Fuhu that he had returned to the estate for over half a month. And indeed, his eldest daughter-in-law had not yet brought their granddaughter for him to see. A tinge of displeasure crossed his heart. Eldest daughter-in-law, why have you not brought Qinghan to visit these past days? Cheng Fuhu inquired with a gentle smile. Ningshi was taken aback, glancing at her father-in-law before calmly replying, it was an oversight on my part. I was merely concerned that the child is too small and fragile to be exposed to the wind. Li Shi interjected with a chuckle, that is a valid point. However, the child is nearly 6 months old. As grandparents, we have yet to see her, which seems rather unreasonable. If word got out, people might think that our household does not cherish the sole legitimate granddaughter. Ningxi's heart simmered with resentment, but she had no evidence to prove that the child was not her own, nor could she demonstrate that Li Shi had swapped her baby. Suppressing her fury, Ningxi coldly remarked, if it is the father's wish to see the child Rui Shui, you should take her to him. Chung Fuhu noticed his daughter-in-law's peculiar demeanor. Feeling puzzled, he was aware that his eldest son and his wife had longed for a daughter. And now that they had finally obtained one, why did she appear so indifferent? Little did he know that his troublesome daughter-in-law had indeed engaged in the nefarious act of swapping the Cheng family bloodline. and her clumsiness had raised suspicions within the eldest son's family. Before long, Rui Shui arrived, carrying the child in her arms. Elisha took the baby, presenting her to her husband while playfully engaging with the child. "My lord, look at this beautiful child, see how she smiles at you." The 6-month-old baby, having grown adorably, reached out and grasped Cheng Fuhu's finger, giggling in delight. This truly is the bond of grandparent and grandchild. She recognizes her own blood, Li Shi exclaimed animatedly. Cheng Fuhu could not help but laugh heartily at her words. The child bore a striking resemblance to him: thick, dark eyebrows, large, expressive eyes, and a robust, bushy beard. A visage that could easily grace the paintings of protective deities. It was rare for an infant to smile upon seeing him. Typically they would cry at the sight. To Cheng Fuhu, this was an entirely novel experience. Ningxi's heart boiled with resentment, yet she clenched her teeth and endured. She understood Li Shi's ulterior motives. Previously Li Shi had insisted on raising the child at Kxianju, which Ningxi had firmly rejected. But now she had seemingly swayed Cheng Fuyu. It appeared that this time, there would be no stopping her. Ningxi, though inherently stubborn, refused to admit any connection to the child, unwilling to accept a separation from her own flesh and blood. Any sign of affection toward the child felt like a betrayal to her own missing daughter. She remained silent, coldly observing Li Shi's clumsy performance. Having laid the groundwork, Li Shi finally proposed, "Why not raise little Qinghan at Kxianju? Eldest daughter-in-law, you need not worry, even if she is raised near me, she will always be your biological daughter." Ningxi, upon hearing this, felt a surge of rage almost cause her to retch. However, she suppressed her emotions and replied coldly, "If mother wishes to raise her, then let it be." Li Shi was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Ningxi to acquiesce so readily, leaving her with no opportunity to deliver the biting remarks she had prepared. Cheng Fuhu, having seen the child, felt an inexplicable fondness, and smilingly declared, "This is for the best, eldest daughter-in-law, rest assured, I will ensure she is raised plump and healthy, without facing any hardships." Ningxi was uncertain whether her father-in-law had any involvement in the child's swapping. By all logic, he should not, yet with Li Shi around, who could say for certain. Observing Cheng Fuhu so readily aligning with Li Shi's wishes cast doubts in Ningxi's mind. A father and mother are willing to take the burden. "What is there for a daughter-in-law to worry about?" Ningxi replied tersely. Even the oblivious Cheng Fuhu sensed something amiss. Before he could ponder further, he heard the little one in Li Shi's arms babbling at him. Distracted by the child's antics, he thought no more of it. "Let us keep her here for today. I will have someone bring over Qinghan's belongings later," Li Shi said, cradling the child, her eyes gleaming with triumph and provocation as she looked at Ningxi. Ningxi coldly acknowledged her, leading her 3 sons away from Kxianju. Once outside the courtyard, Zheng Jinsong called out, "Mother." Ningxi shook her head, signaling her son to remain silent. Zheng Jinju tugged at his elder brother's sleeve, whispering, "Let us discuss this at home." Upon returning to Chiwu Garden, Ningxi observed the worried expressions on her 3 sons' faces and forced a smile. Do not fear, your mother is well of this way, out of sight, out of mind. Zheng Jinsong nudged his younger brother, speaking softly, "Second brother, you are clever. What do you think?" Zheng Jinju shot a helpless glance at his elder brother. His elder brother was not one for much thought. If he were not around, he might at least muster some effort, but with him present, his elder brother's mind resembled that of a mere ornament. "Mother, rest assured, I will not allow her to exploit the grandfather's influence," Zheng Jinju declared succinctly. Ningxi patted her second son's head, forcing a smile. "Good child, I am aware of your capabilities, but I still do not wish for you to expend too much energy within the inner quarters. Sangha, practice your martial arts diligently. Zhuo, focus on your studies so that you may support your sister in the future." "Mother, I want to help too." "Fenger will support his sister," Zheng Jinju exclaimed, jumping up and down. The family burst into laughter, and Ningxi affectionately ruffled her youngest son's hair, smiling, "Yes, and we also have our Fenger." After their laughter subsided, Ningxi turned to her 3 sons, stating firmly, "Rest assured, your mother is not so easily trifled with. I shall not allow myself to be schemed against repeatedly. Until we locate your sister, we shall refrain from any actions. Once we find her, that will be the time for us to settle accounts." Chapter 35, Unraveling the Threads. Since successfully bringing little Qinghan to her side, Li Shi had been incessantly pestering Duke Ning to formally record Cheng Qinghan in the family register. However, each time her husband had resolutely refused. The ancestral rules of the Cheng family dictated that children under the age of 3 could not be entered into the family register, fearing they might succumb before reaching that age. Only after turning 3, when a child was deemed to have established their roots in this world, could they be formally recorded in the family register. Before this formal registration, newborns were noted in a supplementary record with the date and time of their birth. But they were not granted names in this record. Although Cheng Fuhu cherished this granddaughter, he was not inclined to breach the ancestral customs for her sake. In his eyes, a granddaughter could never hold the same importance as a grandson. If grandsons were bound by these rules, granddaughters were even less deserving. Li Shi's insistence on having little Qinghan entered into the family register caused quite a stir at Kxianju. Reaching even the ears of the servants sweeping the courtyard, this chatter soon found its way to Ning's ear. Reflecting on the actions and words of her stepmother-in-law, Ning felt there was little left for her to comprehend. That young Qinghan was undoubtedly the niece of the Li family, otherwise the Li matriarch would never have been so fervently eager to leap about, hastily inscribing the child into the family genealogy alongside her and Chang Xi's names, thereby securing her status as a legitimate granddaughter of the Duke's residence. "Madam, what if the Duke truly agrees?" Ruishu inquired anxiously. Ning retorted coldly, "The Duke is not so muddled as to contravene ancestral customs. Even if a shrine is established, only Fenger can be recorded." The third son, Cheng Jinfeng, was already over 3 years old. During the last visit of Chang Buhua, the head of the Chang clan, Jinfeng had only been a little over 2. Which is why the matter of his inclusion in the genealogy had not been raised for over a year, since Chang Buhua had not returned to the capital, leaving no one with the authority to convene a shrine to request inclusion in the family records, thus delaying the matter of Chang Jinfeng's registration until now. "Indeed, our third son has yet to be added to the genealogy," Ruishua huffed indignantly. As the two women conversed, a young maid reported from outside. "Madam, the eldest sister-in-law has arrived." Ning quickly led her companions out to greet her sister-in-law. Shortly thereafter, the two women entered the room hand in hand. Ning personally served tea, retaining only 2 trusted maidservants to attend them while dismissing the others to wait outside. "Eldest sister-in-law, do you have any news?" Ning asked eagerly. Lady Sun grasped her sister-in-law's hand and replied softly, "There is indeed a bit of news, ever since the day your mother brought you back home. Your elder brother has been investigating in secret. His actions have been remarkably swift, yet the 2 midwives who assisted your delivery seem to have vanished into thin air, no matter how hard we search. They cannot be found. Their families claim that since they were taken into the Marquis's residence to serve you, they have not returned home. When their families came to inquire, your stepmother's people drove them away. They dared not truly provoke your household, so they had no choice but to swallow their grievances and leave." After hearing this, Ning responded coolly, "Since they dared to switch my child, they would not leave the midwives alive. I fear those 2 midwives have already been silenced. It is a pity that this infamy must fall upon me." "Sister, do not be upset. Your elder brother has already taken care of it and will not allow you to bear this disgrace." Lady Sun quickly reassured her. Ning grasped Lady Sun's hand, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for looking out for me, elder brother." Lady Sun smiled, saying, "He is your own elder brother, if he does not think ahead for you. What kind of elder brother would he be? Please do not speak such polite words. By the way, the other day your elder brother received a report stating that 2 female corpses had been unearthed by wild beasts in the fields outside the southern city. He sent people to investigate and discovered that those 2 corpses were indeed the midwives, one of whom had 6 toes, while the other had uneven legs and particularly small hands. They have already been identified as Su the midwife and Lu Xiaoxiu, the midwife who assisted in your delivery." "Really? Did they have any significant clues on them?" Ning pressed anxiously. Lady Sun smiled and replied, "Do not lose heart, Xiener. If there were no clues, would I have made this special trip today?" Ning's eyes brightened, and she hastily asked, "Eldest sister-in-law, what clues are there?" Lady Sun continued with a smile. Lu Xiaoxiu was clutching a small jade lock the size of a lotus seed tightly in her hand. "This jade lock bears a mark from Shangxiangji. Your elder brother went to Shangxiangji to check the records, and the small jade lock is an accessory from a baby bracelet specially ordered by the Li family 7 months ago. Here is the design. Sister, take a look." As Lady Sun spoke, she produced a piece of paper depicting a baby bracelet strung with tiny golden beads, adorned with a pair of small jade locks. However, Ning frowned, saying, "But the child bore no bracelet." Lady Sun playfully scolded her sister-in-law, "How foolish you are. If they intended to switch the child, how could they possibly adorn her with accessories?" Then, Ning furrowed her brow. Perplexed by her sister-in-law's meaning, Lady Sun produced a handkerchief, unfolding it to reveal a golden bead bracelet missing 1 jade lock. "Where did you acquire this, eldest sister-in-law?" Ning exclaimed excitedly. "Your elder brother had someone quietly retrieve it from the Li residence." Lady Sun replied, her face slightly flushed, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Ning immediately understood. Her elder brother must have broken his own rules to send someone to steal this bracelet from the Li family for her sake. And a look of guilt crossed her face. Lady Sun quickly patted her sister-in-law's hand, smiling, "It's all right, it's merely a means to solve the case. It has already been confirmed that the jade lock belongs to this bracelet. Your elder brother speculates that the child must have been switched with the midwife's involvement. Perhaps the child clutched the small jade lock and the midwife, upon discovering it while holding the child, secretly kept it. Otherwise, how could she possess something from the Li family without having assisted in their delivery? So that child truly belongs to the Li family. Is she the child born 10 days earlier than me by the Li family's second daughter-in-law? Then whose child is the one beside the Li family's second daughter-in-law?" Ning recalled how the Li family's second daughter-in-law had given birth to a girl, even coming to their residence to share the joyous news, and had followed tradition by presenting a set of 4 gifts. She couldn't help but grit her teeth in resentment. Xiener, the child beside the Li family's second daughter-in-law is not our little Xiner. Our Sheena is as pure and white as jade, but that child bears a birthmark. It has been confirmed that the birthmark is genuine. Moreover, that child has grown and bears a striking resemblance to Lier. Furthermore, that child is quite large, appearing to be nearly a year old. If she is indeed a year old, then she cannot possibly be the child born to the Lee family's second daughter-in-law. Your elder brother has already commissioned someone to investigate the child's origins. I will inform you as soon as I receive news, Lady Sun hastily assured her eldest sister-in-law. Then where is my little Sheena? Ning could no longer hold back her tears. She was unconcerned about whose child the one beside the Lee family's second daughter-in-law was. Her only desire was to know the whereabouts of her own flesh and blood. Sheena, do not cry, do not fret. Currently, your third brother is searching diligently, going from village to village in person. He has already searched over 20 villages, none of which have yielded a child matching little Sheena's description. Your third brother is continuing his search and has reportedly reached Jingxi town, a large town with many people. News should be forthcoming. Lady Sun quickly used her handkerchief to wipe her sister-in-law's tears. Urgently comforting her. Sheena, your elder brother instructed me to convey this to you, wishing for you not to worry excessively. Did you not send word before stating that little Sheena is still safe? As long as the child is alive, we will surely find her. Observing her sister-in-law's emotions stabilizing somewhat, Lady Sun continued. Ning nodded. She firmly believed her daughter was alive and well, she simply did not know where she was. Eldest sister-in-law, please ensure that my brother keeps the evidence safe. Once we find my little Sheena, I shall certainly bring the Lee family to court, Ning declared through clenched teeth, watching her sister-in-law's tightly clenched jaw. Lady Sun couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Given the current status of the Lee family, it was likely that her sister-in-law had no choice but to pursue legal action, yet, once legal proceedings were initiated. Chapter 36, Fortune amidst the snowstorm. As the year drew to a close, the capital and surrounding regions were blanketed in a heavy snowfall. Every year, the capital experiences snowfall at year-end, so no one took this snowfall seriously. As it usually lasts only 2 or 3 days and has never exceeded that duration, however, this time was different. The sky was filled with large snowflakes, resembling cotton being torn apart, which fell continuously for 7 days. The intensity of the snow was tremendous, blocking the doors of both the affluent and the common folk under several feet of accumulation. Wealthy households had servants to clear the snow, while the masters experienced no inconvenience whatsoever. Even composing a few poems in appreciation of the snow, the labor fell solely upon the servants. They had long stockpiled various types of charcoal and thus were not plagued by the cold. The common people, however, suffered greatly. More than half of the residents in the capital and its suburbs had their homes collapsed under the weight of the snow. In just 10 days, countless lives were lost due to collapsing houses. Freezing or starvation, the populace was displaced, wailing in despair far beneath the Wolf Mountain. Even the old hunter's home was not spared from the disaster. The woodshed, 2 main rooms, and the kitchen were all crushed by the heavy snow. Fortunately, sensing the impending storm, the Wolf King had carried Zhang Xiaobai back to the cave ahead of time, and the old hunter was also forcibly dragged up the mountain by Wolf Uncle. Having lived in the mountains for many years, the old hunter had some understanding of animal behavior. Noticing that the sky had been darkening ominously yet felt unseasonably warm, he hurriedly transported all his winter provisions, food, firewood, and bedding to a small cave beside the wolf den halfway up the mountain. As he was transporting the firewood, the snow had already begun to fall. The old hunter was anxious, fearing for his precious granddaughter's safety. This year, he had stockpiled 3 times the usual amount of firewood, but even if he made 10 or 8 trips, he could not carry it all alone. Just then, at the Wolf King's command, all the wolves, large and small, each carried a bundle of firewood, striving to haul it up the mountain. Finally, before the heavy snow sealed off the path, they deposited all the firewood in a temporary shed beside the wolf den. In the frigid winter, wild game was scarce, so early in the season, the old hunter had taken Wolf Uncle on a frenzied hunt, filling a cave with provisions sufficient for the Wolf King's family to last until the arrival of spring. In this way, the old hunter could endure this harrowing winter alongside his granddaughter and the wolf pack. Outside the cave, snowflakes danced like woven mats, while inside, it was as warm as spring, unable to withstand the tender affection of the Wolf Queen. The Wolf King couple, accompanied by their young ones, gathered around a bonfire lit by the old hunter. As they inhaled the rich aroma of roasted meat wafting from the grill, all the wolves squinted their eyes in contentment. The wolves lounged or sat, some dozing while others frolicked, enjoying the most comfortable winter of their lives. Zhang Xiaobai nestled in the warm, soft embrace of the Wolf Queen, the enticing scent of the roasted meat making her mouth water. Her drool almost soaking the bib around her neck. With tiny hands she pointed at the meat, exclaiming in delight. The old hunter, seeing his granddaughter so captivated that her drool could form a river, couldn't help but laugh heartily and asked, "Does Xiaobai want to eat meat?" Shaking his head with a smile, he added, "You haven't even grown all your teeth yet, you can't eat meat just yet." Zhang Xiaobai felt a surge of indignation, twisting her body to wrap her arms around the Wolf Queen's neck, yet, with her little short arms, she could barely manage it, only managing to grasp the fur on either side of the Wolf Queen's neck. Had the Wolf Queen not learned to use her forelegs to cradle her young, Jiang Xiaobai would certainly have been unable to stand. Wolf Mother, I want to eat meat, I want to eat meat. Meat, Jiang Xiaobai clung to the Wolf Queen, whining and wriggling, desperately wanting the meat. Ever since her soul had entered this tiny body, Jiang Xiaobai, though aware of her adulthood, found her words and actions becoming increasingly childish. As her soul had never experienced such juvenile instincts, the Wolf Queen, known for her boundless indulgence towards children, reserved this affection solely for Jiang Xiaobai, while her own 5 wolf cubs were never so pampered. A few playful swats were considered her way of showing care. All right, my little one shall have meat. The Wolf Queen glanced at her clever little son and let out a few low whines. The little wolf, receiving his mother's command, stealthily crept to the right side of the old hunter, where a pile of large chunks of raw meat lay. Today, the pack was indulging in a buffet-style feast. They could fetch raw meat themselves or have the old hunter roast it for them. The little wolf slyly seized a particularly large piece of meat and darted back towards his mother. He believed he was being discreet, unaware that his movement had already caught the old hunter's attention, who assumed the little wolf was craving raw meat and paid him no mind when the little wolf presented the meat to the Wolf Queen. The old hunter silently praised him for his filial piety. However, all calmness evaporated when the old hunter witnessed the Wolf Queen's actions. The Wolf Queen laboriously tore off a strip of meat no thicker than Jiang Xiaobai's pinky finger, delicately holding it between her fangs and cautiously offering it to Jiang Xiaobai. Although Jiang Xiaobai had once been raised by a wolf queen in her past life, she had never consumed raw meat. Having her grandfather, the old hunter, to thank for that, in a panic, she internally screamed, "Wolf Mother, I want cooked meat, not raw." The old hunter, horrified to see the Wolf Queen attempting to feed his granddaughter raw meat, rushed over to cover Jiang Xiaobai's mouth, exclaiming, "Xiaobai cannot eat raw meat." Startled by this interaction, the Wolf Queen opened her mouth, causing the small strip of meat to drop to the ground, where it was swiftly devoured by the little wolf. After covering his granddaughter's mouth, the old hunter realized what he had done, forcing a nervous laugh as beads of sweat formed on his back. The Wolf Queen tilted her head, her eyes filled with confusion, seemingly questioning, "Can my little one not eat meat?" Jiang Xiaobai, tugging at her wolf mother's fur, pointed decisively at the grill over the bonfire, clearly indicating to her that she wanted the roasted meat, not the raw. The Wolf Queen glanced at the roasted meat, then turned to the old hunter, then back at Jiang Xiaobai, and repeated this cycle twice. Suddenly the light dawned upon the old hunter, who asked, "Do you want me to feed Xiaobai roasted meat?" The Wolf Queen nodded earnestly, looking at her precious cub. Her eyes brimmed with affection. The old hunter chuckled and quickly explained, "Xiaobai has only 2 lower teeth. She cannot bite into roasted meat yet. I have already prepared meat puree for her, steamed and cooled for her to eat." The Wolf Queen, unable to comprehend the complexities of human language, relied on Jiang Xiaobai to translate in her mind. Upon hearing her cub's translation, the Wolf Queen acquiesced and did not insist that the old hunter feed Jiang Xiaobai roasted meat. Jiang Xiaobai was extraordinarily fortunate, on this harsh winter day, with snow blanketing the mountains. She could nestle all day in the warm embrace of the Wolf Queen, enjoying sweet wolf milk with egg custard or steamed meat puree as supplementary meals. Whenever boredom struck, she had a host of wolf brothers and sisters to play with her. Under the attentive care of the old hunter and the Wolf King's family, Jiang Xiaobai thrived healthily. Chapter 37. A gale reveals the sturdy grass while Jiang Xiaobai enjoyed a pleasant winter. The residents of the capital and surrounding areas endured a harrowing season. The capital and its vicinity faced the most severe snow disaster in recorded history. Nearly 100,000 houses collapsed, with the number of citizens crushed, frozen, or starved to death reaching a staggering 70,000 to 80,000. Close to 400,000 people were displaced, struggling on the brink of death. Emperor Ninkong issued a decree for disaster relief, nearly exhausting the national treasury to gather 300,000 taels of silver, ordering the Ministry of Revenue to organize relief efforts. In previous years, the treasury would have boasted a surplus of 500,000 to 600,000 taels, but the recent war with the Hu people had drained the treasury significantly. The production of fire thistles alone consumed over 100,000 taels of silver. The effectiveness of the fire thistles was indisputable. The Hu people could no longer bear the losses they had suffered, with their main forces retreating to the northern grasslands, leaving only small cavalry units to sporadically harass Yongning Pass. Although these skirmishes did not inflict severe damage on Yongning Pass, they prevented the garrison from enjoying any peace. However, the outflow of silver was indeed painful to witness. The surviving disaster victims yearned to flood into the capital, believing that the wealthy residents within could provide them with sustenance to survive. Yet, the guards at the 4 city gates dared not open the doors to allow the victims entry. An influx of refugees would undoubtedly lead to chaos. They had no choice but to resolutely lock the gates. Awaiting orders from above, Emperor Ninkong felt anxious, troubled, and worried. Should the refugees enter the city, chaos was sure to ensue, with unimaginable consequences. The magnitude of the disaster rendered the mere 300,000 taels of relief silver utterly insufficient. If the basic needs of the victims went unmet, those in charge of the relief effort would likely face the wrath of desperate and enraged citizens. Thus, when Emperor Ninkong inquired which minister would take charge of disaster relief, The once loquacious officials at court remained silent, resembling headless chickens, with none stepping forward to volunteer. Emperor Ninkon looked towards He Shufei's father, He Jin, the Minister of Revenue and the maternal grandfather of the Crown Prince, signaling him to take charge of the relief efforts, as it was indeed the Ministry of Revenue's responsibility. However, Minister, he suddenly began coughing violently, his body bending like a shrimp, rendering him unable to speak. It was evident that his illness was quite severe, making him unfit to oversee disaster relief. Glancing around at the other ministers, who stood like wooden pillars, silent and motionless, Emperor Ninkon's eyes turned red with anger. Frustrated with the ineptitude of the civil officials, Emperor Ninkon contemplated appointing a military general to oversee the relief efforts, yet, in recent years, unrest had plagued the four corners of the empire, with most able-bodied men dispatched to the front lines, leaving behind only elderly generals with old injuries in the capital. These old generals struggled to endure the winter, many unable to attend court, and Emperor Ninkon could not bear to burden them further. Observing the few elderly generals on his right, their pallor indicating ill health, and the left side filled with silent civil officials, Emperor Ninkon's face darkened with fury, coldly commanding, "Chancellor, hasten to propose a candidate." With that, he stormed out of the court in anger. Returning to the inner palace, Emperor Ninkon felt overwhelmed with vexation. He forbade anyone to follow him, wandering aimlessly through the palace until, unconsciously, he arrived at the Kunyi Palace. The attendants there quickly dispatched someone to inform the Empress of the Emperor's arrival, while others knelt in greeting. The Empress soon emerged to meet him, and upon seeing her, Emperor Ninkon couldn't help but display a wry smile. He did not wait for her to kneel before assisting her to her feet, and they entered the inner hall hand in hand. Was the Emperor worried about the disaster victims outside the city? Noticing her husband's furrowed brow, the Empress, concerned, inquired. They were childhood sweethearts, having grown together, and their bond was undeniably deep. Indeed, those victims are without food and shelter. They are subjects of our great Chu. How can I bear to watch them freeze and starve to death? Emperor Ninkon lamented. I have already issued a self-reproach edict, yet the snow has not ceased. If it continues like this, where will my subjects find hope for survival? Zitone, what do you think I should do? Holding the Emperor's hand, the Empress softly reassured him. Your Majesty, do not be anxious, there will be a solution. She pondered. What if we set up temporary tents outside the city, using oilcloth to shield against the wind? And establish more porridge kitchens? As long as there is food and shelter, the victims can endure this winter. They need not feel compelled to enter the city. Emperor Ninkon sighed, speaking helplessly. I have considered this, but the treasury is devoid of more funds. We do not even have a minister to oversee the disaster relief. How can we set up porridge kitchens? Upon hearing this, the Empress promptly rose and moved to the side, presenting a heavy box to Emperor Ninkon. Upon seeing it, Emperor Ninkon frowned and asked, Zitone, what is this? The Empress placed the box on the table, unlocked it with a key, and upon lifting the lid, Emperor Ninkon beheld a dazzling array of jewels, along with a thick stack of silver notes beneath them. Zitone, this is your private stash, are you suggesting? Emperor Ninkon hesitated, uncertain, having once been an uncherished prince. He understood the significance of private funds. The Empress smiled. Yes, this is my private stash. I humbly wish to contribute to aid the victims and help them endure this harsh winter. Furthermore, yesterday my mother entered the palace, stating that our family has prepared 20,000 taels of silver and 3,000 shur of grain for the Emperor to distribute to the disaster-stricken. She mentioned that today my brother is to deliver the grain to the Changfeng granary. I wonder if it has arrived yet. The Changfeng granary is a property established by the Ninkang Emperor during his time as the fifth prince, a legitimate imperial possession. The Ninkang Emperor grasped the Empress's hand, deeply moved, and said, Xilang, I have once again caused my father-in-law to incur expenses. As your son-in-law, I truly, Xilang is the Empress's given name, and had it not been for his overwhelming emotions, the Ninkang Emperor would not have referred to her in such a manner. The Empress shook her head and smiled, saying, Fifth brother, please do not say such things. When you find yourself in difficulty, how can we, as family, refrain from offering our help? However, the provisions are rather meager, and my parents feel somewhat guilty about it. This year's harvest from the estate has not been abundant. The grain returned is less than 4,000 shur, although there are some coarse grains remaining on the estate. Heavy snow has blocked the roads, making it impossible to transport them to the capital. My mother said we must reserve half a year's worth of rations, with the remainder allocated for porridge. Upon hearing this, the Ninkang Emperor felt even more touched. He tightly grasped the Empress's hand and said with fervor, Xilang, your father-in-law treats me so well, I am profoundly grateful. In this life, I shall never betray you, nor the Duke of Dinggua's residence. If I were to be unfaithful, may heaven strike me with thunder. The Empress hurriedly covered the Ninkang Emperor's mouth, reproaching him, Your Majesty, how could I possibly not trust you? Please do not utter such words. Your feelings towards me, and your regard for my family, are clear to both my parents and myself. Observing the Emperor's expression softened slightly, though the sorrow still lingered in his brow. The Empress recalled her mother's words from yesterday, and with reddened eyes, she took the Emperor's hand and said softly, Your Majesty, if truly no one of stature is willing to oversee the disaster relief, Then let my brother take on the responsibility. Though he may lack brilliance, he is earnest in his service. The Ningkang Emperor, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of guilt in his eyes. His brother-in-law, while not a prodigious talent, was a person of considerable literary and martial prowess, yet, in order to prevent the imperial family from feeling threatened by the Duke of Dinggua's residence, he had chosen a life of modesty. Accepting only a nominal position as the Minister of Rights. It was indeed a disservice to the Yu family. Having made a private decision, the Ningkang Emperor resolutely grasped the Empress's hand and declared, "Very well. I shall appoint your brother to this crucial task. Once the disaster relief is complete, I will transfer him to the Ministry of Revenue." The Empress's heart trembled with surprise as she looked up at the Ningkang Emperor, who continued with a smile, "Your father-in-law and brother have already made too many concessions. It is I who owe them, and this cannot continue. Xilang, you need not worry. I have everything in hand with the Empress Dowager." Chapter 38. The resolute Ningkang Emperor. The following day, during the Grand Court Assembly, the Ningkang Emperor began with a pointed inquiry, where his Prime Minister Zhang, a nearby supervising eunuch, quickly stepped forward to report, "Your Majesty, Prime Minister Zhang fell ill last night and is bedridden. His son has submitted a leave of absence on his behalf." The Ningkang Emperor remarked with a hint of irony, "Oh, an unexpected illness. How timely indeed." The assembled ministers lowered their heads in silence. How could one believe that a man who had been in high spirits the day before could suddenly fall gravely ill overnight without some underlying scheme? The Ningkang Emperor surveyed the ministers with a somber gaze, inquiring, "Given Prime Minister Zhang's sudden ailment, it appears we have yet to select someone to oversee the disaster relief efforts. Do any of you have recommendations?" The ministers exchanged glances, none daring to speak. Recommending another would create enemies, while self-nomination would invite hardship. They were not foolish enough to voice their opinions. Only Zhang Siren, the Minister of Rights, offered a slight nod to the Ningkang Emperor. "This Zhang Siren is the heir of the Duke of Dingua and the elder brother of the Empress." The Ningkang Emperor regarded the silent ministers with a cold eye, having long since lost hope in them. And thus he felt no disappointment. It was evident that their prospects had reached an end. Turning to Zhang Siren, the Ningkang Emperor's gaze softened, and he called out, "Minister of Rights, heed my command." Zhang Siren knelt, while the other ministers collectively sighed with relief. The Emperor's choice was undoubtedly a poor soul who would be compelled to oversee the disaster relief. As long as it was not themselves, anyone would suffice. Indeed, the Ningkang Emperor announced Zhang Siren as the imperial envoy for disaster relief, granting him the imperial sword, with a stern warning that any actions hindering relief efforts would be met with immediate execution. This decree did not surprise the ministers, but the subsequent orders from the Ningkang Emperor sent shivers down the spines of some. He issued two additional benevolent decrees, one granting Prime Minister Zhang Ruoyu a temporary leave to recuperate and appointing Deputy Prime Minister Song Shiais to act in his stead. The other directed to Minister of Revenue He Jin, allowing him a 3-month leave to restore his health before returning to serve the court. During Minister He's convalescence, the left Deputy Minister of Revenue would assume full responsibility for his duties. Upon hearing this, Minister He immediately panicked, rushing to the Ningkang Emperor, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I am not ill, I am perfectly well." Before Minister He could finish, the Ningkang Emperor coldly interjected, "Minister He, you may possess ailments of which you are unaware. Otherwise, you would not have been coughing so severely in court yesterday. I am not the type of emperor who lacks compassion for his ministers. If you are indeed unwell, you may take your leave. Do not force yourself." Minister He's complexion paled as he fell to his knees, realizing his grave mistake. He had forgotten that the emperor seated upon the dragon throne was no longer the inexperienced youth once constrained by the ministers, but a robust and formidable sovereign. "I shall obey," he managed to utter through gritted teeth, bowing in gratitude before slowly rising and retreating to his position. The Ningkang Emperor observed from above, noting the diminishment of Minister He's once imposing stature. His back slightly hunched, and his gait somewhat faltering. The sudden assertiveness of the Ningkang Emperor astonished the court, for until now, his demeanor had been characterized by gentleness and leniency. Over time, some ministers had grown complacent, forgetting that the one who had persevered through the struggle for succession to ultimately inherit the throne could not possibly be genuinely gentle and harmless. The emperor's abrupt firmness left the ministers momentarily disoriented. And it was not until the court session concluded that they realized the dynamics of the harem were about to shift once again. After all, the influence of the Shushi faction had subtly overshadowed that of the Empress's faction. However, today in court, the emperor had clearly elevated the position of the Empress's faction while suppressing that of Shushi. With the princes still in their youth, the eldest son of Shushi was merely 7 years old. Although the ministers were not in a rush to align themselves, they remained vigilant, keenly sensing every ripple within the imperial palace. The emperor's actions today would surely ignite countless discussions within the residences of the ministers long into the night. After the court assembly, Zhang Siren promptly commenced disaster relief efforts. He quickly drafted a relief proposal and submitted it to the Ningkang Emperor's study. Upon reviewing it, the emperor expressed his commendation, while internally he regretted having heeded the Empress Dowager's counsel to suppress the Duke of Dinggua's residence. thus losing a significant ally. With the emperor's approval, Zheng Siren arranged for dozens of relief announcements to be transcribed and dispatched to the city gates, where they would be proclaimed to the disaster-stricken populace. Once the citizens' emotions stabilized, he organized the orderly transport of timber, mats, blankets, oilcloth, firewood, and large cooking pots that had been urgently requisitioned from various departments, establishing shelters and porridge kitchens outside the city gates. Additionally, he summoned a few physicians from the Imperial Medical Bureau and doctors from various clinics to set up medical tents outside each city gate to treat the ailing populace. Zheng Siren's multifaceted approach greatly alleviated the near-crisis emotions of the victims, particularly when the citizens observed carts laden with grain being transported from the capital to be boiled in large pots of water. Their hearts found some solace. The needs of the victims were simple. As long as they had food to eat and clothing to wear, they wished only to survive the hunger and the cold. In the Wancheng Hall, upon hearing from a young eunuch about the progress of the relief efforts, the Ningkang Emperor's furrowed brow finally began to ease after several days of tension, just as he intended to seek an audience with the Empress in the Kunyi Palace. He was interrupted by the sharp voice of Hishushi. "Clear the way, I must see the Emperor." The Ningkang Emperor's brow furrowed once more, coldly reflecting, "It seems I have indulged her over the years." Allowing her to forget her place. At the foot of the steps outside Wancheng Hall, 2 imperial guards crossed their halberds to block the path, while a eunuch holding a whisk wore a strained smile. Attempting to placate the haughty and beautifully adorned lady before him, "Your Highness, please do not make it difficult for us. It is a long-standing rule that no concubines may enter Wancheng Hall." Hishushi, filled with indignation, shame, and anger, felt humiliated that her father had just been sent home by the emperor to recuperate, and now a palace servant dared to speak to her in such a manner. "If only," Hishushi coldly spat out. "Very well, what a dutiful servant you are. I shall kneel here and await the emperor." With that, she dramatically flung her scarlet satin cloak aside and fell to her knees on the steps. The eunuchs serving in Wancheng Hall were all astute individuals. The one addressing her remained unfazed and instead spoke with increasing respect. "Your Highness, given the severe weather, your health is of great importance. You must not expose yourself to the cold. Would it not be better to rise and seek refuge from the wind? I can relay your message to the emperor." Hishushi glared at the eunuch, her voice laced with anger. "Hurry up and go." She knew this eunuch was not one of those who served closely beside the emperor, and thus felt no obligation to treat him kindly. He was merely a eunuch unworthy of her respect. The eunuch hurriedly scurried into the corridor, whispering to another eunuch. After a brief exchange, the second eunuch nodded and hurriedly entered the hall to report to the Ningkang Emperor. A short while later, the eunuch emerged, and upon relaying the message to the waiting eunuch, his expression contorted as he struggled to suppress his laughter. Running back to Yishufei's side, the eunuch loudly conveyed the emperor's message. "The emperor has declared that minister he has received what he sought. Why must the empress press further? If the empress finds the snowy day dull, she may confine herself to her chambers and diligently review the palace regulations." Chapter 39, The Friendship of Old Friends. Yishufei, who held considerable influence within the palace, faced a setback outside the Wancheng Hall, and this incident swiftly spread throughout the 6 palaces and even beyond the palace walls, reaching the ears of the ministers. Within the harem, the consorts of Emperor Ningkang secretly rejoiced, for during Yishufei's favor she had regarded even the empress with disdain, let alone those of lower rank who had suffered under her tyranny. Outside the palace, some ministers who had initially intended to side with Minister He in support of the crown prince halted all actions, yet they dared not immediately shift their allegiance to the crown prince. Uncertain if Yishufei might regain her favor, especially given the formidable influence of the He family in the court, and Yishufei being the most beautiful woman in the harem within the palace. Intrigues abounded, yet these matters did not impede the relief efforts. Under the direction of the heir to the Duke of Dingwa Zheng Siren, progress was remarkably smooth. The displaced citizens received commendable arrangements, thus they harbored no desire to venture into the capital to beg. However, the funds were quickly depleting. After 20 days of disaster relief, only over 30,000 taels remained from the treasury's allocation, and food supplies dwindled to 1/5 of the original amount. The long frigid winter was only halfway through, and it would take another 2 months before the ice melted and spring returned. As Zheng Siren grew increasingly anxious, the chief eunuch by Emperor Ningkang's side personally delivered 4 carts laden with grain to the hall of the Ministry of Revenue, where Zhang was temporarily overseeing affairs. His presence there was not an attempt to seize control but rather a necessity, for the treasury held money, food, building materials, and medicinal supplies. Without his supervision, the smooth dispatch of these supplies would be compromised. "Master Kai, what brings you here?" Upon hearing the report from a minor official, Zheng Siren hurriedly welcomed him, focusing not on the chief eunuch but on the 4 carts of grain. Zhang was nearly frantic with thoughts of the grain. "Master Zhang, the emperor is aware of the scarcity of funds and provisions, hence he has sent us to deliver this." Beamed eunuch Kai. Zhang was taken aback. Only days prior, the emperor had dispatched a significant quantity of tribute rice from the palace. He had heard from his mother that the palace retained less than 2 months' worth of rations. Where could they possibly procure more grain now? "Please, eunuch Kai, come inside and let's discuss this matter." Zhang instructed the minor official to coordinate with eunuch Kai's attendants to transfer the grain while ushering Kai into the inner hall. Once inside, eunuch Kai produced a thick stack of silver notes and smiled at Zhang. "Master Zhang, this is 100,000 taels in silver, please accept it." On the carts outside there are 600 stone of grain, which is not tribute rice but rather high-quality coarse grains. Zhang was increasingly puzzled. How could the palace possess coarse grains? Even the eunuchs and palace maids consumed only the finest rice and flour, not tribute rice. Eunuch Kai set down the silver notes and retrieved a small ebony token from his pocket. "Master Zhang, you may send a trusted confidant with this token to the Chui grain shop to collect supplies. With this token, you can claim 80,000 stones of grain stored there. The 600 stones of coarse grain are merely in advance to assist in the crisis." The Chui grain shop, whose establishment is that? Zhang asked, perplexed. "There exists such a charitable merchant in the capital." Eunuch Kai chuckled. "It belongs to the wife of the marshal of the Northern Army just yesterday." Madame Ning entered the palace to seek an audience with the empress, stating that Marshal Chang, upon learning of the disaster, had instructed her to donate the profits accumulated from her private assets, amounting to 100,000 taels. Madame Ning's noble spirit. In these times, when grain prices soar exorbitantly, who would willingly part with even a single grain? Zhang exclaimed. "Profiting from the misfortune of others is utterly inhumane." Though Madame Ning is a woman, her generosity surpasses that of many men. Zhang was moved. Those who could operate grain shops in the capital often had connections to high-ranking officials or noble families. It was a rare occurrence for someone to donate grain so selflessly, and yet it was solely Madame Ning who acted thus. Indeed, Madame Ning's generous donation of silver and grain was not for glory. She had entered the palace quietly, and aside from the emperor and empress, only a few close attendants were aware of the significant contributions made by Marshal Chang and Madame Ning. Eunuch Kai nodded in agreement. Expressing his admiration, after sending off Eunuch Kai, Zhang Siren let out a long sigh of relief. With this 100,000 taels and 80,000 stones of grain, he could manage to stretch resources over the next 2 months. As the weather warmed, arrangements could be made for the displaced citizens to return home, and the relief efforts could proceed smoothly. However, he knew that the resettlement of the citizens would require a substantial sum, which he had yet to secure, causing him to feel a mix of joy and concern. Yet, that was a matter for a month or more hence. For now, the most pressing concern was to effectively manage the disaster relief efforts. First, to prevent the displaced from perishing from cold and hunger, which would benefit the populace. Second, it would bolster the position of the empress and the crown prince, who had endured considerable hardship in recent years. If he could achieve success in this endeavor, it would fortify the crown prince's standing within the palace. Emperor Ningkong gazed at the confidential edict in his hand, his eyes reddening. This was a secret correspondence from Yongning Pass. Yet it made no mention of military matters. In truth, it was a personal letter from Cheng Xizha to Emperor Ningkong. The privilege of transmitting personal letters was granted to Cheng Xizha, a former companion and now a trusted minister of the emperor. After reading the letter, Emperor Ningkong murmured, Zisho, only you possess such unwavering sincerity towards me. Were it not for your indispensable role at Yongning Pass, I would truly wish for you to return to the capital and by my side. Your presence brings me great comfort. In Cheng Xizha's letter, there was no mention of the bond between sovereign and subject, only the sentiments of old friends. Hence, he sought no rewards, only hoping that the silver would alleviate his friend's immediate plight. Cheng Xizha also jested within the letter that should the funds prove insufficient, he would lead troops to the Xubei grasslands after spring to gather fodder, insisting on replenishing the emperor's private treasury. Indeed, one cannot expect two disparate individuals to emerge from the same bed. Cheng Xizha desired no accolades from Emperor Ningkong, and Madame Ning shared the same sentiment. She had donated all the grain from Rodari's grain shop solely to ensure her close friend within the palace lived more comfortably. Of course, the couple possessed their own sense of righteousness. They would assist the suffering commoners. However, had the emperor and empress not been their close friends, they would never have shown such generosity. After all, 100,000 taels constituted Cheng Xizha's entire personal fortune, and the Chui grain shop comprised 1/3 of Madame Ning's dowry. The couple's nobility stood in stark contrast to the indifference and stinginess of the majority of court officials. Although Cheng Xizha and his wife sought no rewards, the emperor and empress granted separate rewards to Madame Ning's 3 sons in the form of annual gifts, out of trust for their friend. The emperor and empress refrained from bestowing any rewards upon Cheng Qinghan, who resided at Kaixian residence. This unusual action left many powerful figures in the capital perplexed, as they could not fathom the emperor and empress's true intentions. Chapter 40, The Li family causes trouble. The emperor and empress's separate rewards for Madame Ning's 3 sons, while not a word was uttered regarding Cheng Qinghan, created a stir that inevitably reached Li's ears. Upon hearing the report from her servants, Li's face darkened with rage, her teeth clenched as she cursed. How dare she? How dare she? Though Li was not particularly intelligent, she was certainly no fool. She easily deduced that Madame Ning had likely spoken to the empress, prompting such favoritism. Remembering that the emperor had yet to approve her husband's request for the title of duchess, Li's rage boiled over, and she could no longer contain her emotions. On the very day the emperor and empress conferred their gifts, Li smashed the upper room of Kxian residence. You simply stand by and allow them to bully me, bully my dear Qinghan. This is the emperor for whom you have worked tirelessly for 30 years. Li's eyes reddened, and she shrieked at her husband to silence. Cheng Fuhu bellowed, his face ashen as he forcefully pushed Li away. The Cheng family had been loyal to the emperor for generations, and loyalty to the emperor was nearly ingrained in the very blood of the Cheng lineage. Thus, hearing Li speak ill of the emperor incited Cheng Fuhu's immediate fury. Li stumbled, unable to maintain her balance, and fell heavily to the ground. Instinctively, she reached out to brace herself, but her right palm landed on a shard of broken porcelain, causing her to cry out in pain as blood oozed from her hand. You struck me. Since marrying Cheng Fuhu, he had never laid a finger on her. Now, after over 20 years of marriage, it was the first time Li felt she had been struck, though in reality, Cheng Fuhu had merely shoved her aside without much force. Otherwise, his strength would have easily sent her sprawling outside the door. Alas, who struck you? Please do not cry. Someone fetch the physician. Madam is injured. Seeing Li weep with such heartache, Cheng Fuhu's heart ached, and he hastily called out, pulling her uninjured left hand to sit beside him. Li, racked with pain, hardly had time to feel anger. Her right hand raised as tears streamed down her face. Cheng Fuhu's heart twisted painfully at the sight. The physician soon rushed in, accompanied by a panting apprentice carrying a medicine box. Upon seeing the chaos, the physician understood the situation, for the whole household was aware of the emperor and empress's bestowals, yet he must feign ignorance, asking no questions, merely commanding the maid to open the medicine chest and hastily tend to Lady Li's wounds, cleaning, applying ointment, and bandaging the eye in the span of a single tea's time. Lady Li's right hand was thoroughly wrapped, her fingers encased in a tight bundle. The court physician, noticing the old duke's pallor, a shade of ashen blue, his lips slightly tinged with purple, and the previously unseen red veins in the whites of his eyes, felt a surge of alarm within, hastening forward with a smile to inquire, Your Grace, may I take your pulse? Cheng Fuhu, feeling a heaviness in his chest, nodded slightly, permitting the physician to approach. The physician examined the pulse with an expression unchanged from before, yet inwardly he was distressed, since returning to the capital, the Duke had been unable to rest properly for his recovery. Although his external injuries had nearly healed, the underlying damage remained, and at his age, around 50, complete recuperation would require a year or more of undisturbed rest. Moreover, he could not afford the luxury of tranquility, especially with. The physician discreetly cast a glance at Lady Li, harboring disdain that he had never encountered such a selfish woman. How could she insist on sharing a bed with her severely wounded husband? Was she eager for the Duke to perish slowly? Mr. Zhang, how's my health? Cheng Fuhu, sensing the physician's silence, grew uneasy and quickly inquired. After a brief hesitation, the physician softly replied, Your Grace, while your external wounds have healed, your internal condition remains fragile. It is imperative that you focus on recuperation. You must avoid agitation and refrain from exhausting yourself. It is best to conserve your essence and transform it into vitality for the nourishment of body and spirit. Upon hearing the physician's words, Cheng Fuhu felt his face flush with embarrassment. Though he was not well versed in literature, certain implications were unmistakable to a man. The physician's voice was low, and Lady Li, preoccupied with her own hand, failed to catch his words. Just as she was about to inquire, she was interrupted by a sharp command. Why haven't you summoned someone to clean up? Startled, Lady Li momentarily forgot her question and hurriedly ordered someone to tidy the room, thus averting an awkward situation. The commotion in Quexianja soon reached the ears of Ningshi, who smiled faintly, feeling a sense of satisfaction. She mused, This is merely the beginning. Lady Li, wait and see, there is not a fragment of my dear Xianer that you shall seize. As Ningshi contemplated, a messenger entered to announce that Mr. Zhang sought an audience. With a slight frown, she instructed that he be brought to the small flower hall for discussion. Upon the physician's arrival, he quickly stood, bowing respectfully. Ningshi greeted him with a smile, inviting him to sit. Although the physician wished to speak privately with the young lady, he understood the impropriety of such a request. However, the matter he wished to address was exceedingly sensitive. Should any servants overhear? He hesitated, glancing at the two maids standing beside Ningshi. Noticing his discomfort, Ningshi encouraged, Mr. Zhang, please speak freely. Finally, the physician spoke in a gentle tone. Esteemed lady, it is truly unsuitable for His Grace to convalesce in Quexianja at this time. The incessant clamor of children and adults alike poses a significant risk to His Grace's recovery. If a quieter residence is not arranged, it may greatly jeopardize his health. Ningxi's brow furrowed at his words. Were it not for her stepmother's presence, it would be her duty as a daughter-in-law to arrange for her father-in-law's recuperation. However, with her stepmother looming, how could she broach such a topic? Mr. Zhang, have you not reported this to His Grace? Ningshi asked, perplexed. The physician's face flushed as he lowered his gaze, replying, I did mention it once, but was met with a severe reprimand from the lady. Ningshi was left speechless, pressing her forehead in frustration. She could not fathom her stepmother's reasoning. Surely, the sooner the Duke regained his health, the greater the benefit to her. Why then, Mr. Zhang, I understand you have been diligently attending to His Grace's health, yet regarding the relocation, I find myself unable to. This matter must rest solely with His Grace. Ningshi said, clearly distressed. The physician sighed deeply, handing a medical report to a maid to present to Ningshi. Upon reading it, her face grew warm with embarrassment, and her disdain for her stepmother intensified. Even if she were in the prime of her life, how could she disregard her husband's well-being? Very well, given the biting cold weather, I am uncertain how Nurse Jiang is faring. Perhaps it would be prudent for Mr. Zhang to check on her tomorrow. Ningshi pondered, finally settling on the most fitting candidate, though this would inevitably anger Lady Li. No matter. I cannot allow that venomous woman to dominate everything. I shall ensure that both my husband and I protect Nurse Jiang from any harm. Ningshi resolved quietly within herself. The next day, the physician indeed visited Nurse Jiang, though it remains unclear what transpired between them. That same day, Nurse Jiang, leaning on the purple sandalwood cane gifted by Madame Su at her deathbed, ventured to Quexianju. She stayed for less than an hour before returning home. Soon after, someone came to summon Ningshi, while Lady Li, wearing a sullen expression, begrudgingly instructed Ningshi to prepare the Shan Hall in the third courtyard. The very place where Madame Su had spent her twilight years, a location Lady Li despised, yet, it was precisely here that Duke Ning had chosen to recuperate. Choosing the Shan Hall was not a matter of Cheng Fuhu intentionally opposing his wife. Rather, it was the most suitable place in the residence for recovery, being warm in winter and cool in summer. Moreover, it had been Madame Su's abode for nearly 40 years, and every brick and tile bore her essence. Cheng Fuhu longed for his late mother. Although Madame Su had passed away 4 years prior, the Shan Hall showed no signs of decay. Ningshi would frequently visit, bringing others to clean and tidy, often lingering beneath the peach tree she had planted before departing. Thus, in less than half an hour, Ningshi had arranged the Shan Hall and headed to Quexianju to escort the Duke to his new quarters. Lady Li had anticipated that the preparations would take at least a day or two, but to her surprise, everything was ready in just 1 hour, which only fueled her anger further. The distance from Quexianju to the Shan Hall was considerable, requiring over a quarter of an hour on foot. Today, with the biting cold and howling north winds, even a healthy person would risk falling ill. Cheng Fuhu had no choice but to take the warm sedan chair his daughter-in-law had prepared. While he verbally insisted he could walk, inwardly he felt quite relieved, silently reflecting, mother's judgment is indeed exceptional. She chose Ningshi as a daughter-in-law, and she is truly remarkable. Lady Li, who had previously detested the Shan Hall, suddenly declared her intent to move there after a night had passed. Ningshi said nothing, merely ordering someone to inform the Shan Hall of her instructions. Just as Lady Li began to pack her belongings, Cheng Fuhu sent word that she was not permitted to relocate to the Shan Hall. Enraged, Lady Li's eyes blazed red as she shouted, "On what grounds can you deny me access to the Shan Hall? I am now the rightful mistress of the Duke's household. That old crone is dead and still obstructing my path." Ningshi initially ignored her stepmother's outburst, but upon hearing Lady Li insult her deceased grandmother, she stood up abruptly, glaring icily at Lady Li, and sternly commanded, "Mother, mind your words. Even father cannot bear such disrespect towards his elders. Are you intent on tarnishing his reputation?" Taken aback by Ningxi's reprimand, Lady Li's fury escalated as she retaliated, "You are the disobedient one, rebelling against your mother-in-law. If you were to die for it, it would be no great loss." Ningxi refused to engage in further dispute, maintaining her cold gaze upon Lady Li as the latter's insults gradually diminished in volume. Ningxi's eyes betrayed her unrestrained hatred, a potent force that rendered Lady Li uneasy, making her feel as though Ningxi had uncovered some secret. Yet, recalling how flawlessly she had orchestrated her previous deeds, Lady Li reassured herself that even if Ningxi knew, it mattered not. She possessed no evidence and would only suffer in silence. With this thought, Lady Li's mood brightened unexpectedly. However, her fleeting joy was shattered by the frantic entrance of a young maid. "Madam, terrible news. The young miss has suddenly developed a high fever and has been vomiting." The maid cried out in distress. Lady Li's heart sank, and she rushed towards the door, only to halt abruptly, turning to Ningxi and shouting, "Your daughter has a high fever. Why haven't you summoned the physician?" Ningxi rose with a frosty demeanor and retorted, "Is she my daughter?" Without sparing Lady Li a glance, she strode out. Lady Li, taken aback, was about to pursue her for an explanation when she overheard Ningxi coldly instructing someone to summon Mr. Zhang to attend to the illness. The servants in the yard promptly dashed off. Lady Li shouted after them, "I told you to fetch the physician." Ningxi turned back, expressing her disdain. "She does not merit it." With that, she turned away, ignoring the furious cries behind her. Lady Li, consumed by rage yet genuinely worried for her child, suppressed her anger and hurriedly entered the east wing, demanding, "How are you caring for her? How could the third young miss suddenly develop a fever?" The wet nurse quickly knelt and replied, "Madam, the young miss is teething. It typically does not pose a problem, but her fever has spiked. I dared not be careless and came to report. We must call for a doctor to prescribe medicine to reduce her fever." Having given birth to 3 daughters herself, Lady Li understood that teething could induce fever, which eased her anger somewhat. She replied, "I know you are diligent. Take good care of the young miss, and you shall be rewarded in due time. Now rise." The wet nurse, feeling a weight lift from her shoulders, quickly stood up. Little Qinghan had been cared for by the wet nurse since her birth 10 days ago, and the wet nurse's affection for her was undoubtedly deeper than Lady Li's. Hence she was exceedingly attentive. The physician arrived promptly and, after a thorough examination, concluded that the child's fever was indeed due to teething. Observing the severity of the child's condition, he prescribed a remedy, instructing that the medicine be prepared for the wet nurse to consume. This way, the milk produced would carry medicinal properties, thereby minimizing any potential side effects the medication might pose to the infant. While the efficacy of this method was somewhat inferior to administering the medicine directly to the child, it was ultimately deemed safer. The infant, being delicate, did not show immediate improvement despite the medicated milk, and the physician had previously warned that it might take 3 to 5 days before the child found respite. Lady Lee was genuinely devoted to the child, keeping her close and caring for her personally, leaving no room for any grievances. Lady Lee's focus was unwavering, and the entire residence of the Duke of Ning experienced a notable tranquility, albeit one that lasted only 2 days. 2 days later, the wife of Lady Lee's second nephew arrived at the Duke of Ning's residence under the pretense of delivering new Heiress gifts, given that the Ning family now held the reins. It was customary for the second daughter-in-law of the Lee family to first pay her respects at the Qiuayuan. Various clues indicated that the child residing at Quexianju was likely the biological daughter of Lady Lee's second nephew's wife, and she was undoubtedly aware of the circumstances surrounding the child's exchange. With such thoughts in mind, Lady Ning could hardly extend a warm welcome to the second daughter-in-law of the Lee family. She remained seated in the main chair of the council hall, showing no intention of rising to greet Lady Wang, the second daughter-in-law of the Lee family. As Lady Wang was ushered in, she was met with the sight of Lady Ning sitting with poise, and a flicker of envy crossed her eyes, accompanied by a silent curse. Harlot. In the past, Chang Xizha had been renowned as the most handsome young man in the capital, and countless young women aspired to marry him, Lady Wang being one of them. Confronted with her former rival, Lady Wang could not muster a cordial demeanor. Regardless of her inner turmoil, she was compelled to approach respectfully. After all, Lady Ning was a woman of noble status, while Lady Wang was merely the wife of a lowly scholar. Sister-in-law, I pay my respects to you, Lady Wang said begrudgingly, bending her knee in greeting. Lady Ning accepted the gesture with an air of aloofness, coolly responding, there is no need for such formalities. Second young Lady Lee, please take a seat. Lady Wang had urgent matters to discuss and was disinclined to engage in idle conversation. Yet upon seeing Lady Ning, her jealousy simmered beneath the surface. Without even offering her respects to her aunt, she was reluctant to remain in Lady Ning's company. How can you be so rude? Lady Ning remarked dryly, her indifference to Lady Wang's faux smile apparent. It is indeed proper to extend greetings. Someone escort the second young Lady Lee to Quexianju. Upon hearing this, Lady Wang shot a resentful glance at Lady Ning, her expression darkening as she followed the servant out. Lady Ning observed Lady Wang's retreating figure, a cold smile gracing her lips. She was acutely aware of the true motive behind Lady Wang's visit. The news of the third daughter of the Duke of Ning suffering from a persistent fever had been deliberately relayed to Lady Wang. Now that Lady Wang had come, Lady Ning's suspicions were further confirmed. "Aunt, how is the child?" Lady Wang cried out, rushing forward, her gaze falling upon the feverish child with a flushed face, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Why are you crying? Restrain yourself. Do you even realize where you are? You cannot act as you please," Lady Lee chastised quietly, waving her hand for the wet nurse and other maids to leave the room. "What are you wailing for? Who summoned you here?" Lady Lee glared at her second nephew's wife, demanding an explanation. "Aunt, the child is ill, and I am heartbroken." Lady Wang sobbed softly. "What concern is it of yours? Does my family not know how to care for a child? Must you meddle?" Lady Lee's heart raced as she covered her second nephew's wife's mouth and whispered sternly in her ear, "Aunt, but she is..." Lady Wang struggled to speak, but was silenced again by Lady Lee. "She is the legitimate daughter of our Duke of Ning's heir. If you remain muddled, I can easily find another bride for Mutu." Lady Lee's icy words shattered all of Lady Wang's thoughts. Mutu referred to Lady Wang's husband, the second son of the Lee family, originally named Li Shu, whose nickname was Mutu. Later, discontent with the name, he added the character Yu, and is now known as Li Yushu. I understand, Aunt." Lady Wang stammered through her tears. "Very well, return home and do not come back. If you obey, there will be rewards in the future." Lady Lee's strategy of first using a stick and then offering a carrot successfully coaxed her second nephew's wife to leave. Believing she had dismissed her servants, Lady Lee did not realize that her words were swiftly transcribed onto a small piece of paper and delivered to Lady Ning. After reading the note, Lady Ning placed it in a small wooden box, locking it securely. She anticipated that more such notes would follow, and she intended to keep them safe until her husband returned to the capital. Chapter 42. A glimmer of hope. This winter, the snow fell particularly thickly, blanketing the land every 10 days or so, rendering all roads leading to the capital impassable. The capital, shrouded in snow, became an isolated fortress. In Jingxi town, a mere 30 miles from the capital, Ning Yuanxian was feeling increasingly anxious as he was unable to continue his search for his missing niece and could not communicate with his family back home. He was left to wait impatiently in the inn for the thawing of the ice and snow to open the roads. One morning, upon rising, Ning Yuanxian felt a discomfort in his eyes. a stuffy nose, and a throbbing headache. Realizing he had caught a chill, he promptly summoned a physician. Shortly thereafter, a guard brought Dr. Sun from the local Taisu medical hall to the inn. Upon entering the room and seeing Ning Yuanxiang lying in bed, Dr. Sun felt an uncanny familiarity with him, as if he had seen him somewhere before. However, being a cautious man, Dr. Sun did not express this sentiment outwardly. After taking Ning Yuanxiang's pulse, he instructed Xianshan, fetch some ginger, scallions, and Sichuan pepper from the kitchen and prepare a decoction. Hurry, due to an influx of patients suffering from colds, the herbal remedies for treating such ailments had been exhausted, and with the roads blocked by snow, Dr. Sun had to make do with what was available. Xianshan quickly returned with a bowl of hot water, placing it on the table beside the bed with a grin. Young master, drink it while it's hot. It will help dispel the chill. As Xianshan spoke, he scrutinized Ning Yuanxiang and, scratching his head in confusion, asked, young master, have we met before? Dr. Sun's heart sank at these words, and he immediately admonished Xianshan, do not speak nonsense. Xianshan stepped back, pouting in displeasure, muttering under his breath that the young man looked very familiar. Ning Yuanxiang, catching Xianshan's murmur, called out, young man, please come here and speak with me. Dr. Sun frowned, casting a worried glance at Xianshan, unsure of how to prevent him from approaching. Did you say you recognized me? Might it be that you have seen a child who resembles me? Ning Yuanxiang inquired eagerly, his eyes fixed intently on Xianshan. Xianshan, sensing his master's displeasure, quickly shook his head. No, I must have mistaken him. I have never seen anyone who looks like you. Ning Yuanxiang furrowed his brow, observing Xianshan and then Dr. Sun's stern expression. He spoke earnestly, Dr. Sun, I am Ning Yuanxiang, the third son of the Duke of the National University. My family lost a newborn girl in June, and we have been searching for her ever since. I am stranded here due to the snow while searching for her. If you can provide me with any leads, my family is willing to offer a reward of 1,000 taels of silver. After speaking, Ning Yuanxiang presented his identification and travel documents for Dr. Sun to inspect. Although Dr. Sun did not verbally respond, he approached to examine Ning Yuanxiang's credentials closely. Observing this, Ning Yuanxiang felt a flicker of hope. He understood that if Dr. Sun were unaware of his niece's whereabouts, he would not scrutinize his identity so carefully. So, you are the third son of Lord Ning. My apologies, Dr. Sun said with a respectful bow after verifying Ning Yuanxiang's identity. Lord Ning, the National University's esteemed scholar, is revered by scholars across the land. Dr. Sun, having once been a scholar himself but failing to achieve fame, had become a physician, thus holding a deep admiration for the illustrious Ning family. You are too kind, Dr. Sun, Ning Yuanxiang replied, disregarding his illness as he attempted to rise from the bed to pay his respects to Dr. Sunday. Dr. Sun quickly stopped him, handing him the now lukewarm bowl with a smile. Young master, drink your medicine while it's still warm. We can discuss matters afterward. Ning Yuanxiang gulped down the unpleasant concoction, wiping his mouth hastily, and asked urgently, Dr. Sun, do you know the whereabouts of the child? Dr. Sun sighed deeply, nodding before shaking his head. Ning Yuanxiang looked at him in confusion. After a moment's hesitation, Dr. Sun spoke, I have indeed seen a child who bears some resemblance to you, a baby under the age of 1. However, I cannot ascertain whether she is the child you seek. Moreover, the child has a family now. If you wish to meet her, I must first consult with her family. Where is the child? Who are her family? Dr. Sun, please guide me. Ning Yuanxiang could no longer remain in bed. He leapt up, deeply bowing to Dr. Sun as he implored earnestly. Young master, please, do lie back down. There is no need for you to rush. Dr. Sun firmly pulled Ning Yuanxiang up, his grip surprisingly strong, effortlessly lifting the robust young man and pressing him back onto the bed. Young master, with the heavy snow blocking the roads, travel between villages and towns has become impossible. Even if you wish to see the child, you simply cannot reach her, Dr. Sun advised gently. Ning Yuanxiang sighed in disappointment, realizing from Dr. Sun's words that the child did not reside in the town, and it seemed he would not be able to see her within the month. Dr. Sun, could you please tell me where the child is? What is her family like? Do they treat her well? Has she suffered any grievances? As he spoke, Ning Yuanxiang's eyes grew red, his voice beginning to quiver. The child is quite well, healthy even, and her family dotes on her greatly. She has not encountered the slightest injustice. As for her whereabouts, I cannot disclose that at the moment. Once the roads are cleared, I shall visit her family immediately to convey your intentions. Only with their consent can I bring you to meet her. Dr. Sun said kindly, but, very well, I shall defer to you. I implore you not to forget this matter. The child is the life of my sister, Ning Yuanxiang pleaded with tears in his eyes. Dr. Sun, with a heart akin to that of a compassionate parent, could not refuse Ning Yuanxiang's earnest request. Young master, is it true that your sister has lost a child? Is that child the daughter of General Chang from the Northern Army? Dr. Sun suddenly exclaimed. Recalling Ning Yuanxiang's words, Ning Yuanxiang nodded, whispering, I bear a striking resemblance to my sister. If the child resembles me even slightly, she must be my niece. General Chang is my brother-in-law, and that child is their only daughter. Upon hearing this, Dr. Sun's demeanor became serious. He nodded and promised, very well, regardless of whether the child is indeed General Chang's daughter, I shall ensure you meet her. Chapter 43, The Legacy of Kindness. At last, A lead in the search for his niece had emerged, and Ning Yuanshang was filled with joy. He immediately instructed his attendant to fetch 1,000 taels in silver notes, which he presented to Dr. Sun with both hands, smiling sincerely. Regardless of whether the child is my niece, this is a token of gratitude for you, dear sir. Please accept it. On this quest to find his niece, the matriarch of the Chui family had generously provided her son with 30,000 taels, urging him not to spare any expense as long as the child could be found. Dr. Sun repeatedly waved his hands, stepping back a few paces to assert, young master, please put away the silver notes. Had it not been for General Cheng's loss, I would never have taken on this matter. I cannot go back on my word, nor can I accept payment derived from a promise unkept. Despite Ning Yuanshang's insistence, Dr. Sun maintained a stern demeanor, stating, if you persist in giving me the silver, I shall be unable to convey messages between you and your niece. Henceforth, let us cease any discussion of this matter. Mr. Sun, but I had just made a promise. Ning Yuanshang's face revealed his dilemma. To be honest, young master, my ancestral home is Yongning. My grandparents were brutally murdered by the Hu, and it was the late General Chang who rescued me as a child from their clutches. Avenging my family's deep-seated grievances, for 50 years I have had no opportunity to repay this kindness. Now, being able to assist in recovering General Cheng's great-granddaughter, how could I have the face to accept a reward? Darth Sun said, patting his own face filled with emotion. I see now. I was unaware. Ning Yuanshang's face flushed with embarrassment. Do not speak of it, young master. In truth, regardless of whose child has gone missing, if I am aware of the facts, I should do my utmost to assist. When I bowed in gratitude to General Chang, I vowed to repay him by aiding those in distress. Thus, I became a physician. Dr. Sun smiled gently. Xianchen, who had been listening in a daze, finally regained his senses and urgently exclaimed, yes, our master has always charged only a small fee for treating the poor, accepting only a few coins in consultation fees. If they cannot pay, he does not charge at all. Our master has already helped many. Ning Yuanshang, hearing this, quickly bowed in gratitude, saying, your noble intentions are deeply appreciated, sir. May I suggest, since you refuse to accept this 1,000 taels, that you procure some medicinal herbs on my behalf and store them in your clinic? Should any impoverished patients come seeking treatment, you could use those herbs without charging them. Dr. Sun hesitated slightly, contemplating the proposal. If he could provide medicine, it would offer the impoverished a glimmer of hope for survival. However, young master is sincere. We must not let his goodwill go to waste. Xianchen urged anxiously. Following the snow disaster, Dr. Sun had been treating the poor at a loss, and his clinic's apothecary was nearly empty. Having collected hardly a third of the medicinal fees, Xianchen feared that once the roads were cleared, their master would not have the funds to restock the herbs. Sir, please do not decline any longer. You have a good heart, and I share that sentiment. Please accept this, Ning Yuanshang implored once more. Dr. Sun's face flushed with embarrassment, but Xianchen, quick-witted, promptly accepted the silver notes with both hands, cheerfully saying, thank you, young master. I shall take this on behalf of the master. Ning Yuanshang then retrieved a small piece of silver, approximately 1 tael in weight, and handed it to Xianchen with a smile, saying, here, this is for the consultation fee for the physician's visit. Dr. Sun swiftly intervened, exclaiming, that cannot be, I have already accepted so much. How can I take more? Ning Yuanshang replied with a smile, that was for the medicinal donation. This is for the consultation fee. If you refuse, would it not be as if I were receiving treatment without payment? That simply cannot be allowed. If my father were to discover that I had consulted a physician without remuneration, I fear he might break both my legs. Then I must thank you once more, young master. Dr. Sun laughed, and after sharing a few more light-hearted words with Ning Yuanshang, he bid farewell to Xianchen. After seeing Dr. Sun off, Ning Yuanshang paced restlessly in his room, continuously furrowing his brow and occasionally sighing. His attendant, puzzled, inquired, young master, why are you still troubled when you have already learned the whereabouts of the young miss? I am worried about how to send news back home. They are anxiously awaiting word, and who knows how long they have been waiting. Confounded heavens, when will the roads be cleared? Ning Yuanshang replied irritably. The attendant sighed in agreement, muttering, indeed, we have been trapped here in Jingxi town by this heavy snow for a month, unable to move forward or return home. If only Miss Xin'er were here. If the ground routes are blocked, surely she could fly. Ning Yuanshang's eyes brightened momentarily, then he sighed again. There was no second creature in the world as spirited as Xin'er, the golden-eyed eagle. He wondered whether she was in the capital or at Yongning Pass. If only Xin'er could make a trip to Jingxi town, even if she could not return home for the new year, she could at least deliver a letter to assure his family of his safety. Especially now that hope had blossomed. The attendant nodded eagerly. Yes, it would be wonderful if she could carry a letter home, just as Ning Yuanshang fretted over his inability to contact his family. His relatives in the capital were also thinking of him. Alone in the world. One day at the Ning Guogong Mansion's Kiwaiyuan, the Ning family was reading a letter sent back by Xin'er. Xin'er stood atop a chair, voraciously devouring tender meat slices and fresh water. Though she was not afraid of the cold, the energy expended flying from Yongning Pass to the capital in this chilly weather was far greater than before. The letter Xianer brought back was merely a message of safety, as Cheng Xija, newly married, had agreed with his wife to send Xianer back each month to report on their welfare, while also conveying news from the capital to Yongning Pass. This arrangement was one of the key reasons for the strong bond between Cheng Xija and the Ning family, even though they had spent barely over a year together in the 10 years since their marriage. "Thank you for your hard work, Xianer. Rest well at home for a few days, and then you must fly again," Ning said gently, stroking Xianer's feathers after finishing the letter. Xianer tilted her head and gently nudged Ning's hand. Clearly fond of her gentle mistress, "Madam, shall we send Xianer to find the young master in a few days?" Ruishue inquired cheerfully. Ruishue's youngest brother was Ning Yuanshang's attendant, so as an elder sister. She couldn't help but worry. Ning nodded. "Yes, I heard from my sister-in-law that third brother is currently trapped in Jingxi town. I wonder how he is faring, although he has traveled for studies in the past. He has never spent the new year alone. With him absent this year, I fear our parents are uneasy. Sigh, it is all my fault for causing him such distress. Madam, do not say that. Young master has always been closest to you since childhood. You have always considered him first, and he thinks of you often, and now that he finds himself in this predicament, how could he stay at home?" Ruishue comforted. No one had anticipated such a heavy snowfall this year. Ruiyan shot Ruishue a knowing glance, quickly stepping in to comfort their mistress. Ruishue smiled. "Indeed, young master and madam are the best. I still remember when you left home, young master cried as if he would never stop. Even threatening the general escorting you that if he did not treat you well, he would come to take you back." Recalling those days brought a smile to Ning's face, yet it only deepened her longing and concern for her brother. 3 days later, rejuvenated and invigorated, Xianer soared northwestward, carrying 2 letters. As it passed through Jingzhen, Xianer executed a daring low-altitude flight, gliding slowly through the air while emitting a series of sharp calls. In the biting cold, the streets of Jingxi town lay deserted, save for a majestic sea eagle that circled above, occasionally issuing urgent cries. "Fengyan, do you hear that? Is that not the call of Xianer?" Ning Yuanshang, engrossed in his painting, suddenly perked up at the sound of the eagle's seer. "It can't be Xianer. It wouldn't know we are here. No, wait, it is indeed Xianer's call." Fengyan, mid-sentence, sprang to the window and flung it open. "Xianer, we are here." Fengyan frantically waved his hands, calling to the sea eagle that circled above, and Xianer, spotting its target, darted like an arrow through the open window. Fengyan hastily shut the window. The cold was unbearable, and after just a brief moment by the window, he felt the icy wind penetrate to his bones. "A good Xianer, have you come to find me?" Ning Yuanshang embraced Xianer and affectionately inquired. He had always held a deep fondness for Xianer, who reciprocated his affection without hesitation. Otherwise, few would dare to approach it so easily. Fengyan quickly fetched some fresh lamb for Xianer, specifically the foreleg meat. "It is tender and Xianer loves it. Bring a generous portion," Ning Yuanshang instructed the servant boy, all while stroking Xianer, not even turning his head, a testament to his affection. Fengyan nodded and hurried out, while Ning Yuanshang poured a cup of warm water and set it before Xianer, smiling as he said, "Xianer, first drink some water, then we will have meat." Xianer, however, ignored the water and lifted its left foot. Ning Yuanshang noticed the small letter tubes attached to each of Xianer's legs and immediately deduced their significance. He removed the letter tube from Xianer's left foot, and only then did Xianer lower its head to drink. Chapter 44. "Good news, madam, Xianer has returned," exclaimed the robust servant girl tasked with caring for Xianer, joyfully rushing to report to Madame Ning. "What? Xianer just flew off this morning. How can it be back already?" Madame Ning replied, perplexed, before promptly setting down her book and hurrying outside. Perched on a sturdy sycamore tree in Kiwayuan was a treehouse made of logs, where Xianer rested on a nearby branch. Upon seeing its mistress arrive, it spread its wings and dove down, landing on the shoulder of the servant girl named Huya, who was specifically assigned to look after it. Huya, robust and exceedingly gluttonous, had been sold by her family, and Madame Ning had bought her to care for Xianer. Huya was remarkably strong. She could effortlessly lift a 200-pound stone lock with one hand, and Xianer, weighing around 50 pounds, settled on her shoulder without causing her to sway. "Did Xianer return from Jingxi town?" Madame Ning asked with a smile, reaching for the letter tube on Xianer's foot. Xianer tilted its small head, seemingly nodding in response. Madame Ning extracted the letter from the tube and, upon reading it, tears streamed down her cheeks. She quickly wiped her tears, clutched the letter tightly, and trembled as she instructed Huya, "Take good care of Xianer," before racing back inside. Breathless by the time she reached her room, the 2 servant girls, Ruishuet and Ruiyun, along with a group of other maids, hurriedly pursued her. Upon seeing Madame Ning enter her chamber, they quickly commanded the others to withdraw, while they followed her inside. One girl soothed Madame Ning's back to help her breathe, while the other fetched tea. "Xianer, my little Xianer, I finally have news of you," Madame Ning murmured to herself, clutching the letter to her heart and weeping with joy. "Madam, we truly have news of our young lady. Please, tell us," Ruishue and Ruiyan exclaimed in unison, brimming with excitement. "My little Xianer is in a village just below Jingxi town. Your third brother received this information from a doctor in town. It is a pity that the heavy snow has blocked all paths, preventing him from seeking out that family," Madame Ning replied tearfully. Overwhelmed with joy, the doctor mentioned that Shiner is well and that the family is treating her kindly. She is safe and has not faced any hardship, Madame Ning continued, her voice trembling with emotion. May the Buddha bless, our girl is safe, madam, once the roads are clear, we can go bring our girl home. The servant girls chimed in, celebrating the good news. Indeed, thank you for the Buddha's protection, I only hope the road clears soon. Ruiyan, send someone to keep watch outside the city. As soon as the passage is open, we will head to Jingxi town to personally bring little Shiner home, Madame Ning declared, her hands clasped together in excitement. Yes, madam, do not worry, I will have Liuzi watch over the city every day, Ruiyan replied cheerfully. Liuzi, Ruiyan's younger brother, was turning 11 after the new year and could easily run errands outside the city. Good, but it is cold, we must not let Liuzi freeze, please send him with a fur coat and make him a pair of leather boots, running back and forth will wear out his shoes. Madame Ning instructed. The pain that had burdened Madame Ning for over half a year vanished in an instant, and she found herself acting with the meticulousness and thoroughness she had previously lacked. Ruishui and Ruiyan, witnessing Madame Ning's newfound attentiveness, felt tears of joy well up. They had observed how her spirit had dwindled over the past months. During the day, she had merely managed to get by. And at night, she often wept, her heart aching for her child, and now it seemed that hope had finally returned. They longed for the roads to Jingxi town to reopen, allowing them to bring the young lady home. Although the third masteress letter mentioned that the family taking care of the girl was truly wonderful and that she had not suffered any hardship, how could a common family compare to the Duchess mansion? The young lady was destined to be cherished and pampered, not to be raised in a humble household. Ruishui and Ruiyan could not fathom that the life their young mistress was currently living was beyond even the means of the current emperor. Who among the world's families would willingly allow wolves to nurse their children, treating them like little princesses, indulging and pampering them? Madam, with such splendid news, we must quickly inform the marshal and the family. Ruiyan reminded, seeing Madame Ning lost in blissful thought. Yes, Ruiyan is right, I shall write to my parents immediately. Someone prepare the carriage, Madame Ning exclaimed with renewed vigor. The sharpness and decisiveness that had been absent for so long had finally returned. It was the time of year when things were bustling, and the New Year's gifts had already been delivered. Why had Sienna suddenly arrived in the afternoon? Could something have happened? Quickly, please invite your aunt over. The old lady Cui said, her brow furrowing with concern upon hearing the servant's report. She feared that her daughter had been mistreated by her stepmother. Madame Ning, accompanied by Ruishui and Ruiyan, entered the room radiating joy. Upon seeing her daughter's beaming smile, the old lady Cui felt a weight lift from her heart. She hurried over to grasp her daughter's hand, smiling as she said, My dear, you seem particularly joyful today. Do you have news of my little granddaughter? Madame Ning, smiling, linked her arm with her mother's, nodding repeatedly as she said, You are correct, mother, Shiner has brought back a letter from my third brother. He has found clues about the family that has adopted little Shiner. Here, look, this is the letter from my third brother. The old lady Cui quickly took the letter, requesting a crystal magnifying glass to examine it closely. After reading it, she exclaimed, Wonderful, wonderful, our third son has proven himself worthy, our affection for him has not been in vain. If it were not for the heavy snow blocking the roads, we would have been able to bring our little treasure home by now. The old lady Cui lamented that their third son was also stranded in Jingxi town and could not visit the family adopting her little darling this year. The snowfall has been immense, making life difficult for the common folk. May heaven protect our little darling from suffering. Madame Ning's smile faltered momentarily, but after a moment of contemplation she said with certainty, Mother, little Shiner is undoubtedly safe now. If she were unwell, Fenger would sense it. There was a time when Fenger suddenly cried out, claiming his sister had a fever. He was downcast all night, only regaining his spirit the following noon. However, since the snow began to fall, Fenger has been eating well and sleeping soundly, always cheerful. Therefore, I firmly believe that little Shiner is safe at this moment. The old lady Cui nodded approvingly, saying, That is good. Very good, Fenger is truly a good child, Madame Ning replied with a smile. Perhaps it is because he is the youngest sibling, allowing for a stronger bond between them. Mother, I must visit my sister-in-law. It is unfortunate that my third brother is stranded in Jingxi town in search of little Shiner, and I feel guilty for my sister-in-law. Now that we have news, I must let her know so she can have peace of mind. The old lady Cui felt comforted seeing her daughter regain her previous diligence and thoroughness. With a smile, she said, Go ahead, later, bring your sister-in-law here for dinner, just in time. Zhuer has not yet returned. Send someone to fetch Fenger and Fenger as well. Madame Ning nodded in agreement, instructing someone to return to the estate to bring her two sons while she made her way to her third brother's residence. Huayuanzhu, Chapter 45, Empathy. Huayuanzhu was quiet as a tomb, devoid of any sound. A narrow path had been cleared from the courtyard gate to the main house, while thick layers of snow lined both sides, seemingly untouched since the snow began to fall, accumulating to a height of 4 to 5 feet, rendering the path nearly a snow wall. Upon seeing such a scene, Madame Ning felt a pang of discomfort in her heart, as she surmised that this was a deliberate order from her sister-in-law to leave the snow unshoveled. The servants would not dare to neglect their duties without such permission. Perhaps her sister-in-law wished to ascertain just how deep the snow could become. thereby obstructing her husband's return home. With a gentle sigh, Madame Ning felt a deep sense of guilt, had it not been for the purpose of assisting her in locating her child. Her third brother would undoubtedly be at home, enjoying the snow, sipping tea, and engaging in literary discussions with his wife, basking in the bliss of their companionship. Madam, the esteemed aunt has arrived. Ningshi had already reached the steps of the corridor when the maidservants, who were seeking refuge from the cold in the small tea room beneath the corridor, spotted her and hurriedly rushed inside to report. A young woman, her hair adorned with a delicate golden hairpin featuring a small phoenix and beaded tassel, dressed in a silver-blue satin robe embellished with intertwined lotus patterns and a grey mouse-colored long overcoat, emerged slowly with a slender figure and a pale complexion. She forced a smile and said, "Sister, what brings you here? It is so cold. If you needed something, you could have simply sent someone to call for me. Please do come in." Ningshi grasped her sister-in-law Luci's hand, feeling its icy chill. And with a pained expression, she said to sister-in-law, "It has not been long since we last met, yet you appear so haggard, your hands are so cold. Are you unwell? Has the imperial physician examined you?" Such concerned words had not been uttered by her elder sister for over half a year. Luci looked up in shock, noticing that the worry etched on Ningxi's face had dissipated. Though her complexion was still not rosy, it radiated a spirit reminiscent of her former self. She was no longer the lifeless figure she had been for the past 6 months, and her voice was much more spirited. "Sister, do you have news of the baby?" Luci asked eagerly, her heart lifting with hope. "Indeed, there is news, sister-in-law. Let us sit down and discuss it at length." Ningxi personally assisted Luci in taking a seat and presented the letter written by her third brother. "I am to blame, sister-in-law, for having my third brother toil on my behalf, unable to return home for years." The letter was brought back by Shinner, who could not fit the thick letter into his message tube. Hence her brother could not write a separate letter to Luci. Ningxi expressed her guilt. After hastily reading through the letter, a smile graced Luci's face, and she quickly replied, "Sister, do not say that. It is only natural for him to seek out our little niece, and no one could have foreseen such heavy snowfall this year. How could this be blamed on you, now that we have news of little Xiner? It is truly wonderful. We only need to wait for the weather to warm and the roads to clear, and you will be able to bring the whole family together. This is a momentous occasion. Rest assured, sister, I am quite well. That I have always been of a chilly constitution, and winter has always been more difficult for me. I have been taking the medicine prescribed by physician. Come spring, I shall be better." Luci quickly explained with a smile, "You have been taking physician's medicine for years, have you not? Why has it not resolved your issues? Should we not invite physician's son to take a look?" Ningxi suggested with a slight frown. Every winter Luci took the medicine prescribed by physician from the beginning of the 9th month until its end, 4 years without significant improvement. Such a situation could not continue indefinitely. Luci waved her hand with a smile, saying, "There is no need to trouble anyone. I have been under physician's care since I was young. He knows my body best. He has assured me that with another year or so of treatment, I shall." At this point, Luci blushed in embarrassment. Luci had been engaged to Ning Yuanxiang since childhood. After observing 3 years of filial duty for her mother, she began to prepare for marriage. But unexpectedly, her grandfather passed away mere months later, necessitating another year of mourning. This delay pushed her age to 19, had it not been for the kindness of the Ning family and their regard for Luci herself. She might have lost her engagement long ago. Luci had been married for nearly 3 years but had yet to conceive. The physician said she had deficiencies and a cold womb, and she needed to take good care of herself to conceive. Luci diligently took her medicine, hoping to bear her husband a son or daughter soon. Ningxi nodded, smiling as she said, "One must not be anxious about such matters. The more one frets, the more elusive the wishes become." Sister-in-law, you must remain at ease. Luci shyly nodded, secretly sighing. Ever since her marriage into the Ning family, no one had pressured her about childbirth. Everyone was sympathetic to her frail constitution, urging her to focus on her health. Yet, her maternal family, whenever her grandmother saw her, she would urge her to bear children, while her younger half-sister, 6 years her junior, stubbornly refused suitors, fixating instead on her brother-in-law Ning Yuanxiang. Every time Ning Yuanxiang accompanied his wife back to her family, that half-sister would cause no small amount of trouble. Had it not been for Ning Yuanxiang's vigilance, Luci might have been compelled to bring her half-sister back as a concubine for her husband. Ningxi was aware of the situation in Luci's maternal family but never mentioned it, lest it cause her distress. Moreover, the Ning family's principles were upright. A man could only take a concubine if he remained childless until the age of 40. The Lu family's desire to insert a concubine into the Ning household was nothing short of delusional. "Sister-in-law, please write a letter. I shall have Shenner deliver it to my third brother during dinner," Ningxi suggested with a smile. Luci's face flushed, and she quietly replied, "In this frigid weather, let us not trouble Shenner. He will return once the weather warms." "I shall." Ningxi gently patted Luci's hand, smiling as she said, "Shenner is not afraid of the cold. He would be unhappy if kept cooped up indoors all day. Besides, he must also deliver a letter to your brother-in-law. However, this journey will not be swift. Shenner must return from Yongning Pass to bring back a reply from my third brother. Here, once you finish your letter, Place it into this tube. I assure you, apart from my third brother, no one else shall see it. Ningxia produced a thin copper letter tube, slightly thicker than a finger, and playfully placed it in Lu Shi's palm. Lu Shi's face flushed deeply, the pallor of her delicate features was adorned with a rosy hue. Sister, you tease me again, Lu Shi murmured, blushing, yet gripping the letter tube tightly after exchanging a few more light-hearted words. Ningxia took her leave, allowing her sister-in-law ample time to write. Lu Shi attempted to escort her elder sister out, but Ningxia repeatedly stopped her, cautioning that it was quite cold outside. And Lu Shi was not dressed warmly. If she caught a chill, it would truly be unfortunate. Just as they departed from Huayuan residence, a small boy came running toward them, followed by two slightly older boys, who were shouting, Xiao Zhuzi, slow down, be careful not to fall. Upon seeing the three boys approaching, Ningxia immediately smiled and called out, Zhuer, do not run, walk slowly. Zhonger, Chenger, do not run either. Mother, is there news of my sister? The boy with a flushed face, Cheng Jinzhu, anxiously asked as he looked up at his mother. Ningxia adjusted the fur collar of her son's coat, smiling as she nodded, your third uncle has found a lead. Once the weather warms and the roads clear, we shall be able to bring your sister home, and your nephew pays his respects, said a slightly hoarse voice of a boy in the midst of his voice change, alongside a clear and bright tone belonging to another child. As the two boys hurriedly bowed before Ningxia, Zhonger, Chenger, good boys, please rise, Ningxia said, her smile widening as she gazed at her two handsome nephews. These two boys were the sons of Ningxia's elder brother, the eldest, Ning Zhizhong, aged 14, and the second, Ning Zhichang, aged 10, both of whom were bright, eager learners with promising futures. And Xiao Zhu heard you had come and rushed to find you, saying you must have news of our little cousin. Ning Zhichang exclaimed, panting slightly. Ningxia smiled and nodded, gently saying, it is quite windy outside, let us speak in the Yuruan garden. Yuruan garden was the residence of Ning Jingyan and the elderly Lady Cui, where dinner was laid out. Chapter 46, malicious slander. The family enjoyed a harmonious dinner, after which Ningxia escorted her three sons back to the Guofu. As night had fallen, she led them to the Shiren Hall, allowing only her sons to enter and pay their respects, while she remained outside to bow before waiting to return with them to Chiwu Garden. Chengfu, who noticed that his three grandsons had come late and inquired further, upon learning they had dined at their maternal grandfather's house, he refrained from further comments. After all, before his mother passed away, she frequently invited her grandsons to the Guozijian, and it would be unreasonable for him to alter his late mother's customs merely because she was no longer alive. The four of them shared warm laughter within the room. Meanwhile, Ningxia quietly awaited outside. While waiting for her sons, she overheard the servants of Shiren Hall conversing. All the servants in Shiren Hall were old retainers who had once served the late Lady Su. After her passing, Li Shi had intended to dismiss them all, but Ningxia had insisted on keeping every last one. Thus in their eyes, Li Shi was hardly a legitimate mistress. The true lady of the house was none other than Ningxia. Therefore, upon seeing her, everyone was filled with joy, surrounding her to engage in conversation. Except for those on duty, Ningxia felt a deep sense of familiarity and warmth as she greeted each of the elderly servants who had cared for her grandmother. The crowd noticed that the young lady of the house appeared particularly spirited today, reminiscent of the Ningxia from half a year ago, which brought them great joy, as they remarked that the young lady seemed to glow with good fortune. Hinting at joyful tidings, while they were laughing and chatting, a woman rushed in, covering half her face, and called out in annoyance, the lady has arrived. The laughter abruptly ceased, and an elder swiftly approached the woman, pulling her hand away to reveal a bright red handprint on her face, her entire cheek swollen. Just as Ningxia stood up, her stepmother Li Shi stormed in with an air of indignation, as if she had received a royal decree. Upon seeing Ningxia standing there in her complete attire, Li Shi momentarily froze, and then, with fury, she charged at Ningxia, shouting, Ningxia, you shameless harlot, running to Shiren Hall at night to seduce your father-in-law, how despicable! You ought to be thrown into a pig's cage and set ablaze. Ningxia was taken aback by the scathing insults, having never experienced such humiliation in her 30 years of life. Shaking uncontrollably as if caught in a sieve, Ning's teeth clattered audibly. After a brief moment, she steadied her mind and fixed a cold glare upon Li, gritting her teeth as she hissed, summon the Duke and his three sons at once. A servant responded promptly, rushing inside to relay the message. Within the span of a tea's brewing time, two grandsons appeared, one on each side, supporting Chengfu, whose aged face bore a dark scowl, his fury palpable as he strode forth. Your Grace. Upon seeing her husband, Li attempted to rush towards him, only to be halted by a sudden voice that gripped her resolve. The stepmother unleashed a torrent of malicious words, accusing her daughter-in-law of an illicit affair with her father. Demanding justice for her son and grandchildren, Ning, dropping to her knees with a thud, proclaimed with icy clarity, if you cannot substantiate your claims, I shall risk my life to sound the drum of justice and clear my name. The drum of justice was a perilous act, punishable by 40 strokes, and few dared to strike it unless faced with dire injustice. Li found herself at a loss for words. She had neither seen nor heard anything firsthand. Her gaze flitted to a maid cowering at the back, and she barked, Zhang, come forth and speak. Pointing accusingly at the maid, Li turned to her husband, saying, Your Grace, it was she who informed me. As her words hung in the air, Every eye turned to Zhang, especially Chang Fuhu's, whose fierce gaze bore down upon her, causing her to tremble violently. Zhang fell to her knees, weeping. I did not say that. I only mentioned that the young lady was visiting the ancestral hall at such a late hour. I swear that was all. Chang Fuhu pivoted, glaring at Li and demanding, is this true? Li's expression stiffened under his menacing gaze, and with a barely perceptible nod she stammered, but she did not say it in that tone. Ning's heart sank, realizing that her foolish and venomous stepmother had likely been manipulated, though the identity of the puppeteer eluded her. Chang Fuhu, filled with exasperation, scolded, you take a needle for a club, will you not think sensibly? Why stir up trouble when we could lead a peaceful life? You tarnish our family's honor with your reckless accusations. Chang Jinju, witnessing his grandfather's intent to downplay the situation, felt a surge of indignation and asked coldly, Grandfather, how will mother manage the household from now on? Chang Fuhu was taken aback, glancing at his normally overlooked second grandson, whose youthful face was set with determination. In that moment, he was reminded of his own son at the age of 10, who had coldly confronted him about remarrying too soon after his mother's death. Bamboo, I will not allow your mother to suffer. Chang Fuhu patted his grandson's head, sensing the boy's resistance. My daughter-in-law, you have been wronged, and I owe you an apology. He bowed slightly, causing Ning to flinch and quickly evade, exclaiming, Father, you overstate my worth. Realizing that mere appeasement would not suffice, given the gravity of a woman's honor. Chang Fuhu's voice turned cold. Bring her to the Buddhist hall. She is to be confined there for 3 months. Under no circumstances may she step foot outside. Should she do so, she will be sent back to the Li family. Li, a restless spirit, would find 3 months of confinement more torturous than a death sentence, especially with the threat of being sent back home, a clear indication of divorce. Upon hearing this, her eyes rolled back as she fainted. Chapter 47, a plan backfires. Seeing Li collapse, Chang Fuhu felt a pang of pity, yet he could not overlook her excessive behavior today. He commanded sternly, carry her to the Buddhist hall, summon the physician. And Su, you shall guard her with 2 other maids. No1 is to visit her for 3 months. Su responded loudly, immediately leading several maids to carry Li away. 1 maid, cunning in her ways, discreetly stepped on Li's fingers, eliciting a sharp cry of pain that startled her into consciousness. You dare feign unconsciousness? Chang Fuhu bellowed in anger. The shrewd maid suppressed a smirk, lowering her head to hide her satisfaction. As Li was forcibly taken away, the attendants who had accompanied her to stir trouble exchanged glances, contemplating a discreet retreat, only to be met with a cold voice. Grandfather, may I interrogate these attendants? Chang Jinju boldly pointed at those attempting to slip away. Chang Fuhu furrowed his brow but acquiesced. Very well, let it be as you wish. Jinju turned to a maid, speaking gently. Zhao, please ensure these individuals are bound and separated to prevent collusion. It is growing late. We shall resume the inquiry at dawn. Chang Fuhu, a seasoned general though not well versed in literature, had a keen grasp of strategy. A flicker of surprise crossed his face at his grandson's words. This child, not yet 7, had already grasped the art of deception. He glanced at his eldest grandson, noticing the lingering anger in his expression, coupled with a hint of understanding. As for the youngest, he clung tightly to his mother's garment, gazing up at her with admiration, his eyes sparkling like stars in the night sky. The youngest is but 4, still a child, yet it seems he possesses a good heart. All 3 are fine children, and it is clear their mother chose well in selecting a wife for Cze. Chang Fuhu thought to himself, his earlier displeasure fading somewhat. My daughter-in-law, do not let Li's boorishness trouble you. From now on, all matters, both inside and out, shall be under your purview. Should she cause you further distress, I shall deal with her. Chang Fuhu regarded Ning with a mix of apology and resolve. Ning considered his words and then knelt in acknowledgement. Yes, I understand. However, should any further incidents arise, I implore you to ensure justice is served. Chang Fuhu, unaware of the tumultuous events that lay ahead, readily agreed. Ning, comforted by her father-in-law's assurance, expressed her gratitude with a deep bow, instructing her 2 sons to escort their grandfather to rest while she attended to subsequent matters. Once her grandfather was settled, she returned with her 3 sons to the Chiwu garden. After sending her sons to bed, her second son grasped her hand firmly, declaring, Mother, I will uncover the mastermind behind this and ensure you are not wronged. Ning ruffled her son's hair with a smile. You may investigate, Bamboo, but if the trail leads beyond our household, you must cease your inquiries. Simply inform your uncle and ask him to discreetly look into it. Chang Jinju frowned, contemplating for a moment before asking, Mother, do you suspect who the mastermind might be? And Ning shook her head softly. I do not yet know who it is, but should chaos erupt within our household, the greatest beneficiary will reveal themselves. Such a line of thought should yield some clarity. Chang Jinju nodded solemnly. I understand, Mother. Rest assured, I will not undertake anything beyond my capabilities. Good child, it is late. Hurry back to sleep. Ning gently stroked her son's head and pushed him into the room. Upon returning to her own chamber, she lay on the bed, yet sleep eluded her. She murmured to herself, could it be that the power of the Hu people has infiltrated the capital? But the Hu have always been reckless. Could they possibly possess such cunning? Such underhanded and devious tactics seem more akin to a woman's ploy. Could it be that the Hu have conspired with someone from the capital? Who might that be? In Ning's mind raced through the names of court officials who could potentially be in collusion with the WHO, but her knowledge was limited, and she could not pinpoint any particular individual. Lost in thought, she eventually succumbed to a deep slumber. The following morning, Ning first released Shinner, then had breakfast with her 3 sons. Afterward, she sent her sons to the Shuren Hall to pay their respects. While she busied herself with preparations for the upcoming new year, it was already the 27th day of the 12th month, the time when one was most occupied with such matters, just as she finished organizing the New Year gifts to be sent to various households with whom the Ningguagong's residents had dealings. She was about to enjoy a cup of tea when a stewardess from Quexianju approached her. This stewardess had wisely avoided the troubles of being bound and interrogated the previous night by not accompanying them to Shuren Hall. Replying to the young masteress wife, the third young miss has been residing with the old madam lately. As the old madam has yet to return, the third young miss has been inconsolable. And the wet nurse cannot pacify her. We humbly ask for your guidance. The stewardess knelt, not daring to overstep, merely reporting the situation dutifully. Oh, so your third young miss cries incessantly when the old madam is absent? Ning repeated coldly, her tone laced with a chilling irony that sent shivers down the stewardess's spine. But she is your own flesh and blood, and still so young. What if her cries harm her health? The stewardess pressed on. The old madam dotes on the third young miss immensely, and now, apart from milk, she refuses even the wet nurse, insisting on staying with the old madam. I beseech you, on behalf of the third young miss, to intercede with the Guagong for her sake. The stewardess bowed repeatedly, pleading desperately. Oh, so in your eyes, the third young miss is more important than the Guagong? You would defy his orders for her? Ning's voice was icy, causing the stewardess to turn pale, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. But she is your own flesh and blood. The stewardess continued to plead. Undeterred. At this, Ning's expression darkened. The words flesh and blood were the ones she could least tolerate at the moment. Her true flesh and blood were still enduring the harsh winter in a village beneath the western outskirts of the capital. As for that maid from the Li family, having been raised in the Guagong's residence for so long, she had already shown considerable forbearance. This woman shows disrespect to the Guagong. Take her away and administer 20 lashes. And deduct her wages for 3 months to teach her a lesson about who is in charge, Ning commanded coldly, and immediately, 2 burly women stepped forward to drag the stewardess out to the courtyard, where the sound of slaps echoed. After 20 lashes, the stewardess's hands were swollen like pig trotters, causing her immense pain and profound humiliation. Having served in the residence for over a decade, she had once held a respectable position. Now, after this beating from the young masteress wife, she felt as though she had lost all dignity accrued over several lifetimes. Moreover, once punished, the servant would never regain their former standing. The stewardess's position at Quexianju was now irretrievably lost. Chapter 48, Household Affairs. The severe punishment of the stewardess from Quexianju served as a warning to others. The servants in the Ningguagong's residence, who harbored ulterior motives, became exceedingly cautious, no longer daring to stir up trouble. The current young masteress wife ruled with decisive authority, and they did not dare to confront her directly. After meeting with all the stewards from various households who came to present New Year gifts, lunchtime had already passed. Madame Man began to serve the meal, but having labored throughout the day, Ning had little appetite. She merely ordered a half bowl of mushroom soup and a few slices of braised winter bamboo shoots, hastily eating a few bites of the rosy rice before dismissing the food. Just as she was rinsing her mouth, an agitated voice pierced through the air. It was the second house's Li family member, shouting indignantly, "Why are you stopping me? Get out of my way! Just because the eldest sister-in-law manages the household, does she only recognize her maternal family, the Ning residence, and not our Li family, we the Li family? Are the legitimate in-laws of the Ningguagong's household?" Ning frowned slightly. She understood well why the young woman had come this year. The New Year gifts to the Li family were a mere 30% of what they had been during her mother-in-law's management. Those of the Li family, with their shallow understanding, would surely create a ruckus. What a disgraceful spectacle. Have her come in and speak, Ning said, rinsing her mouth and handing a delicate teacup to a nearby maid with a calm demeanor. Before long, 7 disgruntled members of the Li family stormed in, seething with indignation. The young woman marched straight toward the empty seat of honor on the right side, but Ning cast a glance, and Ruiyin swiftly stepped forward to intercept her, guiding her firmly to a lower seat on the left, smiling as she said, "Second madam, please take a seat here." The young woman glared at Ruiyin with fury before sitting heavily down. She then pulled out her handkerchief to cover her face, feigning tears as she lamented, "Eldest sister-in-law, why have the New Year gifts to the Li family been reduced by a full 70% this year? How are my mother and I to face our maternal relatives? How are we to return home? May I inquire, dear sister, which year's New Year gifts you are comparing to assert a 70% reduction?" Ning asked coldly, completely disregarding the young woman's wails. "Compared to the past few years, it's at least 70% less," the young woman retorted defiantly, neck craned in protest. Ning replied coolly, "Bring forth the records of the past decade of gifts exchanged with the Li family for the second madam to review." A servant complied, and shortly thereafter a thick ledger was presented before the young woman. Upon flipping through a few pages, her face flushed crimson. Over the past 10 years, the gifts from the Ningguagongs residence to the Li family had consistently been multiples of what the Li family had sent. Especially in the last 4 years, where each time the gifts were returned, it was almost tenfold or 20-fold, even if this year's return gifts were 70% less than the previous 4 years. They still amounted to 4 times the gifts received from the Li family, bordering on outright charity. In the time of my grandmother, there were established guidelines for the gifts exchanged among in-laws. Recognizing that your family was not well off, my grandmother specifically instructed to increase the gifts by 30%. Now I am merely adhering to my grandmother's established practices. What is amiss? Ning raised an eyebrow at the young woman. Her gaze is frigid as ice. But my mother does not follow such rules. My grandmother has long passed. It is now time to adhere to my mother's rules, the young woman exclaimed, her complexion darkening with indignation. According to your mother's rules, what do you mean? To empty the Ningguagongs treasury and send it to the Li family? Ning suddenly shouted, startling the young woman so much that she trembled. Her handkerchief slipping from her grasp. Are you still unaware that your mother has committed a grave error and has been punished by your father with house arrest for half a year? She was locked in the small Buddha hall last night. Ning's voice rang out with authority, followed by a chilling laugh. What? This is impossible. The young woman shook her head repeatedly, her body swaying slightly. Due to the heavy snowfall and cold this winter, Li had not allowed the young woman to visit Quexianju daily to pay her respects. The young woman had been more than happy to take the opportunity to avoid the visits. And being tight-fisted, she even skimmed off a layer from the servant's monthly wages. Consequently, no servant was willing to bring her any news. As a result, she was completely unaware that her mother-in-law and aunt had been punished. Whether it is possible or not, you can inquire for yourself, Ning mocked coldly, then lifted her teacup from the table. Seeing this, the maid standing by immediately approached the young woman with a smile, saying, "Here is some tea for the second madam." Upon hearing that her mother-in-law had been placed under house arrest, the young woman was thrown into disarray, losing all desire to continue the argument. She hastily rushed out to seek more information. My lady, the second madam, Ruiyan said with concern. Ning smiled lightly. She is nothing but a trivial matter. She cannot stir up any significant turmoil. Why bother with her? Are all the new garments prepared? She inquired. The monthly wages and bonuses are also ready. They should be distributed tomorrow morning. Although this year's harvest has been poor, everyone has worked hard for a year and deserves to celebrate the new year comfortably. Ruiyan acknowledged all her instructions. Soon after, several stewardesses came to report that the garments for the mistresses had been prepared and that the new clothes for the servants had been distributed. The monthly wages and extra New Year bonuses had also been packaged, awaiting the lady's orders for distribution. Upon hearing this, Ning nodded and instructed that the rewards be distributed starting at the 6th watch of the next day. With all servants gathering at Kiwayuan to receive their monthly wages and bonuses, hearing the young masteress wife issue such orders, the stewardesses exchanged glances, their expressions slightly changing ever since the second wife Li took charge. The monthly wages had been distributed collectively by household, allowing the principals of each house to distribute them personally. This arrangement allowed for potential misappropriation now that the young masteress wife was reverting to the practices of the late matriarch. The heads of each house and their stewards would no longer benefit from this financial loophole. Ning glanced at the stewardesses whose expressions had soured, asking coolly, "Do you have further business?" The stewardesses quickly shook their heads. No, we take our leave." After bowing, they withdrew. Once outside Kiwayuan, the stewardesses wore expressions of dismay and lamented quietly, "We thought we might make a little profit, but now it's all gone." One stewardess, in particular, looked particularly aggrieved as she grumbled, "You may only lose out on some extra silver, but what about me? Not only will I not gain anything, but I will also have to cover the costs." With the temperament of our second master and second madam, they would squeeze every last coin from the pot. If I can't get anything this time, I might as well resign myself to a difficult new year. "Hush, keep your voice down. If this reaches the master's ears, you will surely regret it." An elderly woman tugged at the still indignant matron, lowering her voice as she spoke. "I merely said, what do I have to fear? The second master was raised by me." Though the matron refused to concede verbally, her voice had clearly diminished in volume. This was merely a result of the inept management by the stewardly, which allowed these old servants to grow increasingly arrogant. In the days when the matriarch presided over the household, they did not dare to harbor any deceit. They were all exceedingly obedient. Chapter 49, The Distribution of Wages. That evening, the news spread among the servants of the Duke of Ning's residence that the young lady would personally distribute the monthly silver and rewards to each servant at Kiwayuan. Everyone was elated and bowed in gratitude towards Kiwayuan, particularly those who had served in the household for over 5 years were deeply moved, having witnessed the young lady set matters right. They felt a renewed sense of hope for the Duke of Ning's household. In stark contrast to the servant's joy, the second master of Changxing Courtyard, Chengxiu, along with the young Li and 2 concubines, harbored resentment and secretly cursed the Ning family throughout the night. Since the Ning family took charge, the second master had found his share of benefits dwindling day by day, and the once comfortable life had become quite meager. Especially for the young Li, when her aunt was in charge, she would receive at least 2 or 3 additional new outfits each month, along with the latest jewelry styles. However, under the current management of the Ning family, aside from the standard monthly allocation, there were no extra perks whatsoever, leaving the young Li feeling thoroughly aggrieved. Second master, must we endure this indignity? The more the young Li pondered, the more distressed she became. Covering her face with a handkerchief and sobbing quietly, how could that be? Let her revel for a few days, and then, a glimmer of malice flickered in Chang Siyu's eyes as he spoke coldly. Then what? The young Li asked, perplexed. You, a mere woman, should mind your own business. Your primary duty is to bear me a son, Chang Siyu retorted sharply. As a son born of a concubine, Chang Siyu placed great importance on the status of a legitimate heir. Despite his preference for the 2 concubines, he spent nearly 20 days a month in the young Li's chamber, eager to produce a legitimate son with her. The young Li's face turned pale. Since giving birth to a pair of twin daughters 2 years ago, she had not conceived again. She was anxious beyond measure, having endured much bitterness over the past 6 months with little result. Feeling dissatisfied, Chang Siyu did not wish to remain with the young Li any longer, and with a flick of his sleeve, he turned and left for the room of the concubine Lu in the west courtyard. Seeing her husband leave with a dismissive wave, the young Li merely scoffed, unconcerned that the 2 concubines could ever outsmart her. After all, the moment they entered the household, they had been given a potent contraceptive in their food, ensuring that no matter how much Chang Siyu might indulge them, they could never bear him a child. The following dawn, the servants of the Duke of Ning's residence arrived at Qiwaiyuan, radiating joy as they queued to receive their monthly silver and New Year bonuses. The male attendants gathered in the outer hall, where Chang Jinsong, accompanied by his 2 younger brothers, observed the steward distribute the funds meticulously. Some of the lower-tier servants had not received their full wages for 3 or 4 years, let alone bonuses. Now, with heavy strings of copper coins and beautifully wrapped rewards in hand, many of the young attendants could not help but weep tears of joy. Brother, why are they crying? Cheng Jinfeng tugged at his elder brother's sleeve. Puzzled, Cheng Jinju affectionately ruffled his younger brother's fluffy head, glancing at the steward nearby, and replied with a gentle smile, they are overjoyed to finally receive the wages and bonuses they are entitled to. Such happiness can indeed bring tears. Cheng Jinfeng did not fully grasp the sentiment but obediently acknowledged. Oh, the steward, overhearing this exchange, felt his face flush with embarrassment, hastily pretending not to have heard the second young master's words as he busily called out the names of the attendants to distribute the monthly wages and bonuses. All the reward pouches had been pre-filled, each tagged with a name label, ensuring that only the recipient would know the amount they received, thereby preventing comparisons among the servants and promoting diligence while penalizing idleness. Within the inner hall, Ningshi observed the matron Zuanfeng joyfully distributing the wages and reward pouches to the young maids, ensuring that each servant left their fingerprint on the attendance roster upon receiving their money to minimize fraudulent claims. Sitting high above, Ningxi's expression changed slightly when she noticed several matrons eyeing the fingerprinting process. After a brief exchange, one of them rushed out, and shortly thereafter, she returned with 7 or 8 young maids who had just begun their service. Ningshi quietly instructed her attendant Ruiyan, who discreetly noted the identities of the matrons, vowing to keep a close watch on them in the future. Those who are greedy are easily swayed and exploited. Ningshi, intent on implementing strict reforms in the household, would not overlook any suspicious individuals. Currently, the Duke of Ning's household was not overly populated, comprising the Duke and Duchess, 6 members from the main branch, and 6 from the second branch, totaling 14 individuals. However, the number of servants was considerable. Within the Duke's residence alone, nearly 500 servants were employed, not including those from the estates and shops. Thus, distributing monthly wages required a significant amount of time and effort. It wasn't until the hour of the monkey that all wages and bonuses were finally distributed. The youngest, Cheng Jinfeng, nestled languidly against his mother's embrace, sighed deeply. Mother, distributing money is so exhausting. Cheng Jinsong, overhearing this, gently pinched his younger brother's cheek and teased, exhausted, you've been sleeping in my arms for over 2 hours, it's you who are tired from sleeping. Humph, you nasty older brother, I won't talk to you. Cheng Jinfeng immediately buried his head in his mother's embrace, mumbling in a petulant tone. Cheng Jinsong playfully patted his brother's little bottom, chuckling, is this the time to rub your eyes and ask big brother for a hug? Mother, Cheng Jinfeng elongated his voice, squirming in his mother's hold. Ningshi gently patted her youngest son's back, smiling as she said, Songerzhur, you've worked hard today, you must be exhausted. The brothers, Cheng Jinsong and Cheng Jinju, shook their heads in unison, replying, Mother, we are not tired. Cheng Jinsong added, Mother, I never realized how many servants we have until today's wage distribution. Ningshi smiled, now you notice the number of people. This doesn't even include your grandfather's 500 private soldiers. After Changfu, who was bestowed the title of Duke of Ning, the number of private soldiers he could command increased from 300 to 500. These soldiers could not be housed within the duke's residence, so they were maintained at estates outside the city. Naturally, Ningxia could not interfere with the military pay and bonuses for these soldiers. But the funds were drawn from the duke's general accounts. Mother, does father have private soldiers too? Cheng Jinfeng, still nestled in his mother's embrace, suddenly inquired. Ningxia stroked her son's head, nodding gently. Your father also has a quota of 200 private soldiers. But he has not utilized them. Why doesn't father use them? Cheng Jinfeng asked. Ningxia laughed softly. Our household soldiers are already sufficient. Cheng Jinfeng did not comprehend the underlying meaning of his mother's words but still nodded innocently. Having just awoken and still somewhat dazed, Cheng Jinfeng added, Mother, the inquiry on my side has yielded results. Zhang Momo's son owes 1,000 taels to the Dafu gambling house. When the gambling house sought repayment and threatened to sever Zhang Momo's son's hand, someone paid off the debt on the condition that Zhang Momo would incite discord between grandfather and us, the main branch. The Dafu gambling house. Jure, this is sufficient information. Be sure not to investigate further. Ningxia's expression shifted slightly upon hearing the name of the gambling house, and she promptly cautioned her son with great seriousness. The Dafu gambling house had a complex background and operated with extreme ruthlessness. Ningxia could not allow her son to risk himself. Cheng Jinju bowed in response. Yes, I understand, mother, you need not worry. I will not act recklessly. Ningxia smiled with satisfaction. Good Ujur is a fine child. Cheng Jinju's cheeks flushed slightly, finally displaying some semblance of childishness. Mother, after the new year, I will be 7 years old. I am not a child anymore. It is the third brother who was still a child. After sharing laughter, Cheng Jinsong noticed someone approaching with news, and he led his 2 younger brothers to take their leave, calculating that it was time to pay their respects to their grandfather in the Shan Hall. Chapter 50, The Joy of Grandchildren. Die in the Shan Hall. Cheng Fuhu reclined lazily against a large ink-painted cushion, staring blankly at the cerulean silk canopy adorned with auspicious patterns, lost in thought. Grandfather, the grandchildren have arrived. 3 crisp, youthful voices shattered the silence, causing Cheng Fuhu's eyes to brighten instantly, his spirits lifting. Songer Bjord Fonger, come in quickly. Cheng Fuhu straightened himself, eagerly beckoning them as they entered. Cheng Jinfeng scampered towards his grandfather's bedside, looking up with a cheerful grin, asking, Grandfather, are you feeling better today? Does your wound still hurt? Is your chest still heavy? Yesterday, when Cheng Jinfeng accompanied his brothers to pay their respects, he had overheard the physician discussing Cheng Fuhu's condition and had committed it to memory. Now asking questions with the gravity of an adult, which warmed Cheng Fuhu's heart immensely. Patting his little grandson's head, Cheng Fuhu smiled. Fonger is very good. Grandfather is no longer in pain, and my chest feels light. That's wonderful. Cheng Jinfeng nodded sagely, then reached into his bosom, pulling out a small white jade 9-linked rings, followed by a palm-sized wooden sword, and then a beautifully crafted musical instrument. Grandfather, these toys are for you to play with, so you won't be bored, Cheng Jinfeng said earnestly, watching the little fellow rummage through toys with delight. Cheng Fu, who couldn't help but burst into laughter. He affectionately ruffled his grandson's hair and said with a satisfied smile, Thank you, dear Fonger. However, these items are beyond my reach. You may enjoy them yourself. Cheng Jinfeng tilted his head in contemplation for a moment, returned the small wooden sword and the puzzle back to his embrace, but insisted on placing the spinning top into his grandfather's hand. Grandfather, this spinning top is a gift from father for Fonger. He said it could watch over Fonger, and now that Fonger is a big boy, let it watch over you, Grandfather. Cheng Jinfeng gazed longingly at his grandfather, rendering Cheng Fuhu speechless, unable to decline. Upon examining the spinning top in his hand, Cheng Fuhu was astonished to discover that it bore the marks of time. This was not. A sudden memory surged into Cheng Fuhu's mind. He recalled that this spinning top was crafted more than 30 years ago by the finest artisan in the capital, commissioned by his mother to resemble the one his son Cheng Xija had when he turned 1. Cheng Fuhu remembered that after the spinning top was made, he would take it with him on every expedition. As if carrying his son with him, this small spinning top had unknowingly accompanied him through countless years of longing for family while guarding the borders, witnessing numerous blood-soaked battles. When had he stopped bringing this spinning top along? Cheng Fu strained to remember, but the thought eluded him. All right, thank you, Fonger. His eyes glistened as he cradled the spinning top close to his heart. There's no need for thanks, Grandfather. Fonger knew you would love father's spinning top. Cheng Jinfeng's eyes sparkled with joy, forming crescent-shaped smiles that were irresistibly adorable. Cheng Jinsong and Cheng Jinju watched in astonishment at their younger brother's seamless performance. His wit, eloquence, and expressions were astonishing. Was this really their naive little brother, who had just turned 4 after the new year? Unaware of his brother's thoughts, Cheng Jinfeng jumped onto the bed, perched on the edge, rubbed his little legs together to kick off his shoes, and swiftly crawled to the inner side of the bed. With a beaming smile, he obediently asked, Grandfather, may I play on the bed with you? How could Cheng Fuhu possibly refuse his little grandson? He immediately nodded repeatedly, yes, feel free to play on the bed. You can sleep with Grandfather tonight. Upon hearing this, Cheng Jinsong and Cheng Jinju turned pale with fear. They were all too familiar with their little brother's outrageous sleeping posture. It was hardly sleep, more akin to a boxing match. With the vigor of battling tigers and dragons, the two brothers bore the first panda eyes of their lives, all thanks to their little brother. If they allowed him to sleep in grandfather's bed, it wouldn't be long before their grandfather found himself unceremoniously kicked to the floor in the dead of night. Given the chilly weather, their grandfather's already fragile health could not withstand such treatment. The consequences were unthinkable. Noticing the change in his grandson's expressions, Chung Fu chuckled and inquired, "What, are you not confident in grandfather's ability to handle your brother's sleeping habits?" Chung Jinsong quickly waved his hands. No, it's not that we doubt grandfather, we are concerned for third brother grandfather. You don't know, he is quite the boxer in his sleep, having left several nurses in tears. When he was just 2, he kicked his nanny to the ground, injuring her tailbone, and it took her half a year to recover. No one dares to sleep with him anymore. Oh, our Fenger is quite the talent. Well done. Chung Fu, upon hearing this, was not angry but rather delighted. Laughing heartily in praise. As he spoke, he pinched his grandson's little arms and legs, marveling at how solid they felt, like little stone pillars, making the old man even more cheerful. Good. This is what we call a tiger cub from a military family. Songer, it seems your brother is promising material for martial arts. When spring arrives, your grandfather will personally teach him the fundamentals. Upon hearing this, Chung Jinfeng immediately exclaimed with glee, "Grandfather, you must keep your word, no deceiving children." At this moment, Chung Jinfeng felt like a child once more. His grandfather never deceives children. Chung Fu laughed heartily. It was rare for him to enjoy the bliss of family, feeling joy radiate through every pore. Observing the excitement on their youngest brother's face, the older brothers exchanged glances, sighing secretly. Their mother had initially intended for third brother to avoid the path of a military general, but it seemed her plans would soon be thwarted. Cheng Fu spent a delightful afternoon accompanied by his 3 grandsons, enjoying dinner with them later. The 3 boys eagerly served him dishes, poured soup, and shared amusing tales from their daily lives. Cheng Fu laughed so heartily that he hardly ceased to smile throughout the evening. Only after ensuring their grandfather had taken his medicine did the 3 children take their leave. With a blissful smile and hopes of tomorrow's visit from his grandsons, Cheng Fu soon drifted into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 51, Internal Strife. In the second branch, the 3 young masters of the first branch spent an entire afternoon and evening in the Shan Hall, bringing much joy to the Duke, who often laughed heartily. News of this soon reached Cheng Siu of the second branch, who furiously stormed into the room of Lady Li, wreaking havoc and destroying everything within. Lady Li was terrified, huddled in a corner, clutching a bedpost, trembling uncontrollably. Once Cheng Siu had exhausted his rage, Lady Li mustered her strength and stammered, "Second master, what has happened? You cannot destroy things." Seeing the shattered porcelain and gold scattered across the floor, Lady Li felt a pang of heartache. All of it represented wealth, money more precious than her life. It was all her money. In that moment, Lady Li completely forgot that the furnishings in her room were taken from the public treasury of the household, belonging to the family and not to her personally. "It's all your fault, you useless fool, who can't even bear a son." Cheng Siu cursed vehemently. Lady Li, feeling deeply wronged, cried out in protest, "It's not that I cannot bear children. I had to observe filial mourning for my grandmother. Having been married for 2 years, Lady Su passed away, and as a grandchild, Lady Li had to observe a year of mourning. Once the mourning period ended, she quickly became pregnant, giving birth to a pair of twin daughters. Since then, she had not conceived again, which troubled her greatly. Others could conceive upon entering the family. Why was it that she could not? You've been in the family for 2 years, and not even a fart has come out. How can you have any justification?" Cheng Siu's envy flared at the thought of the first branch having 3 sons and a daughter. His eyes burned with resentment as he recalled how his sister-in-law Ning had also observed mourning for a decade, yet she still managed to bear 3 sons and a daughter, and that was without his elder brother being home for extended periods. Had his brother been around, the first branch would likely be blessed with 6 or 7 children by now. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Cheng Siu's gaze towards Lady Li only grew more filled with contempt. Having been husband and wife for 6 years, they had grown up together, and each knew the other's secrets all too well. Lady Li was acutely aware of Cheng Siu's sordid thoughts. His reprehensible ideas were the most intolerable to her. With a cry of rage, Lady Li lunged at Cheng Siu, clawing and shouting, "You heartless wretch! Do you think I am unaware of your duplicitous nature? Bah, if it weren't for my aunt's name, who do you think you are to aspire to the daughter of a prestigious family? You fool, what are you going mad about?" Cheng Siu, exposed, lost all pretense of humility and lashed out. He violently shoved Lady Li away, his arm swinging in a heavy slap that sent her spinning several times before crashing onto her intricately carved old elmwood bed. This bed was also one of the key reasons for Cheng Siu's dissatisfaction with Lady Li and her family. As a half-blooded nobleman, it was disheartening that his wife's dowry consisted solely of common old elmwood furniture, lacking any of the opulence expected from a wealthy family's daughter. In contrast, his sister-in-law's dowry was a complete set of red sandalwood and yellow pear wood furniture, along with an exceedingly rare sandalwood bridal bed. When Lady Li brought her dowry, Cheng Siu felt as though his dignity had been trampled upon. Had it not been for Lady Li's insistence, he would have rushed to the Li family to call off the marriage that very day. You hit me. Lady Li sat up from the bed, covering her face in disbelief as she looked at her husband. In their 6 years of marriage, though they often quarreled and sometimes fought fiercely. This was the first time he had struck her. I did. So what? You useless thing, who can't even bear a son, what good are you to me? Chung Si-yu spat venomously. Yes, I am useless. I haven't given you a son. But you are useful, aren't you? Why not go to battle and earn a title for yourself? You only dare to vent your frustrations on your wife. Do you even deserve to call yourself a man? As they knew each other's wounds all too well, their words cut deep, striking where it hurt the most. Lady Li's words pierced Chang Si-yu's heart, rendering his face purple with rage, his hair standing on end. Chang Si-yu's eyes bulged with hatred as he pointed a trembling hand at Li Shi, his lips quivering for an eternity before he managed to squeeze out the words, "You vile creature. I shall divorce you." Divorce me? Chang Si-yu, do not forget that without the Li family, you are nothing. The young Mrs. Li, equally incensed, hurled her words without a thought to Chang Si-yu's feelings. Chang Si-yu trembled with rage. As if he were caught in a violent fit, his face turned a sickly shade of green, lips paling, and suddenly he rolled his eyes back and fainted. Second master, someone hurry, the second master has fainted. Upon witnessing her husband collapse, the young Li leapt from the bed, rushing to Chang Si-yu's side, cradling his head in her arms and crying out in terror. Hearing the commotion, the servants who had been cowering in the corridor hurried into the room. They were met with a scene of shattered pieces strewn across the floor, amidst which the second mistress wept, her tears mingling with mucus, creating a rather unpleasant sight. "Madam, what has happened to the second master? Quickly summon the house physician. We must get the second master onto the bed. The floor is far too cold." The atmosphere in the Changxing courtyard was chaotic, resembling a bustling market. "Mr. Zhang, please attend to the second master." A maid dragged the physician into the room, panting heavily as she relayed the urgency of the situation. And the time it took for the maid to fetch the physician, the servants had cleared the debris and lifted the second master onto the bed. Where Li sat at the head, wiping her tears, physician Zhang steadied his breath, took a seat on the drumstool at the bedside, and reached out to check Chang Si-yu's pulse. Moments later, he calmly declared, "The second master has fainted due to a fit of anger. It is nothing serious. I shall revive him." With that, the physician retrieved a 3-inch silver needle from his medical box and swiftly, accurately, and decisively inserted it into Chang Si-yu's acupoint. Chang Si-yu jolted from the pain, awakening immediately. What has happened to me?" He gazed around the room, bewildered, as if he had lost his memory, his brow furrowing in confusion. Though the second master is young, he must take care of his health and avoid excessive emotions, great sorrow, joy, shock, or anger. Physician Zhang admonished, stroking his beard with a frown. As a physician, he detested those who disregarded his advice. And Chang Si-yu was precisely that type, constantly ignoring medical counsel while demanding stimulating tonics or fertility secrets. If he truly sought such secrets, he would not be working as a physician in the Ningbo Duke's residence. He would have opened his own clinic to treat infertility. Physician Zhang refrained from prescribing anything, and the young apprentice quickly packed up the medical box before they hurriedly departed. Being roused from bed on a frigid winter night would naturally stir emotions in anyone. The maids and matrons retreated, leaving the young Li to gaze upon her husband, tearfully lamenting. "Second master, I know you are anxious, and I share your distress. The situation in our household is increasingly dire for our branch. And I long to bear you a son. My health has nearly returned. I am capable of bearing a child." Upon hearing the word son, a frenzied light flickered in Chang Si-yu's eyes as he forcefully pulled the young Mrs. Li towards him, leaning over her. Chapter 52, The Favored Child. The commotion from the Changxing courtyard did not even ripple through the Ningbo Duke's residence. Everyone remained engrossed in their respective duties, with the youngest child, Chung Jinfeng, busily occupied, leaving no one with the leisure to indulge in the affairs of the second branch. Before long, it was New Year's Eve. According to tradition, Chung Fuhu should have brought his wife and legitimate offspring to the palace for the banquet. However, Chung Fuhu had yet to recover from his injuries, and Li had been placed under house arrest. Consequently, the only individuals eligible to attend the palace banquet were Ningshi and her 3 sons. Had Li not been confined, she too would have been entitled to attend, and she would undoubtedly have brought along her granddaughter, Chung Qinghan, who had yet to turn 1-year-old, to present her before the emperor and empress, thereby establishing a favorable impression. However, the decree of house arrest shattered such prospects. Chung Fuhu was genuinely incensed this time. Even as his second son, Chang Si-yu, knelt before him, weeping and pleading, Chung Fuhu remained unyielding, refusing to release Li from the Buddhist hall. He even scolded his second son, sternly berating Chang Si-yu until he fled the Xian hall in shame, nearly covering his face in humiliation. On the morning of New Year's Eve, Ningshi, accompanied by her 3 sons, paid her respects to her father-in-law at the Xian Hall, igniting firecrackers to bid farewell to the old year. They then returned to Qiwaiyuan to prepare themselves elaborately before heading to the palace for the banquet. Chang Si-yu and the young Li were compelled to stand at the doorway, bidding farewell to their elder sister-in-law and 3 nephews as they departed, their hearts burning with resentment, grinding their teeth in frustration. They could neither tolerate nor eliminate the first branch, and this jealousy threatened to consume them both. Second master, is father truly unwilling to release Auntie? The young Heiress. I could hardly believe that her usually compliant father-in-law had suddenly turned so callous. He refuses, and he won't even allow me to see my mother. The people in the Buddhist hall are all elderly servants from grandmother's side. They do not heed my words. If I dared to barge in, those matrons would tear me apart. Chang Siyu growled in fury, his face contorted with rage. The young Heiress. Sighed deeply, her voice low. Ever since the elder sister-in-law returned from her family home, we have not known a single day of peace. Upon hearing his wife's words, Chang Siyu was momentarily taken aback, murmuring, indeed, the elder sister-in-law was not always like this. She used to be a gentle and amiable person. How could she have changed so? The young Mrs. Li's eyes reddened with anger at this remark. She indignantly tossed her handkerchief and turned away, mentally berating Chang Siyu for his foolishness. Since that night, Chang Siyu had grown increasingly unrestrained before her, treating her as if she were mere clay. Her aunt had only been under house arrest for 6 months. After that, the household would still be under her aunt's command. At that time, she would settle accounts with Chang Siyu. Ningxue was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in the minds of Chang Siyu and his wife. She held her youngest son close, glancing at her 2 elder sons, and softly mused, how wonderful it would be if your sister were here. Mother, once we reach the road, we shall fetch sister, and we shall never be separated again. Cheng Jinju comforted his mother, displaying his maturity. Cheng Jinfeng nestled in his mother's embrace, looked up with a cheerful face and exclaimed, Mother, sister is very happy now. Ever since Chang Jinju discovered the unique bond between his younger brother and little sister, something neither of them shared, he had consciously guided his brother to sense their sister's emotions. The innocence and sincerity of children allowed him to increasingly perceive her joys and sorrows. Just like now, little Jinfeng could clearly sense his sister's happiness, and it made him joyful as well. Really, is sister very happy? Ningxue inquired with a smile. Yes, yes, yes. Cheng Jinfeng nodded vigorously. After a few nods, he suddenly paused, furrowing his brow in confusion and asking, Mother, what are wolf father and wolf mother? Are our parents wolves? Cheng Jinfeng's question left his mother and 2 brothers dumbfounded. Wolf father and wolf mother, what on earth are those? Chang Jingsong quickly interjected. Songer, do not speak nonsense. Perhaps your sister has had some extraordinary adventure. Ningxue hesitated before replying. What Ningxue did not know was that 50 li from the capital, in the Wolf Mountain deep within the wolf den on the hillside, her cherished daughter was reveling in wild abandoned wolves. Of course, did not comprehend the concept of the new year. However, the old hunter Jiang Cheng did. Though residing with the wolf pack, he could not set off fireworks, for the wolves would be frightened. Naturally, fireworks were a rarity only the nobility could possess, and the old hunter had none. But he could light firecrackers. Yet this year, for the sake of the little wolves, the old hunter decided not to set off any firecrackers. On the morning of New Year's Eve, the old hunter prepared a large pot of hot water, giving his beloved granddaughter a thorough bath. Several little wolf cubs gathered around the large tub, watching Jiang Xiaobai bathe, only to be pulled into the tub one by one by the spirited little girl. Having raised Jiang Xiaobai for so long, the old hunter had grown accustomed to her strength and did not find anything amiss. He simply washed both her and the wolves together. Jiang Xiaobai laughed joyfully, and whenever she saw a wolf cub trying to climb out, she would tug at its paw, ensuring none of them escaped her grasp, all the while howling in protest. The wolf king and queen, lacking in parental instinct, did not attempt to rescue their offspring from the tub. Instead, they stood watch, swatting any cub that dared to sneak away back into the water, completely disregarding their children's cries for help. Seeing that this was untenable, the old hunter realized that with Jiang Xiaobai's mischief, he would be unable to wash anyone at all. Thus, he ignored the little wolf cubs, assured that their parents were nearby to oversee them, and directly seized Jiang Xiaobai, scrubbing her thoroughly in the water. Since she learned to crawl, she had never been still for a moment, constantly exploring the wolf den with her nimble hands and legs. Moving swiftly, Jiang Xiaobai would emerge from her adventures covered in mud had it not been for the heavy snowfall outside, which allowed him to melt snow for bathing. Fetching water alone would have consumed the old hunter half a day. After washing the little muddy monkey until she was snow white, he dressed her in the new clothes he had purchased in town, tossing her into the arms of the wolf queen. It was a toss, not out of a lack of affection, but because Jiang Xiaobai relished it. If he did not toss her, she would be displeased. The wolf queen skillfully caught the child, affectionately nuzzling her little face with gentle nudges. The tenderness she displayed made the wolf king, the father, feel a pang of envy. Jiang Xiaobai, a master of balancing, finished her affectionate embrace with the wolf queen, then extended her little hand, softly calling out in her heart, Wolf Daddy, hug me. Upon hearing the little cub's playful request for a hug, all jealousy evaporated from the wolf king's mind as he hurried over to catch the cub. He then lay on his back, kicking his 4 legs into the air towards Jiang Xiaobai, able to keep her airborne for a quarter of an hour without letting her touch the ground. This was Jiang Xiaobai's favorite game. The wolf queen watched closely, her eyes filled with concern, afraid that the clumsy wolf might let their precious cub fall. At that moment, both the wolf king and queen entirely forgot that the 5 wet little ones in the wooden tub were their own biological offspring. The old hunter, having exerted great effort to wash the 5 little wolf cubs, was completely soaked himself. He gently patted the heads of the 5 cubs, who were now sitting in a row before the fire, drying their fur, and chided them with a smile. "You little rascals, as the older siblings, can't you teach Xiaobai something good? Instead, you only lead her into trouble every day." If one were to listen closely to the old hunter's words, they would realize who was truly leading whom into mischief. For the endless antics in the wolf den over the past few days were all the clever ideas of Jiang Xiaobai. The old hunter quickly changed into dry clothes, opened a small bundle, and took out 7 silver chains adorned with silver doll head-shaped tags. "Wolf King and Queen, this is a New Year gift I brought for Xiaobai." These tags were specially crafted to resemble Xiaobai, engraved with Xiaobai father, Xiaobai mother, Xiaobai elder brother, Xiaobai elder sister, Xiaobai second brother, Xiaobai second sister, and Xiaobai little brother. "Each of you should wear one, alright?" The old hunter smiled as he held up the silver chains. Having lived together for some time, he knew that while they could not speak, they understood every word he said. The Wolf King nodded and lowered his noble head before the old hunter. The Wolf Queen and the 5 little cubs followed suit, bowing their heads in front of the old hunter, who then adorned them with their respective tags. The old hunter retrieved another silver chain, this one bearing a magnificent wolf fang, white as jade and exuding a mysterious aura. "Wolf King, this is the fang you gave to Xiaobai. I had someone make a chain for it, so let us put it on our little Xiaobai." The old hunter gently placed the wolf fang necklace around his granddaughter's neck. Jiang Xiaobai clutched the large fang, her eyes squinting with delight. She had merely explained the significance of the new year to her wolf father and mother, and in return received a new year gift from them, a fang from the ancient wolf god. On the eve of the new year, the day was blessed with rare sunshine this winter, the sun hanging high in the sky, infusing the earth with vitality. The old hunter, along with the Wolf King and Queen, took Jiang Xiaobai outside to bask in the sun and breathe in the fresh air following the snow. Dr. Sun from the Taisu Medical Hall had mentioned that children should bask in the sun and inhale fresh air to grow stronger. Jiang Xiaobai took a deep breath of the fresh air, her eyes blissfully squinting shut. She was now able to sit steadily on her wolf father's back, as long as he didn't sprint wildly. She wouldn't be thrown off. No longer content with merely sitting, Jiang Xiaobai began to excitedly call out, wriggling her little bottom and exerting all her strength. Finally, she succeeded in standing up, having evolved from a quadruped to a biped. Jiang Xiaobai took her first step in life. The old hunter gasped in surprise and quickly approached to offer support for his granddaughter, perhaps due to having consumed wolf milk since infancy. His little granddaughter was indeed bold beyond measure, her courage seemingly boundless. "Ah!" Jiang Xiaobai joyfully shouted into the forest, her little feet playfully stamping on her wolf father's back. The old hunter hurriedly grasped her small hands, fearful that she might lose her balance and fall. Just as Jiang Xiaobai was reveling in her newfound freedom, a sharp eagle cry echoed from above, and both the Wolf King and Queen immediately tensed. The Wolf Queen swiftly snatched Jiang Xiaobai from her father's back and placed her safely in the old hunter's arms. Then the 2 wolves positioned themselves protectively in front of the old hunter and Jiang Xiaobai. The old hunter prided himself on his quick reflexes, yet he still found himself outmatched by the Wolf King and Queen. Without hesitation, he began to run towards the wolf den, intending to hide his granddaughter inside while arming himself with a bow and arrows to face the impending threat alongside the wolf couple. "No! No! No! Don't go!" Jiang Xiaobai's little face reddened as she finally managed to utter 2 words. However, at that moment, the old hunter was too preoccupied with the eagle soaring in the sky to rejoice at his granddaughter's ability to speak. His thoughts were entirely consumed by the threat posed by the flying eagle. "Xian'er, don't rush, descend slowly, and keep your distance." Jiang Xiaobai, upon hearing the familiar eagle cry, joyfully called out in her heart. The eagle, sensing a familiar presence, circled and called out, startled by a soft voice that echoed in its mind, almost losing balance and tumbling into the snow below. Who is calling me?" Xian'er landed atop a distant peak, turning its small head and blinking its emerald eyes as it searched the surroundings. "Xian'er, it's me. I'm the little baby you carried," Jiang Xiaobai exclaimed eagerly in her heart upon seeing Xian'er perched nearby. "You are my master's little daughter," Xian'er exclaimed with delight, spreading its wings to fly over. "Xian'er, wait. I need to tell my wolf father and mother first," Jiang Xiaobai hurriedly called out. Then swiftly communicated with her wolf parents in her mind. Moments later, she urged, "Xian'er, you can come over now. My wolf father and mother are good wolves. They saved me, so don't attack them." The old hunter watched in disbelief as the Wolf King and Queen transitioned from a state of alertness to relaxation, while his granddaughter pointed excitedly at the approaching eagle, chanting what sounded like "Xian'er." The old hunter, unable to make sense of the garbled sounds, was left bewildered. Grandpa, let me." Jiang Xiaobai's excited utterances were unintelligible to the old hunter, who could not grasp her meaning. In truth, she simply wished to say, "Grandpa, let me down. Xian'er is my eagle." Xian'er, perceptive as ever, landed just out of reach of the 2 silver wolves, cocking its head to observe the child cradled in the old hunter's arms. The child radiated a sense of familiarity and joy. Cub, is this the one who rescued you? The Wolf King inquired, his demeanor serious and displeased. He disliked any creature that threatened his cub, including its biological parents. Secretly mulling over his thoughts, yes, that is it, her name is Xian'er. Without her, I would have been buried alive by the wicked woman, Zhang Xiaobai affirmed emphatically in her mind. The Wolf King grunted in acknowledgement and let out a long howl towards Xian'er. Among animals, there existed a unique form of communication indeed. After the Wolf King's howl, Xian'er soared over with agility. At that moment, the Wolf Queen also gently freed Zhang Xiaobai from the old hunter's embrace. Setting her down on the ground, Xian'er gracefully approached Zhang Xiaobai, spreading its large wings to envelop the child in a warm embrace. Zhang Xiaobai clung tightly to Xian'er's neck. Joyfully exclaiming, Xian'er, I've missed you. Xian'er affectionately lowered its head to nuzzle Zhang Xiaobai's tender little face, who at this moment was still smaller than the eagle itself. Little Xian'er, how did you end up here, and why are you with two wolves, and who is that old man? His presence feels quite dangerous, Xian'er inquired, concerned, as it cradled Zhang Xiaobai. The old hunter, having spent a lifetime hunting, naturally exuded an aura that animals found intimidating. Zhang Xiaobai recounted her adventures, communicating solely in her mind, for her still clumsy tongue could hardly form coherent sentences. After listening, Xian'er gently pushed Zhang Xiaobai aside to sit. Then approached the Wolf King and Queen, bowing deeply as it expressed gratitude. Thank you for saving our little Xian'er and caring for her all this time. What do you desire? I can give you anything. The Wolf King's eyes widened, and he leaped up, exclaiming, Who wants your things? But was abruptly silenced by the Wolf Queen's gentle nudge. The Wolf King stood aside, his expression a mix of indignation and unspoken grievances. Dear Eagle Brother, she calls us father and mother, which makes her our own cub. We raise our cubs without expecting any rewards, the Wolf Queen stated politely yet firmly. Xian'er scratched its head with its wingtip, confusion filling its emerald eyes. How could this cub, who was clearly the child of its master, also belong to these two wolves? Little Xian'er called out towards Zhang Xiaobai. Xian'er, my parents are my parents. And my wolf father and mother are also my parents. They are all the same. Not my real mother gave birth to me, and my wolf mother raised me. Zhang Xiaobai communicated to Xian'er in her mind, grateful for her unique ability to bridge communication, without which she would struggle to converse with both her wolf parents and Xian'er. Xian'er, still puzzled, continued to scratch its head, its crystalline eyes reflecting pure bewilderment. Little buyer, do you recognize this eagle? After observing for quite some time, the old hunter, who had only just begun to comprehend the situation, tentatively inquired. Zhang Xiaobai nodded earnestly, and the old hunter slowly returned the gesture, his heart swelling with sorrow at the thought of losing his granddaughter. Chapter 54, Interspecies Communication. Zhang Xiaobai was, in truth, an exceptionally perceptive child. Quickly sensing the old hunter's grief, with open arms she called out in a sweet, childlike voice, Grandpa, hold me. The clarity of her words brought joy to the old hunter, who knelt down, enveloping his granddaughter in a warm embrace, pressing his cheek against her soft, fuzzy head. Hot tears streamed from his eyes. Xiaobai, my little Xiaobai, I can't bear to part with you. Having spent much of his life in solitude, the old hunter had found immense happiness in the past 6 months of caring for Zhang Xiaobai. Feeling that life had regained its purpose, he felt an inexhaustible energy coursing through him, having even begun to secretly save for her dowry. Grandpa, please, don't cry. Zhang Xiaobai tilted her head up, using her small, chubby hands to cradle her grandfather's rough cheek, her voice soft and halting. Though her words were somewhat jumbled, the old hunter understood her sentiment. His precious granddaughter was assuring him that she would always remain his. Xiaobai, the old hunter called out, filled with emotion as he held her tightly. With introductions made, the Wolf King and Queen graciously invited Xian'er to their den. Xian'er was momentarily taken aback by the sight of so many wolves. Had little Xian'er been living among them all this time? She watched as a somewhat grown wolf cub approached, expertly extracting Xian'er from the old hunter's arms. Xian'er joyfully embraced the wolf and affectionately called it Big Brother. Wasn't he Xian'er's big brother, that little songer from the capital? Could it be that the wolf had transformed into songer? Xian'er's head spun with confusion. Her mind struggled to grasp the situation. Seated before Xian'er, the old hunter earnestly asked, Can you understand my words? If so, please nod. Xian'er tilted her head, contemplating for a moment before awkwardly nodding. The old hunter smiled, softly remarking, Indeed, all beings possess a spark of consciousness. He then inquired about the well-being of Xiaobai's family. Xian'er thought for a moment before nodding affirmatively. The old hunter pressed further, asking if Xiaobai's family was searching for her. Without hesitation, Xian'er fervently nodded, nearly creating an afterimage with the intensity of her movement. Observing Xian'er's reaction, the old hunter managed a strained smile, his eyes beginning to cloud with sorrow. Is someone in Xiaobai's family trying to harm her? He suddenly asked, fixing his gaze on Xian'er. Taken aback, Xian'er pondered for a moment before gently nodding. Being an eagle, she could not lie like humans. The old hunter sighed and murmured, I suspected as much. Such a wonderful child, who could bear to part with her? Upon hearing the old hunter's words, Xian'er began shaking her head vigorously. It wasn't her fault. She had no intention of abandoning Xian'er. It was the food box that had failed, causing the mishap. Xian'er's internal monologue was rich, But her inability to articulate her thoughts was truly exasperating. So it wasn't intentional. The old hunter, seemingly attuned to Heiress' thoughts, bizarrely surmised her meaning. Heiress nodded fervently, her gaze conveying gratitude towards the old hunter. Leaving him feeling somewhat unnerved, the appreciation from an eagle was an exceedingly strange sensation. Could it be that you are the sea eagle raised by General Chang Yuan of the Northern Army? The old hunter suddenly recalled something, leaping to his feet in excitement. Heiress froze for a moment before nodding vigorously, her speed so rapid that it seemed she might shake her own head off. Is Xiaobai the child of General Chang and his wife, Ning? The old hunter asked, growing even more agitated. Heiress nodded again, her enthusiasm uncontainable. The Wolf King and Queen exchanged glances, both bewildered by the gravity of the conversation between the old man and the foolish eagle. However, one thing was abundantly clear to them, that foolish eagle intended to take their cub away. Even if the wolf uncle and aunt agreed, they could not allow it. The Wolf Queen shot the Wolf King a determined look, prompting him to dash over to their eldest son, snatch up the cub, and flee at lightning speed, disappearing in an instant. The old hunter was left speechless, while Heiress stood in shock. What had just transpired? Even an eagle known for its swiftness had not seen it coming. Was that a gust of silvery wind? The Wolf Queen suddenly sprang to her feet, lowering her front legs to the ground and coiling her back legs. Her fierce eyes locked onto the old hunter and Heiress, emitting a low warning growl. Wolf Queen, what is wrong? Where is the Wolf King taking Xiaobai? The old hunter finally realized, stepping back a few paces. Slowly raising his hands in a placating gesture and adopting the gentlest tone, the Wolf Queen glared at him, growling lowly, a sound only a mother wolf would produce when protecting her young. Having spent years in the Wolf Mountains, the old hunter recognized the growl and quickly explained, Wolf Queen, please don't be agitated. We would never harm Xiaobai, she is dear to my heart. I would rather die than let a finger touch her. The Wolf Queen's growl softened somewhat. After all, they had shared the same den through the winter, fostering a bond of sorts. Remarkably, after understanding Heiress, the old hunter instinctively grasped the Wolf Queen's feelings as well. Smiling, he reassured, fear not Wolf Queen, Xiaobai will always be your little one. Just as he intended to assure the Wolf Queen that no one would take Xiaobai away, the old hunter suddenly remembered that General Chang and his wife would undoubtedly come to retrieve her. The words caught in his throat, he sighed internally, pondering how he could make the Wolf King and Queen comprehend that Xiaobai had her biological parents too. Over the past few days, the old hunter had observed that the Wolf King and Queen truly treated young Xiaobai as if she were their own cherished child. Chapter 55, Reluctance to part with a child. As the old hunter grappled with the dilemma of whether to inform General Chang and his wife about their daughter's whereabouts, he noticed the Wolf Queen pushing Heiress towards the exit of the den with her head, causing Heiress to tumble awkwardly. Although Heiress was spirited, she was no match for the Wolf Queen. Moreover, Heiress was quite perceptive and understood that this mother wolf had cared for her lost little master, so she offered no resistance, obediently allowing herself to be ushered out of the wolf den. The Wolf Queen firmly guarded the den entrance, baring her fangs at Heiress and issuing a fierce, low growl, get lost, and don't return to Wolf Mountain. Heiress was taken aback. Things had seemed fine just moments ago. So why the sudden expulsion? And what about her little master? Where was that adorable little bundle of snow-white cuteness? It took a few moments for Heiress to connect the dots. That flash of silver wind had been the Wolf King carrying her little master away. Return Heiress to me, Heiress screeched in anger, her feathers bristling with indignation. What little Heiress? She is my pup, retorted the Wolf Queen fiercely. What pup? She is Heiress. Heiress, stubborn as she was, continued to shout back, arguing over the name with the Wolf Queen. The old hunter hurried outside the den, calling out to the eagle and the wolf, stop arguing, Xiaobai will get upset, with the two still unable to settle their dispute over names. The introduction of Xiaobai's name only added fuel to the fire. Fortunately, the Wolf Queen acknowledged that her cub could be called Jiang Xiaobai, but Heiress vehemently disagreed. She screeched angrily at the old hunter once more. In the midst of the commotion outside the den, the Wolf King appeared, carrying his cub on his back, looking utterly resigned and reluctant. Upon seeing the Wolf King approaching with their cub, the Wolf Queen was incensed and unleashed a torrent of furious howls. The Wolf King felt deeply wronged. He didn't want to come, but their cub had insisted on it, and as the designated father, what could he do? It's not my fault, my dear Wolf Queen. The cub wanted to come, Jiang Xiaobai hastily reassured her mother. When the Wolf Queen was in a temper, she could terrify even the bravest of wolves, making the Wolf King and his siblings tremble in fear. With an air of indignation, the Wolf Queen strutted over to her mate, casting a disdainful glance at him, as if to say, you useless creature, you can't even keep our cub safe. The Wolf King, feeling utterly dejected, hung his head, knowing he couldn't challenge his wife, and how could he dare to upset their cub? What if the cub decided to ignore him? After all, pleasing the cub was far more challenging than appeasing his wife. As a father, his struggles were profound. Gently picking up Jiang Xiaobai by the scruff of her neck, he turned and retreated into the den, leaving the old hunter and Heiress in a state of bewilderment. When the she-wolf was enraged, her wrath extended far and wide, sparing even the seasoned hunters. The Wolf King awkwardly contemplated entering the den, only to be met with the she-wolf's sudden fierce glare. Accompanied by a menacing snarl that sent shivers down the spines of the unmoving old hunter and Shienner, the Wolf King, overwhelmed by her fierce demeanor, stumbled backward and sat down, donning a forced grin as he directed his gaze toward his mate and their offspring. The she-wolf huffed dismissively and turned away. The Wolf King, wishing to rise again, was interrupted by 5 small wolf cubs bursting from the den, forming a neat line at the entrance, their intent to block the way unmistakable. Angered, the Wolf King growled at the cubs, only to be silenced by the she-wolf's thunderous roar emanating from within the den. Fearing his furious mate, the Wolf King had no choice but to accompany the old hunter and Shienner into a nearby cave, where an eerie camaraderie developed among the trio of man-wolf, and Eagle. Shienner had to fly to the capital to deliver a message and could not linger on Wolf Mountain. The old hunter, with a complex mix of emotions, treated Shienner to a lavish meal. He then retrieved the small outfit worn by Jiang Xiaobai when he found her, meticulously folding it into a tiny bundle. He penned a note to place inside the bundle and secured it to Shienner's back with a tight knot to ensure it wouldn't fall off after completing these tasks. The old hunter sighed deeply, gently stroking Shienner's head, and spoke softly, "Go find your mistress in the capital, and be sure to deliver this bundle into her hands." Shienner understood the old hunter's words, nodded in acknowledgement, called out a brief farewell to the Wolf King, and glided out of the cave, soaring rapidly towards the southeast. Standing at the cave's entrance, watching Shienner vanish from sight, the old hunter lamented softly, "Our time with Xiaobai is running short." The Wolf King, overhearing the old hunter's words, shot him an irritated glare before turning back toward the den. The 5 cubs remained lined up at the entrance, forcing the Wolf King to call out to his mate from behind them. After a prolonged howling, a low growl from within the den finally prompted the cubs to rise and clear the passage, allowing the Wolf King to enter his home. Approaching his mate, he found her lying on the ground, tightly embracing their cubs, both pairs of eyes glistening with tears, a poignant sight of shared sorrow. The Wolf King immediately grew anxious, circling around his mate and offspring. Whimpering softly, Jiang Xiaobai opened her arms and wrapped them around the Wolf King's neck, burying her face in his thick silver fur, murmuring, "Wolf Father, no matter where I go, I will always be your little cub." Upon hearing this, the Wolf King hurriedly sat down and gathered his cub close, pleading pitifully, "Cub, don't go anywhere, just stay with us, please." The she-wolf sniffled and replied softly, "I know that all cubs must eventually leave home, and I understand that one day you will too, but oh my dear cub, I cannot bear to part with you. Can you wait until your wolf brothers and sisters are independent before you leave?" Jiang Xiaobai loosened her grip on the Wolf King's neck, nestling into her mother's embrace, and murmured, "Wolf Mother, I can't bear to leave you either. What if you and Wolf Father came with me? I would buy you a mountain." Jiang Xiaobai recalled her biological mother's estate nestled in the hills on the outskirts of the capital. Thinking that if her wolf parents moved there, they could all stay together, the she-wolf glanced at the Wolf King, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of hope, yet as the guardian spirit of Wolf Mountain, the Wolf King could not abandon his post. He gently kissed Jiang Xiaobai's cheek and said softly, "Cub, Wolf Father must guard Wolf Mountain." "I cannot leave," Jiang Xiaobai quickly countered, "but what about Uncle? Can't he take your place guarding Wolf Mountain?" The Wolf King paused, clearly contemplating this possibility for the first time. The she-wolf, however, seized the moment, asserting in an unassailable tone, "Let second brother guard Wolf Mountain. We must accompany our cub, she is so small. What if she is bullied? We must protect her." The Wolf King began to weigh the idea in his mind. Though his foolish brother was a bit dim-witted, his abilities were not lacking, and he could manage the responsibility of guarding the mountain. However, his lazy brother preferred to lounge with his mate, and the Wolf King feared he might be reluctant to accept such a task. What if the second brother refused? The Wolf King hesitated to ask. The she-wolf snorted defiantly, "If he dares refuse, I will make him comply, no matter what it takes. If he still refuses, I'll have our cub plead with her aunt. I refuse to believe we cannot handle that foolish brother." The Wolf King shrank back slightly, conceding that he admitted to himself that fear of his mate was a long-standing tradition in their silver wolf lineage. For over 2 centuries, no wolf from the silver wolf clan had emerged unafraid of their mate. Chapter 56. An unexpected surprise. When Shienner arrived in the capital, it was already the second watch of the evening, and Ningshi had returned to the Ningguagong residence with her 3 sons, busily preparing for the ancestral rites. Traditionally, this ceremony would have been conducted by Chang Buhua and his wife Li Shi. However, with Li Shi confined to the small Buddhist hall and Chang Buhua unable to stand for prolonged periods, he had early on instructed his eldest daughter-in-law Ningshi and eldest grandson Cheng Jinsong to take their place in overseeing the rites. Upon hearing this decision, the second master, Cheng Xiu, was furious and nearly resorted to smashing things. But he had already destroyed everything in the room belonging to the young Li Shi, and since she remained confined, all the items that had been in that room were never replaced. Anything that could have been replaced, which matched the status of Cheng Xiu and the young Li Shi, was of poor quality. Even the decorations sent over by Ningshi had been accompanied by a warning that if they were damaged, the second household would have to cover the costs themselves. Thus, when the young Li Shi saw her husband about to destroy something again, she hurriedly rushed to him, clasping him tightly, and pleaded, "Second master, You must not smash anything. If you do, we won't have money to replace it. We still need to celebrate the new year. Chang Siyu begrudgingly lowered his hands and muttered through clenched teeth. That biased old fool, why did he have to come back? Why couldn't he just die at Yongning Pass? Chung Buwat had spent little time at home over the past 30 years. And even when he occasionally returned to the capital, he had shown little attention to his son, Chung Siyu. Consequently, Chung Siyu had grown up with a father figure largely absent from his life, leaving him with scant feelings for Chang Buwat's second master. Please don't say such things, the young leisure gasped, covering her husband's mouth, her voice low and tense. What are you afraid of? Is there someone listening in the Changxin courtyard? Chang Siyu forcefully pulled away her hand, fuming. There wasn't tea before, but who knows now? This household is no longer under my aunt's control. The young leisure lowered her voice. Seething, you're right about that. Chung Siyu clenched his teeth, ultimately refraining from making any further rebellious remarks. The couple quickly tidied up and hurried to the ancestral hall. Ningxia solemnly arranged the offerings, and Chung Jinsong, standing in for his grandfather, lit incense and recited the lengthy eulogy before personally incinerating the silk pouch that had held the imperial gifts. Kneeling at the front, he led the male descendants of the Chang family in bowing to their ancestors. Chung Siyu begrudgingly knelt behind his eldest nephew, with his second nephew, Chung Jinju, kneeling on his left side. With the male descendants finished with their bows, Ningxia led the female family members in their respects. In such formal rites, concubines were not permitted to participate. Just as Ningxia had finished bowing and stepped aside, she noticed Rui Shui anxiously peering into the ancestral hall from the doorway. Ningxia furrowed her brow slightly, wondering to herself, Rui Shui is not one to act impulsively. Why would she come here now? Suppressing her curiosity, Ningxia waited until the ritual concluded before hurrying outside. As the head of the Ning Guogong residence, she found the other women eager to curry favor, as their husbands and sons relied on the Ning family as support. Rui Shui, seeing her mistress finally emerge from the ancestral hall, rushed forward to whisper urgently in Ningxia's ear. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Ningxia's eyes, and she promptly lost all interest in socializing with relatives. The other women, perceptive to her change in demeanor, quickly took their leave, promising to return for New Year's greetings, and Ningxia smiled as she bid them farewell, knowing that her eldest son would handle the male guests, relieving her of further concern. Rushing back to Qiwaiyuan, Ningxia entered the main room to find Xian'er flying directly toward her, carrying a small bundle on its back. Ningxia quickly stepped back, steadying herself against the table, and smiled at Xian'er perched atop it, saying, Xian'er, what have you brought back? Why are you keeping it to yourself? Upon returning to Qiwaiyuan, Xian'er had not gone back to its treehouse but instead had flown straight into Ningxia's main room. Rui Shui, who was watching over the house, had noticed Xian'er carrying a small bundle and was about to approach to untie it when Xian'er had pushed her away with its wing. Rui Shui hurriedly sought out her mistress, fearing that this was the first time Xian'er had returned with a small bundle, and worried it might contain something of great importance. Xian'er stood patiently while Ningxia attempted to untie the bundle from its back, but it was secured with a tight knot. Ningxia had to use a small gold scissors to cut the knot before she could remove the bundle. As she opened it, tears streamed down her face. Upon a piece of pale gray coarse cloth, there lay a vibrant crimson soft silk robe embroidered with a playful scene of children frolicking among lotus flowers. This exquisite garment was lovingly stitched by Ning herself, each thread a testament to her craftsmanship, and it was the very attire her little Xian'er wore upon her birth. This is Xian'er's clothing. Xian'er, who delivered it? Is there a letter? In a flurry of anxiety, Ning rummaged through the garment, desperately seeking clues. A small note fluttered to the ground, and Ruishu swiftly bent down to retrieve it, presenting it to her mistress. Ning snatched the note, her eyes widening in disbelief as she read it. The note, though modest in size, bore simple yet profound words. Madam Ning, your daughter is safe and healthy, please do not worry. Jiang Chang, safe and healthy. Ning pressed the note to her heart, whispering the words as tears streamed down her face. Madam, receiving news of the young lady is a momentous blessing. You should rejoice, especially during this festive season. Please, do not weep, Ruishu urged, her voice tinged with emotion. Yes, it is a good thing. I shall not cry. Ning hastily wiped her tears and brought the note closer to her eyes, her brow furrowing in confusion. Who is Jiang Chang? I have not heard of him, but if he knows the whereabouts of little Xian'er, why did he not include an address? Turning to Xian'er, who was sprawled on the table, Ning inquired, Xian'er, where did you find this bundle? Xian'er tilted her head, seemingly pondering how to respond, before she could articulate her thoughts. The second son, Chung Jinju, hurriedly entered the room. Mother, what has transpired? He asked, breathlessly spotting the small robe. He rushed forward, grasping the garment tightly, exclaiming, Mother, is this not my sister's attire? Who sent it? Aware of her second son's intelligence, Ning promptly handed him the note, softly explaining, it was brought back by Xian'er. The note accompanied the robe. Chang Jinju read the note aloud, murmuring, Jiang Chang, I believe I have encountered this name before. Ning's eyes sparkled with hope as she grasped her son's shoulders, urgently asking, who is Jiang Chang? After a moment's contemplation, Chung Jinju confidently replied, Mother, I recall that during a visit to the Ministry of Punishment with my uncle, I stumbled upon a case file related to Jiang Chang. He is a distant cousin of grandmother, bored of a concubine, who was tragically murdered by his legitimate mother. Jiang Chang sought justice against her, only to be cast out by his father, severing all ties. He was even accused of rebellion and disobedience, which obliterated his chances for the imperial examinations. Had it not been for great-grandfather's intervention, he might have perished in prison. Later, he was sentenced to 3 years of exile. And after serving his time, his whereabouts became a mystery. Yet if this Jiang Chang is indeed the same, he is our great-uncle, could it truly be a coincidence? Ning found it hard to believe that such serendipity could exist. Cheng Jinju furrowed his delicate brows, uncertainly stating, perhaps it is not mere chance. If he were not our great-uncle, why would he willingly send us news? Only a relative would feel compelled to reach out. Especially after having received such a significant favor from great-grandfather. Yet, where could this Jiang family great-uncle be? How did he come to know the identity of the girl? Ruishui, increasingly perplexed, furrowed her brow and asked. Her inquiry left both Ning and her sons equally baffled, as they too struggled to grasp the unfolding circumstances. The scant information from the old hunter was simply insufficient. Chapter 57. The eagle that reads maps. 3 pairs of eyes turned simultaneously towards Shenner, who lay on the table, wide-eyed and bewildered. At that moment, their thoughts converged in a singular desire. If only Shenner could speak. Shenner, come with me, Cheng Jinju suddenly called out. Startled, Shenner sprang to its feet, shaking its feathers. It glanced at Cheng Jinju's slight frame, a flicker of disdain passing through its eyes, and abandoned the idea of perching on its young master's shoulder, opting instead for the ground as it followed Cheng Jinju outside. Ning hurriedly pursued them, with Ruishui and Ruiyam closely trailing behind. Before long, Cheng Jinju led Shenner into his father's study. On the western wall of the study hung an enormous map of the Great Chu. Spanning an entire wall, this map was perhaps the most detailed depiction of the realm, with every town meticulously marked. Cheng Jinju first located the capital on the map, pointing to it as he said to Shenner, "This is our home." Seeing Shenner nod, he then pointed to the northernmost point, saying, "This is Yongning Pass." Shenner nodded again. Cheng Jinju continued tracing the path from the capital to Yongning Pass, indicating, "Here is Bay. Here is Taohua Town, and here is Jingxi Town." "Shenner, where did you find that small bundle?" Shenner tilted its head and pondered for a moment, then pointed its sharp beak towards Jingxi Town. A smile spread across Ning's face. Indeed, her little Xaner was in Jingxi Town. Cheng Jinju continued, "This river is the Sang River, and here is Wolf Mountain." No sooner had he uttered the words Wolf Mountain than Shenner eagerly nodded its head. Ning exclaimed in excitement, "Wolf Mountain, Shenner, are you saying little Xaner is at Wolf Mountain? Is Jiang Chang also at Wolf Mountain? Did Jiang Chang adopt little Xaner?" Shenner, having no knowledge of who Jiang Chang was after all. Even Jiang Xiaobai was unaware of her grandfather's full name, only knew that the ones who adopted little Xaner were a pair of silver wolves, not a person. Thus, it vigorously shook its head. "Isn't little Xaner at Wolf Mountain?" Ning asked anxiously. Cheng Jinju quickly urged his mother to sit down, smiling as he said, "Mother, please do not fret. We cannot bombard Shenner with so many questions at once. Allow me to ask slowly, shall we?" Ning nodded, her heart fluttering with a mix of sudden joy and anxiety. "Shenner, let me ask you, is little Xaner at Wolf Mountain?" Cheng Jinju looked at Shenner. Speaking slowly, without hesitation, Shenner nodded. Seeing Shenner affirm, both Ning and Cheng Jinju sighed in relief, their spirits lightening. Ning's fleeting disappointment transformed once more into joy. "Did Jiang Chang adopt little Xaner?" Cheng Jinju inquired again. Shenner tilted its head in thought, believing that it was the silver wolves who had adopted little Xaner, and shook its head. Ning, puzzled, uttered a soft but refrained from interrupting her son's questioning. "Is Jiang Chang together with little Xaner?" Cheng Jinju tentatively asked. This time, Shenner confidently nodded. Although it did not know who Jiang Chang was, it recognized that the only one accompanying little Xaner was an elderly man, who must be Jiang Chang, as referred to by its young master. Being a clever eagle, it would not misjudge. Jiang Chang was indeed with little Xaner, yet he had not adopted her. Could it be that he was merely a servant, and it was his master who had taken little Xaner? And Cheng Jinju mused aloud. The weight of this revelation was too much for Shenner to comprehend, leaving it gazing at Cheng Jinju in perplexity. Scratching its head with its wing feathers in confusion, "They say there are many wolves on Wolf Mountain. It can't be that wolves adopted our little Xaner, can it? Ha, how absurd!" Cheng Jinju chuckled at his own fanciful thoughts. Just as he finished, Shenner's eyes brightened, and it nodded vigorously. It knew its young master was the smartest. After all, he had guessed correctly. Witnessing Shenner's enthusiastic agreement, Ning, Cheng Jinju, Ruishui, and Ruiyan were all left astounded. Their gazes fixed on Shenner. Ning once again softly sought confirmation. "Shenner, are you truly saying that the wolves of Wolf Mountain adopted our little Xaner?" Shenner nodded emphatically, its heart proclaiming, indeed, it was 2 great wolves who took in little Xaner, and that she-wolf was fierce enough to scare even an eagle. "Mother, what extraordinary adventures has my sister encountered, being raised by wolves?" Cheng Jinju finally managed to utter, his tone filled with disbelief. Ning, tears of joy glistening in her eyes. smiled, your sister must be the most adorable and enchanting little girl in the world, so much so that even wolves cannot resist her charm. Behold, this is the lens through which a mother views her child. An 800-meter thick filter, having never seen her daughter yet imagining her in the most radiant light, may the Bodhisattva bless her, she is destined for great fortune and miraculous fate, unlike any ordinary girl. Ruian and Ruishua joyously clasped their hands in prayer. Mother, it seems there are more letters in Heiress message tubes, Chung Jinju suddenly exclaimed, reaching down to unfasten the 2 tubes from Heiress' feet. Delivering them into his mother's hands, Ning emptied the contents of the 2 tubes, one of which was sealed with wax. Upon closer inspection, she recognized the letter as one from her third brother to his wife and set it aside to pass on when she returned home on the 3rd day of the new year. The other letter was from Chang Xizha, containing news that brought Ning immense joy. After the spring roads are opened, Chang Xizha would be summoned back to the capital. The emperor had granted him a full month of leave. Jur, your father will be returning home in the spring, Ning exclaimed, embracing her son with excitement, tears of happiness streaming down her face. Really, a father is coming home? Chang Jinfeng's voice rang out in surprise from the doorway. Ning looked up to see her eldest son holding her youngest son's hand, both standing at the threshold with bright, shining eyes, their joy palpable at the news. Yes, your father will indeed return in the spring. Ning replied, her heart swelling with elation. Observing his elder brother and younger sibling's arrival, Chung Jinju quickly extricated himself from his mother's embrace, his cheeks flushed with shyness, upon witnessing his elder brother break free from their mother's embrace. Cheng Jinfeng immediately rushed over to nestle into their mother's arms, joyfully inquiring, Mother, will father be able to return and celebrate the Lantern Festival with us? Ning shook her head, expressing her regret. Alas, he cannot. The roads will still be impassable during the Lantern Festival. We must wait until the snow melts before your father can come home, Cheng Jinsong, with a smile, remarked. Mother, when spring arrives and blossoms bloom, father will be back and sister will return as well. Our family will finally be reunited. Indeed, when spring brings warmth and flowers, our family shall gather once more. At that time, mother will take you 3 to Wolf Mountain to fetch your sister and your father. Ning excitedly decided. Chapter 58. Self-inflicted humiliation. With the definite whereabouts of her youngest daughter, Ning's spirits lifted considerably even when Cheng Siyu requested to release his mother for the family reunion dinner. Ning refrained from objecting, merely lowering her head and sitting quietly. Chung Fuhu glanced at his eldest daughter-in-law. In truth, the anger he had harbored had nearly dissipated over the past few days, yet, out of consideration for his eldest daughter-in-law's dignity, he hesitated to propose letting Li Out. Siyu's wife, what do you think? Chung Fuhu tentatively asked. Ning was well aware that her mother-in-law, Li, could not truly be confined to the Buddhist hall for half a year without seeing anyone. And she replied coolly, it is entirely up to father to decide. A satisfied smile appeared on Chung Fuhu's face as he said, very well, I shall take charge and allow your mother to join us for the reunion dinner. Cheng Siyu and Young Li were elated. As long as she could be released for the reunion dinner, could their father not ensure she would be returned afterward? Ning understood that this time her mother-in-law would likely not be confined again. Although Li had only been held for a few days, she could surely grasp the gravity of the situation, having experienced this confinement in the Buddhist hall. If she were to misbehave again, would she not face the same consequences? Knowing that his eldest daughter-in-law would likely not wish to fetch Li herself, Chung Fuhu commanded someone to lead Young Li to the Buddhist hall to bring her back. After a brief half-hour, Li, looking disheveled yet compliant, walked in. Despite her resentment towards her mother-in-law, Ning felt compelled to maintain some semblance of decorum. She stood with her 3 sons and took a few steps outward, softly calling mother, while the 3 children chorused grandmother, without uttering another word. Li harbored deep-seated resentment towards her eldest daughter-in-law, but the fear and humiliation from her confinement kept her in check, hence she merely huffed coldly but dared not speak further. Cheng Siyu quickly rushed to Li's side, taking her hand and expressing concern with heartfelt words. Mother, you have suffered, I have been thinking of you, it is all my fault for being incapable. His face was filled with genuine sympathy. Li, appreciating this display from Cheng Siyu, cast a swift glance at the 4 from the main household and then patted her son's hand, implying Siyu is indeed thoughtful and filial. Observing how much weight Li had lost, Cheng Fuhu felt a pang of sympathy. He allowed her to vent her frustrations, chuckling, come sit down, let us enjoy the reunion dinner as a family. No one else commented, but the youngest, Chung Jinfeng, exclaimed, grandfather, if father is not home, then it is not a reunion dinner. Chung Fuhu, who had been particularly indulgent towards his little grandson, immediately responded with a smile, indeed Fenger is right. Ascu is not yet back, we are merely having a New Year's Eve dinner. Not a reunion dinner. Seeing her husband dote on the youngest son from the eldest branch, Li's expression soured slightly. She glanced at the table and noticed that the children from the second branch, Bauer and Bayer, were perched on specially made high stools, attended by a wet nurse and a maid, while her own little Qinghan was conspicuously absent. Li's face fell, and she coldly demanded, Ning, why is Qinghan not here? Only then did Chung Fuhu realize his granddaughter had not been brought over. He looked towards his eldest daughter-in-law but did not directly inquire, instead waiting for her explanation. Ning replied coolly, infants under 1-year-old do not sit at the table. Sangre and the others are the same, and no one is an exception. Ning's words left no room for rebuttal. Typically, infants under 1 year of age primarily consume milk and cannot sit up independently. And there is no telling when they might begin to cry. Thus, while hosting a banquet, though it was not expressly forbidden for infants to join the table, it was uncommon for anyone to bring their baby along. Why should Xinghan be any different? Is she just an ordinary child? Li retorted angrily, and Ning, unperturbed, coldly countered, why should she be an exception? Just because she is raised in Kasian residence, does that make her more esteemed than the other children in the household? You, how dare you? Duke, will you just stand by and let her bully me like this? Li angrily pointed at Ning, turning to her husband for support. Cheng Fuwu's brow furrowed deeper. Until Li's release, his smile had not faded. But with her arrival and her words, his good mood vanished in an instant. Siyu's wife has not said anything wrong. Why are you causing a ruckus? Can't we enjoy a reunion dinner in peace? Cheng Fuwu said somewhat helplessly. Duke, Li, with a myriad of emotions, called out, her eyes brimming with tears. On this festive night, what was with all this crying? Stop dawdling and come sit down, Cheng Fuwu called out impatiently. Perhaps due to his advancing years, he was no longer as unrestrained as in his youth. Now, he was increasingly mindful of various taboos. It was one of those taboos not to hear the sound of crying on New Year's Eve. Li, both ashamed and furious, was about to make a scene when her niece and daughter-in-law tugged at her sleeve, whispering, Mother, do not provoke Father's anger. The small Buddhist hall is not a pleasant place to be. In that instant, all her words were stifled. Li hastily wiped her tears with a handkerchief, forcing a smile as she sat beside her husband, confined in the small Buddhist hall without seeing the light of day. Li had genuinely come to fear it. With her presence, the 3 children from the main household were also subdued, merely offering respectful toasts to the elders without genuine enthusiasm, quietly nibbling on a few dishes before laying down their ivory chopsticks. Cheng Fuwu had been dining with his 3 grandsons nearly every day. Well aware of their appetites, noticing they had not eaten enough, he felt a pang of concern and said, Songer Jorg Fonger, why have you eaten so little? Is the food unpalatable? Upon hearing the Duke's words, Li and the couple from the second branch turned green with jealousy. After all, the Duke had never before shown such concern for any child. It was evident that the 3 children from the main branch had truly captured his heart. The main household had always been powerful, and now, having genuinely won the Duke's affections, what place would there be for the second branch in the Duke's residence in the future? Cheng Siyu glanced at his 2 daughters, both under 3, sitting beside his wife. He felt a surge of anger. His daughters, usually quite clever, now seemed as dull as 2 fools, unable to articulate even a complete auspicious phrase. Were they destined to be overshadowed by the main branch? Father, you must not show favoritism. Songer and the others are your grandsons, but Bauer and Bayer are also your grandchildren, Cheng Siyu, emboldened by alcohol, shamelessly pressed on. Cheng Fuwu had never been fond of Cheng Siyu, viewing him as a frivolous, weakling son born of a concubine, even though Li had acknowledged Cheng Siyu as her own in Cheng Fuwu's eyes. He would always be a son of a concubine. This sentiment was deeply ingrained in him by his mother, Lady Su. If not for Cheng Fuwu's insistence on marrying Li, the Cheng family would never have had a son of a concubine. Now, hearing his second son speak like an ignorant woman, his displeasure only grew. Cheng Fuwu sternly rebuked, Your elder brother is not at home. I shall care for Songer and his brothers in his stead. Do you have the audacity to feel jealous? You are still a distinguished young master, yet you behave like a petty, envious commoner. Where is your demeanor as a son of nobility, if word got out? I could not bear the shame of being known as the son of the Duke of Ning. Cheng Siyu's face, once adorned with a smirk, froze in place, alternating between shades of blue and red. The humiliation from his father's rebuke left him seething with shame. Li, sitting beside him, wore a similarly distressed expression. After all, Cheng Siyu had been raised by her since he was less than 2 years old. The Duke's merciless reprimand felt like a slap in her own face. Duke Siyu is also your biological son. How can you say such things to him, aside from not being able to practice martial arts? How is he any different from his elder brother? Li exclaimed, her voice filled with indignation. How is he different? He is neither accomplished in literature nor in martial arts. How dare he compare himself to Siyu? He is not worthy, Cheng Fuwu scoffed, speaking without reservation. Cheng Siyu's shame and fury reached a breaking point. Although he indeed lacked both literary and martial prowess, one should not strike a man where it hurts most. Nor should one expose the shortcomings of their own flesh and blood, especially not in front of so many people. If you think so little of me, why did you even bother to bring me into this world? Cheng Siyu could no longer contain himself and shouted, abruptly standing up and storming out. Chapter 59, an unpleasant departure. With Cheng Siyu's abrupt exit, his wife, Young Li, felt utterly awkward and hastily stood up. Running out after him in a panic, the 2 little girls, Bauer and Bayer, who understood nothing, immediately began to wail upon seeing their parents leave. On New Year's Eve, the sound of crying was most taboo. And the wet nurse quickly gathered the 2 children, anxiously soothing them while bowing and retreating. Ironically, the servants seemed to understand the rules better than the masters. Duke, what is going on? You have driven the entire Si family away. And now you are pleased with yourself? Li's voice dripped with resentment. It was I who expelled them. Did they not seek trouble for themselves? Am I, as a noble lord, supposed to endure their grievances? Chang Fuhu was not known for his patience, and in his current fury, he had no gentle words to offer. Lord Duke, if you find us daughters displeasing, just say so. Li's temper flared, and she retorted sharply. Chang Fuhu's expression darkened, his breath coming in angry huffs. Cheng Jinfeng hurried to his grandfather's side, rising on tiptoe to pat his waist. The little one intended to rub his back, but being so short, even on tiptoe, he could only reach his grandfather's waist. Cheng Jinsong and Chang Jinju, upon seeing their younger brother at their grandfather's side, rushed over. Cheng Jinsong, being tall, was able to rub his grandfather's back to soothe him, while Chang Jinju poured a cup of warm water and gently urged, "Grandfather, calm down, have a sip to ease your anger." Seeing her husband's grim countenance, Li was equally anxious and worried. However, upon noticing the three children from the main house surrounding her husband with their attentions, her inner fury ignited like oil poured onto flames. Ning, wishing to avoid suspicion, refrained from approaching, merely letting out a sigh, murmuring to herself, "What a commotion for no reason, this family will never find peace." Does that bring comfort to anyone? Though she spoke to herself, her voice was pitched just right to reach Li's ears, nearly causing Li to faint with rage. In the past, Li had excelled at speaking in such a manner, leaving others feeling utterly vexed. Now, she was experiencing that same bitter taste herself. Of the New Year's Eve dinner ended in discontent, and Cheng Fuhu returned to his room, surrounded by his three grandsons. Li had intended to follow, but Cheng Fuhu, displeased with her uproar, brusquely sent her back to Kaixian residence. Fuming, Li returned, harboring no thoughts of self-reflection, instead blaming everything on the family of the main house. Those three little brats, could they really turn the world upside down? And that wretched Ning, were it not for her usefulness, I would not have allowed her to live to this day. Li muttered bitterly under her breath. Madam. The servants of Kaixian residence hurried to pay their respects, clearly hoping for a reward, especially since it was New Year's Eve, a time when all servants remaining on duty were traditionally given extra pay. Li had managed the household for years without restrictions on her spending, and thus had a loose grasp on her finances. She was not stingy with her own servants, and despite her displeasure from the events of the dinner, she still bestowed a pair of small gold beans to each servant, worth perhaps 10 taels of silver, a considerable reward. "Where is Qinghan? Bring her to me. I have not seen her in several days, and I miss her dearly," Li languidly stated as she reclined on the red rosewood daybed. Before long, the wet nurse entered, cradling little Qinghan. Li sat up, reaching out to take the child into her arms, but as soon as she did, her brow furrowed, and she sternly inquired, "How have you been caring for her? Why has Qinghan lost so much weight?" Before being confined to the small Buddha hall, Li frequently held little Qinghan, and thus knew her weight well. She had been a hefty little bundle, but now felt almost weightless. Peering down closely, Li noticed that the once round, chubby face appeared as though it had been hollowed out, the little double chin gone, revealing a pointed chin that made her large round eyes even more pronounced. "In reporting to you, madam, during your absence, the young lady searched for you daily and cried when she could not find you. She refused to eat properly," the wet nurse said, her eyes reddened. "Did you allow the young lady to cry without anyone seeking her mother?" Li demanded angrily. If the wet nurse's face paled as she hastily replied, "In response to madam, we did seek you." The next day, Granny Li went to Kiwayuan to request the young masteress' wife to look after the young lady, but she completely disregarded us and even ordered someone to strike Granny Li 20 times. "What, she dares to strike my people? This is utterly outrageous." Li stood up in fury, nearly ready to storm to Kiwayuan to confront Ning. The baby in Li's arms suddenly grasped her garment and began to babble. "Qinghan, you can speak now," Li exclaimed in surprise as she clearly heard the word nurse. Our little girl is truly exceptionally intelligent. Speaking at such a tender age, the wet nurse hurriedly praised. "Indeed, my little Qinghan is the smartest and most beautiful girl in the world," Li cooed, playfully shaking her body to amuse the child. Her anger dissipating considerably. "Nurse, little Qinghan nestled in Li's embrace, calling out repeatedly, unable to form repetitive sounds, only managing to utter single syllables. Her tiny hands clutched tightly at Li's garment, refusing to let go. "Ah, my precious darling, what a delightful little creature you are." Li was overjoyed, wishing to give everything she had to her little treasure. However, within the depths of those round, dark eyes of the baby, there was not the clarity one would expect from an infant. Rather, they were shrouded in an indescribable depth of mist. The gaze she directed at Li was filled with affection, longing, and sorrow. Chapter 60, The Peculiar Child. On the first day of the new year, Ning applied her finest makeup and entered the palace to pay respects to the Empress Dowager and the Empress, wishing them a happy new year. Li should have gone as well, but having been punished with house arrest, Cheng Fuhu had already instructed the steward to draft a leave request on Li's behalf. Thus, even though Li was released, she felt it inappropriate to attend the Grand New Year's greeting. In truth, Li had no desire to enter the palace. After all, the edict promoting her to the title of Duchess of Ning had yet to be issued, and she still bore the title of Lady of the Northern Town. Li was not keen on facing the derisive expressions of those noble ladies. With the leave request in hand, Li was quite pleased. Due to Cheng Fuhu's health not having recovered, he did not attend the grand assembly on the first day of the new year. Li seized this opportunity to carry little Qinghan to Xian Hall, hoping to foster a closer bond between her and the Duke. If she could win the Duke's favor, Qinghan's future would surely be much smoother. Li was not a benevolent person, nor did she possess much kindness. The scant amount of compassion she held was entirely devoted to little Qinghan, for whom she cared more than for Cheng Siyu. Her adopted son. Upon arriving at Xian Hall with little Qinghan, Li found Cheng Jinsong and his two younger brothers accompanying their grandfather. The four of them engaged in cheerful conversation the moment Li stepped inside. Laughter abruptly ceased, as if a switch had been flipped, and the air in Xian Hall felt frozen. Lord Duke, Happy New Year. Wishing you good fortune and prosperity, Li greeted with a bright smile, prompting the atmosphere to stir once more. Cheng Fuhu responded with a smile, Happy New Year to you too. He gestured for Li to take a seat beside him. As the grandsons knelt before their grandmother to wish her good health. Li's mood lifted, and she found Cheng Jinsong and his brothers somewhat more agreeable. Accepting the purse from Yulu, she distributed one to each of the three little brothers. Each purse contained a few small gold ingots. Not particularly large, at most half a tael each. While this could be considered a standard New Year's gift in a typical official household, it seemed rather meager in the esteemed Duke's residence. After Cheng Jinsong and his brothers rose, the wet nurse approached with little Qinghan to bow and wish Happy New Year. Cheng Fuhu ordered a reward for the New Year's purse. The wet nurse accepted it on behalf of little Qinghan and then prepared to have Cheng Jinsong and his brothers greet her as their elder sister. Cheng Jinsong and Cheng Jinju, being older, managed to suppress their emotions, merely offering a subdued Happy New Year. Sister Qinghan, however, Cheng Jinfeng, still young, found it difficult. He darted behind his grandfather, pouting, and declared, I want to acknowledge you. The wet nurse, caught off guard, cradled little Qinghan and looked to Li for assistance. Seeing Cheng Jinfeng's behavior, Li's expression darkened, yet before she could rebuke him, her husband interjected. Fenger is still young and not familiar with his sister. It's nothing. As she grows, they will play together and become close. Cheng Fuhu chuckled, patting his little grandson's fuzzy head to diffuse the tension. Just as the mood began to lighten, the family from the second house entered from outside. Each parent cradled a child. And once in the hall, they set the children down and knelt to pay their respects for the new year. Cheng Jinsong and Cheng Jinju quickly guided their younger brother to the side. Ensuring they were not deemed disrespectful, Cheng Fuhu looked at the neatly arranged second family and felt somewhat pleased. After all, there were no lasting grudges between father and son, and some matters could be set aside. Of course, this was Cheng Fuhu's perspective. Whether Cheng Siyu shared the same sentiment remained uncertain. Cheng Fuhu and Li both rewarded the children with New Year's purses, but Cheng Jinfeng's keen eyes noted that the purse given to the baby was significantly larger than those given to him and his brothers. Appearing much more substantial, he couldn't help but scrunch up his little nose and let out a soft huff. Cheng Jinju comfortingly took his younger brother's hand and slipped his own New Year's purse into his grasp. Smiling as he whispered, Don't worry, the one from Big Brother will be for you later. No one noticed the small exchange between the brothers, as Cheng Fuhu maintained a serious demeanor, delivering a lecture aimed directly at Cheng Siyu. Second brother, you are no longer a child, you have two daughters now. It is high time you sought a respectable occupation instead of idling away your days in frivolity, Cheng Fuhu stated with solemnity. Li Shi quickly interjected, Your Grace, on this auspicious new year, shall we refrain from discussing such disheartening matters? With the eldest absent from home, it is she who is honoring us with his filial piety. Though he may lack great talents, he possesses a heart of devotion and is obedient, a good son indeed. Cheng Fuhu, not wishing to engage in a dispute on the first day of the new year, merely huffed in response, allowing the matter to pass. Cheng Siyu respectfully acquiesced on the surface, yet his inner resentment grew ever more intense. In the past, having spent little time together, he had not perceived the extent of his father's shortcomings. Now, with his father recuperating at home, these brief 2 months felt like an eternity. The thought of his father staying at home for the long haul filled him with agitation. Bauer and Bayer, the two little girls, approached Li Shi, gazing up at her with innocent voices calling out grandmother. Being their grandmother by blood, Li Shi naturally adored them. She embraced the two children and then pointed at the wet nurse holding little Qinghan. Smiling as she said, Bauer Bayer, look, this is your aunt's little sister. Isn't she lovely? The wet nurse promptly squatted down, cradling little Qinghan on her lap, allowing Bauer and Bayer to admire her closely. The two girls rushed over, one touching Qinghan's small hand while the other caressed her little face, their identical faces adorned with matching smiles, clearly enamored with their new sister. Li Shi observed the scene and could not help but inwardly lament that they were indeed all children of the Li family. So naturally endearing, unlike those three wolf cubs, no matter how they raised them, they never seemed to thrive. Li Shi harbored her resentment in silence, never considering that she had never truly nurtured Cheng Jinsong and his brothers for a single day. In truth, the reason those three children had not met a dire fate was not due to her leniency but rather her lack of means. Otherwise, Cheng Jinsong and his brothers might have met a grim end long ago. Since the birth of her 3 sons, had it not been for Ningxi's diligent protection, Cheng Xixia, though rarely present in the capital, had nonetheless devoted considerable effort to his sons. Otherwise, how could Lord Luo easily allow his most skilled second son to take Cheng Jinsong as a disciple and teach him the family's secret martial arts? Cheng Jinju had been studying diligently at the Imperial Academy, a testament to Cheng Xixia and Ningxi's protective instincts for their second son.as for the youngest son, before Ningxi became pregnant with her daughter. She had kept a vigilant eye on him, never allowing him to stray from her sight. Once she was with child, Cheng Xixia specifically requested an Imperial Dragon Guard to discreetly protect their youngest son. The fact that Cheng Jinsong and his brothers had managed to grow up unscathed was due to the tremendous efforts expended by Cheng Xixia and Ningxi. Little Qinghan, held by the wet nurse, displayed an oddly peculiar expression upon seeing Bauer and Bayer. It was neither joy nor resentment. When her gaze fell upon Bauer, it was tinged with distaste, while upon seeing Bayer, a trace of guilt mingled with her disdain. Who could fathom how she distinguished between Bauer and Bayer, for they were 2 identical little girls? Regardless of her expressions, such sentiments should not be found in the eyes of an infant not yet a year old. The true gaze of a child under 1 year is pure, innocent, and bright as stars, devoid of any murky depths. The wet nurse, observing the strange glimmer in little Qinghan's eyes, was chilled to the bone. Breaking out in a cold sweat, how could this child, whom she had nursed for over half a year, appear so peculiar? She felt an inexplicable urge to distance herself from the child, fearing that if she continued to nurse her, it would not bode well for her. Unbeknownst to the wet nurse, she had inadvertently grasped a truth. In her past life, little Qinghan's wet nurse had indeed met a most tragic fate. Chapter 61, The Second Day of the New Year, Part 1. The first day of the Lunar New Year passed peacefully at the residence of the Duke of Ning. In truth, as long as the 2 Li sisters and Cheng Xiyu did not cause a stir, the household remained tranquil, for Ningxi and her 3 sons were not troublemakers. As for Cheng Fuhu's concubines, they existed like shadows, their presence so faint that even Cheng Fuhu, as their husband, often forgot that he had 2 concubines residing in the rear courtyard. The second day of the new year marked the day when the aunts from various households returned to their parental homes. Typically, Ningxi would also take her children back to her family on this day. However, as the head of the Duke of Ning's household, with all 4 of her married sisters returning today, she could not abandon her family to return to her own. Thus, Ningxi had arranged well in advance to return to her family on the 3rd day, choosing to remain in the residence on the 2nd day to host her 4 returning sisters-in-law. Early on the 2nd day, eldest sister Cheng Wanru arrived at the Duke of Ning's residence with her husband and children. Cheng Wanru, the legitimate eldest daughter of Cheng Fuhu and the full sister of Cheng Xixia, had been married off to the heir of the Dingxi Marquisate, Li Qingrui, under the auspices of Lady Su. She had borne him 2 sons and a daughter, living quite comfortably, and now, with the Dingxi Marquisate having been elevated to a Marquisate, she had become the Marquis's wife. Sister Ningxi hurried forward to greet Cheng Wanru warmly. Cheng Wanru grasped her sister-in-law's hand affectionately, saying, "We are no strangers, you need not have come out to greet me. Your hands are cold, be careful not to catch a chill. As for Songer and Jure, that is acceptable, but Fenger is still so young, how can you welcome him out here?" Cheng Wanru's children bowed respectfully. Calling her aunt, Cheng Jinsong and his brothers also stepped forward to pay their respects to their eldest aunt. Ningxi quickly helped everyone up, embracing her 6-year-old niece and smiling as she said, "It has been half a year since we last met. Our Yueying has grown quite a bit and is becoming more outstanding. Come, let us go inside." Cheng Wanru lifted her little nephew Cheng Jinfeng into her arms and walked alongside Ningxi, while Cheng Jinsong and his younger brother each took hold of their 2 cousins, following their mothers towards the main hall. Due to holding the child, Cheng Wanru found it difficult to engage in private conversation with her sister-in-law. Thus she merely inquired about the household's affairs, exchanging pleasantries regarding everyone's health. Upon reaching the main hall, a lively reunion ensued. Li Shi, upon seeing Cheng Wanru, felt a wave of unease wash over her. Her bravado extinguished. When Li Shi had married into the Marquisate, Cheng Wanru had already been 13, and her brother had been 10. Both siblings had grown remarkably well, resembling their mother, who had been renowned as one of the capital's most beautiful women before her marriage. While both children looked like their mother, their temperaments were quite different. Cheng Xixia had inherited their grandmother's resilience blended with gentleness, while Cheng Wanru exhibited the fierce spirit of her father, embodying the valor of a general's daughter. Trained in martial arts from a young age, her prowess in the Cheng family's martial techniques was nearly on par with her brother's. Li Shi, who often sought to provoke trouble, found herself at the mercy of Cheng Wanru's formidable presence. Over time, fear had taken root in Li Shi's heart. Though she rarely encountered Cheng Wanru, the memories of past confrontations flooded back whenever they met. Cheng Wanru merely cast a casual glance at Li Shi, causing Li Shi to feel as if she had been pricked by a nail, suddenly bolting upright, unable to remain seated. Noticing Li Shi's reaction, Cheng Wanru smiled gently at her father, leading her children to kneel on the mat to pay their New Year's respects. Cheng Fuhu, gazing at his firstborn child, felt a surge of joy. Despite his previous disdain for his first wife, he held an unparalleled affection for Chang Wanru. It could be said that she was his most cherished child. Without comparison, Wanru, quickly rise and come closer so that your father may see you. Are you well in the Dingxi Marquis 8? Chang Wanru hurried to her father's side, taking his hand in hers and warmly asking, Father, are you feeling well now? Cheng Fuhu, having returned to the capital for recuperation, had been visited by Chang Wanru almost every few days until the 12th month when she had to assist her mother-in-law with the New Year preparations, which had kept her away. Much better, Wanru, where is Cheng Rui? Is he not accompanying you? Cheng Fuhu inquired, noticing his son-in-law's absence with a hint of gruffness. Due to his deep affection for his daughter, Cheng Fuhu often found fault with his son-in-law, seeking reasons to criticize him, and indeed, he had a legitimate grievance to raise now. Father, he is waiting outside. My younger brother is accompanying him. Since my brother is not home, it would not be proper for him to come in directly. Chang Wanru explained with a smile, eliciting a grumpy response from her father. He truly does not behave like the child of a martial family. Chang Wanru merely smiled, refraining from arguing with her father. Although Li Chengrui hailed from a military lineage, he was inherently studious, possessing no aptitude for martial arts. However, he was exceptionally gifted in academics, having excelled in the imperial examinations, recognized as a second-degree scholar by the emperor and placing fourth in the palace examination. Following only the top 3 candidates, his remarkable achievements had brought great honor to their martial family. Very well, once your 3 brothers-in-law arrive, we shall call them in together. As a father-in-law, it was not uncommon for him to harbor little fondness for his son-in-law. And Cheng Fuhu was no exception. Father, my father-in-law obtained an exquisite ginseng root before the new year. He asked me to bring it to you for your health. As she spoke, Chang Wanru accepted a large red brocade box from a maidservant. Cradling it delicately before her father, Cheng Fuhu opened it to find a ginseng root, nearly the length of a child's arm, with a stout base and finely detailed roots, resembling a human form in its vividness. He gasped in astonishment. This ginseng must be over 300 years old. It is far too precious, the true family treasure. Wanru, your father cannot accept this. Cheng Wanru arched her brow and smiled, saying, Father-in-law anticipated you would respond this way. My father-in-law has expressed that should you refuse, it would imply disdain for his status as merely a minor marquis, unworthy to be your brother, and he would henceforth refrain from gracing the esteemed gates of your Marquis 8. Ugh, that old rascal. What nonsense he speaks. When have I ever looked down upon him? Even when he wept like a child on the battlefield, I never scorned him. How could I do so now? Very well, father, I shall accept it. As for my wife, I recall we have a patch of purple cloud fungus at home. I shall fetch it for your elder sister to take back. Upon hearing this, Ning expressed a slight discomfort, casting a glance at Li, then smiled at her father-in-law, saying, I will send someone to search for it right away. Cheng Fuhu, witnessing this scene, immediately understood, casting a fierce glare at the shrinking Li. Then glancing at his eldest daughter, managing an awkward smile, Chang Wanru remained unaware of Li's latest mischief, for Ning would not publicize Li's embezzlement of nearly 200,000 taels of silver. Thus Chang Wanru suppressed her curiosity and returned her father's smile. Just as the awkwardness lingered, a young maid's voice rang out from outside, announcing, Second aunt, third aunt, fourth aunt have returned. It turned out that the second and fourth daughters born of Li and the third daughter born of the concubine he had all arrived simultaneously. To alleviate the tension, Cheng Fuhu quickly called out, Let them enter. Moments later, the 3 young women were ushered in by maids and matrons, with the 2 daughters of Li taking the lead. Adorned in vibrant and luxurious attire, wearing the latest fashions, the second aunt appeared radiant, with a sparkle of vitality in her brows, while the fourth aunt's complexion was rather pale, and she appeared somewhat gaunt. The third aunt, born of a concubine, followed behind, her attire much simpler. She wore 3 brightly colored yet outdated gold hairpins, clearly refurbished from old pieces. Her outfit consisted of a silver-red satin long coat with narrow sleeves. The collars and cuffs faded, a style long out of fashion, indicating it had seen at least 5 or 6 years of wear. Her complexion was a pallid hue, almost skeletal, making her eyes appear disproportionately large yet devoid of any luster, evoking a sense of unease in those who beheld her. Chapter 62, The Return on the Second Day. Part 2, Among the 3 aunts of the Ningguagong residence, only the second aunt had a son and a daughter. While the other 2 were childless, the third aunt had suffered 2 miscarriages, and the fourth aunt had never conceived. As the 3 daughters knelt to pay their New Year respects, Cheng Fuhu smiled and beckoned them to rise. Though his expression lacked the warmth he had shown his eldest daughter, his second daughter was notoriously willful and spoiled, while the third cowered in his presence, trembling as if he might strike her down with a mere kick. The fourth daughter was perpetually melancholic, shedding tears at the slightest provocation, her demeanor disheartening. These 3 daughters, naturally, could not compare to the affection he held for his eldest. Cheng Wanru put it bluntly, Cheng Fu, whose regard for these 3 was merely a matter of familial obligation. After the 3 aunts had performed their greetings, Ning led her 4 sisters-in-law to a side room for conversation, leaving the outer hall for the 4 aunts to enter and pay their respects. She also instructed Cheng Jinsong to entertain the 2 cousins from the eldest aunt's family, while the young children, a son of 3 and a daughter not yet 2, were brought in by their wet nurse. Following suit into the inner hall, once inside, the second and fourth aunts, born of Li, surrounded their biological mother, disregarding Ning, the elder sister-in-law. These two aunts felt envy towards Ning, whose dowry surpassed theirs, and whose husband, unlike theirs, had refrained from taking a concubine, leaving them with only a principal wife and no maidservants. Their elder brother had achieved the esteemed rank of a first-class marshal by 30, while their own husbands were insignificant officials, so minor that one might hit several with a single stone thrown in the capital. Thus, the second and fourth aunts harbored resentment and jealousy towards Ning, and while they once possessed reasonable beauty, their bitterness and discomfort in their marital lives had rendered them sharper and more acerbic than in their youth. The third aunt, timid since childhood and always avoiding attention, now observed her elder sister and sister-in-law conversing with the second and fourth sisters warmly engaging with their mother. She quietly settled into a chair in the farthest corner near the door, staring blankly at the resplendent crimson and gold embroidered chair cover opposite her, as if seeking to discern flowers blooming within it. A maid dressed in a green cloak and red blouse stood upright beside Chang Lianru, her presence imposing even more so than that of Chang Lianru. The mistress. As Ning conversed with the eldest aunt, she inadvertently caught sight of the third aunt sitting alone like a forlorn spirit by the door. Evoking her sympathy, she couldn't help but sigh softly and ask, "Elder sister, do you know how the third sister is faring?" Chang Wanru looked up at her younger sister Chang Lianru and shook her head. Chang Lianru, born of a concubine, could not aspire to a superior match. Her husband was merely a ninth-grade clerk in the capital. The disparity in their social standings meant that, unless deliberately inquiring, news of Chang Lianru would not reach Chang Wanru's ears. Third sister. Chang Wanru called out, waving her hand, prompting Chang Lianru to approach with hesitant, tiny steps. "Elder sister, sister-in-law." Chang Lianru spoke in a voice scarcely above a whisper. Chang Wanru frowned at the sound. She detested such timidness. With a hint of irritation, she remarked, "Third sister, you are, after all, a niece of a noble family. Why do you lack any assertiveness? Your complexion is so poor. Have you been mistreated by your in-laws?" Though Chang Wanru's tone was sharp, her words carried an undercurrent of concern. Despite their different mothers, they shared the same father, and thus there remained a bond of blood. No, elder sister, I am quite well, Chang Lianru replied insincerely. "Oh, well, you are being trampled upon by your mother-in-law, and you still proclaim you are well," a derisive voice suddenly interjected, causing Chang Lianru to shiver, her face turning even paler as she instinctively cast a quick glance at the maid beside her. The speaker was the second aunt, Chang Yingru, who looked down upon her younger sister with unabashed disdain. "Third sister, if you are suffering, do not hesitate to return to father and mother, they will not neglect you," offered the fourth aunt, Chang Weiru, clutching her handkerchief, her eyes red and on the verge of tears. "Fourth sister, if you are to speak, do so properly. Listen to yourself, you sound utterly pathetic for a daughter of a prominent family." Chang Wanru could not abide her fourth sister's frail, tearful demeanor, and immediately reprimanded her. "Mother, look how elder sister scolds me." The fourth aunt turned and buried her face in their mother's embrace, sobbing. Li, emboldened, cast a furtive glance at Chang Wanru, but was met with an unyielding glare, prompting her to lower her head, fearing to utter a single word against the eldest aunt, and instead softly comfort her youngest daughter. The second aunt, Chang Yingru, immediately raised her brows in indignation, exclaiming, "Elder sister, you are being too domineering. My mother is still your mother. How dare you treat her with such disrespect?" Chang Wanru raised an eyebrow and turned to Li, coolly stating, "Am I being disrespectful to you?" Li quickly shook her head vigorously, like a rattledrum, repeatedly insisting, No, the eldest aunt has not disrespected me." Only then did Chang Wanru direct her gaze back to Chang Yingru, smiling faintly. "Second sister, since your mother has spoken, do you not owe me an apology?" Chang Yingru was taken aback, realizing her elder sister was indeed unreasonable, brazenly taking advantage of her position, while their father favored her, and their mother seemed to cower before her. Meanwhile, she, due to her dependence on her family, found herself unable to offend anyone. Contemplating this, a wave of bitterness washed over Chang Yingru. She was no longer the spoiled young lady she once was. With a long sigh in her heart, she reluctantly subdued her pride and offered an apology to her elder sister. "Well, since it is getting late, Yu Yan, third sister, accompany me to Changfeng Courtyard." Changfeng Courtyard had been Chang Wanru's chamber before her marriage. Although many years had passed since her wedding, she had always retained it, visiting each time she returned home to reminisce about her youthful days. Upon entering, the courtyard remained as pristine as ever. As the door swung open, a warm citrus-scented breeze welcomed them. Chang Wanru turned to Ning, smiling in gratitude. "Yu Yan, how thoughtful of you. I appreciate that you remember my fondness for the refreshing fragrance of oranges." Ning chuckled. How could I forget the elder sister's preferences? The third aunt kept her head bowed in silence. Unbeknownst to her, Ning had continued to arrange for the cleaning of her former room, though she had never dared to express a desire to revisit the place where she once resided. Once inside, and with the maids dismissed, Chang Wanru solemnly addressed her. "Third sister, I know that your status has made it difficult for you to hold your head high. Once I observed your situation and found it tolerable, hence I did not pay much attention. However, today, witnessing your poor complexion, I cannot help but inquire what has transpired. Speak to your elder sister, if indeed your in-laws are mistreating you." Both I and your sister-in-law will not stand idly by, and neither will your father neglect you, for you are his daughter as well. Chapter 63. Support from the maternal family upon hearing her elder sister's heartfelt words. The third aunt slowly raised her head, her eyes brimming with tears. She softly knelt on the ground, sobbing piteously. Elder sister, sister-in-law, I truly cannot endure this any longer. That man resents my father and brothers for not aiding him in his career advancement. And I have been pregnant twice, only to have him beat me into miscarriage, if it were not for my father retaining his title and my elder brother being conferred as a marshal. I fear I would have already perished in their household. Hearing this, Cheng Wanru's eyes reddened with fury as she seized the kneeling third sister, exclaiming, "Third sister, rise and speak," before she could finish her sentence. Cheng Wanru gasped, "Third sister, how have you grown so thin?" As she grasped her sister's hand, she felt nothing but bones, the fragile grip sending a shiver through her. Cheng Lianru instinctively flinched at the sudden hold. Letting out a soft whimper, Ningxia rushed over, pulling up Cheng Lianru's sleeve, revealing her emaciated arms, mottled with bruises and even some old whip marks. "He has been abusing you," Ningxia glared, demanding an explanation. Cheng Lianru nodded gently, tears welling up in her eyes. Cheng Wanru quickly moderated her grip, helping her sister to her feet and guiding her slowly to the warm embroidered quilt by the chaise. Gently pressing her against the soft pillows, Ningxia handed her a delicate white bronze hand warmer, speaking softly, "Third sister, warm your hands first. Do not fear, no one here dares to harm you, rest assured. Even if your elder brother is not home, your sister-in-law will support you." Cheng Wanru added hastily, "Yes, third sister, do not be afraid, your elder brother and I will ensure that scoundrel is dealt with." "Elder sister, sister-in-law, may I seek a divorce?" Cheng Lianru mustered all her courage, tears glistening as she gazed imploringly at her elder sister and sister-in-law. "A divorce, third sister, do you truly wish to seek one? Are you not afraid?" Cheng Wanru asked sternly. Cheng Lianru cried in despair, "I am afraid. How could I not be afraid? But I fear even more, fear being beaten to death by him. Elder sister, I truly cannot endure any longer. I want to live." Ningxia exhaled deeply, nodding, "Very well, third sister, as long as you wish for a divorce, we shall pursue it. Do not fear, our duke's residence can support a divorced lady. Sister-in-law, truly, can I really seek a divorce?" Cheng Lianru's eyes suddenly sparkled with a fervent light. Trapped in her dire predicament, she now glimpsed a glimmer of hope. How could she not feel overwhelmed with emotion? "Of course, although you were born later. You have met our grandmother and ought to know what kind of person she was. Our grandmother never cared for those trivial and superficial rules. Who says a married woman is like spilled water? Irretrievable? Not at all. Third sister, do not be afraid. Even without grandmother, there is still father, and your elder brother and sister law. As for sure, you need not concern yourself with her, should she dare to cause trouble. I shall take care of her," Cheng Wanru declared with authority. I will heed my elder sister's words. Sister-in-law, I have brought trouble upon the household," Cheng Lianru said tearfully. Ningxia gently patted her hand, inwardly sighing. At just the tender age of 20 she had been worn down to this state. Any compassionate person would feel pained at the sight. "Third sister, you shall stay comfortably at home. Would you like me to summon your aunt to accompany you?" Ningxia asked gently. "Aunt, perhaps it is best not to for now." The mention of her aunt brought a flicker of fear to Cheng Lianru's eyes, and she shook her head evasively. "Very well. I shall take you to Tinghishan later. Our family's courtyard is still maintained, with regular cleaning, though you have not returned since your marriage," Ningxia remarked softly, her tone filled with nostalgia. "Tinghishan is still my room?" Cheng Lianru asked incredulously. Ningxia nodded with a smile, and Cheng Lianru could no longer contain herself, bursting into tears. "I was wrong, it was all my mistake. I thought that once married, I would no longer. Sister-in-law, I was gravely mistaken." Cheng Lianru sobbed, breathless and forlorn. Ningxia exchanged a glance with her elder sister-in-law, both remaining silent, allowing Cheng Lianru to weep freely. Releasing the pent-up sorrow within her heart. As the maidservants were not present, Ningxia quietly moved to the door, instructing Ruishue to personally fetch the physician from the Zhang household. Observing the third aunt's condition, it was evident her health was severely compromised. There was no need to adhere to the customary belief of not seeking medical attention during the new year. It was imperative to summon a physician to examine her pulse and commence treatment. Even if a divorce were to occur, she must first restore her health in order to have the strength to confront the disreputable family, due to the need to care for the duke's health. The physician from the Zhang household had remained in residence over the new year, thus it was not long before Ruishue returned with him to Changfeng courtyard. The Zhang household physician had been serving for nearly 20 years. Having watched Cheng Wanru and her siblings grow up, therefore, there was little formality among them. After exchanging New Year greetings, the physician settled across from Cheng Lianru, kindly stating, "Do not panic, third aunt, let me examine your pulse for a moment." At this point, Cheng Lianru had composed herself and cleaned her face, though her eyelids remained red, clearly indicating she had just wept. "Dr. Zhang, please be thorough," Cheng Wanru said with a smile. The physician chuckled. What a thing to say, madam, when examining your sisters. How could I be anything less than meticulous? They are not mere trifling matters. As the physician spoke, everyone chuckled, even Chang Lianru managed a faint smile. After thoroughly examining her, the physician sighed deeply, furrowing his brow in discontent. Third aunt, how have you allowed yourself to be reduced to such a state? You were quite healthy before your marriage. Upon hearing the physician's words, Chang Lianru lowered her head, unable to utter a word in shame. Ningshi quickly interjected, laughing, Dr. Zhang, has not third sister come to seek your help? I recall you have a granddaughter who has studied medicine under you for several years. I wonder how she is faring, Ningshi inquired. Upon hearing the mention of his most favored granddaughter, the physician's eyes crinkled with joy. You must be referring to Ling Su. The child possesses a natural talent for medicine. I taught her for only a few years, and she has already grasped much of my expertise. Alas, if she were not a girl, she would surely qualify for a position in the Imperial Medical Bureau. Ningshi immediately responded, Dr. Zhang, is Ling Su 13 this year? Has she received any marriage proposals? Your memory is sharp, madam. Ling Su is indeed 13 this year, and no proposals have been made, the physician replied. A hint of embarrassment on his face. Due to his granddaughter's exceptional abilities, he was reluctant for her to marry early, fearing it would squander her talents, yet, he did not wish for her to serve as a maid or a lowly physician, which was even more demeaning than the daughters of common folk. Doctor, may I hire your granddaughter to be our family's female physician? Ningshi suddenly proposed. A female physician. The physician looked at Ningshi in confusion. Ningshi smiled. Your granddaughter has shown great promise in medicine. It would be a disservice to her to make her a mere physician. I am in need of a skilled young lady to assist me. I am willing to offer her a monthly salary, just slightly less than what you receive, with all other benefits the same. What do you think, madam? Are you truly serious? The physician exclaimed in delight. If his granddaughter were to join the Duke's household as a female physician, it would be a tremendous opportunity for her. The benefits provided by the Duke's residence were quite generous. Most importantly, she would no longer be a servant and would have the chance to showcase her talents. Indeed, Dr. Zhang, if you agree, I shall draft a contract for you immediately. Ling Su may come whenever she wishes. Ningshi offered with great sincerity, and the physician readily agreed without hesitation. Chapter 64. A heartless lover. The Zhang household physician recognized that the noble lady intended for his granddaughter to join the household promptly. During the pulse examination, he had already discerned that the third aunt was not only physically weak but had also sustained considerable internal and external injuries. Having an adept young lady by her side would undoubtedly be more convenient. Thus, the physician smiled, saying, if the noble lady does not mind, I shall bring Ling Su over to pay her respects. Ningshi replied with a smile, Ling Su is my hired physician. How could I allow her to bow to her superior? Dr. Zhang, rest assured, when Ling Su arrives, I shall treat her as my own daughter and will not let her suffer any slight. After bidding farewell to the physician from the Zhang household, Ningshi smiled and reassured Chang Lianru, do not worry, third sister, do not overthink things, just focus on recuperating at home. Chang Lianru expressed her profound gratitude, knowing that as long as her maternal family was willing to stand up for her, her in-laws, who thrived on bullying the weak, would not dare oppose the divorce. Chang Wanru approached her sister, gazing into her eyes, and said, third sister, we can assist you with the divorce, but you must also stand tall. If you remain weak, others will take advantage of you. Remember, although you are a branch-born, you are still a daughter of a noble family and must never belittle yourself or allow others to treat you with disdain. You have your father, brothers, and sister-in-law who will support you. If only you had confided in us the truth during your first miscarriage, how could we have endured such a situation until now? Chang Lianru rose, nodding repeatedly, while Chang Wanru gazed at her frail figure, feeling increasingly sorrowful. She merely uttered, you should rest here for now. I will speak with father. With that, she swept out like a gust of wind. Ningshi shook her head with a smile and asked Chang Lianru, third sister, I noticed the maid by your side looks unfamiliar. Did you not bring her from home? Chang Lianru shook her head and sorrowfully replied. The maid, Truishi, whom I brought, has long been taken as a concubine. Chuelu was killed by that beast while trying to protect me. The one outside is a maid that wretch purchased herself, instructing her to watch over me and forbidding me from speaking the truth to my maternal family. Had it not been for you, elder sister, calling for the maids to wait outside, I would have. In the presence of her not-so-imposing elder sister Ningshi, Chang Lianru felt considerably more at ease than when facing her elder sister. The words flowed more freely. So it is they dare to keep such close watch even on our duke's residence. How audacious, Ningshi remarked coldly. Then she called out loudly, Ruiyan, summon a matron to take third Mrs. Maid to enjoy some fruit. A prompt response from Ruiyan echoed from outside, and shortly after, a matron arrived, forcefully leading Chang Lianru's maid to the small tea room in the corridor to warm herself by the fire and have some fruit. The maid, inexperienced in the ways of the world, was overjoyed by the ordinary treats available in the Duke's residence. Third sister, as you find yourself without anyone to rely on, I shall have Shiyu, this maid, attend to you for the time being. Though she may be a bit clumsy, she is attentive and possesses a kind temperament. We can arrange for better candidates later. After contemplating the frail state of her sister-in-law, Ningshi made this arrangement. Chang Lianru, aware that Shi Yu was one of her elder sister's top 8 maids, hurriedly shook her head, saying, Shi Yu is essential to you, elder sister, you need only send a second-tier maid my way. Ningshi shook her head, insisting that Shi Yu, being one of her first-tier maids and possessing sufficient standing in the household, was indeed quite capable and eloquent, able to engage in spirited discourse. With her by the side of this delicate third miss, she could rest assured within the Duke's residence, while Ningshi meticulously arranged for her sister-in-law, the elder sister, Cheng Wanru, selected 2 skilled maids wielding 5 flower clubs and stormed angrily into the main hall of Shirintang. The 6 men present, engaged in conversation, were taken aback by Chang Wanru's sudden entrance. Li Chengrui rushed to his wife's side, asking gently, Wanru, what do you intend to do? Cheng Wanru, her face flushed with anger, declared, husband, today I shall punish the villain, do not try to stop me. Li Chengrui, startled, quickly replied, who is the fool that has angered you? Wanru, rest easy, I shall handle it. It must be said that Li Chengrui had a way with soothing his wife. His words alleviated much of Chang Wanru's ire, even managing to coax a rare smile from the formidable Chang Fuhu, who was known for his unconditional protection of his daughter. My girl, what has transpired? Who dares to offend you? Speak, and I shall avenge you. Cheng Wanyue pointed furiously at the second chair on the right and said, father, it is this wretched creature, while you were away defending the border. He nearly killed your daughter. What? Cheng Fuhu's eyes widened in fury, roaring, you bastard, how dare you strike my daughter? Xingfeng Zidian, teach him a lesson, and do it thoroughly. Indeed, as the most cherished eldest daughter, Cheng Fuhu could even recall the names of the maids by her side. The 2 maids, armed with 5 flower clubs, complied in unison, one stepping forward to seize Chi Bowen as if capturing a chick, yanking him down to the ground, while the other raised her club and began to strike mercilessly. Spare me, father-in-law. I am innocent, father-in-law. Help me. Chi Bowen cried out in agony, desperately shielding his head and face with his sleeves. Witnessing their brother-in-law being brutally beaten, the second and fourth brothers-in-law could not help but shiver. Realizing that the temper of their esteemed father-in-law had escalated, and that even the elder sister had grown increasingly ruthless, truly it was a savage scene, yet, one must admit, Chi Bowen certainly deserved this punishment. The 2 brothers-in-law exchanged silent glances, aware of some underlying truths. However, as the Ning Duke's residence did not offer support for the third sister-in-law, they, as sons-in-law, were naturally unwilling to invite trouble. Wanru, do not let such a wretch disturb your health. It is not worth it. Come sit down and have a cup of tea to calm your spirit. As he gently guided his wife to her seat, Li Chengrui attentively arranged for her, listening to Chi Bowen's wails. Chang Wanru's mood lifted slightly. Taking a sip of tea from her husband's hand, she turned to her father and said, Father, you are unaware that this beast has caused third sister to miscarry twice, leaving her battered and bruised. If we do not intervene, she may well be killed by this brute. Cheng Fuhu's fury ignited. He slammed his palm on the table, causing the teacups to leap and crash to the ground. The force of his strike aggravated his injury, draining the color from his face. Father. Cheng Wanru rushed to his side, alarmed by his sudden pallor. Cheng Fuhu took a deep breath to steady himself before coldly declaring, indeed, he is a beast. Divorce her, and do it immediately. Cheng Wanru cast a glance at the wailing Chi Bowen and replied icily, Father, third sister just pleaded for our help. She too wishes for a divorce. However, she glanced at Cheng Siyu, who sat by, seemingly unconcerned. A father is still recuperating, and he is not fit to intervene personally. As for the stepmother, I fear, with her brother stationed at Yongning Pass, he would not return anytime soon, and as for the second brother, I worry that if he were to meddle in this matter, third sister may not survive. Chang Siyu's face flushed crimson at these words, though he recognized his own inadequacies. Being so directly confronted by his elder sister was quite embarrassing. Elder sister, Cheng Siyu attempted to speak but was interrupted by Cheng Wanru. What do you mean? Second brother, tend to your own affairs. A father, let he man take third sister's dowry list and go on a trip. Cheng Wanru subtly indicated her intentions, and indeed, she observed her second brother's face darken, though he stifled his frustration. Chapter 65, Expulsion from the Duke's residence. Xingfeng and Zidian, without their mistress's command, could not cease their actions until Chi Bowen's cries had diminished significantly. Only then did Cheng Wanru wave her hand, saying, enough for now. If this beast refuses to sign the divorce papers, you may resume your efforts later. Upon hearing this, Xingfeng and Zidian halted, and Chi Bowen, curled up on the ground, sobbed incessantly. Having previously vented his frustrations on Chang Lianru, he was now acutely aware of the agony of being on the receiving end of such treatment, yet, within his heart, there was no hint of remorse. His eyes, hidden beneath his sleeves, glimmered with resentment and malice, but when his sleeves fell away, that fierce glint transformed into a fade of innocent pleading. Father-in-law, I am wronged. Yes, I admit, there were 2 occasions when I inebriated inadvertently harmed Lianru, but I truly did not cause her miscarriages. Father-in-law, consider this, I am already 23 and have yet to bear a son or daughter. My mother longs for grandchildren, her hair turning white with anticipation. How could I strike a pregnant wife? Lianru's miscarriages are due to her frail constitution. It pains me greatly. Lianru is a good wife. I will not divorce her, not even in death. Chi Bowen, as he spoke, wiped his tears, presenting himself as utterly heartbroken. Chi Bowen, you need not feign innocence here. Should you refuse to sign the divorce papers, we shall take this matter to court. Under the law of De Chu, right and wrong shall receive their due judgment, Chang Wanru coldly retorted, refusing to cast another glance at Chi Bowen, whose very visage repulsed her. Chi Bowen had intended to say more, but upon seeing his father-in-law's darkened expression and the disdainful glares from his sister-in-law and brother-in-law, he felt utterly cowed, defeated. Chi Bowen left in disgrace, ignored by all. Chang Wanru signaled to Qingfeng, who understood immediately. Together with Zidian, they seized Chi Bowen and unceremoniously ejected him from Shirintangda. He-Man, having received word earlier, awaited outside, seeing Qingfeng and Zidian escorting Chi Bowen out. He approached with a smile, saying, "Thank you ladies for your efforts. I shall now escort young Master Chi home." He-Man, aware of the impending divorce, refrained from referring to Chi Bowen as third master and instead used young Master Chi in a manner rich with implication, causing Qingfeng and Zidian to laugh heartily. Humph. Chi Bowen wished to curse but bit his tongue in frustration. He was merely a lowly clerk. He could not afford to offend even the steward of the Duke's residence. At this moment, Chi Bowen harbored a certain resentment towards his mother. Had it not been for her instigation, how could he have brought himself to strike his own wife? She was the daughter of a duke's household, and even as a concubine, her status far surpassed his own and that of his family. How could he have been so bewitched as to shamelessly humiliate her? No, he could not seek a divorce. It was absolutely out of the question that if he were to proceed with such a separation, he would have no future left to speak of. Even the position of a mere steward within the Duke's estate would be as easily extinguished as squashing an ant. Resolute in his decision, Chi Bowen immediately spoke in a humble tone. "Housekeeper, my wife and I are still lawfully wed. Even if you compel me to divorce, you must allow me to see her." He-Man let out a cold laugh and replied, "Young Master Chi, do you believe you have secured our third young lady's compassion? After you have treated her so brutally, even our young masteress wife has refrained from disturbing her rest. Yet you, young Master Chi, seem to take pleasure in tormenting her. We, who cherish our precious young lady, cannot bear to see her demeaned by you. Young Master Chi, shall I escort you out, or will you leave of your own accord?" Chi Bowen understood that whether he was escorted or sent away, his fate would not be a pleasant one. With a darkened expression, he indignantly declared, "I will leave on my own." He-Man immediately shouted, "We bid farewell to young Master Chi. May your journey be smooth." His voice echoed as if it were a funeral dirge, causing Chi Bowen to stumble and fall to the ground with a thud, his face contorting in pain. He-Man, witnessing this, chuckled to himself before calling out once more, "Be careful, young Master Chi, watch your step, avoid the stones." Hearing He-Man's mocking tone, Chi Bowen felt a surge of anger that nearly made him spit blood. This was unmistakably the language of funeral attendants. It infuriated him, but circumstances dictated his actions, and Chi Bowen had no choice but to suppress his fury and, under the watchful eyes of the Duke's guards, left the Dukening's residence in utter disgrace. News of the third young lady's intent to divorce spread throughout the entire Dukening's household before nightfall. In the east wing of the west courtyard behind Cassian residence, a beautiful middle-aged woman in her 30s, upon hearing this from a nearby maid, turned pale with shock. She sprang to her feet, a mix of anger and urgency flooding her expression. How could the third young lady seek a divorce? How could she even think of it? Such a splendid match awaits her. Why can't she be content? No, I cannot allow her to go on like this. She absolutely must not divorce. I must find her and persuade her to return to her marital home. This middle-aged woman was He Yang, the mother of the third young lady, who had little presence within the Duke's household. "Auntie, where are you going?" the maid, noticing her mistress's panic as she rushed outside, couldn't help but roll her eyes and hurriedly stepped forward to block her path, saying impatiently, "Care, do not impede me. I must go and persuade your third young lady. She absolutely cannot go through with this divorce. What a good son-in-law she has. Why can't she appreciate it?" He Yang exclaimed, pushing past the maid in a frenzy. "I want to stop you, auntie, but do you even know where to find the third young lady?" Kaya retorted indignantly. He Yang paused, asking, "Isn't your third young lady staying at Tingyi Pavilion?" With a scoff, Kaya replied, "Auntie, you spend all day in this house, how could you possibly know anything? Let me tell you. The third young lady has been placed in Changfeng Garden by the eldest young lady. The young masteress wife has expressly forbidden anyone from disturbing her. Anyone who dares to intrude upon Changfeng Garden will be severely punished according to the household rules." What? She has indeed caught the attention of the eldest young lady and the young masteress wife. How could this be? He Yang's brow furrowed, disbelief etched across her features. "Auntie, that is a strange thing to say. The third young lady is the younger sister of the eldest young lady and the sister-in-law of the young masteress wife. How could she not be welcomed? They are bound by blood." Kair pouted her lips, genuinely perplexed by He Yang's thoughts. After all, the third young lady was her own flesh and blood. Why would she not support her daughter, but instead elevate outsiders? Chapter 66. The arrogance of a mother and son. The Duke Ning's residence is situated in Luanfang, near the imperial city in the eastern part of the inner city, while the chief family resides in Yanggifang, close to the northern wall of the inner city. This residence in Yanggifang was purchased after Chang Lianru's marriage. Prior to that, it had been rented. Chi Bowen limped back to his home in the northern city. Upon entering, he was met with a clamorous uproar. "Cousin, what happened to you? Who struck you?" A girl of about 13 or 14. Clad in a water-red satin skirt, rushed from the courtyard to the entrance, linking her arm with Chi Bowen's, her voice filled with concern as she guided him inside. "Hunger, is my mother at home?" Chi Bowen inquired, seemingly accustomed to his cousin's familiarity, showing no discomfort or embarrassment. "Mother is inside, aunt, cousin has returned. Come quickly." The girl named Hunger called loudly into the house. "Returned, so what, do I need to personally greet him as his mother-in-law?" A somewhat sharp voice chimed in, and soon a middle-aged woman dressed in a dark blue satin coat with silver fox fur and a dark indigo embroidered skirt emerged from behind the door curtain. Her face displaying displeasure. "Anna, what happened to you? Where is that wretched daughter-in-law of yours? Is this how she serves you?" Upon seeing her limping son, the woman rushed over in alarm. "Mother, let us discuss this inside." Chi Bowen grimaced in pain, drawing in a sharp breath as he replied tersely, "Very well, let us go inside," she said. "Tracy, you little wretch, why aren't you out here helping your master? Do you truly think you're the lady of the house?" Turning back, the woman scolded sharply, her voice piercing. A timid, slender girl of about 18 or 19, with her hair styled in a bun, hurriedly emerged from the west wing, her head bowed as she approached Chi Bowen's left side to assist him toward the main room. Once inside, Tracy poured tea and then stood quietly with her head bowed, while the cousin Hunger casually leaned against the Kong table, behaving as if she were the mistress. Chi Bowen's mother, Lu Shur, was already seated cross-legged on the Kong. She glanced at her niece, then at Tracy, and finally at her son, frowning as she said, "Hunger, Tracy, you both return to your rooms. I did not call for you. You are not permitted to come over." Tracy quickly bowed in compliance, nearly fleeing the room, while Hunger pouted and turned away, displeased as she called out, "Auntie, I am not an outsider. Hunger, be obedient and leave." Chi Bowen said heavily, prompting Hunger to reluctantly hop down from the Kong and saunter away. "Her Hunger is your cousin, do not be harsh with her," Lu Shur remarked, slightly displeased. Chi Bowen frowned and replied, "Mother, enough of that, we have a serious matter at hand. Chang Lianru wants a divorce." "What? That vile woman dares to seek a divorce? Has she lost her mind?" Lu Shur immediately slammed her hand on the Kong table, shrieking in fury. "By the way, where is that wretched daughter-in-law? How dare she not return? Is there no law or justice left?" Only then did Lu Shur realize her daughter-in-law had not come home with her son, and she questioned sharply, "Mother, please stop. She wishes to divorce. How could she return with my son? She is already residing in the Duke Ning's household," Chi Bowen said, pressing his fingers against his temples, feeling overwhelmed. "That wretched woman truly intends to divorce." Lu Shur seemed to be processing the information slowly, asking again. Chi Bowen, growing impatient, raised his voice, "Yes, she wants a divorce. Mother, are you listening? How dare she? No, it is absolutely unacceptable for her to divorce." "Honor," Lu Shur exclaimed in a flustered panic, "what does she have to fear? She has a father who was a duke, a brother who was a marshal, and a brother-in-law who was an esteemed official in the Ministry of Justice. Mother, even a cornered rabbit will bite when pressed, and she is no rabbit. She is the daughter of a highly esteemed duke," Chi Bowen shouted, his eyes reddening with anger. "But in her, she is already your wife. A well-bred daughter must remain loyal to her husband. Moreover, you are an official in Jingzhou Prefecture. You are only 23 years old. You have a bright future ahead." Lu Shur's voice lacked conviction. "Mother, this is pointless. She wants a divorce, and if I do not acquiesce, the Duke Ning's household has countless ways to deal with me. At that point, I might as well lose my position in Jingzhou Prefecture. Crushing me would be as simple as squashing an ant for them." After the fury subsided, Chi Bowen was left with nothing but a sense of dread. "That will not happen, Honor. Do not worry. I will never allow that wretched woman to divorce you. No one can take away your status as the son-in-law of a duke." Lu Shur quickly regained her composure, her eyes glinting with a cold, ruthless light as she gritted her teeth. "Mother," Chi Bowen called out, bewildered. Deep down, he had long harbored a question: how had his mother managed to secure such a match, even with the previous Duke of Baining's household, which held such high esteem? Even a concubine from the Marquis's household was beyond the reach of a lowly official like him. Why had his mother sought out this marriage? Honor, do not dwell on such matters. By the way, what happened? Who struck you?" Lu Shur noticed her son's limping gait and the discomfort etched on his face, her brow furrowing with concern. "Who else could it be but those from the Duke's household?" Chi Bowen replied irritably, a hiss. "They truly struck hard," he added, his tone clipped. He never considered that with the martial prowess of those two maidservants from the Duke's residence, they could have easily beaten him to death without breaking a sweat. Had they not been cautious in their approach, would he still have survived to return home? How dare they strike my son, those vile creatures? They shall pay for it." Lu spat out venomously through clenched teeth, her confidence seemingly unfounded, daring to confront the illustrious Duke of Ning's household with her lowly status. "Mother, do you truly have a way to prevent my divorce?" Chi Bowen inquired. Puzzled, Lu replied with a chilling smile, exuding assurance, "Of course, I have a plan, otherwise I would not have succeeded in bringing that wretched woman into our family." "Very well, I trust you, Mother. Today, I was humiliated at the Duke's residence, and you must seek justice for me in the future." Chi Bowen declared with bitterness as he sought to rid himself of the unfortunate encounter. In her, you should return to your room and rest. I will send Si Bao to fetch some ointment for your injuries. You have suffered greatly today, Lu said, her heart aching as she noticed her son wincing in pain. After escorting him to the eastern chamber, Lu returned to her own room, carefully locking the door behind her. She then crouched to rummage in a hidden nook for quite some time before extracting a small leather pouch. Breathing heavily, she sat on the edge of the bed and emptied the contents onto the table. Inside was a grayish-white leather pouch, crafted from sheep hide, a unique skill of the women from the northern steppes. Within it lay a bronze eagle-headed ring and a palm-sized piece of sheep hide inscribed with Tartar script. Chapter 67, To never divorce Li Fang. If you can prevent that wretched woman from divorcing my son, then all will be well, but if not, do not blame me for being merciless, if death is the outcome. Let us all perish together, Lu said through gritted teeth, meticulously putting away the leather pouch. Of the following morning, just as Lu was preparing to confront the Duke's residence for an explanation, she heard the maid Jean Zhu calling. Grandmother, the steward from the in-laws' house has arrived. Lu's expression darkened at this news, her anger surging. Even if they were to discuss the matter of divorce, it should be a serious representative from the Duke's household. Not a mere steward sent to deliver a message. The Duke of Ning's household was indeed being excessively tyrannical. Reflecting on her scheming from the previous night, Lu maintained her stern demeanor and coldly instructed. Have that steward wait outside, and request your master to speak with us in the main hall. The maid promptly ran off, while Lu, having donned her attire, made her way to the main hall with an unyielding expression. Upon her arrival, Chi Bowen was already present, looking somewhat pallid, evidently having had a restless night. Seeing this, Lu felt a pang of sympathy. Wiener has suffered. I shall go to the Duke's residence and seek justice for you. Lu assured her son with unwavering confidence. Chi Bowen, unable to fathom his mother's audacity, remembered that she had successfully arranged his marriage to Chang Lianru, a lady of noble birth, and thus hoped she could prevent the divorce this time as well. Bowing respectfully, Chi Bowen said, Mother, your efforts on my behalf are greatly appreciated. Lu waved her hand dismissively, stating, you need only sit calmly. I wish to see how the Duke's household intends to bully us. There is still a place in this world for reason. Xiang summoned that insufferable steward to enter. She called out towards the door. The Chi family's residence was merely a modest courtyard, small enough that Lu's voice could be clearly heard by those waiting outside the wall. He man left standing rudely at the door, heard every word, yet he remained unperturbed, addressing the young servants beside him. You all stay here and await my signal to enter and carry in the dowry of our third aunt. By the way, if any neighbors inquire what you are doing, you know how to respond, correct? The young servants chorused loudly. Yes, steward, we understand. He-man smiled and said, good to hear, before swaggering past the wall towards the main house. Upon entering, he bowed slightly, performing a respectful yet confident greeting, then straightened up to place the divorce document on the table before Chi Bowen, stating coolly, Master Chi, please sign this divorce agreement so I may promptly account for our third aunt's dowry and report back to the Duke. What, you intend to seize our family's property? Lu shouted before Chi Bowen could even respond. It should be noted that Chang Lianru had been married into the Chi family for less than a month, during which time her dowry had been deceitfully taken from her by Lu. Otherwise, how could she have returned to her family without a proper outfit or any decent jewelry? Mother, let us not discuss the dowry just yet. Chi Bowen quickly gestured to his mother. While it is often said that a mother knows her child best, in truth, a child understands their mother too. Chi Bowen was acutely aware of his mother's love for wealth, which was so intense that she would scrape every last coin from a pot. If he did not intervene promptly, she would focus solely on the money. Oh, right, how dare you speak of a divorce? My daughter-in-law is merely visiting her family, and you wish to force her into a divorce. How dare you? Lu erupted in anger. A good daughter-in-law? Do you truly believe that a woman who has become nothing but skin and bones, frail to the point of fainting, qualifies as a good daughter-in-law? You should be ashamed. We have already summoned a physician from the Imperial Hospital to examine our third aunt's injuries. If Master Chi signs the divorce today, we shall let the matter rest. If not, we will take it to the courthouse, He-Man stated coldly. You, who struck that wretched? Lu began to curse instinctively but was abruptly interrupted by her son's heavy cough, forcing her to alter her words. Whether or not she was struck, the physician's records and the examination report cannot be falsified. Master Chi, will you sign or not? He-Man ignored Lu entirely and fixed his cold gaze on Chi Bowen. The divorce document must be signed by both parties to be presented to the Household Registration Office for the annulment of the marriage certificate, thus officially terminating their marital relationship. This signature was irreplaceable. Hence, He-Man needed to watch Chi Bowen sign in person. I will not sign this divorce agreement without seeing Lianru. Even if you take this to court, I will not sign it. I would rather die than submit. Let us see how you, the Duke's household, can force me, a humble citizen, to my end. Chi Bowen suddenly found his resolve. Lu echoed his sentiments, shouting, exactly. Why should we comply with your demands? The day our marriage was arranged, I personally negotiated with your noble lady. Today, if we are to discuss a divorce, she must personally appear. Otherwise, we refuse to sign this document. He-Man glanced at Lu and her son, calmly asking, you wish to speak with our noble lady? You wish to meet our third aunt? Lu and her son nodded in unison. Very well, I shall invite you both to the Duke's residence tomorrow to meet with our noble lady and our third aunt. Furthermore, I kindly request that you bring the dowry in accordance with the list provided. It must all be accounted for when you arrive at the Duke's residence. Should anything be missing, I trust you do not wish to bear the reputation of having greedily taken your daughter-in-law's dowry. He-Man remarked with a smirk, causing both Lu and Chi Bowen's faces to darken. And do not forget, you must come tomorrow. Should you miss this opportunity, we shall meet again in court. With that, He-Man turned and departed. As he exited the Chi family compound, he observed neighbors gathering in small clusters, animatedly discussing the young servants he had brought along. The young servants exchanged words with one another, creating a lively atmosphere. The onlookers occasionally gasped or murmured in surprise. He-Man smirked coldly, having never intended to retrieve the third aunt's dowry today. Otherwise, he would not have brought along these talkative yet physically unimposing young servants. The 4 empty carts were merely a ruse to pique the neighbors' curiosity. On this festive day, with the neighbors idly at home, who wouldn't relish witnessing a spectacle, once the young servants had said enough, He-Man signaled and mounted his horse, leading the 4 empty carts back to the Duke's residence. Lu and Chi Bowen remained inside, unaware that in the brief time He-Man had spent there, their family's reputation had already been tarnished. Chapter 68, Threats from the Lee family. Early the next morning, Lu and her son hastily consumed their breakfast and instructed a servant to fetch a carriage from the street. The carriage that had belonged to their household was also part of Chang Lianru's dowry. When He-Man visited yesterday, he had discreetly instructed a servant to converse with the carriage driver. Consequently, at dusk, the driver had quietly driven away from the Chi residence, returning to the Duke's household without permission. It was only when Lu awoke in the middle of the night that she discovered both the carriage and the driver were missing. She quickly deduced the situation, and in her anger, she had been unable to sleep for the remainder of the night. Thus, she roused her son early to confront the Duke's residence and demand justice. Lu and Chi Bowen waited at home for over an hour before Si Bao finally returned with a somewhat dilapidated donkey cart from the neighboring Shi workshop. In truth, there was a larger and more respectable Zhang's carriage company just 2 alleys away, which rented out excellent carriages suitable for making a grand entrance. Why did it take you so long, Si Bao? Were you slacking off? Chi Bowen scolded angrily the 4th guardian with a tone of grievance. Implored, my lord, I assure you, I did not shirk my duties or act lazily. Upon hearing that we required a vehicle, Zhang's carriage company outright refused to rent to us. No matter how much I pleaded, they remained obstinate. Left with no choice, I had to venture further afield to find a carriage. On the eve of the new year, many carriages had already been rented out, yet I finally managed to secure a donkey cart from Shi workshop. What, you dared to return with a donkey cart? You, Chi Bowen, incensed, raised his hand as if to strike, but Si Bao, frightened, covered his head and exclaimed, it was not my fault. The carriage company had vehicles but refused to rent them to a family that would covet a bride's dowry. With that, Si Bao hurried away, vanishing from sight. In the land of Dichu, a bride's dowry is her personal property, a lifelong support bestowed upon her by her family. No one from the husband's family is permitted to usurp it under any pretense. This is clearly stipulated in Dichu's legal codes, one of the few laws safeguarding women's rights. Should anyone dare to seize a bride's dowry, they would not only incur the disdain of their neighbors but also face legal repercussions. This is utterly outrageous. Mother, we must go to the Duke's residence immediately. The only way to salvage our reputation is to bring that wicked woman back. Chi Bowen seethed, nearly grinding his teeth in fury. Very well, let us depart. Lu Shi, equally furious, wore a countenance as rigid as ice, never imagining that at her age she would still endure such humiliation. The mother and son arrived at the residence of the Duke of Ning, where the servants barred them from using the side door typically reserved for relatives, instead directing them to the west corner door, the entrance designated for common folk. From top to bottom, the Duke's household no longer regarded Lu Shi and her son as kin. Having endured a morning filled with indignities, Lu Shi was too exhausted to feel any further anger. She merely simmered with repressed frustration, waiting to confront Li Shi. Guided by a servant, she was led to Quexianju, while Chi Bowen remained in the outer courtyard, waiting for news to be relayed before he could see Chang Lianru. In Quexianju, Li Shi had already dismissed all the servants, allowing only Lu Shi to enter the inner chamber for a private conversation. Eager for this opportunity, Lu Shi swiftly entered. Li Fong, you have quite the audacity. Were it not for your brother, how could you enjoy your current fortune? Lu Shi launched into her reproach as soon as she laid eyes on Li Shi. Li Shi frowned at Lu Shi, her demeanor fierce yet timid, and retorted in a hushed voice, what are you shouting for? I have not forgotten my brother's kindness even for a day. I have done what you asked. So what more do you want? What more do I want? Is it my desire or that of your Duke's residence that matters here? I simply sent my son and daughter-in-law to pay New Year's respects. And what have you all done? Just look at what you've done to my son. My daughter-in-law has been detained by you, and you dare ask what I want. Do you truly believe you can bully us like this? Lu Shi, enraged, spat her words, her indignation causing saliva to splatter onto Li Shi's face. Li Shi, infuriated, wiped her face with her handkerchief and replied tersely, is this not the result of your own making? Had you treated the third girl with a modicum of kindness, we would not have reached such a state. I have seen her injuries. Are you not human, a proper daughter of nobility reduced to such a state? Not even a decent piece of flesh remains, only bones like dried twigs. It pains me to see, yet you inflicted this. What daughter-in-law does not endure such trials, if she cannot withstand the pressure? How can she live peacefully with my son? Lu Shi asserted, her head held high, brimming with righteous indignation. Li Shi, typically unreasonable, found herself momentarily speechless from Lu Shi's tirade. After all, Li Shi had two biological daughters. Had their mothers-in-law shared Lu Shi's sentiments, she would have surely set fire to those wicked women. I shall not engage in idle chatter with you. One thing is certain, my son must not divorce. Lu Shi declared, fiddling with a sheepskin pouch, her tone resolute. Upon seeing the pouch, Li Shi's expression hardened, her voice icy. Sister Lu, are you threatening me? Do not forget, I am no longer the Li Fang of old. And you are no longer the Lu Ruyu of yesteryear, is that so? As long as you remain Li Fang and I Lu Ruyu, nothing has changed. I trust you wouldn't wish for this pouch to fall into the hands of your duke. Would you? Lu Shi twisted the cord of the pouch, a sly smile spreading across her face. I fulfilled your wishes by marrying the third girl to your son, and you promised not to use it as leverage against me. Li Shi's voice faltered. Lu Shi chuckled coldly, I had no idea the third girl you raised would possess such tenacity. You failed to train her properly before marrying her into my family, creating this immense trouble. If I don't seek you, who else should I blame? Very well, I shall find a way to prevent the third lady from divorcing, but that pouch, Li Shi gestured towards Lu Shi's hand. You must destroy it before me. Agreed. As long as you return my daughter-in-law to me and have her pen an apology, ensuring she will never divorce my son, I shall destroy it in your presence. Lu Shi replied decisively. Li Shi shook her head. Writing an apology is out of the question. I can only persuade her not to pursue a divorce. She must return to live harmoniously with her. If you agree, I will make arrangements immediately. If not, we part ways. Lu Ruyu, I warn you, my brother has not bestowed you with such leniency. Do not overreach. Very well, I shall concede a little, but she must kneel and apologize to me as her mother-in-law. Furthermore, you must ensure Enner's future is secured, otherwise. Lu Shi appeared to relent, yet she had added another condition. Li Shi, infuriated, retorted, I cannot even secure my own son's future. How could I possibly arrange for Enner? Lu Ruyu, do not push your luck. If Enner possesses talent, he will rise in time. If not, he should not aspire to climb higher. Lu Shi scoffed derisively. Your son, is he truly your biological child? Do not forget. Enner is my son, Li Fang. This is a debt you owe your brother. As long as you live, you must repay it. Chapter 69. A reluctant encounter. Qi Bowen languished in the small guest hall of the outer courtyard for over an hour before someone finally came to announce that he was requested to visit the western tea room of Qiwaiyuan. Understanding that Qiwaiyuan was the residence of the heir, Cheng Xijia, Qi Bowen's heart sank. He was acutely aware that the current matron of the household was a formidable figure, far from the naive Chang Lianru. Qi Bowen was led by a young servant to the entrance of the tea room, where a young maid crisply reported his arrival before coldly pulling aside the pale pink satin curtain. Curtly inviting him and maintaining a composed facade, Qi Bowen entered the room and, upon raising his gaze, immediately spotted two imposing noblewomen seated at the head of the table, their expressions steely, adorned in luxurious attire. Exuding an air of superiority. A quick glance revealed Cheng Lianru sitting on the lower left side, while the second wife, Xiaoli, occupied the lower right. Given the current atmosphere, it seemed unlikely that he would achieve his aims today. Qi Bowen, you insisted on seeing my third sister before agreeing to a divorce. Now that you have seen her, let us proceed with signing the divorce papers, declared Cheng Wanru from the upper right seat. Her tone frigid. I wish to speak with Lianru alone, Qi Bowen stammered, feeling every part of him tense at the sight of this formidable in-law. Before her, he dared not utter a word, let alone request Cheng Lianru not to divorce him. Speak alone, you have delusions of grandeur. If you cannot speak freely in our presence, it is likely nothing of value. If it is not worth saying, then it is better left unsaid. Cheng Wanru's sharp reprimand sent a shiver down Qi Bowen's spine. Qi Bowen scanned the room, only now noticing the presence of over a dozen maids and servants, causing his face to darken. All his carefully devised plans were rendered useless in front of so many witnesses. How could he possibly ask Cheng Lianru not to divorce him? Would he truly stoop to addressing such matters in front of these onlookers? Lianru, as husband and wife, we share a bond that transcends a mere day. Cannot you grant me the chance to speak with you privately? Qi Bowen pleaded, turning his gaze to the pale-faced Cheng Lianru, adopting the softest tone he could muster, after over 3 years of marriage. Qi Bowen believed he still had the ability to sway Cheng Lianru, a daughter of a noble house. As long as he presented her with a semblance of kindness, she would surely be moved. Qi Bowen, after you caused me to suffer 2 miscarriages, any semblance of marital affection between us has vanished. If you had even a shred of compassion, you would never have inflicted such cruelty upon me. What you do is not the conduct of a husband but that of an enemy. No matter how incapable I may be, I will not allow myself to be beaten to death by you. Even if it costs me my life, I will seek a divorce." With the encouragement of her elder sister and sister-in-law, Chang Lianru for the first time expressed her resolve with unwavering determination. The moment the words left her lips, she felt as though all the shackles that had bound her were suddenly lifted, and she felt as if she could soar. "You, Lianru, I was wrong. I implore you to grant me another chance. I shall change. I will treat you well." Upon hearing Chang Lianru's resolute words, Ji Bowen felt a pang of anxiety in his heart. He suddenly buckled at the knees and, to his astonishment, knelt before Chang Lianru. Inching towards her on his knees, the assembled company was taken aback. None could have anticipated that Ji Bowen would so brazenly prostrate himself in front of a room full of maids and servants. Chang Lianru's countenance shifted in surprise. Ji Bowen hastily crawled, but after just a few paces, he was seized by the scruff of his neck and flung backwards, landing securely by the threshold before he could utter a sound. "You!" Just as Ji Bowen was about to scream, he froze in terror upon recognizing his assailant. It was none other than Zidian, who had previously beaten him mercilessly. On that day, Zidian had struck harder than Qingfeng. Inflicting greater pain. "Young Master Qi, you have at least had the privilege of receiving an education for several years and have attempted the imperial examinations multiple times. How is it that you are now devoid of any sense of shame? Do you truly believe that such actions will soften the heart of the third young lady?" "The daughters of the Ningbo Duke's residents are not so easily swayed," Ning coldly remarked, having studied for over a decade. Ji Bowen had only managed to scrape by as a low-ranking scholar, and since then, he had not touched a book again, securing a position as a minor official through the machinations of his mother. In truth, Chang Lianru's scholarly prowess likely surpassed his own. Sister-in-law comes from a scholarly family. Why must you humiliate me so?" Ji Bowen, who could not abide any mention of his examination failures, erupted in anger. "Impudence, who dares to address you as sister-in-law?" Zidian, at Chang Wanru's sharp command, swiftly approached and delivered several resounding slaps. Little Li was taken aback, her eyes widening in shock. Such violent altercations had not been the norm with the elder lady, who, though fierce, had never been so brutal. It was truly bewildering how the elder lady had endured such years. No wonder she had refrained from taking a concubine. After all, bringing in another woman would only lead to further discord. Little Li was oblivious to the fact that, upon seeing her third sister's bruised form, Chang Wanru had harbored thoughts of violence against Ji Bowen. Merely instructing the maid to deliver a few slaps was already a considerable act of restraint. Little Li also failed to grasp that the Duke Li Chengrui cherished his wife dearly and could never bear to see her distressed by the presence of a concubine. Zidian, having honed her martial skills since childhood, was particularly adept at controlling her strength. Despite the thunderous slaps that made Ji Bowen weep, his face only bore a faint blush, appearing surprisingly healthy. Had no one witnessed the scene of his humiliation, they would scarcely believe he had been struck. The true impact of Zidian's blows would only reveal itself years later when Ji Bowen, approaching 30, would lose all his teeth, becoming a man of no dignity. "Ji Bowen, will you sign this divorce decree or not? Speak plainly." Chang Wanru shot him a frosty glance. There is no way to divorce. I will only accept a letter of dismissal." Ji Bowen, now comprehending that Chang Lianru would never consider their marital bond, felt a swell of indignation. If he had possessed even a modicum of regard for their relationship, he would not have treated her so harshly. A letter of dismissal? Preposterous, you must be dreaming. Chang Wanru spat vehemently. Zidian, with a swift motion, unsheathed her soft sword, poised to slay the shameless Ji Bowen. "Zidian," Ning called out sternly, prompting Zidian to pout and reluctantly sheath her weapon. "Since we cannot reach an agreement, let us settle this in court. If Master Qi has neglected his studies of the Great Shu law, perhaps he should take a crash course to avoid becoming a laughingstock as a mere scholar unaware of the law," Ning remarked coolly, inciting Ji Bowen's fury to the point of eruption. "It is said that one should not strike the face nor expose a person's shortcomings. Did the women of the Ningbo Duke's residence possess no sense of propriety?" Their words, laced with both sharpness and venom, pierced his heart with each utterance, inciting his rage to a boiling point. Ji Bowen, suppressing his fury, could only lamely mutter, "Indeed, it is a well-known truth that women and petty men are difficult to manage." Before he could finish, he fled in haste. Chapter 70. A timely slap. No sooner had Ji Bowen fled than Jean Foam, a first-class maid from Quexianju, arrived with a message stating that the lady requested the third young lady to visit for a discussion. Chang Lianru's countenance visibly darkened. She genuinely wished to avoid an audience with her biological mother, yet could not summon the courage to defy her summons. Do not fear, third sister, I will accompany you," Chang Wanru assured, walking to her sister's side and gently caressing her frail shoulder in solace. "Elder sister, Chang Lianru began, but was abruptly interrupted by Jean Fong. "Elder lady, the lady specifically instructed that the third young lady go alone. It would be best if you refrain from meddling," Jean Fong remarked haughtily, raising an eyebrow. "Impudence, how dare you speak so disrespectfully to the elder lady? Sumomo, teach her a lesson." Ning's fury flared upon hearing Jean Feng's insolence, her voice more thunderous than when addressing Ji Bowen. Sumomo, a robust middle-aged woman, quickly complied, striding toward the still bewildered Jean Feng, seizing her collar and delivering two resounding slaps that left Jean Feng's ears ringing and blood trickling from her lips. You, how dare you? Jin Feng stammered, struggling to articulate her words enough. You are merely a dog acting on behalf of its master, Su Momo retorted, releasing her grip and instructing Jin Feng to return and report to her mistress. Chang Wanru scoffed dismissively, prompting Su Momo to let go of Jin Feng and, with a swift motion, push her, sending Jin Feng tumbling to the ground in embarrassment. Flushed with pain, humiliation, and anger, Jin Feng scrambled to her feet and fled in haste. See, sister, they are nothing but bluster. As long as you are resolute, no one can sway your decisions. Do not worry. Despite her being your biological mother, we have our father to protect you. No one can wrong his daughter. Chang Wanru encouraged, aware of her sister's timidity. Ning approached, taking her younger sister's hand, and gently reassured her, Dear sister, not only do we have father, but your elder brother and I stand by you. Your 3 nephews will also support you as they grow. Fear not, we shall stand tall, for we are always in the right, Ning affirmed, Little observing the affectionate camaraderie among the sisters-in-law, felt a pang of jealousy and resentment but was too intimidated to voice her thoughts. Merely letting out a soft huff. I in this household, aside from Li and concubine the only ones opposed to Chang Lianru's divorce were the couple from the second branch, who had only 2 daughters. The presence of a divorced aunt could adversely affect the marriage prospects of their daughters, as those with ill intentions might look down upon a clan with a divorced relative elder sister. Sister-in-law, I understand now. This time I shall take matters into my own hands. As long as sister-in-law does not find me undesirable, I shall fear nothing, Chang Lianru declared resolutely, being of the same bloodline as Cheng Fuhu. How could Chang Lianru lack the slightest bit of courage? However, her spirit had been kept in check until now, and having been driven to the brink, she could no longer endure. Rest assured, third sister. The Ningwu Duke's residence will always be your home, Ning assured solemnly. Chang Lianru nodded through her tears, then softly yet firmly declared, Elder sister, sister-in-law, since mother wishes for me to go to Quexianju alone, I shall go by myself. You need not worry. I am no longer afraid. Chang Wanru nodded approvingly, her voice ringing with authority as she commanded Zidian, Qingfeng, you 2 accompany the 3rd young lady to Quexianju. If anyone dares to harm her, ensure her safety and send any bold intruder to me. Zidian and Qingfeng readily agreed, flanking the fragile Chang Lianru, while Shiyu, a maid temporarily assigned to assist, trailed closely behind with a small servant girl named Shuanglu. Ning called out to Shiyu, instructing her to first assist the 3rd young lady in changing into her new attire before proceeding to Quexianju. Shiyu swiftly acknowledged and guided Chang Lianru to the back. After a brief interval, the newly attired Chang Lianru finally took her seat in the palanquin, which was swiftly lifted by 4 burly matrons as they hastened towards Quexianju. Upon arriving at Quexianju, 4 maids surrounded Chang Lianru as she entered the western chamber. The moment Li spotted Zidian, Qingfeng, and Shiyu, her heart skipped a beat. The 2 most skilled maids alongside the notoriously sharp-tongued Shiyu suggested a potential uproar within her residence. Yet Li had underestimated Shuanglu, the 11-year-old maid. Quick-witted and agile, she was as clever as a monkey and possessed remarkable speed. Where others took half an hour to traverse a distance, Shuanglu could accomplish it in a mere 15 minutes. Should a situation arise, Shuanglu would be the first to deliver news. Lu sat beneath Li, her gaze falling upon her daughter-in-law, who had always been timid and reserved and now adorned with a resplendent headpiece of golden threads interwoven with ruby-encrusted phoenixes. And dressed in a shimmering silver-red satin gown embellished with floral motifs, she presented a striking figure. The neckline was elegantly adorned with a brooch featuring a pigeon-blood ruby the size of a fingertip, radiating an air of opulence that rendered Lu almost unable to meet her eyes, were it not for the familiar gauntness of her face and the unmistakable shape of her brows and eyes. Lu might have struggled to recognize this woman as her daughter-in-law. Li, too, was internally astonished and incensed. The gown, a rare gift from the palace this year, was meant for her to fashion into a new spring outfit for herself. As there was but a single piece available unexpectedly, it had been transformed into attire for this illegitimate daughter, whom Li held in disdain. She had yet to even lay her hands on that exquisite fabric. And now it adorned the very person she regarded with contempt, provoking her ire. Just as Li was about to conjure an excuse to unleash her frustration, Lu's exaggerated cry pierced the air. Oh, my dear, how could you be so heartless as to not recognize your own mother? Lu struck her thigh dramatically. Aunt Lu, I have resolved to part ways with your son. I can no longer address you as such. Moreover, you never permitted me to call you that before, claiming I was unworthy. Every time I failed to address you properly, you showed no mercy. Chang Lianru's tone was devoid of warmth, her words icy. Li shot a glance at Lu, contemplating how she still believed Lianru was utterly alone, acting out of spite, having irreparably offended her. Even if the 3rd girl wished to remain, her elder brother and sister would never agree. Had you not threatened me with that item, I would have paid you no heed. No, I cannot allow you to have your way. When will this end? Lu, since you harbor no gratitude, go and serve my brother sooner rather than later. 3rd girl, your health is delicate. Do sit and speak. Li feigned maternal warmth, smiling at Chang Lianru. Having never witnessed Li's smile in her youth, Lianru found it jarring, causing her to shiver involuntarily, as if a venomous snake had fixed its gaze upon her. Shiyu, who had been supporting her, sensed the tremor and, with familiarity, knelt and smiled. The maid thanks the madam for her kindness. With that, she helped Chang Lianru settle directly opposite Lu, seeing her daughter-in-law seated at her level. And with Li's silence, Lu's expression darkened further. She cast a threatening glance at Li, her hand resting on a large sapphire purse at her waist, gently patting it. The clever maid Xuanlu discreetly observed the exchange. Noting Lu's gesture, which caused Li's countenance to shift subtly. In truth, Li's elevated status warranted her being addressed as madam, yet at a mere 40 years of age she felt youthful and resisted the title. Leading her servants to refer to her as madam, while those from the Chiwu garden called her old madam, this discrepancy had long been a source of irritation for Li. This purse seems peculiar. I must find a way to examine it, Xuanlu thought to herself, her mind racing for a solution. Third girl, you have received an education, surely you understand that a virtuous woman should not remarry and must remain loyal. There is a saying among the people, marry a chicken, follow the chicken, marry a dog, follow the dog, even if wed to a burden one must carry it. No, Li's expression was cheerful, yet her eyes were as frigid as ice. Chilling Chang Lianru to the bone. My daughter is slow-witted, I implore you, mother, to clarify. Chang Lianru stifled her fear and, raising her head, steadily met Li's gaze, calmly inquiring, alas, child, look at you, on this festive occasion, you cause such an uproar over separation, disturbing both your marital and maternal families. Is this how you conduct yourself as a daughter and daughter-in-law? Quickly abandon this notion of divorce and apologize to your mother-in-law, she is magnanimous and will not hold it against you. Li's countenance darkened further as Chang Lianru failed to acquiesce to her wishes. Rising, Chang Lianru walked deliberately to the front of the hall, fixing her eyes upon Li as she knelt slowly. Responding with composure, may I ask, mother, if today it were my second sister or fourth sister facing my circumstances, would you still say the same? Li was rendered speechless, for had her biological daughters been mistreated by their in-laws, she would not only have refrained from such remarks but would have marched into that unyielding household intent on incinerating it to ashes. What gives you the right to compare yourself to my daughters? They are legitimate daughters, while you are nothing. Li slammed her palm on the table, her voice a thunderous shout. Indeed, I am a daughter of lesser birth and cannot compare to your true daughters. But let us not forget, I too share the blood of my father, albeit lacking your maternal lineage. Does mother believe that devoid of your blood, I can be subjected to indignities? Chang Lianru's words struck a deep chord. Li was astonished, enraged, and fearful, but before she could respond, Chang Lianru continued, if today you deny me the right to separate, then tomorrow, my brothers-in-law may similarly treat my second sister and fourth sister without restraint. For in your eyes, a married daughter is as good as dead, deserving of her fate. Despair flickered in Chang Lianru's gaze, her sharp words unprecedented in their intensity. Nonsense, they would dare not. Li's ire surged as she seized a teacup, hurling it toward Chang Lianru. In a flash, Zidian caught the cup with one hand, while Qingfeng swiftly shielded Chang Lianru. Lu stared, astonished, as Chang Lianru dared to confront her stepmother openly. Was this truly the same daughter-in-law who had always endured indignities? Willing to be molded at will, and with such formidable handmaidens at her side, even if she agreed not to divorce, would she still be able to tolerate such a daughter-in-law? You audacious fools! How dare you defy me? Someone seize these two maids and give them 20 lashes. Li bellowed, directing her ire not at the illegitimate daughter but at Zidian and Qingfeng. Chang Lianru's heart raced, and she quickly stood, positioning herself protectively before Zidian and Qingfeng. Mother, Zidian and Qingfeng are in service to my elder sister, their contracts are not held here, you have no authority to punish them. Li was momentarily taken aback. Fully aware that Zidian and Qingfeng belonged to her sister's dowry, their contracts in her sister's possession, rendering them beyond Li's reach. If I cannot punish them, I shall deal with this maid instead. Li pointed at Shiyu, her frustration palpable. Shiyu, however, remained unflustered, calmly kneeling and asking, old madam, I am but a simple maid unaware of any misdeed that warrants punishment, please enlighten me, that I may rectify my actions accordingly. Unintentionally, Shiyu's repeated address of old madam struck a nerve with Li. The latter felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Since entering the household, Shiyu had spoken only 2 sentences, both articulate and respectful, leaving no room for Li to find fault. Unless Li intended to act irrationally, she had no justification to punish Shiyu. Were it not for the presence of the Duke, Li might have disregarded all reason and ordered Shiyu punished. However, the Duke was indeed at home. Li understood that should she strike Shiyu without cause, the repercussions would reach the Duke's ears, leading to her own chastisement. Over the years, Li had learned the limits of her husband's patience, and thus she dared not overstep her bounds. Li longed to accuse Shiyu of disrespect, yet the maid's tone was gentle, her demeanor humble, and her behavior beyond reproach. It was impossible to fault her for merely being in Chang Lianru's service. Lu, witnessing Li, the esteemed duchess, being cornered by an illegitimate daughter and 3 maids, felt a twinge of apprehension. She sensed that Li's previously unassailable position was beginning to falter. If Li's threats were ineffectual, what could she offer that would still hold weight? Yet, apart from Li, Lu knew no other noblewoman who could pave the way for her son. Must she resign herself to fate? No, that would not do. She refused to accept defeat. the master had foretold that her son was destined for greatness. Lu recalled the day of her childbirth when a monk, resembling a deity, had foretold her son his fate. And her confidence surged anew. As for you, my dear, do not even entertain thoughts of separation. We shall never consent, not even in death. Once you have crossed the threshold of my home, you become one of us. Even in death, you shall remain our spirit. If you refuse to return, I shall hang myself from the city gate, and with my death, I will proclaim to the Duke of Ning that he has used his power to oppress and cause the demise of our kin. Lu glared fiercely at Chang Lianru. Just as Chang Lianru was about to retort, Lu interjected, if you do not seek divorce and return to live harmoniously within her, we will remain a family. I shall transfer the management of the household to you. All you need to do is bear in her a son, and from then on everything will be at your discretion. We shall live together as a loving family. As Lu displayed her haughty demeanor, akin to bestowing a favor, Chang Lianru suddenly burst into laughter. Her smile resembled a blooming flower, exuding an almost transformative beauty. Grandmother Lu, your schemes are indeed striking. There is no need for you to personally hang yourself at the city gate, for it would only frighten the citizens of the capital. Let us meet in court instead. Go ahead and make your accusations. Can a corpse speak like the living? What if you hang yourself and your body disappears? What then? Chang Lianru no longer regarded Lu with due seriousness, mocking her coldly. You truly are unafraid. Lu trembled with rage, realizing that the daughter-in-law she once deemed meek had turned into a ravenous beast. I am afraid, indeed. I fear that your family will beat me to death, that you will scheme against me until there is nothing left but bones to be ground into oil. Chang Lianru shot back without hesitation. Witnessing the firepower unleashed by their aunt, Yu felt her own tongue rendered useless. Meanwhile, Zidian and Qingfeng exchanged glances filled with surprise. If they had initially been tasked to protect their aunt at this moment, they genuinely wished to shield this pitiful girl fighting desperately for survival. Chapter 72. Such a mother. Lu, left breathless by Chang Lianru's rebuttal, found herself ignored as Chang turned her attention to Li. Speaking calmly, if mother calls for me, it is only to request that I do not seek divorce. I must inform you, this is absolutely impossible. Even in death, I shall part ways with Qi Bowen. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Li, now fearful of pressing her illegitimate daughter, recognized that a label of disgrace upon the bloodline of the Duke of Ning could not be borne, even by her status as the Duke's wife. Moreover, her title had yet to be officially conferred. At the palace banquet, she would still have to sit among the wives of the marquises. Very well. Return then, Li snapped, though she was unaware that her tolerance for rebuke had significantly increased of late. Even after being chastised by an illegitimate daughter, she found herself not exploding with anger. Lu gazed longingly as her daughter-in-law confidently walked out of her sight. Embarking on a new path in life for Lu and her son, their aspirations to ascend through the Duke's household were utterly dashed. Li Fong, how could you promise me that just now? Lu turned, glaring at Li, her voice filled with exasperation. She was not devoid of decorum. Despite her anger, she knew to temper her tone. The astute ears of Shuanglu twitched, and a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Sisters Zidian and Qingfeng, did you hear something? She whispered, knowing that the two had honed their skill since childhood, likely possessing sharper hearing than hers. Zidian and Qingfeng exchanged knowing glances and nodded in unison, with the more composed Qingfeng softly suggesting, let us discuss this later. As the group exited the gates of Quexianju, a small maid, stamping her feet and rubbing her hands vigorously, hurried toward them, whispering, Auntie, your mother requests your presence for a conversation. Upon recognizing the messenger, Chang Lianru trembled involuntarily, old distressing memories flooding back. Taking a deep breath to suppress those unwelcome thoughts, she replied softly, Care, please inform Auntie that I have matters to attend to once they are resolved. I shall visit her. With that, Chang gently pushed Care aside and proceeded toward the sedan chair awaiting her. Care, wide-eyed with shock, murmured, Why does it seem like my aunt has become a different person? She dares to refuse her mother. Truly strange occurrences abound each year, but this one felt particularly outrageous. What do I care? I am merely a messenger. Why should I concern myself with such matters? With that, Care lifted her skirts and dashed off. Before long, she returned to Yin Yang's quarters, relaying Chang Lianru's message verbatim. Then, as Yin Yang sat in stunned silence, Care quickly slipped away. After all, Yin Yang's room was as cold as an ice cavern. Care could not bear to linger there. Even her own servant quarters were warmer than Yin Yang's. Care pondered how it was that Yin Yang, who had not been mistreated in the household, still managed to be so miserly, with ample provisions of ice in summer and charcoal in winter. Yet she remained stingy, where indeed, had all the ice and charcoal gone, Yin Yang's room was a furnace in summer and an icebox in winter. What a pity. She sat alone for a long time, and as dusk approached, she finally rose to change into a thinner, lotus green padded silk gown, trembling as she stepped outside. It was incomprehensible how Yin Yang could think. In the frigid depths of winter, even wrapped in fur, she felt cold, yet she chose to replace her thick cotton clothing with a flimsy coat, seemingly intent on freezing herself. Perhaps Yin Yang did not genuinely wish for her own demise. After all, as she left, she did don a dark purple padded cloak, which offered at least some warmth. Yin Yang soon arrived at Changfeng Garden, directly kneeling in the center of the path facing the entrance. She remained silent, only kneeling upright. The news of He Yanyang's arrival quickly reached inside. At that moment, only Chang Lianru and a few maids were present, for the eldest aunt, Cheng Wanru, had already returned to the residence of the Duke of Dingxi with Zidian and Qingfeng. Upon hearing that her mother was kneeling outside Changfeng Garden, Chang Lianru's countenance visibly darkened, and with a long helpless sigh she said, "Please invite Auntie He in for a conversation." Shiyu, filled with sympathy for her unfortunate aunt, quietly sighed and hurried outside. Before long, two matrons escorted the pale, trembling He Yang into the room. Seeing He Yang in such a state, Chang Lianru's eyes reddened. She softly inquired, "Auntie, why do you put yourself through this?" Upon hearing this, He Yang seemed to be infused with vitality. Suddenly breaking free from the support of the two matrons, she fell to her daughter's feet, grasping her arms tightly, crying out in anguish, "Auntie, you must not seek divorce. Can't I have the one who bore you? Beg you, please, I implore you. I kneel before you, I beg you, return to your marital home and live well, do not seek divorce," as He Yang cried out in desperation. She slid to her knees at Chang Lianru's feet. Chang Lianru felt as if struck by lightning, collapsing helplessly to the ground, tears streaming forth like a torrent. "Mother, mother, you are my own flesh and blood. How could you bear to, how could you be so cruel?" Chang Lianru sobbed uncontrollably, collapsing into Shiyu's embrace. He Yang was also in tears, yet no matter how sorrowful and despairing Chang Lianru became, her refrain remained, "You must not seek divorce." Shiyu and the other maids helped Chang Lianru to her feet and laid her on the imperial couch, placing a large cushion behind her, offering her a warm copper hand warmer, and wrapping her snugly in a thick bead-embroidered blanket. Then, she softly said, "Auntie, do not be disheartened. Think only of our mistress and eldest aunt." Caught in her sorrow and despair, Chang Lianru was pulled back to reality by Shiyu's words. Yes, despite her feelings of disdain towards her legitimate mother and abandonment by her birth mother, she still had her elder sister-in-law and older sister, remembering all that her sister-in-law and elder sister had done for her in recent days, and thinking of her three understanding and adorable little nephews, who would thump their chests and assure her in their sweet voices that they would protect their third aunt, she could not despair. Nor did she have the right to do so. 3 years prior, she had reluctantly promised her birth mother, with tears in her eyes, to marry Qi Bowen, and in those 3 years she had nearly been beaten to death by him on 2 occasions. This was her repayment for her mother's nurturing. From this point onward, she would no longer live a life dictated by others. Chapter 73, A Severed Mother-Daughter Bond. Shiyu, please help Auntie He to her feet. After a long silence, Chang Lianru observed that the maids were attempting to assist He Yang. Yet she remained stubbornly glued to the carpet, refusing to rise. Chang Lianru coldly commanded. He Yang, being a concubine of the Duke, was also a mistress to the maids, and since she refused to rise, the servants naturally dared not force her. Shiyu promptly responded, pointing to the two matrons who had just helped He Yang inside, saying, "You two, assist Auntie He to stand." Shiyu emphasized the word please, and the two matrons immediately understood, each taking an arm and lifting He Yang, forcibly placing her onto a chair opposite the imperial couch. Despite her struggles, He Yang found herself firmly restrained by the matrons, unable to free herself from their grasp. Madame He's originally pale complexion instantly flushed bright red, as she stared at her biological daughter with incredulity. In anguish and fury, she cried out, "Goodness gracious, I am your true mother," before the third aunt could respond. Shiyu interjected, "Oh dear, Madame He, you still acknowledge that you are the third aunt's biological mother. We all thought that the eldest son of the Qi family was your true son. Never have I seen a mother who relentlessly pressures her own daughter." I did it for her own good," Madame He murmured feebly, lacking conviction. Ha ha ha, what a noble intention for her well-being. What sins did I, Chang Lianru, commit in my past life to be born from your womb? Chang Lianru let out a laugh, as if she had just heard the most ludicrous joke in the world, yet her laughter bore no trace of joy, only an overwhelming sorrow and rage. "Madame He, have you forgotten the words you uttered when you forced me to marry into the Qi family?" After her laughter subsided, Chang Lianru did not wipe away her tears but fixed her gaze coldly on Madame He, questioning her with icy disdain. But you wanted a divorce," Madame He stammered. "You said that as long as I married into the Qi family, I would have repaid your grace of life, and I fulfilled that promise. Now that the Qi family wishes for my death, I do not want to die. Why can't I seek a divorce?" Chang Lianru suddenly threw off the blanket and strode fiercely towards Madame He, staring intently into her eyes, demanding answers in fury. No, no. That cannot be. The matriarch and the third master of the Qi family are kind people. How could they possibly harm you, if they are angry? It must be because you, relying on your status as a young lady of the Duke's residence, have disrespected your mother-in-law and husband. Madame He blurted out nonsensically. I disrespected my mother-in-law and husband? Aunt, you are truly a wonderful aunt, Chang Lianru retorted bitterly. What am I even hoping for? Shiyu, assist me in changing clothes. I shall pay my respects to my father in the ancestral hall and inquire whether a mere aunt has the authority to dictate the marriage of a young lady of the Duke's residence. Chang Lianru disregarded Madame He entirely, instructing Shiyu quietly. Upon hearing this, Madame He's expression shifted dramatically. She struggled desperately to intercept her daughter, but the two matrons held her back with overwhelming strength, leaving her helpless to do anything but call out urgently, Third Miss, do not seek out the Duke. Third Miss was the title given to Chang Lianru in the old household, and in her panic, Madam He instinctively used it. Chang Lianru turned back to face her mother, coldly stating, "If my father grants me a divorce, yet you object, I must naturally report your intentions to him." But no, I did not object to your divorce. Do not report me to the Duke. Madam He immediately changed her tune, no longer daring to mention her opposition to the divorce. Though she refrained from voicing it, her tear-filled eyes remained fixed on her daughter, reflecting the same desolate pleading as 3 years prior. Madam He needed no words, her eyes conveyed everything. 3 years ago, Chang Lianru had succumbed to the pleading in those tearful eyes. She had thought that regardless of whom she married, marriage was inevitable. Never considering that it was not marriage at all, but rather a leap into a fiery abyss, having narrowly escaped death, Chang Lianru could not allow herself to remain in a state of despair. That would be a grave folly. 3 years prior, seeing Madam He's tear-streaked face, Chang Lianru's heart had softened, and she agreed to marry into the Qi family. In truth, she had better options at that time. She had vaguely heard that her sister-in-law was discreetly searching for a suitable match for her, but none had been found yet. Over the past 3 years, Chang Lianru had sought help from her aunt, yet received not a shred of assistance, not even a word of comfort. After 3 years of bitter struggle, she had lost all hope in her aunt. Now, faced with Madam He's desperate tears once more, Chang Lianru's heart felt utterly numb. She no longer cast a glance in Madam He's direction, stating coldly, "It is growing late. If you do not wish to return, then accompany me to the ancestral hall." Upon hearing this, Madam He appeared as though struck by lightning, quickly lowering her head and responding, "I will go, I shall go at once." With that, Madam He fled the Longfeng courtyard in a panic. Once Madam He had departed, Chang Lianru finally settled back down, letting out a soft sigh as she spoke gently, "Everyone has had a long day, let us all retire early." The matrons and maids complied and withdrew. But Shi Yu remained by the third aunt's side. She said nothing, only approached to remove the hairpin and dismantle the coiffure, gently combing through Chang Lianru's hair, then smilingly inquired, "Third aunt, the tea house has prepared some glutinous rice porridge. Would you care for a bit? It would help with your medicine." Chang Lianru's condition was frail. She had been sustaining herself solely on willpower these past 2 days, and as soon as she was alone, her strength ebbed, rendering her incapable of even lifting a finger. With a faint sound of agreement, she finally succumbed to her exhaustion, collapsing onto the imperial concubine couch. Shi Yu quietly sighed, hastily summoning the soft, overcooked glutinous rice porridge, skimming off the oil from the top and feeding it to Chang Lianru bit by bit. After consuming half a teacup of porridge, Chang Lianru gently waved her hand, murmuring, "That is enough. I must take my medicine later." It is indeed a pity that a young lady of the Duke's residence has been reduced to such a fragile state, unable to finish even a bowl of glutinous rice porridge that a normal person could consume in just 2 or 3 bites. Shi Yu understood that those who had been long hungry should not be fed too much at once, and thus refrained from further persuasion. She poured warm water for Chang Lianru to rinse her mouth, and after a quarter of an hour, assisted her in taking her medicine. Only after ensuring that Chang Lianru had fallen asleep did Shi Yu retire to the outer chamber to keep watch. That night, just as in the previous nights, Chang Lianru awoke intermittently, crying. Each time Shi Yu patiently cared for and comforted her, displaying not a hint of impatience. Under Shi Yu's meticulous care, gradually, Chang Lianru managed to sleep soundly for an entire hour. Chapter 74, Reclaiming the Dowry. 3 days later, Qi Bowen dutifully delivered the divorce papers to the Ningbo Duke's residence. He wished to see Chang Lianru once more, yet no one granted him that opportunity. After confirming that the divorce papers were in order, Qi Bowen was promptly expelled from the Ningbo Duke's residence. Once Chang Lianru signed the documents, Ningzhi ordered Heman to take Chang Xi's notice to the Jingzhou prefecture, facilitating the retrieval of the marriage certificate, and Chang Lianru's household registration was once again returned to the Ningbo Duke's residence. After reclaiming the marriage certificate, Heman took along 30 robust servants from the Duke's residence, driving 6 carriages to the Qi family in the Huzi Alley of Yangye with great fanfare. Heman initially hoped to smoothly collect the dowry of the third aunt without causing a stir. As it was not the right time to settle scores with Qi Bowen, however, Lu Shi reacted like a wild boar, rolling on the ground and screeching at the top of her lungs upon hearing Heman's intention to take away the third aunt's dowry. Accusing the Ningbo Duke's residence of bullying and oppressing the common folk, fury surged within Heman, and he promptly produced the divorce papers and the dowry list archived in the Jingzhou prefecture from years past. This dowry list had been sent to the Jingzhou prefecture against the wishes of the matriarch, proving the Ning family's determination. In front of all the neighbors, Heman read aloud the divorce papers and the dowry list, stripping Lu Shi and Qi Bowen of their last shred of dignity. To deal with such shameless scoundrels, one must take a firm stand. The neighbors, upon hearing the divorce papers and dowry list, began berating Lu Shi vehemently. Being common folk with little education, their insults were nothing short of scathing, and Lu Shi's so-called good reputation, built over the years in Huzi Alley, crumbled in an instant. Unable to withstand such humiliation, Lu Shi fainted, her eyes rolling back. Qi Bowen, who had been hiding indoors, was startled by the commotion outside, where someone shouted that Lu Pozi had fainted. He rushed out in a panic, throwing himself beside Lu Shi, calling out frantically, "Mother!" Yet, Lu Shi lay unresponsive, her eyes tightly shut and her jaw clenched. The neighbors were too frightened to speak, fearing that the situation might escalate into something serious. He-Man, observing Lu Shi's eyelids occasionally fluttering, felt reassured, and smiled, saying, "Old Lord Ho once taught us some emergency first aid techniques. Why not allow me to do a good deed today and revive Lu Dinyang? Lest we delay our important business." Without waiting for Chi Bowen's reaction, He-Man pinched Lu Shi's philtrum with all his might. Lu Shi let out a loud cry, springing up from the ground. Leaping nearly a foot high, which elicited a roar of laughter from the onlookers, the mischievous neighbors chimed in with taunts. "Lu Dinyang, you cannot feign fainting any longer. If you return, someone might just knock out your front teeth. And then you will miss out on all the delicacies." Lu Shi, mortified and furious, covered her face with her sleeve and fled back into the house, never to emerge again. Chi Bowen glared at He-Man, seething with anger, and indignantly questioned, "Must the Ningwa Duke's residents be so heartless?" He-Man shouted back, his voice twice as loud as Chi Bowen's, "You, Chi de Gongzi, have no heart. If it weren't for our third aunt's good fortune, you would have likely beaten her to death by now." The onlookers, akin to gleeful spectators at a market, reveled in the unfolding drama. I had a suspicion, for I could hear the sounds of violence emanating from their home, accompanied by the anguished cries of a woman. We presumed it to be a case of domestic abuse. How shocking to discover it was the wife who was being beaten. Indeed, one can never truly know a person's heart despite their outward appearance. Who would have thought that this seemingly refined scholar could resort to such brutality against his spouse? While instances of spousal abuse are not unheard of, the sheer ferocity of this man's actions is something I have never witnessed before. What a revelation! It appears he has taken a mistress, intent on driving his loyal wife to her end. I recall vividly that night when I saw the scholar sneaking out from the alley. Ah, yes, that very alley, where a comely widow in her 20s resides. The gossip among the neighbors grew increasingly wild, with each person concocting a tale worthy of a melodramatic soap opera. For the first time in his life, Chi Bowen found himself loathing his own vitality. Why had he not fainted from rage immediately? Yet He-Man merely smiled coldly, as if to say that the Duke of Ning was not to be trifled with. This was merely an appetizer. The main course was yet to come. He-Man summoned 30 guards, instructing them to retrieve the dowry of the third aunt item by item, as documented in the contract. The neighbors watched in astonishment as the dowry, which should have been in the bride's chamber, was instead brought out from Lu's quarters. By the time the last item was revealed, the disdainful glares from the onlookers felt almost tangible. He-Man meticulously cross-referenced the dowry list and discovered that, aside from the wooden furniture, none of the other items matched. Nearly half of the gold, silver, and textiles were missing. This dowry was intended to sustain their aunt for a lifetime. Yet in just 3 short years, more than half had been squandered. Excluding the furniture, the total value of the dowry amounted to 15,000 taels of silver, while what remained here was barely worth 7,000. Leaving an outstanding debt of 8,000 taels. "Young Master Chi, will you repay the debt or find yourself in a cell?" I will repay." Chi Bowen managed to force the words through gritted teeth. "Very well, then please provide us with an IOU," He-Man exclaimed cheerfully. "I currently lack the means. Please grant me a few days." Chi Bowen replied, humiliated and furious. "That is acceptable. Just write an IOU for the 8,000 taels so we may return and report back." He-Man agreed amicably. Chi Bowen begrudgingly wrote the IOU, his eyes burning with hatred as he glared at He-Man. He-Man secured the note and graciously bowed to the gathered neighbors, smiling as he said, "Thank you all for your support. Our master has instructed that these simple furnishings are available for purchase. If any of you would like to buy them, feel free to offer a fair price. After all, should our aunt remarry in the future, we will provide her with better." The neighbors rejoiced at the prospect of acquiring fine furniture from the Duke's estate, which was otherwise unattainable even for the wealthiest among them. They eagerly began to bid against one another. In no time, every piece of furniture was sold, netting He-Man over 5,000 taels, just as He-Man was about to order the collection of jewelry and textiles. A voice rang out, "Esteemed manager, are those gold and silver items for sale?" The speaker was a middle-aged merchant, who had been trapped in the city by heavy snowfall for over 2 months and was keen to witness the commotion. He-Man smiled. "Are you interested in purchasing?" The merchant nodded eagerly. "Indeed, my sister is soon to be wed, and her dowry falls short. Those items look splendid. If you could sell them to me, I would save myself the trouble of sourcing elsewhere." He-Man replied with a grin, "As instructed by our master, we shall sell to anyone who is interested, although the 2 boxes of clothing are not for sale." The merchant nodded repeatedly. "I understand. I understand. Shall we discuss this over tea?" He-Man shook his head. "No need for such formality. 5,000 taels for everything." The merchant, initially expecting to pay 6 or 7,000, was thrilled to seize the opportunity at such a low price. Believing his sister to be quite fortunate, he quickly agreed, handing over 5,000 taels in cash with an expression of anxiety. Fearing He-Man might change his mind, He-Man instructed the guards to load the jewelry and fabrics onto the merchant's cart and then, before Chi Bowen's very eyes, set fire to the 2 large boxes of clothing. They burned until nothing remained but a small pile of ashes, and only then did He-Man depart. Chi Bowen stood there, Staring blankly at the ashes, feeling as though his heart had been extinguished, the following day after the Duke of Ning reclaimed the third aunt's dowry, Lu discreetly arranged to meet Li outside. What transpired between them remains a mystery. In any case, Ji Bowen soon returned with 8,000 taels to exchange for the IOU he had penned. Thus, the matter of the third aunt's divorce was finally settled. From that moment on, Chang Lianru could reside peacefully in the Listening Lotus Pavilion, free from distractions. Since their encounter at the tea house, Li had been sullen upon returning home, her demeanor unchanged even in the presence of Cheng Fuhu. The Duke, particularly when she gazed at the first wife and Chang Lianru, her eyes burned with a hatred so intense it seemed palpable. Strangely, however, despite her character, Li had refrained from any overt actions of malice. She merely shot daggers at the Ning family and Chang Lianru, not uttering a single word of reproach. This left the others with a sense of unease. Cheng Fuhu, wishing to recuperate, preferred a tranquil household. Since Li had not caused any disturbances, he chose not to comment. His thoughts were consumed with the hope of recovering swiftly to impart the intricacies of the Cheng family's spear techniques to his exceptionally gifted grandson. Ning, too, had no desire to engage in a conflict with her mother-in-law. Perhaps she was biding her time, waiting to reclaim her daughter, Xiao Xan, before settling the score with Li.as. The Lantern Festival passed and the weather grew warmer. The snow began to melt, making the roads passable albeit muddy. One day, Ning organized the household affairs before hastily heading to the Dingxi Marquis' residence. What, you intend to take Songren and the others with you out of the capital? Is there something urgent? Chang Wanru exclaimed upon hearing her sister-in-law's plan. Ning nodded, glancing around. Chang Wanru understood the need for discretion and ordered the servants to leave, leaving only her most trusted maid to guard the door. Lest anyone overhear, sister, there is indeed a matter of utmost importance that I have yet to disclose. Ning recounted the shocking revelation regarding her daughter's abduction. Chang Wanru, both astonished and furious, shouted, I knew that wicked woman harbored ill intentions. No wonder you acted preemptively. She failed to inform me, and by the time I learned of it, you had already been taken back to your family. Sister, when did you learn of this? Why did you not tell me sooner? I could have assisted. I lacked evidence and had no knowledge of Xiao Xan's whereabouts. How could I risk her life by speaking up? Ning lamented tearfully. Have you found our Xiao Xan? Cheng Wanru asked. Her eyes brightening with hope, Ning nodded, tears brimming in her eyes. Though I have yet to see her, I am 90% certain that child is my Xiao Xan. Excellent, then go and retrieve her. You need not worry while I am in the capital. I shall visit father tomorrow and bring our third sister back to stay with me for a while, so you need not be torn between two places. Cheng Wanru, perceptive as she was, quickly surmised her sister-in-law's intentions. Thank you, elder sister, everything else in the household can be managed, but I am particularly concerned for our third sister, though she has begun to recover. Her status remains precarious, and she is vulnerable to harm. The stepmother could easily conspire against her. She refused to allow the divorce, and the rift between them has deepened. I fear she may attempt to sell her off while I am away from the capital. To Ning, marrying their third sister to a scoundrel like Ji Bowen was akin to selling her off. If Li had succeeded once, she could very well do so again. Do not worry, while I am here. She will not succeed. Besides, a marriage initiated by parents is one thing, a second marriage is a matter of personal choice. Our third sister cannot be forced without her consent, Cheng Wanru assured her with a smile. Do not dwell on such matters. The priority is to bring Xiao Xan home. I sensed something amiss when I last saw Qinghan. She did not resemble our family at all. Her features reminded me too much of that wicked woman's niece. Chang Wanru mused, furrowing her brow as she tried to recall the child's appearance, uncertain of her recollection. Sister, I too harbor suspicions regarding whether she is indeed the biological daughter of the second daughter-in-law of the Li family. However, I possess no evidence, Ning said gloomily. What evidence is needed? Are we truly unable to recognize our own kin? Chang Wanru waved her hand dismissively. Sister, once I retrieve little Xaner, there shall certainly be a great uproar in the household. And at that time, I hope you will lend me your support. Ning, being quite close with Chang Wanru, did not hesitate to make her request straightforwardly. Very well, rest assured, Yuan Xian, I shall stand by your side in any matter. Should father become muddled, I will rouse him from his folly. Cheng Wanru was acutely aware that the sole individual capable of causing her sister-in-law Ning distress within the Duke of Ning's residence was none other than her father. Cheng Fuhu, the Li family was merely a vine clinging to her father's stature. Without him, even the tallest vine would simply be a heap of withered grass. It was unlikely her father would side with outsiders. Thus wronging his own legitimate granddaughter, Ning forced a smile to placate her. It would be best if he could truly discern right from wrong. Cheng Wanru scoffed, harboring deep resentment towards her father for marrying Li less than 3 months after her mother's passing. This grievance remained fresh in her heart even after 20 years. In truth, for Cheng Fuhu, remarrying so soon after the death of his first wife, he felt a twinge of guilt concerning his legitimate children. Cheng Wanru and Cheng Xija, otherwise he would not have remained so aloof in supporting Li.as long as the public behavior of Cheng Wanru and her siblings was acceptable. Cheng Fuhu would turn a blind eye. Never genuinely backing Li. Regarding Li, Cheng Fuhu's stance was that she could create whatever commotion she wished within his quarters, spend money as she pleased, those were her only two liberties, everything else was beyond her reach. The management of the household, the marriages of his legitimate children, social interactions, and all matters of etiquette and exchange within the household were entirely under the control of his mother. Had Lee secured her husband's robust backing after marrying into the family, she would not have become the most awkward noble lady in the capital. Even now, despite her status, no noble ladies within the capital held her in any esteem, which was the true reason her own daughters failed to marry into the esteemed families of dukes and marquises. Chapter 76, The Intent to Depart, Part 2. After conferring with her elder sister-in-law, Ning hastily returned to the estate. As she now managed all affairs of the duke's household, it was imperative to report her extended absence to the elders. In her heart, Ning did not regard Li as a mother-in-law, yet she still felt compelled to show respect towards her father-in-law, Cheng Fuhu. Upon paying her evening respects, Ning informed her father-in-law that she had matters to attend to outside the capital, and if all went smoothly, she would return in about 7 days. If not, her return would be uncertain. Cheng Fuhu, upon hearing this, hurriedly inquired, Sija's wife, why the sudden need to leave the capital. Ning pondered for a moment and replied softly, "Please forgive me, father, but it is not convenient for me to disclose the reasons for my departure at this moment. Upon my return, I shall report to you truthfully." "Well, very well, if you must leave, then take plenty of attendants. The recent snow disaster has left many refugees who have yet to return home. The journey may not be safe." Cheng Fuhu, hesitant to pry further into his daughter-in-law's affairs, could only nod in agreement. "Must Songer and the others accompany you?" he asked reluctantly. Since returning to the capital to recuperate, the company he cherished the most was not Li, but his 3 grandsons. Particularly the youngest, Cheng Jinfeng, who spent the most time with him, blissfully carefree and still uneducated. The thought of not seeing his beloved grandsons for an indeterminate period weighed heavily on Cheng Fuhu's heart. "Father, this trip outside the capital is to attend to a matter of utmost importance, and Songer and his brothers must be present," Ning replied with resolute finality. "Say, very well, Sija's wife, do ensure you return home soon with the children." Cheng Fuhu nodded heavily, already missing his grandsons. "Father, I have good news to share with you. The Tartars have retreated completely, and His Majesty has granted Zisho permission to return to the capital for a month's rest. I will accompany him back home," Ning said, unable to bear the sight of her father-in-law's forlorn expression. Upon hearing this, Cheng Fuhu's brow immediately relaxed. He laughed heartily. "Excellent, my son, you have not brought shame upon the Cheng family's military legacy. When you return, I shall personally go to Woolly Pavilion to greet you." Ning modestly declined the honor, then added, "Father, I have arranged all affairs in the residence. I just visited my elder sister-in-law to bid farewell. She mentioned that after I leave the capital, she will frequently bring the children to keep you company." Cheng Fuhu's smile deepened at this news. Aside from the 3 brothers, his fondness for his daughter Cheng Wanru's children was unparalleled. However, they were still his grandchildren by marriage, making it somewhat inappropriate for him to summon them to his home too often. Now, the prospect of seeing his grandchildren regularly brought him great joy. After reporting to his father-in-law, Ning hesitated for a moment before deciding against personally bidding farewell to Li at Quexianju, ever since she discovered that Li had swapped her flesh and blood. Ning truly did not wish to maintain any semblance of cordiality. Moreover, in the course of reclaiming her daughter, she and Li would inevitably sever all ties, and even if they were not sworn enemies, the prospect of coexisting peacefully had become utterly impossible. After a moment's thought, Ning summoned her maid Xuanfeng, and whispered a few instructions to her. Xuanfeng nodded repeatedly in agreement. During Ning's absence from the capital, the household would be overseen by the matron and the 3 maids. Xuanfeng, Huifeng, and Nanyu Jiyu had been assigned to attend to the 3rd aunt and would not return for the time being. The 4 maids accompanying Ning were Ruiyan, Ruishua, Shangshua, and 4 trusted confidants who had accompanied her as part of her dowry. The matron, with a worried expression, approached and inquired, "Madam, if any incidents arise from the 2nd branch while you are away, how should I respond?" Ning replied with a faint smile, "You need only adhere to the household rules. Should the 2nd branch create trouble, suppress it as best you can. If it becomes truly outrageous, simply instruct He-Man to report to the Duke." However, with the examination period approaching, it is likely that the 2nd master will not have the time to stir up trouble. Ning's statement was certainly founded on truth. Ever since the night of the New Year's Eve, when Cheng Siyu was chastised by his father as a failure in both literary and martial pursuits, Li had been greatly provoked and had pressured Cheng Siyu to pursue the imperial examination. After all, there was a coveted position within the Duke's household reserved for the examination, known as the enriched scholar. Presently, only Cheng Siyu was eligible for this distinction. However, even with this privilege, one still had to pass an examination to enter. It was not simply a matter of having a spot. The examination for the enriched scholar was somewhat less challenging than that of the National Academy, yet it remained a daunting task for Cheng Siyu, who was utterly uneducated. Just after the 2nd day of the new year, Cheng Siyu was confined by his biological mother, Li, to the front courtyard study, where he was compelled to study day and night in preparation for the examination. He was forbidden from returning to Changxin courtyard unless he succeeded in entering the National Academy. Li, herself ill-versed in literature, could not instruct her son. She had staked everything on this endeavor and had hired a renowned old scholar from the capital to teach her son. The old scholar was known for his strictness. Any sign of idleness or carelessness from a student would result in swift punishment with a rod. On one occasion, as Cheng Jinfeng was reciting the doctrine of the mean while passing by the study, he overheard a servant reporting that the master had struck the second master so hard that the rod had snapped in two. The matron had also caught wind of some gossip. She stifled a laugh and remarked softly, "The second master is not particularly afraid, but he certainly fears the second mistress." Ning shot her a reproachful glance and replied with a smile, "If you cannot even handle the second mistress, then you have truly wasted all these years." The matron laughed, understanding that this was a prompt for her to gauge how to handle the situation. "You, always pretending to be oblivious while fully aware. As long as you are in the right, you may act as you please." Ning chuckled. By the way, your little Ling has turned 6, hasn't she? Ning asked with a smile. The matron's heart leaped with joy, and she immediately responded, "Madam has a good memory. Ling just turned 6 after the new year." Ning nodded and said with a smile, "If you are willing, and Ling is agreeable, allow her to accompany me on this trip. It would not do for little Xin to be without a trustworthy older sister." The matron hurriedly knelt and repeatedly bowed her head, exclaiming, "I thank Madam on behalf of Ling. I shall return home immediately to bring her here." The matron understood that Madame intended to cultivate Ling as the chief maidservant beside the little miss. Being the chief maidservant to the legitimate granddaughter of the Duke was a position of immense value, far exceeding that of ordinary girls from minor official families. This was a tremendous fortune for a girl of humble origins. Ning personally helped the matron to her feet, smiling. "Rise, you need not perform such grand gestures. Go home now. Ling has never been apart from you, and this sudden separation may unsettle her. Comfort her when you return. Do not let her feel uneasy. If Ling is unwilling, we can always call for her upon our return." "There is no rush," the matron quickly replied. "That is out of the question. Please wait a moment, madam. I shall fetch Ling to bow before you." The position of chief maidservant to the young lady was a highly coveted opportunity, one that would incite fierce competition among the household servants. Those who did not vie for this position would be seen as foolish. Chapter 77. What a coincidence, on the 19th day of the first month. The sky was bright and clear, perfect for travel. On the morning of the 19th day, at the break of dawn, a procession of carriages emerged from the residence of the Duke of Ningwa. 4 grand carriages, designated for the master, departed through the eastern gate, while 6 carriages for the servants, accompanied by 4 laden with baggage, exited through the eastern corner gate. Accompanying the caravan were no fewer than 200 robust and formidable bodyguards. The elite soldiers of the Duke of Ningwa's household, upon learning that his daughter-in-law intended to leave the capital with his 3 young grandsons, Chang Buwa immediately commanded his captain of guards to select the finest 200 soldiers to ensure the safety of his daughter-in-law and grandsons. As the caravan reached the northern city gate, it opened just in time. The captain of the guards, Chao Yenling, rode at the forefront of the procession, engaged in conversation with the city watchman, when suddenly 2 clear, youthful voices rang out from behind. "Aunt, wait for us." Accompanying these voices were the hurried sounds of galloping hooves. Ningshi, upon hearing the commotion, lifted a corner of the curtain to glance back, only to see her eldest nephew, Ning Jizhong, and her second nephew, Ning Zi, racing towards them on horseback. Zhonger, "Gear, what brings you here?" Ningshi inquired with a smile. The 14-year-old Ning Jizhong and his 13-year-old brother, Ning Zi, grinned widely and cheerfully replied, "Aunt, since our father could not find the time to accompany you out of the capital, we sought permission from our grandparents. They agreed that we brothers could travel with you, so we might broaden our horizons." Although the Ning family was esteemed for their scholarly pursuits, they never insisted that the younger generation confine themselves solely to books, with the exception of a few children whose health was particularly frail. The rest were well-versed in both literary and martial disciplines, destined to become well-rounded individuals. Particularly, several of Ningxi's nephews had been personally trained in equestrian skills and archery by Chang Xizha. Surpassing many soldiers in prowess, Chang Xizha, in their eyes, was no different from a biological father, while their cousins were akin to siblings. As Ningshi set forth from the capital in search of her daughter, the children of the Ning household had competed fiercely for the opportunity to accompany their aunt, engaging in contests of both wit and skill for several days. Ultimately, the victors were the eldest sons of the first and second branches, Ning Jizhong and Ning Zi, who, after reporting to their grandparents and parents, had hastened to the northern city gate at the crack of dawn. Reflecting on the profound affection of her family, Ningxi's face radiated with a blissful smile. "Very well, you may accompany your aunt. The weather is still cool. You two should board the carriage first, and ride once the sun is higher." After carefully issuing her instructions, Ningxi watched as the 2 young brothers climbed onto the carriage belonging to the Songzhu brothers before she lowered the curtain, awaiting the verification of documents ahead to resume their journey. On the day of Ningxi's departure from the capital, Ning Yuanxian was at the Taisu Medical Hall, grinding herbs with Dr. Sunday. Dr. Sun, it seems the road is now passable. Might I trouble you to take me to meet the family who has adopted little Xaner? Dr. Sun, with a pained expression, replied helplessly, young Master Ning. I have already informed you that I must first communicate with them to obtain their consent before taking you there. Moreover, the road is still quite muddy and difficult to traverse. Could you not wait a couple more days to allow the sun to harden the path? Dr. Sun, please have some understanding. Although the road is muddy, you need not walk. You can ride in a carriage, which will be much easier. Ning Yuanxiang insisted with a smile. Alas, young master, very well, you shall return to the inn and await patiently. I shall go and rent a carriage. Ever since the Lantern Festival, the snow that had frozen on the road had begun to melt slightly, and Ning Yuanxiang had been persistently visiting the Taisu Medical Hall to pressure Dr. Sun, who, exhausted from the incessant requests, finally relented. How could you go rent a carriage yourself? I have already arranged one for you. It awaits just outside. Ning Yuanxiang laughed as he pushed Dr. Sun towards the exit. During this time, he had become quite familiar with Dr. Sunday. Just as he ushered Dr. Sun out the door, the latter collided directly with someone, prompting him to exclaim in surprise, Brother Jiang, what brings you here? Your arrival is timely. I have something important to discuss with you. Ning Yuanxiang, with keen perception, sensed the implication of Dr. Sun's words and, his eyes lighting up, hurried forward to perform a respectful bow to the old hunter. I am Ning Yuanxiang, the third son of my family. The old hunter, taken aback by the sudden and profound bow from the young man, instinctively stepped aside, casting a puzzled glance at Dr. Sunday. Brother Sun, who is this young master? Dr. Sun, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness for Ning Yuanxiang, quickly pulled him inside and, both exasperated and amused, urged, young Master Ning, please remain inside, do not come out unless I invite you. At that moment, as Dr. Sun held on to Ning Yuanxiang, the old hunter caught a clearer glimpse of his features, and surprise flickered in his eyes. The resemblance between this young man and his little buyer was striking. Dr. Sun forcibly pushed Ning Yuanxiang back into the room and hastily locked the door, causing Ning Yuanxiang to pound on the doorframe, pleading, Doctor, open the door, let me out. Brother Sun, what is happening? The old hunter queried. Utterly confused, Dr. Sun remained silent, pulling the old hunter into a private room in the adjacent tea house. Brother Jiang, this matter is rather lengthy to explain. First, I must apologize. With that, Dr. Sun bowed deeply before the old hunter, expressing his sincere regret. Brother, feel free to speak your mind. We have known each other for decades. There is nothing we cannot discuss. Please sit down and share, the old hunter insisted, quickly helping Dr. Sun to a seat. Dr. Sun then elaborated extensively on the situation, detailing the events that had transpired. Finally, he lowered his voice in apology. Brother Jiang, I must admit, I have not kept my promise to you, and I am truly sorry. Upon hearing Dr. Sun's account, the old hunter felt a pang of discomfort. He had anticipated that Bayer's family would come seeking her after the spring thaw, but he had not expected them to arrive so soon. Before the end of the lunar month. Furthermore, it seemed likely that Bayer's family had been searching for her since the previous year. Had it not been for this severe snowstorm, they might have found her even earlier. Brother Sun, this matter is not your fault. Truly, it is not. Bayer's family has every right to seek her out. It is only a matter of time. With a heavy sigh, the old hunter lamented, how could they not care for her when they have not even returned home for the new year? All for the sake of finding Bayer. His voice was laden with disappointment, and even his typically upright posture seemed to sag. Dr. Sun, feeling sympathetic, quickly reassured him, do not be disheartened, my dear brother. Both Marshal Chang and his wife are exceptionally kind-hearted individuals. Even if they take the child back, they will not prevent you from seeing her again. Besides, you are a rugged man, and she is just a little girl. As she grows, it will be more fitting for her to thrive under the care of her own mother. Ah, Brother Sun, I understand your words, but some matters are difficult to articulate. Very well, let us go meet young Master Ning. The old hunter sighed deeply, each breath filled with resignation. Ever since Xin'er had flown away, the Wolf King and Queen had been particularly protective of Jiang Xiaobai, not allowing even the old hunter to approach, fearing he might abscond with their cub. The old hunter felt wronged, but to whom could he voice his grievances? Chapter 78, Verification. Repeatedly locked in the apothecary, Ning Yuanxiang was in a state of anxious turmoil. Fortunately, Dr. Sun and the old hunter did not keep him waiting too long. Merely a moment later, the door opened from the outside. Ning Yuanxiang bolted out, only to be intercepted by Dr. Sun and the old hunter, who stood in his way. The old hunter, his hawk-like gaze fixed on Ning Yuanxiang, scrutinized him closely, causing the young man to feel an unsettling chill. Are you truly the brother-in-law of Marshal Chang Xija of the Northern Town Army, the younger brother of Madame Ning? The old hunter inquired, his voice heavy with scrutiny. Yes, I am Ning Yuanxiang, the third son of my family. My father is Ning Jingyan, my eldest brother is Ning Yuanda, my second brother is Ning Yuanzhao, and my eldest sister is Ning Yuanxian, who is married to my brother-in-law, Marshal Chang Xija. We are full-blooded siblings. My eldest sister has 3 sons and 1 daughter. Their names are Jin Song, Jin Zhu, Jin Feng, and the little girl is named Jin Xian, whom we affectionately call Little Xian. She was switched at birth, and we have been searching for her since last autumn until now. May I ask, sir, are you the one who rescued our little Xian? Ning Yuanxiang poured out the details of his family and their connections with clarity and urgency, concluding with a cautious inquiry. Indeed, I have adopted a young girl, but I cannot ascertain if she is the one you seek. The old hunter responded, his brow furrowing in contemplation. May I ask if your niece bears any distinctive marks? The old hunter's gaze remained skeptical, demanding clarity. My little niece is as fair as jade. With a completely snow-white complexion, without a single birthmark, Ning Yuanxiang hastily replied. Oh, no birthmark, you say? Then how can you be certain she is the one you seek? The old hunter pressed, his concern for buyer compelling him to question further. Good sir, take a moment to observe my visage. I bear a striking resemblance to my elder sister, as people often say, nephews resemble their uncles. Do you not find my face somewhat familiar? Ning Yuanxiang cautiously accompanied his words with a smile. Drawing closer to the old hunter with a hint of deference, the old hunter felt a weight in his heart, had it not been for the resemblance between Ning Yuanxiang's face and that of his granddaughter. He would not have engaged in such lengthy discourse, yet, even with the similarity, he was filled with a deep-seated reluctance to acknowledge it is quite common for individuals to bear resemblance, the old hunter replied tersely. In truth, he had already accepted in his heart that his granddaughter was indeed the daughter of the Marshal of the Northern Army, the granddaughter of the Grand Academician. However, he was unwilling to admit this to Ning Yuanxiang. When my little Shinner went missing, she was adorned in a crimson robe embroidered by my sister, wrapped in a swaddling cloth of green satin embroidered with intertwined lotus patterns. Here, good sir, please observe these two fabrics. As he spoke, Ning Yuanxiang carefully retrieved two small pieces of cloth from his pouch, one a fiery crimson, the other a deep green brocade. The old hunter felt a tumult of emotions within him but accepted the pieces. Scrutinizing them in the sunlight, indeed, they matched the garments and swaddling cloth perfectly, prompting yet another heavy sigh from the old hunter. They do appear to be the same material, despite his unwillingness to concede. The old hunter spoke the truth. Indeed, she must be my little Shinner. Good sir, I implore you, take me to meet her, Ning Yuanxiang exclaimed with fervor. However, the old hunter shook his head, replying with resignation, I fear that is not possible at present. Ning Yuanxiang immediately grew anxious, grasping the old hunter's hand as he implored, why not, good sir? Have I not presented you with evidence? The old hunter shook his head. Little Bai, or as you refer to her, Shinner, is particularly pale. I, being a rugged man, simply named her Little Bai. She is not solely under my care. She, noticing the old hunter hesitating, Dr. Sun quickly stepped outside, realizing that the child bore an extraordinary resemblance. And it was best he remained uninformed. The old hunter did not stop him, understanding that this matter concerned the Wolf King and his mate, and it was indeed prudent for fewer people to be aware. Little Bai was saved by a she-wolf. I wonder if you have heard of the mountain god of Wolf Mountain? The old hunter inquired quietly. Ning Yuanxiang nodded. The legends of the mountain god were well known among the children of the capital. After all, it was one of their childhood terrors. Whenever children misbehaved, adults would threaten, behave, or the mountain god will take you away. The first to save Little Bai was the queen of the wolves. She nursed Little Bai, ensuring she did not perish from hunger. Even now, Little Bai has not been weaned. She is still fed by the queen. The Wolf King and Queen dote on Little Bai even more than their own 5 wolf cubs. The old hunter's tone brimmed with pride. What? Are you telling me that my little Shinner was raised by a she-wolf? Ning Yuanxiang gasped, his eyes nearly popping out as he sought confirmation from the old hunter. Not a she-wolf, but the queen, the old hunter corrected him sternly. Yes, the queen. Generally wolves cannot rear human children. Ning Yuanxiang, still in shock, murmured in a daze. The old hunter, observing Ning Yuanxiang's navi expression, couldn't help but silently scorn him. Then, with a proud nod, he added, indeed, the Wolf King and Queen may not speak human language, yet in all other respects, they surpass humans. A wave of shame washed over Ning Yuanxiang, as he felt akin to one inferior to a wolf. And now, when shall I have the opportunity to meet little Shinner? He inquired delicately. This, I cannot say for certain. We must first obtain the consent of the Wolf King and Queen. Without their approval, I cannot even hold Little Bai. The old hunter lamented. What shall we do? If the Wolf King and Queen continually refuse, does that mean we shall never meet little Shinner? Ning Yuanxiang's face flushed with urgency, beads of sweat forming upon his brow in the chill of early spring. Chapter 79. The journey is hard. At the very moment when Ning Yuanxiang was painfully aware of his niece's location yet could not advance a single step closer, the convoy of the Duke of Ning was laboriously making their way from the capital. The melting snow had rendered the official road as muddy as a quagmire, even with meticulous preparations. Each cart's wheels had been specially widened, yet they still occasionally sank into mud that was a foot deep. After departing the North City Gate for half a day, the convoy had scarcely covered 10 miles. Leaving the Ning family in a state of anxiety, their lips chapped from worry. Mother, this pace is untenable. I propose we utilize dry grass and dead branches to pave the way. This would facilitate smoother travel for the carts, Chang Jinju suggested as he approached his mother's carriage with poise. Your suggestion is sound, but where might we find dry grass or dead branches in this place? Ning Shi replied, glancing around anxiously. Do not fret, mother. I see that there are villages along both sides of the official road, and many of the houses appear to be collapsed. Surely, there must be some discarded timber we can borrow. We can have someone document it, leaving a contact with the village heads, and we will compensate the villagers for the materials used at the market rate. This way, we can address our urgent needs while also aiding the villagers in their reconstruction efforts. Is this not a splendid solution? Chung Jinju spoke confidently, and the captain of the guards, along with others, expressed their approval. They had little familiarity with the second young master, yet upon hearing his astute proposal, they were struck by his remarkable intellect at such a tender age of 7, while they, in their 20s or 30s, found themselves at a loss in the face of adversity. Very well, we shall proceed as per Zuora's suggestion. Captain Chow, I ask that you make the necessary arrangements immediately. Grueshue, please provide Captain Chow with 3,000 taels of silver. Do not procure large denominations, they are impractical in the villages. Gather all the small silver coins. And if insufficient, provide him with the smallest denominations of banknotes available. Captain Chow, take what you need, and if more is required, return for additional funds. Ningxue felt a sense of relief as she hastily organized the arrangements. Rueshue promptly responded, gathering all the small silver coins she could find and placing them in a redwood box, adding 2,000 more in 5 and 10 tael notes, ensuring the total reached 3,000 taels. With the largest note being 50 taels, Rueshue descended from the carriage, turning to carry the redwood box towards Captain Chow. Upon seeing Rueshue approach, Captain Chow hurriedly walked to meet her, his dark complexion flushing a deep red. A hue that even his dark skin could not conceal. His large eyes darted around, unwilling to meet Rueshue's gaze. Noticing his hesitance to accept the box, Rueshue frowned and urged, Captain Chow, do take the box. Oh yes, I will. Captain Chow, usually decisive and efficient, was uncharacteristically flustered. Stumbling over his words, Rueshue firmly pressed the box into his hands and turned to leave, shaking her hand afterward, remarking to herself how heavy several hundred taels of silver truly was. Captain Chow distinctly heard her mutter under her breath as she turned, what a peculiar person, no sense of awareness. Captain Chow opened his mouth to explain that he was not peculiar, but was abruptly pulled aside by his companion. Deputy Captain Chang Hong, who had grown up alongside him, from the carriage. Ruiyan caught a glimpse of the scene and couldn't help but smile, finding it amusing that Captain Chow seemed smitten with Rueshue, who remained blissfully unaware of the budding affection. Ruiyan, why are you suddenly laughing? Ningxue inquired, noticing her daughter's odd smile. Ruiyan leaned closer to her mother and whispered a few words. Ningxue nodded in understanding, smiling as she said, is that so? If Rueshue is willing, it would indeed be a fine match. Ruiyan, if you have someone in mind, do share it with me. I assure you, your mother will support your choice. Finally, Ningxue teased, causing Ruiyan's face to flush crimson as she protested, Mother, you just, iron bowl, in just half a day, have you already set your sights on a maid beside the young master's wife? Chang Hong teased, having pulled Captain Chow aside. Captain Chow, undeterred, responded cheerfully, indeed, I have taken a liking to Miss Rueshue at first sight. Iron egg, do you think she would ever look your way? Chang Hong remarked, scrutinizing the burly Captain Chow, his expression exaggeratedly disapproving. Look at you, dark, tall, and strong, yet you appear so old. Those who do not know might think you are nearing 40, whereas you are only 20. Now look at Miss Rueshue. She is like a beautiful flower bud, you could easily be her father. Do you really believe she could fancy you? And no, surely not. Do I really seem that old? Cha Yanling found himself utterly devoid of confidence, his head drooping as he inquired in a despondent tone. However, if you were to tidy yourself up and serve the lady of the air with utmost diligence, earning her favor, there might yet be a glimmer of hope. Chang Hong interjected, shifting the conversation with a smile, indeed, I shall certainly do my utmost to protect the lady of the air. After all, that is our primary duty, is it not? With that, Cha Yanling lifted his head, a smile returning to his face. Let us set aside such matters for now. We must swiftly clear the path, though I am uncertain why the lady of the air chose this moment to depart the capital. Her urgency suggests a matter of great importance, and we must exert ourselves accordingly. Chang Hong continued with earnestness. In terms of status, Chang Hong was a junior cousin of Chang Xija, who had yet to reach the 5th degree of kinship. Among the Chang clan, no branch of the family was without respect for Chang Xija, and Chang Hong was no exception. Naturally inclined to support his sister-in-law, the two of them promptly selected a group of 20 soldiers capable of simple arithmetic, pairing them off, with each group entrusted with 200 taels of silver and accompanied by 6 soldiers to procure various timber crushed by the heavy snowfall from nearby villages, perhaps motivated by a desire to bring honor to their captain. The soldiers managed to gather the assorted timber and transport it to the official road in no more than 3 hours. Thus, they continued their journey, acquiring timber for road repairs as they progressed, until nightfall descended, at which point the convoy finally arrived at Xinghuapu, situated over 20 miles from Jingxi town. The convoy rested for the night at Xinghuapu, resuming their journey early the following day. Along the way, they encountered numerous refugees returning home. Upon seeing the 200 guards armed with ceremonial long sabers protecting the convoy, the refugees' initial intent to rob was immediately extinguished. They understood that should they dare to attack this convoy, they would likely forfeit their own lives in the attempt. Ahead lies Jingxi town. We should be but a few miles away. Ning Zhizhong galloped from the front of the convoy to his aunt's carriage. his voice brimming with joy. We are truly nearing Jingxi town, how wonderful, let us hasten our pace and aim to arrive in time for lunch, Ningshi instructed with delight, within the Taizu medical hall in Jingxi town. The third young master Ning, who had unsuccessfully tried to detain the old hunter the previous day, was once again pestering Dr. Sunday. Mr. Sun, I beseech you, please take me to pay a visit to Uncle Jiang. Ning Yuanxiang repeated this request ad nauseum, causing Dr. Sun's ears to nearly develop calluses from the incessant plea. He wished fervently that time could turn back. Had he known this day would come, he would have refrained from speaking out of turn. But then again, she is the great-granddaughter of General Chang shopkeeper. A long convoy has just arrived outside Xianshan, who had been tidying up outside, suddenly burst in, exclaiming. Ning Yuanxiang felt a stir in his heart and immediately sprang to his feet. Rushing outside, Dr. Sun, seeing this, hurriedly followed suit. Chapter 8. Hope ahead. Third uncle, third aunt. The voices of 5 individuals rang out simultaneously. Dr. Sun turned to see 2 older boys sprinting ahead, one carrying a 3 or 4-year-old child on his back while the other held onto a 6 or 7-year-old boy by the hand, accompanied by a 12 or 13-year-old youth, all charging towards Ning San Gonzi like a whirlwind. Zhonger Songer Zhuer Foma, haha, you all have come, Ning Yuanxiang exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace the youngest nephew, Zheng Jinfeng, planting 2 hearty kisses on his soft, tender cheeks, filled with exuberance. It was his first time spending the new year away from home, and he missed his family dearly. Now, seeing his nephews and nieces, that warm, affectionate feeling was truly overwhelming. As they conversed, Ning Shi's carriage halted before the Taizu medical hall, and a servant hurried over to secure the horse. Ning Yuanxiang dashed to the front of the carriage, eagerly assisting his sister down. Sister, you finally arrived. Upon seeing his elder sister, Ning Yuanxiang felt an inexplicable rush of emotion, and his eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Xiang, it is all my fault. I have burdened you. Ningshi grasped her brother's hand, her voice thick with emotion. No, sister, you are not at fault, everything is well. Ning Yuanxiang earnestly shook his head in front of his sister. No matter how old he grew, he remained that little boy who loved to cling to her. Sister, come quickly, this is the Mr. Sun I told you about, the one who provided us with clues about Xiao Xin. Ning Yuanxiang pulled his sister's hand, leading her to stand before Dr. Sunday. Upon seeing Dr. Sun, Ningshi immediately straightened her attire, bowing deeply in gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Sun, for your noble kindness. Dr. Sun quickly stepped aside, waving his hands in modest denial. Madam is too gracious, I have done nothing worthy of such thanks. Mr. Sun, now that my sister has arrived, please take us to pay our respects to Uncle Jiang, Ning Yuanxiang urged, grasping the retreating Dr. Sun's arm with urgency. Uncle Jiang, Xiang, is that the Uncle Jiang with the given name Chang? Ningshi asked, seizing her brother's wrist, her eyes filled with hope. Well, sister, I have yet to inquire about Uncle Jiang's name. Ning Yuanxiang's face flushed with embarrassment. Yesterday, the old hunter had hardly said a word to Ning Yuanxiang. In truth, when Ning Yuanxiang had requested to meet his little niece, the old hunter had hastily fled back to Wolf Mountain, leaving no opportunity for further conversation. However, upon hearing this, Dr. Sun's eyes widened in surprise. Madam, how do you know the name of Uncle Jiang? Indeed, it is he. Xiang Xiao Xin is at Uncle Jiang's home. Mr. Sun, please, we must go see Uncle Jiang at once, Ningshi exclaimed, excitement bubbling over as she could no longer contain her decorum. To be truthful, madam, Uncle Jiang visited my humble abode yesterday. When he departed, he specifically instructed me not to bring anyone to find him, stating that he would return in a couple of days to meet with the third young master. Dr. Sun reluctantly disclosed, seeing Ningxi's urgency. We must not seek him. Ningxi breathed a disappointed sigh, her face clouded with despair. Mother, do not fret, let us first settle ourselves, then we can search for him at Wolf Mountain, Chang Jinju suggested softly, tugging at her sleeve. Dr. Sun was astonished once more. He had never mentioned that Uncle Jiang resided at Wolf Mountain, yet the son of General Chang seemed to know this. How curious. Ningxi nodded in agreement. Very well, let us first find a few inns to settle down, and then we shall head to Wolf Mountain, with nearly 300 individuals in their party. There were no large inns in Jingxi town, necessitating their dispersal across several smaller establishments. After settling in and hastily consuming a meal, Ningxi instructed her aides to summon the headman in charge of the northern district of Jingxi town to inquire about the route to Wolf Mountain. Upon seeing the esteemed guests from the capital, the headman eagerly offered to guide them, leading Ningxi's party and their numerous guards directly toward Wolf Mountain. The road to Wolf Mountain remained exceedingly muddy, but thanks to prior experience, the guards took the lead, using dry branches, grass, and scrap wood to make the path more traversable. After more than 2 hours, they finally reached the foot of Wolf Mountain. Observing the narrow path that barely allowed 2 people to walk side by side, Ning Yuanxiang frowned. Sister, the carriage cannot go further ahead. Without hesitation, Ningxi declared, that is easily resolved. We shall all disembark and proceed on foot. Everyone alighted, leaving a few guards to watch over the carriage while the rest began their trek up the mountain. Ningxi had already contemplated walking into the mountain, which is why she had not donned cumbersome elaborate garments. Instead, she wore practical riding attire, securing her long hair with a few golden hairpins. Rueyun and Rueishua dressed similarly, while the others were all clad in practical attire designed for ease of movement. As they ventured into Wolf Mountain, they soon spotted a small courtyard at the base, completely buried under the weight of snow. Ningxia trembled as she spoke. Could this possibly be Uncle Jiang's dwelling? Before arriving, I had confirmed that this was the only household at the foot of Wolf Mountain. The headman hurried over, bowing and smiling as he answered, "Indeed, madam, this is the place, for miles around Wolf Mountain. There are no other households. The mountain deity only recognizes old Jiang. No one else is permitted to hunt in these woods." The Xiang'er look. That courtyard appears untouched. It seems no one has lived here all winter. Where has my little Xaner spent this entire season? Ningxia expressed her deep concern. I am not certain, Ning Yuanshang admitted, feeling at a loss. The previous day old Jiang had fled so quickly that he hadn't had the chance to ask anything. As the group exchanged bewildered glances, Cheng Jinfeng suddenly cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted towards the depths of Wolf Mountain. "Sister, I am your elder brother. Our mother has brought us to find you." Cheng Jinsong and Cheng Jinju's eyes lit up, mimicking their younger brother's call, shouting towards the mountains, "Cousin sister, we have come to find you." Ning Zhizhong and Ning Ziyi also joined in, calling out, "Little cousin, we are here for you." Ningxia's eyes brimmed with tears, disregarding all decorum as she cried out, "Xiao Xaner, mother has come." Xaner, those privy to the situation, hastily wiped their tears, joining their masters in calling out into the mountain, while the oblivious Chao Yanling and the other guards stood dumbfounded, unsure of the sudden and peculiar behavior of their masters, who were shouting at the mountains.